A man, stricken by amnesia, awakens at the precipice of a sheer cliff. A tome known as the Nine Yuan Passage is said to grant transcendent enlightenment. A mystical token, the Deathly Night Order, possesses unfathomable powers. A cryptic codename Eternal Life Number 5 reveals itself as an envoy from an extraterrestrial civilization. An ordinary librarian, fervently passionate about ancient martial arts, finds himself serendipitously tasked with traversing back 2 millennia to the ancient continent, embarking on an extraordinary and vibrant odyssey. Though he shuns gambling, he triumphs over the enchanting proprietress of a gaming house. Though he harbors no avarice, fortune smiles upon him incessantly. While he is not a lecherous man, he finds himself entwined in the fates of various captivating women. He possesses an amiable nature, yet first stumbles upon a sect leader's mantle, later ascending to command a legion of thousands. He may have forgotten the martial techniques he once learned, yet through innate talent, fortuitous encounters, and relentless practice, he vanquishes one formidable master after another. Chapter 1. The Preliminary Selection. In the year 2020, at the Gangquan Aerospace Launch Test Base on the Starry Continent, Shi Shaoling lies quietly within the sealed cabin of a time machine, awaiting the countdown to launch. In mere moments, he shall traverse back to the moonlit continent of 2 millennia past, a realm shrouded in mystery, where he wonders what awaits him and whether he can successfully locate and retrieve the Nine Yuan Passage, fulfilling the honorable mission entrusted to him by the esteemed leader. Doubt gnaws at his heart. He remains perplexed as to why he was ultimately chosen to undertake this momentous national longevity improvement initiative. At the age of 27, Shi Shaoling, just a year prior, was merely a humble librarian in the capital of the Starry Continent. His dedication to fitness lends him the appearance of one still in his early 20s. Born into a modest family, with parents who are both educators and a good-natured sister, his household is characterized by simplicity and harmony. He considers himself intelligent, yet struggles with social interactions and the art of self-promotion. In a world rife with material desires, he has faced setbacks in both career and romance, finding solace only in his robust health. It is worth noting that the environmental conditions on the Starry Continent have deteriorated over the past century. Air, soil, and water quality have sharply declined, leading to a populace increasingly afflicted by chronic ailments and diminishing life expectancy. Despite growing up in a family of limited means, Shi Shaoling has managed to maintain a notably healthy and vigorous physique, a rarity in contemporary society. However, despite his commendable appearance, he remains a lowly paid librarian, with scant prospects for advancement or wealth. Pressured by his parents, he has endured countless blind dates, each ending in disappointment. Their growing impatience manifests in frequent admonitions, which weigh heavily on Shi Shaoling's mind. From his student days, Shi Shaoling has been a fitness enthusiast with a profound passion for collecting and studying various ancient martial arts. He seldom indulged in leisure activities with peers. Whenever he had spare time, he would retreat to his small room, immersing himself in the enigmatic world of these so-called ancient martial techniques. Despite possessing a physique stronger than the average person, Shi Shaoling did not achieve any remarkable feats in his practice. However, he remained unconcerned, viewing it merely as a personal hobby from which he derived immense joy. His pursuit of ancient martial arts was not driven by a desire to engage in combat. Although his body was robust, his temperament was gentle, and he was never one to seek confrontation. His classmates, colleagues, and even family members often failed to understand his passion, deeming it a frivolous use of time. To them, in this highly developed modern civilization, dedicating so much time to the study of such ambiguous ancient martial arts seemed pointless. Moreover, Shi Shaoling's innate abilities were not particularly exceptional. He lacked extraordinary strength, agility, or explosive power. Despite participating in several large amateur fighting competitions, he faced dismal defeats each time. His parents and sister urged him to abandon his passion, suggesting that he seek a promising job while still young, aiming to secure a home and a car, and eventually settle down to a stable, mundane life. The persistent counsel from his family caused Shi Shaoling some annoyance, yet he found solace in his interests. Whenever he immersed himself in the fascinating realm of ancient martial arts, he quickly forgot all his worries. Though not particularly young, He often dreamed of mastering an ancient martial art, aspiring to become a person endowed with extraordinary abilities. Regrettably, after years of diligent exploration, Shi Shaoling had not made any substantial progress. Yet he remained undeterred in his enthusiasm to avoid ridicule from his family. He concealed his true aspirations, merely presenting his practice as part of a fitness regimen. Even his participation in the National Lifespan Improvement Plan editions was a secret he kept from them. As for the origins of this National Lifespan Improvement Plan, Shi Shaoling himself had only a vague understanding. He learned through media reports that the initiative was originally launched a decade ago by the esteemed leader Yuan Zhongtian, aimed at discovering a secret to ensure the health and longevity of all citizens, even to the point of achieving immortality. Initially, the plan sought candidates from various elite sectors within the military and police, with the finalists entrusted with significant responsibilities, including traveling through time via a time machine to execute this grand vision. When the media first disclosed the names of the final candidates 10 years ago, they extensively detailed the exceptional talents, intellects, and physical abilities of these individuals, bestowing upon them the codename Longevity No, elevating them to the status of heroic icons. It appears that with the presence of these elites, the execution of the National Lifespan Improvement Program would pose no challenge, and soon all citizens of the Star Continent would have the opportunity to attain a semblance of immortality. However, years later, the once illustrious Longevity Project has vanished from public discourse. Whether these elites successfully traversed to another realm or fulfilled the tasks assigned by the Grand Leader remains a mystery to the common populace, as all media under official control have ceased to report on the matter, allowing the once sensational National Lifespan Improvement Program to fade into obscurity. Yet this year, the government has unexpectedly revived the initiative, disseminating announcements across major media outlets and frequently airing related advertisements. They are actively recruiting exceptional young individuals from the populace. Those with outstanding physical abilities and intelligence to participate in the preliminary training for the National Lifespan Improvement Program, hoping to identify suitable candidates to reignite this monumental endeavor. The government's promise that the final selected individuals will receive substantial monetary rewards as well as lifelong welfare benefits from the state has stirred excitement among the youth of the economically challenged Star Continent. Many are eagerly signing up, hoping to seize this rare opportunity to rise above their circumstances. It is said that becoming one of the final 10,000 candidates for this Grand National Lifespan Improvement Program could yield an income equivalent to 10 times that of an average person. If one manages to excel through approximately a year of training and emerges among the top 10, that individual would no longer need to worry about affording a home or a vehicle. Should someone become the ultimate executor of the program, they would not only reap substantial rewards, but their family would also enjoy the highest tier of lifelong welfare benefits from the government. Due to economic downturns, inflation, and a soaring unemployment rate, the ordinary citizens of the Star Continent have faced considerable hardships in recent years. Thus, the announcement has sparked a sensation. Young men and women who consider themselves physically fit and intellectually capable are eagerly enrolling in the auditions for the National Lifespan Improvement Program, hoping to significantly enhance their own and their families' economic situations. Among the millions of applicants is Shi Shaoling, whose motivations differ slightly from those of his peers. While he too aspires for success, what captivates him more than the alluring financial incentives is the promise of specialized training in ancient martial arts for the final 10,000 candidates. This commitment resonates deeply with Shi Xiaoling, as a fervent enthusiast of ancient martial arts. He has been collecting and studying various techniques since his student days, and he can recite many forms with ease. However, when it comes to actual practice, he finds himself unable to unleash the prowess that these martial arts legends describe, primarily due to the lack of sufficient true energy within him, as nearly all ancient martial techniques demand a profound reservoir of true energy from the practitioner. The essence, as understood by Shi Shaoling, is a unique energy inherent within the body. Regrettably, this essence seems confined to the realm of fantasy novels. Despite his robust physique, cultivated through years of rigorous exercise and martial arts practice, Shi Shaoling has been unable to harness this so-called essence. This long-standing frustration has left Shi Shaoling, who has been passionately devoted to the mastery of ancient martial arts, deeply disheartened. Although he has never relinquished hope, no matter how fervently he strives, he cannot seem to accumulate this elusive energy within his being. Upon learning that the National Longevity Improvement Program would provide specialized training for selected candidates in this regard, Shaoling registered without a moment's hesitation. The prospect of not only achieving success but also securing lasting benefits for his family was tantalizing. More significantly, the possibility of resolving his enduring quandary regarding ancient martial arts rendered this opportunity truly exceptional. Though merely an ordinary librarian, Shaoling leads a life that starkly contrasts with the vibrant, chaotic urban existence of the capital, spending his days either at work or engaged in physical training. Nonetheless, he has never considered himself inferior. Indeed, he possesses considerable confidence in his physical abilities and resilience. Driven by his passion and yearning for ancient martial arts, Shaoling applied and was fortunate enough to be selected. When he received the notification from the National Longevity Improvement Committee, the exhilaration he felt was beyond description. For the first time in his unremarkable life, he experienced the euphoric thrill of success. Though the notice clearly stated that he ranked a mere 999 second to last, Shaoling was nonetheless elated to have made the cut, finally affording him the chance to study authentic ancient martial arts. This exhilarating news kept him awake with excitement for several nights. His parents and sister rejoiced upon learning of his selection in the vast roster of the National Longevity Improvement Program. They believed that after years of earnest but solitary practice, he might finally have an opportunity to showcase his talents. While they did not harbor grand expectations for him to emerge as the ultimate victor of the program, the mere fact of his selection guaranteed that his training stipend would be tenfold his librarian salary for at least a year. Let him experience the world. It's far better than remaining cooped up in the library or at home, obsessively studying ancient martial arts, they mused. With the unwavering support and anticipation of his family, Shaoling eagerly prepared his belongings and set off alone to the remote and distant Gangquan Prefecture, ready to participate in the secretive training of the National Longevity Improvement Program. Chapter 2. The secret training base. Although he ranked second to last among the 10,000 contestants selected from the preliminary rounds, and the prospect of advancing to the final 10 seemed exceedingly slim, Shaoling remained largely unconcerned. For him, rankings held little significance. The opportunity to learn authentic ancient martial arts was of paramount importance. Moreover, the stipend he received here far surpassed the meager salary from his job at the library. Upon the arrival of all 10,000 selected candidates at the clandestine training base in Gangquan Prefecture, they began to grasp the overarching details of the National Lifespan Improvement Program. Initially, these candidates would undergo a comprehensive system of training essential for time travel, with instructors at the base poised to eliminate underperformers, ultimately selecting those truly qualified to participate in the program. The so-called National Lifespan Improvement Program entailed sending a chosen executor aboard a time machine to traverse 2 millennia into the past to the moonlit continent, in search of a unique health-preserving secret, which would then be brought back to the starry continent for research and development. As long as this health secret could be successfully retrieved, it would constitute a monumental contribution to the citizens of the starry continent, rendering the executor an eternal hero in their eyes. This was the fervent rallying cry delivered by Chief Officer Wang Hengyuan during his impassioned address to the soon-to-be trainees. However, the majority of the 1,000 candidates appeared somewhat indifferent to Officer Wang's stirring speech. For these young individuals raised in a society rife with materialism, the notion of becoming a so-called national hero paled in comparison to the allure of becoming a revered idol, basking in both fame and fortune. Some candidates felt a thrill at the prospect of traveling through time. Yet, questions loomed large. Where exactly was the moonlit continent? What conditions prevailed there 2,000 years ago? What health secret could possibly warrant the deployment of the highest technological marvels of the starry continent? What had become of the elite individuals selected from the military and police forces a decade prior? Almost all trainees harbored similar inquiries, and Shaoling was no exception. However, unlike most, his tenure at the library had afforded him glimpses of the moonlit continent's name while gathering materials on ancient martial arts. He vaguely understood that it was an ancient land reminiscent in shape and environment to the starry continent, yet existing on a different planet. According to the records he had perused, the moonlit continent over 2,000 years ago was a realm that highly revered martial arts, boasting a number of martial geniuses who once flourished there. Additionally, due to protracted warfare, The gender imbalance was stark, with many men possessing multiple wives, starkly contrasting with contemporary societal norms. As a devoted aficionado of ancient martial arts, Xiaoling naturally yearned to explore the moonlit continent. Yet, his knowledge of that ancient land remained scant, and he remained largely oblivious to its current state. The training facility conducts daily sessions on cultural and geographical knowledge, focusing on the customs and traditions of the Moonlight Continent from 2 millennia ago. However, the instructors have yet to address the current state of the Moonlight Continent. Though many eager trainees have inquired, the instructors remain evasive, urging everyone to concentrate solely on the curriculum. In the following days, the 10,000 preliminary qualifiers commenced systematic training at the secret base in Gongquan Prefecture. To Xiaoling's surprise, the actual training program included surprisingly little ancient martial arts instruction. Instead, the instructors spent most of the initial phase familiarizing the trainees with the cultural and social norms of the Moonlight Continent 2,000 years ago, its prominent martial arts schools, distinguished families, and the intricate relationships between them. After completing these historical and cultural lessons, the trainees underwent extensive physical conditioning tailored for time-space traversal, all while undergoing constant medical monitoring. Should any trainee's physiological indicators show abnormalities that might hinder long-distance temporal travel, they would be mercilessly eliminated. The Gongquan training base housed numerous medical researchers who conducted frequent examinations on the participants. Nearly every day, blood samples were drawn for analysis, and trainees were often wired with electrodes, subjected to strange, large-scale machines for various tests. While many trainees tolerated the tedious history lessons and rigorous physical conditioning, the relentless medical examinations provoked widespread resentment. Some felt like human lab rats, leading to frequent evasion of these procedures, even outright confrontations with the medical staff. Nevertheless, the training instructors firmly sided with the researchers, emphasizing that these medical evaluations were a crucial component of the National Lifespan Enhancement Project. Compliance was mandatory. Refusal meant immediate disqualification. A handful of qualifiers withdrew, unwilling to be treated as test subjects, while others feigned illness to avoid the exhaustive examinations. Thus, each day at the training base passed in a relentless cycle of study, testing, and conditioning. Only during rare moments of spare time did the instructors distribute ancient martial arts manuals for observation and practice, preparing the final qualifiers with basic self-defense skills to better fulfill their mission upon arriving in the Moonlight Continent. Among the ancient martial arts texts, some had long been collected by Xiaoling, while others were entirely new to him, regardless of his prior exposure. Nearly all ancient martial arts systems mandated that practitioners possess sufficient true essence to unleash their true power. Yet, where does this true essence originate? Why is it that even when commencing with the most fundamental techniques, true essence remains elusive? This conundrum had persistently plagued Xiaoling, driving him to eagerly participate in the National Longevity Improvement Program. The instructor who frequently demonstrated these ancient martial arts texts to all students was named Zhou Jie. Xiaoling had not only heard of his name but had also faced him in a large-scale free-fighting competition, resulting in a resounding defeat. Xiaoling was well aware that Zhou Jie had been the indiscriminate level fighting champion of the Mingwei continent for several consecutive years, and he was astonished to discover that Zhou Jie was also one of the specialized instructors for this longevity program. During one of the few public classes, Zhou Jie demonstrated a portion of the ancient martial combat techniques to the numerous students and provided a brief explanation of the practice essentials, subsequently allowing everyone to train on their own. Although it was merely a simple demonstration and explanation, Zhou Jie exhibited astonishing prowess wherever his fists and feet landed. They seemed almost indomitable. The wooden dummies and bricks employed for training were obliterated in an instant under his strikes, leaving all students in awestruck. Xiaoling was filled with excitement. Many of the techniques Zhou Jie demonstrated were ones he had practiced, yet their potency was strikingly incomparable. Xiaoling was nearly certain that Zhou Jie had indeed mastered true essence. Otherwise, such martial skills would not wield such tremendous power. He had once daringly inquired during a public class how one might cultivate true essence, but Zhou Jie had responded ambiguously, merely advising everyone to first learn the methods and persist, assuring them that success would naturally follow. This left Xiaoling in a state of confusion. Having studied ancient martial arts for many years and mastered numerous techniques, he considered himself fairly competent, perhaps even comparable to Zhou Jie. He had consistently practiced true essence according to ancient methods, yet had achieved nothing but a more robust physique. If persistence was indeed the key to cultivating powerful true essence, Xiaoling harbored doubts about its veracity. Yet, Why did Zhou Jie, while teaching ancient martial arts, refrain from revealing the true method of practicing true essence? Could it truly be that the time had not yet come? The secrets of true essence cultivation were finally unveiled 3 months later, but by that time, a full 5,000 individuals had already been eliminated from the program. Among the remaining students, Shi Shaoling ranked 4,999th, still second to last. However, as each student's ranking was confidential and communication about it was strictly prohibited, aside from the students themselves and a few related instructors, it seemed that not many were privy to Shi Shaoling's exact standing. Shi Xiling felt immensely grateful to have persevered through the initial 3 months of training without facing elimination, although his ranking had been among the lowest upon entry. His fervor for ancient martial arts and his yearning for the mystical realm of the Mingwei continent propelled him to fully engage in each day's rigorous training regimen. Unlike many who chose to evade the arduous physical assessments, life within this clandestine training base was exceedingly monotonous. The daily schedules were tightly packed, leaving little room for leisure. Each participant was assigned a private dormitory, yet every corner of these rooms was equipped with surveillance cameras, meticulously monitoring every movement within. At times, Shi Xiling felt as though he were merely a specimen, akin to a lab rat, subjected daily to the manipulations of doctors, nurses, and instructors, while researchers lurking in the shadows analyzed his various conditions and reactions. Had it not been for the plethora of multimedia resources on ancient martial arts that he had longed to see, he might have, like many disenchanted trainees, chosen to abandon the program or succumb to elimination. Fortunately, after enduring the initial 3 months, Shi Xiling finally uncovered the secret of true essence. To his astonishment, the revelation came not from the instructors tasked with imparting martial skills, but rather from the enchanting physician Tang Jishu, who attended to his blood tests and conducted various medical examinations each day. Chapter 3. The Ultimate Virus. Although she held the title of professor, Dr. Tang was relatively young. Shi Shaoling speculated that her age might be similar to his own, though he had never dared to inquire. Many trainees had been eliminated for offending the doctors responsible for monitoring their health, and despite consistently ranking near the bottom, Shi Shaoling was determined to avoid such a fate. To him, the monotonous existence within the secret base felt little different from his previous role as a librarian in the capital. The daily training sessions resembled his former work routine, while the physical adaptability training for temporal excursions felt akin to fitness and martial arts practice, albeit accompanied by an array of physical examinations. The physician overseeing Shi Shaoling's health data was typically stern, yet she was undeniably an enchanting beauty. Even clad in her oversized white lab coat, her graceful demeanor was evident in every movement. To be under the care of such a stunning doctor felt like a stroke of fortune, and Shi Shaoling harbored a sense of gratitude for this circumstance. On the midnight of the 100th day since entering the secret training base, Shi Shaoling was engrossed in a multimedia presentation on ancient martial arts when Dr. Tang, accompanied by 2 male nurses, knocked and entered his room. Such intrusions had long ceased to astonish him. The medical monitoring procedures were often abrupt. He had grown accustomed to being roused from deep slumber by medical personnel, followed by blood draws and the attachment of various instruments, leading to prolonged and tedious examinations. Each test result remained confidential. Apart from Dr. Tang and the enigmatic researchers behind the surveillance cameras, even Shi Shaoling himself remained oblivious to the outcomes. Naturally, he was too indifferent to inquire, as he was a laid-back individual who had acclimatized to the routine. Since the rules dictated minimal questioning, he adhered to them, confident in his physical constitution and unconcerned about the examination data. Though it was late at night, Dr. Tang appeared particularly spirited that day, offering an unintentional smile to Shi Shaoling upon entering, leaving him pleasantly surprised. He responded with a grin, "Professor Tang, back for another examination?" "Thankfully, I hadn't turned in for the night. Being awakened from a deep sleep by you all is quite unpleasant." Dr. Tang glanced at the multimedia screen on Shi Shaoling's desk, nodded slightly, and remarked, "Shi Shaoling, you seem quite diligent, studying ancient martial arts at this hour?" Shi Shaoling replied earnestly, "Indeed, Instructor Zhou Jie mentioned that persistent effort would enable the mastery of true essence. I have longed to harness the formidable power of true essence energy. This was a primary reason for my enrollment here. No matter how much I practiced, I made no breakthrough progress. Sigh, who knows when I'll ever become as formidable as Instructor Zhou Jie." Tang Jishu retrieved a large syringe and casually remarked, while gesturing for Shi Shaoling to relax, "For someone like you, who studies and trains in ancient martial arts every day, there's still a real chance of cultivating true essence. Perhaps as early as tomorrow, you might begin to sense progress." "Huh?" Shaoling was stunned. Tomorrow? How could that be possible? He had seen no improvement whatsoever. How could he possibly feel the long-awaited true essence by tomorrow? He stared incredulously at the beautiful doctor before him and asked skeptically, Professor Tang, you're not joking with me, are you? How could I possibly sense true essence by tomorrow? Tang Jishu calmly inserted the needle into Shaoling's vein and murmured softly, Relax, don't speak. After drawing a full syringe of blood, she withdrew the needle and handed the sample to a male nurse for safekeeping. Only then did she explain indifferently, starting today, I will periodically inoculate you with a specialized virus. This virus will rapidly stimulate the concentration of energy within your body, inducing a certain mutation. Combined with the ancient martial arts you've been studying, I believe you'll soon achieve what is known as true essence. What? Shaolin gaped in shock. Frozen in place as two male nurses helped him lie back on the bed and attached various strange medical instruments to his body. His mind remained in a daze. Professor Tang, what exactly is going on? Why are you injecting me with a virus? What kind of virus is this? How can it help me cultivate true essence in ancient martial arts? Though the two nurses had already wheeled over a large medical monitoring device from the corner of the room and were busy connecting its interfaces to Shaoling, he couldn't suppress his fervent questions. Tang Jishu replied solemnly, Our National Lifespan Enhancement Program initially selected candidates from the military, police, and elite athletes. Among them, those with exceptional innate talent could cultivate true essence, though even they required technological assistance to accelerate the process. You must understand, due to the worsening ecological environment, the physical constitution of nearly all citizens on the star continent today is incomparable to that of our ancestors centuries or even millennia ago. It's now nearly impossible to significantly improve one's physique through self-cultivation alone. The only way to achieve the legendary true essence is through inoculation with a specialized virus we've long researched. Lying on the bed, Shaoling was deeply shaken. He never imagined that the key to unraveling the mystery of true essence would be Dr. Tang, who monitored his health daily. According to Tang Jishu, the continuous deterioration of the ecological environment over the past century had led to a severe weakening of human constitution on the star continent compared to ancient times. Relying solely on personal effort made it nearly impossible to cultivate true essence independently, a major reason for the declining average lifespan of the continent's people. Shaoling was brimming with questions, poised to inquire further when the two male nurses finished attaching the medical monitoring devices to his body. Tang Jishu raised her hand slightly and said, I know you have many doubts. Every trainee who comes here shares the same bewilderment. Once this routine examination is completed and no abnormalities are detected, I shall address all your queries in detail. The decision to introduce the specialized virus into your system ultimately rests with you alone. I must emphasize, she continued, that research on this virus remains in its nascence. There are no absolute guarantees of success, and potential unknown side effects on the human body persist. Therefore, I advise you to contemplate this matter thoroughly during your examination. With that, Tang Jishu instructed the nurses to activate the medical monitoring system, commencing the standard physical evaluation. Though inwardly alarmed, Shaoling understood that no answers would be forthcoming until the test concluded. He obediently closed his eyes and complied with the nurse's meticulous procedures. After slightly over an hour, the monitoring devices completed their analysis. The nurses handed the results to Tang Jishu, while Shaoling rose from the bed and resumed his seat before her. Perusing the data with careful scrutiny, Tang Jishu gave a slight nod. All parameters appear normal. Your physiological indicators have remained remarkably stable throughout these 3 months. This stability constitutes the primary reason for your continued participation in the program. Based on our research observations, you qualify for inoculation with the experimental X virus. The decision, however, remains yours. You may now voice any remaining concerns, and I shall endeavor to address them. During the lengthy examination, Shaoling had wrestled with Tang Jishu's startling revelation about the connection between viruses and internal energy cultivation. The notion that mastering ancient martial arts' quintessential energy required such unorthodox methods perplexed him profoundly. Had instructor Zhou Jie achieved his formidable skills through similar viral augmentation? What consequences awaited those who declined the procedure? Would refusal permanently preclude the attainment of true martial mastery? Seizing the opportunity, Shaoling articulated these pressing questions. Tang Jishu responded with unequivocal clarity. Instructor Zhou Jie indeed owed his abilities to viral enhancement. Years prior, he had numbered among the final 10 candidates in the National Longevity Enhancement Program before being surpassed by superior candidates. Subsequently, he remained at the training facility as an instructor, To date, no individual had achieved genuine internal energy cultivation without viral assistance, even among those who underwent inoculation. True mastery of ancient martial arts remained exceptionally rare. Most practitioners attained only superficial competence. For Xiaoling, the only way to remain at the training facility was to consent to the inoculation with the specialized virus and sign an official contract. Otherwise, immediate disqualification awaited him. Upon hearing the possibility of being expelled without delay, Xiaoling's heart clenched with unease. With a trace of bewilderment in his voice, he inquired, "Professor Tang, as you mentioned, this virus is still in the experimental phase. Its potential harm to the human body remains unverified. What if something goes wrong? If word were to spread? Wouldn't the government's so-called National Longevity Enhancement Program face widespread public skepticism?" A shadow of resignation flickered across Tang Jishu's expression as she responded with a bitter smile. "To be perfectly candid with you, this National Longevity Enhancement Program was personally initiated by His Excellency the Sovereign. The true nature of the Gangquan training facility, along with the inoculation of the specialized virus, is classified under the strictest secrecy. All personnel involved undergo memory erasure upon departure. Leaking information is simply an impossibility." Chapter 4. Memory Erasure. The more Xiaoling listened, the more bizarre it became, and a sense of trepidation enveloped him. He pondered why the National Longevity Improvement Program, which had caused quite a stir a decade ago, remained shrouded in secrecy, with both official and media outlets maintaining a veil of silence. It appeared that all individuals involved had undergone memory erasure. If that were the case, the inoculation of this X-virus might pose considerable danger. Xiaoling inquired, "Professor Tang, could it be that even you, the medical researchers, are subject to memory erasure? Is receiving this X-virus truly perilous? Please, tell me the truth." Though Tang Ji's demeanor was calm, her eyes betrayed a hint of helplessness as she replied, "Indeed, all researchers, including myself, would be subjected to memory erasure should we wish to leave this training facility. As for the risks associated with the virus, I have previously stated that it is still in the experimental phase and could indeed pose unknown harm to the body. In fact, I have heard of instances where individuals have lost their lives due to it. Therefore, I advise you to contemplate your decision with utmost caution." Observing the helplessness in Tang Ji's eyes, Xiaoling came to realize that his enrollment in the National Longevity Improvement Program had been somewhat rash. A misstep could very well cost him his life. It was infuriating that the governmental bodies promoting this program had failed to mention such critical information. Now, these young individuals had been lured into the Gangquan base, and extricating themselves would likely prove challenging. No wonder that during each routine health assessment, two tall, robust male nurses accompanied Tang Ji. As Xiaoling glanced at the expressionless male nurses behind her, he noticed the powerful tasers strapped to their waists, sending a shiver down his spine. It seemed too late to withdraw now. At the very least, he would have to undergo memory erasure. Who knew what kind of person he would become post-erasure? Would he even recognize his parents or sister? Tang Ji appeared to sense Xiaoling's unease. She glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner and said, "Many have undergone the memory erasure procedure. It merely obliterates your experiences within the training facility. It should not significantly impact your future life. If you are concerned about the virus harming your health, it may be best for you to withdraw. As far as I know, your current ranking is quite low, and even if you were to receive the virus, your chances of being selected in the end are slim." A wave of frustration washed over Xiaoling as he felt like a fool for eagerly participating in this absurd longevity program, only to realize he had been thoroughly deceived and manipulated. An intense anger surged within him, prompting him to exclaim, "How can a person suddenly lose several months of memory and not have it affect their future life? I refuse to believe your technology is that advanced. If it were, there would be no need for such secrecy." A faint blush crept onto Tang Ji's flawless complexion, leaving her momentarily speechless. As a specialist in physiological medicine, she harbored doubts about whether the technology for memory eradication could inflict harm upon the body and mind, which was indeed the primary reason she hesitated to depart from this enigmatic facility. Meanwhile, Tang Jishu felt a twinge of surprise. Despite Xiaoling's seemingly foolish demeanor when engrossed in the study of ancient martial arts, his intellect proved remarkably sharp, quickly discerning the potential peril. The two male nurses behind Tang Jishu, noticing Xiaoling's agitated expression, instinctively placed their hands on the powerful stun guns at their waists. While Xiaoling often appeared oblivious and dazed in the realm of ancient martial arts, he was far from foolish. On the contrary, he possessed keen insight and remarkable perceptiveness. At this moment, his peripheral vision caught the movements of the two towering male nurses, causing a sinking feeling within him. He realized that his earlier demeanor and tone may have been excessive, and if he did not temper himself, the two nurses might swiftly take action against him. Shi Shaoling was not intimidated by these nurses. Despite their imposing stature and equipped stun guns, his years of martial arts training provided him with confidence in subduing them. However, the omnipresent surveillance cameras in the room monitored his every move. Even if he were to incapacitate these two nurses, what would be the benefit? He understood that the numerous entrances and exits of the training facility were guarded by highly skilled professionals. He had witnessed fellow trainees, despite their prowess, faltering against the facility's security personnel. In his view, while these guards may not be as formidable as the specialized instructor Shoji, some had indeed mastered true essence. And armed with advanced weaponry, engaging them would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, even if he could contend with the two male nurses before him, the inevitable conclusion would be one of desperation and capture. Taking a deep breath, Shi Shaoling endeavored to calm himself, forcing a semblance of a smile before slowly speaking. My apologies, Professor Tang. I was a bit impulsive earlier, and my tone may have been excessive. I hope I did not frighten you. Tang Jishu observed the tension in Shi Shaoling's face gradually dissipate, although his smile seemed somewhat strained. He nonetheless made an effort to convey a friendly demeanor, recognizing Shi Shaoling's awareness of the situation and his astute decision-making. Tang Jishu was well aware of Shi Shaoling's robust physique and martial prowess. Whenever the medical research facility engaged with such trainees regarding matters like virus inoculation, they always prepared in advance. Should a trainee's emotions spiral out of control, an appropriate contingency plan would be activated. Even if Shi Shaoling were exceptionally skilled, the outcome would ultimately be tragic. If Shi Shaoling were to continue in his furious manner as he just did, he would likely be forcibly subdued by the male nurses. Even if Shi Shaoling could handle these two male nurses, he would inevitably find himself cornered in front of the numerous fully armed professional guards at the training base. At that point, not only would Shi Shaoling face the forced erasure of his memories, but he might also endure prolonged confinement and interrogation by the security personnel responsible for the base's safety, until it was confirmed that he posed no threat to the training program. By then, Shi Shaoling would undoubtedly have suffered greatly. Many trainees at this facility have, in moments of unbridled anger, impulsively clashed with medical and research staff, resulting in universally harsh reactions. Shi Shaoling's ability to swiftly assess the situation and regain his composure revealed a level of restraint and maturity beyond his years, which surprised Tang Jishu, who had previously regarded him as merely a Navi and fervent enthusiast of traditional martial arts. A hint of approval appeared on Tang Jishu's face as he remarked, I understand your feelings. Many trainees become agitated upon hearing similar news. You have conducted yourself admirably. However, you must make a decision. Are you willing to receive our special X virus and continue with this training program? Shi Shaoling inquired, must I respond now? Or can I take a few days to consider? Tang Jishu smiled. According to the regulations here, I can grant you a maximum of half an hour to deliberate. Regardless of your choice, please maintain your composure. Since you have joined the National Lifespan Improvement Program, you must adhere to the established rules. Everyone here does so. Does that include you as well, Dr. Tang? Shi Shaoling asked coldly, thinking to himself that he had been deceived by their advertisements. Tang Jishu nodded with a wry smile, of course. Then if I agree to receive the virus, will you, Dr. Tang, still be responsible for monitoring my health? Shi Shaoling pressed further. Tang Jishu paused slightly before responding, that should be the case. Since you entered the base, I have been tracking all your physiological data. Unless circumstances dictate otherwise, even if you receive the virus, I will continue to monitor your condition until you are eliminated. Eliminated? Shi Shaoling raised an eyebrow, saying, Professor Tang, do you not have faith in me? Did you not say that after receiving the vaccine, I could cultivate true essence? I have been studying traditional martial arts for many years. Why can't I ultimately succeed? Tang Jishu frowned slightly. I specialize in physiological medicine and do not possess extensive knowledge of traditional martial arts. However, from what I understand, your ultimate success depends on a comprehensive evaluation of your various abilities, not solely on your martial arts proficiency. Furthermore, the virus we are administering is merely the most elementary form. While it will induce some changes in your body's energy conversion, it is far from achieving the legendary realm of traditional martial arts masters. For now, we are merely assessing your body's ability to adapt to this virus. Unless you emerge as the ultimate victor of the National Lifespan Enhancement Program, you will only receive the most potent customized viral inoculation 1 hour before boarding the time machine. This is to ensure you possess adequate self-preservation capabilities in the ancient continent 2 millennia ago. Shi Shaoling was taken aback. Apparently, even after inoculation, one wouldn't immediately transform into a master. Upon reflection, it made sense. If that were the case, everyone would become formidable. And this training facility would likely fail to contain its trainees. Silently calculating, Shi Shaoling deduced that the current viral strain administered to him would, at best, allow him to cultivate the most rudimentary form of true essence, and even that depended on whether his innate talent sufficed. Judging from Dr. Tang's earlier remarks, over the past decade, only a handful of exceptionally gifted elites had managed to refine anything resembling substantial true essence. Yet, refusing the inoculation meant the immediate erasure of all memories from the past 100 days. To Shi Shaoling, the thought of a perfectly sound individual abruptly losing over 3 months' worth of recollections would undoubtedly leave some psychological and physiological repercussions. So, should he consent to the viral inoculation or not? Chapter 5. Inquiring about names. Seeing Shi Shaoling remain silent, Tang Jishu was not in a hurry. For anyone, this was not an easy decision. Even Tang Jishu herself had once contemplated leaving this isolated and enigmatic base. As a prodigious talent in the field of physiological medicine, she had garnered unanimous recognition early on and became one of the youngest medical professors on the starry continent. With a noble aspiration to enhance the physical well-being of the populace and extend their longevity, she arrived at the mysterious training base in Ganhuan Prefecture, eager to contribute her knowledge and talent to the National Lifespan Improvement Initiative personally initiated by the esteemed leader. However, as time passed, the shortcomings of this so-called National Lifespan Improvement Program gradually came to light. Not only had breakthroughs in the research on the X virus been elusive, but the coercive measures, such as forcibly erasing the memories of relevant personnel, were also disheartening for Tang Jishu. Yet, having become part of the training base, it was impossible for any researcher to extricate themselves completely. Although Tang Jishu was an emerging expert in physiological medicine, she found herself helpless in this situation. Several times, she attempted to leave, but ultimately her concerns about the irreversible consequences of memory erasure held her back. As time wore on, Tang Jishu's enthusiasm for the research program gradually waned. To minimize harm to others, she voluntarily chose to study the candidates with the lowest rankings, primarily to alleviate her conscience. Typically, those who ranked last understood their slim chances of success and often opted for memory erasure before departing. Compared to the unpredictable risks associated with receiving a potent virus, memory erasure posed relatively minor harm to the body, thus slightly easing Tang Jishu's inner turmoil. Over the 8 years since entering the training base, although there had been candidates sent to the time-space machine each year, none had ever returned victorious. Many candidates had perished on the spot, unable to withstand the impact of the Class X virus. As time progressed, Tang Jishu increasingly perceived the so-called National Lifespan Improvement Initiative as an unattainable task. Even if someone were to survive the virus's rejection reaction, could they truly become a master of the ancient martial arts? 2,000 years ago, on the Minghui continent, tales spoke of many mythical supermasters. Could a young individual infected with a special virus survive in such a realm and successfully uncover the so-called secrets of longevity? Even if they did discover these secrets, what then? Would they be able to return? Moreover, even if they did retrieve this knowledge, it was likely that only the great leader and his close confidants would truly benefit from it. With the accumulation of years and experience, Tang Jishu had long harbored doubts about the Grand Marshal of the Star Continent. Such an autocratic government and its leader, employing such methods in search of the so-called secret to immortality, even if they truly obtained it. Would the Marshal and his inner circle be willing to share it with the populace? I'm willing to try. To Tang Jishu's surprise, Shi Shaoling did not deliberate for long before agreeing to be inoculated with the specially engineered virus. Glancing at the surveillance camera in the corner, Tang Jishu spoke gravely. Shi Shaoling, have you truly considered this? While erasing your memories may affect your future life to some extent, it poses little threat to your physical health. But if you proceed with the virus inoculation, you could be risking your life. Given your current ranking, even if your body withstands the virus's rejection, your chances of making it to the final 10 are slim. Moreover, no one knows what the moon continent was truly like 2,000 years ago. Every elite dispatched in the past has vanished without a trace. Even if you emerge victorious, there is no guarantee of a favor. Why must you insist on this path? Shi Shaoling, somewhat taken aback, chuckled. Professor Tang, are you advising me to quit? That doesn't seem within your purview, does it? Won't those monitoring behind the cameras reprimand you for dereliction of duty? Tang Jishu's expression darkened with displeasure. I merely strive to do what I believe is right within my capacity. Given your current standing, I urge you to reconsider carefully. Though you are an enthusiast of ancient martial arts, forgive my bluntness, your physical constitution is not exceptional. I've witnessed far more gifted elite trainees meet tragic ends. Observing the earnestness in Tang Jishu's expression, Shi Shaoling sensed genuine concern rather than condescension. He sighed wryly. Dr. Tang, you know how deeply I revere ancient martial arts. Now that I've been deceived into this facility, escaping unscathed is impossible. My agreement to the inoculation is simply to fulfill my dream. Whether I advance or triumph ultimately matters little to me. This is my deliberate choice, not some delusion of grandeur or reckless arrogance. Tang Jishu pressed, you think only of your dream. Have you considered your family's feelings? Shi Shaoling replied calmly, choosing withdrawal and memory erasure carries its own risks, doesn't it? I've reflected on this. I've always been an underachiever, drifting through life without purpose. This chance to fight for my ideals, I believe my family will understand. My parents are in good health, and with my sister by their side, I have no worries. Here, I wish to pursue my dream of ancient martial arts. Meeting Shi Shaoling's resolute gaze, Tang Jishu fell silent and nodded. She had said all she could, advised beyond her duty. If Shi Shaoling remained steadfast, it was his choice to make. Tang Jishu immediately produced a contract and handed it to Shi Shaoling, stating that by signing this document, he would be voluntarily consenting to the vaccination of the virus, with all consequences borne solely by him. Shi Shaoling accepted the contract and signed his name without even glancing at it. In his mind, within such a confinement of personal freedom in this eerie base, signing or not signing the contract was merely a formality. Having made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. Tang Jishu retrieved the signed contract and addressed the two male nurses behind him, instructing them to prepare for the administration of Level X virus. The so-called vaccination process was remarkably simple, merely requiring a single injection into Shi Shaoling. As he watched the expressionless Tang Jishu inject a small vial of azure liquid into his bloodstream, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. He had arrived here filled with fervor for ancient martial arts, only to discover that the so-called National Longevity Improvement Program was nothing as it seemed. The participants were merely lab rats for experimentation within the base. Although the vaccination of the virus was far more perilous than memory erasure, Shi Shaoling was undeterred. Having already been deceived, he saw little harm in risking it all for his dreams. If he could fulfill his aspirations in ancient martial arts, then this endeavor would not be in vain. Tang Jishu carefully disposed of the syringe and advised him, stating that he should rest comfortably in bed from that moment on. The virus would swiftly affect his vascular system, nervous system, major organs, and even cellular tissues. If he did not experience any significant discomfort within 24 hours, he could resume normal activities. They would conduct periodic tests and monitoring of his physiological indicators based on his reactions. If all went well after 10 days, they would proceed with the administration of the Level 2 virus. After speaking, Tang Jishu, along with the two male nurses, began to tidy up and prepare to leave. Shi Shaoling called out to her as she approached the door, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Tang. Thank me. A faint, cold smile crept upon Tang Jishu's lips. What is there to thank me for? By this time tomorrow, you may already be dead. Are you thanking me for putting you to death? Still seated at the table, Shi Shaoling shook his head, replying, I appreciate your earlier counsel to give up. I can see that Dr. Tang means well. Furthermore, even if I were to die, it would be my own choice, and it is not your concern. To have had the opportunity to converse so extensively with a beautiful doctor like you before potentially meeting my end is quite rare for someone like me. He paused before asking, by the way, Dr. Tang, could you tell me your name? Taken aback, Tang Jishu glanced at Shi Shaoling, who still sat at the table, his face alight with earnest anticipation, clearly speaking from the heart. For reasons unknown, a faint blush crept across her previously icy countenance. After a moment's hesitation, she finally replied, My name is Tang Jishu. Well, I wish you good luck. With that, she pushed the door open and departed. Tang Jishu. What a beautiful name. Shi Shaoling felt a surge of happiness. Although he had been in this training base for over 100 days, he had hardly exchanged many words with the enchanting doctor. It was rather strange that he had mustered the courage to inquire about her name. What significance does knowing her cherished name hold for me? With a gentle smile, Shi Shaoling reclined upon his bed. Regardless of the circumstances, even if death were imminent, to hear Dr. Tang utter her name personally would undoubtedly be a beautiful experience, wouldn't it? After a restless night, exhaustion overtook him. He murmured the name Tang Jishu and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. When Shi Shaoling awoke, it was already midday the following day. He meticulously recalled the events of the previous night, and the small vial of blue liquid that had been injected into his veins tightened his heart with apprehension. He attempted to lie in bed and took a few deep breaths, feeling everything to be normal. His body exhibited no unusual symptoms compared to usual. Rising from his bed, he moved about the room, feeling an extraordinary surge of vitality. Seizing the moment, he decided to practice his martial arts, completing a series of movements. After finishing, he found himself unharmed, and his strikes felt somewhat lighter and more powerful than usual. Elated, Shi Shaoling mused that the blue virus seemed to be of a mere rudimentary level, having no detrimental effect on his robust constitution. However, he pondered whether it might aid him in cultivating the essence of ancient martial arts. Noticing that it was nearly noon, he hurriedly exited his room to attend his routine training session. Chapter 6. Initial Achievements. The vast training facility seemed unusually quiet today, with noticeably fewer attendees for both the human geography classes and the time machine simulation drills. The sparse interactions among those present carried an air of subdued melancholy. Shi Shaoling understood many must have been eliminated for refusing the viral inoculation, while those remaining harbored unease about their impending vaccination. It was only natural for spirits to be low. He couldn't help but wonder how the expelled candidates, their memories wiped, would fare in their future lives. Though the total number of trainees was substantial, most instruction occurred in isolated study rooms where individuals faced multimedia terminals alone. Public lectures were rare. Each candidate followed a tailored curriculum and progress metrics based on their aptitude and ranking, overseen by dedicated instructors and medical research teams monitoring their development. Opportunities for interaction among peers were scarce, as everyone focused silently on advancing their standings. Shi Shaoling, never particularly sociable, found no issue with this solitude. Having committed to this path, he resolved to give it his utmost. That was simply his way. The geography and cultural studies of the ancient moon continent 2 millennia prior held little appeal for him, though he adapted swiftly to the monotonous time machine simulations. His true passion lay in the study of ancient martial arts. Whenever new combat manuals arrived, he would memorize and practice their techniques with fervor. Many of these age-obscure disciplines, now labeled merely by numbers or letters, still captivated him entirely. Though incapable of unleashing their full might, he drilled each form to perfection, committing even the most cryptic sequences to rote memory. After receiving the specialized viral inoculation the previous night, an irrepressible urge to experiment with true essence cultivation simmered within him. Even under surveillance during lectures, his mind wandered to these esoteric practices. Decades of privately collected ancient techniques, combined with the facility's teachings, offered dozens of cultivation methods, many nameless. None mastered despite his attempts. Now, seated in a modest study room ostensibly absorbing human geography, he deliberated which system to prioritize. After careful consideration, he settled on the widely practiced foundational art known as the 5 elements technique. Shi Shaoling believed that since he was inoculated with the primary virus, commencing his practice with such fundamental techniques might facilitate a quicker grasp of the discipline. Today, he was to study a course outlining the prevailing gender dynamics on the Mingwei continent 2 millennia ago, where patriarchal norms dictated a surplus of males. This imbalance, attributed to years of warfare, led to even the lowest tiers of society possessing multiple wives and concubines, who coexisted harmoniously without the jealousy often observed in modern society. Under normal circumstances, Shi Shaoling might have found the topic somewhat intriguing. However, having just been vaccinated, he felt an unusual surge of vitality and was eager to practice his true essence. Regardless of how captivating the multimedia presentation might be, he found it impossible to concentrate. Though his eyes were fixed on the screen, his mind repeatedly replayed the techniques of the 5 elements cultivation. This 5 elements technique was the most rudimentary form of true essence practice, which Shi Shaoling had mastered years prior. Yet, he had never truly succeeded in harnessing the so-called true essence. Today, however, as he resumed his practice of the 5 elements, he sensed a remarkable difference. This extraordinary sensation emanated from his Zhongfu acupoint. Every time he attempted to cultivate true essence in his dantian, there was no response from it. But his Zhongfu acupoint gradually warmed, as if a faint energy was accumulating there in sync with his intent. Shi Shaoling was both astonished and elated. The warmth felt akin to the legendary true essence. Curiously, this essence did not gather in his dantian as traditional martial arts prescribed, but instead manifested within his Zhongfu acupoint. He made several attempts to transfer this energy to his dantian, yet to no avail. Interestingly, each time the energy passed through the Zhongfu acupoint, it lingered, seemingly reluctant to depart. Naturally easygoing, after several fruitless attempts to channel the energy to his dantian, he ceased to force the issue. To him, merely being able to accumulate true essence was a significant breakthrough. Although it did not conform to conventional practices of gathering in the dantian, he saw no issue with it. After all, no one had ever insisted that he must do so. If he could easily amass true essence in his Zhongfu acupoint, then that would suffice. Embracing this adaptable mindset, Shi Shaoling devoted himself to cultivating true essence in his Zhongfu acupoint. His familiarity with the 5 elements techniques allowed his practice to proceed smoothly. By the end of the 2-hour cultural class, he had accumulated a considerable amount of true essence in his Zhongfu acupoint. Following the circulation route of the 5 elements technique, he was now able to gradually guide this true essence through his meridians. Overjoyed, after successfully circulating the initially condensed true essence around his system, he could not contain his excitement and raised his arms, vigorously swinging his fists. He had finally succeeded. He had truly cultivated true essence. In a monitoring room at the training base headquarters, Tang Jishu observed Shi Shaoling's every move on the screen. Upon witnessing Shi Shaoling excitedly waving his fists, Tang Jishu couldn't help but smile faintly. It was evident that Shi Shaoling's exuberance was not due to the captivating nature of the cultural geography course he was enrolled in. Having observed him for several days, Tang Jishu surmised that he must have made a breakthrough in his practice of ancient martial arts. This fellow truly is a martial arts enthusiast, she mused. Last night, she had intended to persuade Shi Shaoling to abandon the idea of virus inoculation and return home, especially since his overall ranking among the trainees had consistently been at the bottom. Given his current performance, he was at risk of being eliminated at any moment. Yet, in pursuit of his dream in ancient martial arts, he insisted on receiving the inoculation, leaving Tang Jishu feeling quite disheartened. She harbored a deep fear that Shi Shaoling, having been inoculated by her own hands, might suddenly succumb to the virus's rejection effects. Although this choice was entirely his own, as a medical expert, it would be unbearably cruel to witness the demise of her subject. Fortunately, it appeared that Shi Shaoling was not only safe, but seemed to have made significant progress. Over the years, while it was not uncommon for candidates to achieve breakthroughs in ancient martial arts on the very first day post-inoculation, such occurrences typically involved those with high rankings. It was rare for someone like Shi Shaoling, who ranked near the bottom, to achieve such a feat clearly. This individual possessed considerable talent in martial arts. No wonder he often appeared lost in thought while studying ancient techniques. Perhaps Tang Jishu had underestimated him. As she contemplated conducting a comprehensive physiological assessment for Shi Shaoling, someone entered the monitoring room. It was the chief instructor of this secret training base, Kai Haohua. Upon recognizing him, Tang Jishu promptly stood up. Kai Haohua, in his 60s, though graying, maintained an upright posture and appeared vigorous and radiant. He smiled and gestured for Tang Jishu to sit down, inquiring, "Professor Tang, I heard from the monitoring room that a trainee has made a breakthrough in ancient martial arts, particularly one who ranks quite low. I came to check on the situation. Is this individual one you have been following?" Kai Haohua was Tang Jishu's mentor during her university days. Possessing substantial expertise both academically and in the research of ancient martial arts, it was precisely because Kai Haohua was a key member of the National Lifespan Improvement Program that she had immediately joined the Gongquan base upon graduation. Although over time, Tang Jishu had developed numerous grievances regarding the program, her respect for Kai Haohua remained unwavering. "Yes," Tang Jishu replied, "I have been monitoring Shi Shaoling closely. However, weren't there always many trainees who achieved breakthroughs post-inoculation? Why is this noteworthy?" "That was in the past," Kai Haohua responded. "Previously, we selected talents primarily from the military, police, and sports elite. Those individuals were inherently gifted, which naturally led many to adapt swiftly to the virus and make progress. In recent years, however, the number of promising candidates has dwindled significantly, prompting us to open this initiative to the general populace in hopes of attracting exceptional talent. Unfortunately, the results thus far have been less than satisfactory. The current generation appears to be quite perplexing. Just yesterday was the vaccination day for the virus, and astonishingly, over 3,000 out of 5,000 individuals opted out. The remaining participants seem largely listless, with Shi Shaoling being the first among them to exhibit signs of. Kai Haohua continued with a furrowed brow, expressing his concerns. "Were it not for my vehement opposition, the intention of the special envoy Wang Hengjuan would have been to forcibly vaccinate those 3,000 who withdrew. Tang Jishu was taken aback and how could that be permissible? It is already quite extraordinary that we have erased their memories. How can we possibly administer the virus to them against their will? Chapter 7. Oblivion. Kai Haohua sighed and remarked, who could have foreseen that this plan would devolve into such chaos? Nevertheless, we are bound by the Emperor's command. And we too have become entangled in this predicament. Alas, I can only hope we swiftly select the most suitable candidate to uncover the Nine Yuan Passage diagram and bring an end to this absurd scheme. Tang Jishu remained silent. Although she was an expert in physiological medicine, her voice held little weight in this clandestine training facility. Even the chief instructor, Kai Haohua, often found himself compelled to act against his better judgment. The highest authority here was Wang Hengjuan, the Emperor's special envoy, who held absolute power. A fervent admirer of the Emperor, he ruled with an iron fist. Were it not for Kai Haohua's undeniable expertise, Wang Hengjuan would likely have run amok without restraint. Meanwhile, in the study room, Shi Shaoling had just concluded a 2-hour class on cultural geography and was enjoying a 30-minute respite. Yet, instead of resting, he was practicing an obscure form of martial arts within the cramped confines of the study room. This technique had been collected by Shi Shaoling years prior. Though its name eluded him, he instinctively believed it would harmonize well with the 5 elements technique. He typically practiced both disciplines in tandem. Having gathered a preliminary amount of true essence, he was now in a heightened state of excitement, eager to merge his essence with the martial art to test its true potential. Despite the slight clumsiness in channeling his essence, his unwavering focus allowed him to quickly find his rhythm. However, upon completing the sequence, he was taken aback at the sight before him. The furniture in the study room lay in disarray, resembling the aftermath of a violent assault. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Jishu and Kai Haohua in the surveillance room observed the scene with clarity. They noted how Shi Shaoling, upon entering a state of oblivion, caused the desks and chairs to topple and scatter as his power intensified, all while he remained blissfully unaware of the chaos he was creating. Tang Jishu contemplated sending guards to intervene but was repeatedly halted by Kai Haohua. He intently monitored the screen and commented, "This young man has just mastered his true essence and appears utterly absorbed in his practice. It seems he is performing the Xingyi Liuha Zhang from ancient martial arts. His true essence technique appears to be the foundational 5 elements. Indeed, while both are basic techniques, their synergy brings forth their maximum potential. It seems he possesses quite a talent." Tang Jishu interjected, "Kai, if we do not intervene soon, he will reduce the entire study room to rubble." Kai Haohua chuckled, "It's merely a study room. There is nothing of value here. After all, now is the moment for Shi Shaoling to immerse himself in his practice. Interrupting him at this juncture would hinder his progress in ancient martial arts. This individual appears to possess a notable affinity for the discipline. Once he has completed his training, we shall promptly dispatch research personnel to monitor his physiological data." As Shi Shaoling furrowed his brow over the scattered debris of broken furniture, Tang Jishu entered the room with 2 assistants. Without allowing Shi Shaoling an opportunity to explain, they escorted him to the adjacent medical research facility, where they commenced a thorough examination of his physiological data. While observing the 2 male nurses connecting medical apparatus to him, Shi Shaoling expressed his apologies to Tang Jishu, saying, "Professor Tang, I am uncertain how it happened. In a moment of exhilaration, I lost track of my surroundings and caused that chaos. I am willing to compensate for all damages. Please deduct the cost from my training stipend." Tang Jishu replied curtly, "Instructor Kai has stated that there is no need for you to compensate. Focus on cooperating with our examinations." Relieved, Shi Shaoling reclined comfortably, allowing the medical staff to proceed with their assessments, his heart swelling with joy at having finally attained true essence in his practice. 2 hours later, Tang Jishu returned to the monitoring room with Shi Shaoling's test results. Kai Haohua inquired with concern, "So, what did you find? Any abnormalities?" As Tang Jishu handed the report to Kai Haohua, she replied, "Not only were there no negative indicators, but all of Shi Shaoling's physiological data exhibited a significant positive trend, indicating a remarkable integration of the primary virus within his body, without any signs of rejection or conflict." Kai Haohua perused the report, a look of delight spreading across his face as he nodded repeatedly, "Excellent, excellent. It has been quite some time since I have seen such impressive data. Among the candidates in recent years, those who adapt so well to the virus are exceedingly rare. It is strange that this fellow's ranking is so low." Tang Jishu explained. Although Shi Shaoling is an enthusiast of ancient martial arts and possesses a sturdy physique, his physical attributes are not particularly outstanding among the candidates. His physiological indicators are merely slightly above average. His intelligence test results reflect a similar trend, showing only a marginal advantage. It is fortunate for him to have made it onto the list of 5,000. Kai Haohua continued to scrutinize the report, pondering for a moment before stating, though Shi Shaoling's innate qualities may not be extraordinary, his body's remarkable adaptation to the primary X virus indicates considerable potential. I believe it is essential to monitor him closely. You might consider keeping a vigilant eye on him. Tang Jishu was somewhat taken aback. Having worked in this facility for nearly 8 years, she had seldom witnessed Kai Haohua place such importance on a newly vaccinated candidate. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked, "Director Kai, is it not the case that as long as a candidate exhibits no significant rejection response post-vaccination, it is merely a matter of time before they make progress in ancient martial arts? In the coming days, many individuals with similar potential are likely to emerge. Why do you pay such close attention to this, Shi Shaoling?" Kai Haohua furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. "I have a feeling that this Shi Shaoling bears a resemblance to someone." "Someone? Who?" "I believe that these trainees possess a fairly uniform mastery of ancient martial arts. Shi Shaoling does not seem particularly extraordinary, does he?" Tang Jishu inquired curiously. Kai Haohua did not directly answer Tang Jishu's question. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "Before the final inoculation of the 10th level special X virus, all trainees, despite mastering all ancient martial arts techniques, exhibited only marginal differences in their capabilities. This Shi Shaoling is the fastest among the selected candidates to adapt to the first-level virus. And after cultivating his true essence, he promptly chose the fundamental 5-element skill and the Xingyi heptapod as his experimental focus, demonstrating remarkable martial aptitude. Which took me by surprise. In my recollection, there was once an individual with exceptional talent in ancient martial arts, but regrettably, this person never returned." "Never returned?" Tang Jishu was even more astonished and quickly asked, "Are you implying that Chairman Kai refers to the finalist from a few years ago? However, during my 8 years in the base, we have only successfully dispatched 2 executors, neither of whom possessed any understanding of ancient martial arts. The other successful candidates in previous cohorts perished tragically before the launch of the time machine." Hearing Tang Jishu mention that most of the finalists from previous years had succumbed to the virus before the launch of the time travel machine, Kai Haohua's expression darkened. And he couldn't help but let out a long sigh, saying, "I am not referring to them. Over the past 8 years, besides Chongqing number 3 and number 4, 6 elite finalists tragically succumbed to the virus, never even having the chance to be dispatched, which is truly disheartening. Even regarding Chongqing number 3 and number 4, we have no way of knowing whether they truly survived and reached the Minghui continent 2,000 years ago. Perhaps they merely experienced a delayed virus outbreak." Tang Jishu remarked, "This is why we adjusted our strategy in the past 2 years, no longer emphasizing the trainees' comprehension of ancient martial arts, but rather focusing on their innate physical qualities, intelligence, and drug resistance, which ultimately led to the successful dispatch of Chongqing number 3 and number 4. This Shi Shaoling is fundamentally different from Chongqing number 3 and number 4, isn't he?" Kai Haohua nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Shi Shaoling is markedly different from Chongqing no. 3 or Chongqing number 4. However, I find him somewhat reminiscent of number 1. "Number 1? Are you referring to Chongqing number 1? Tang Jishu was taken aback. "Chongqing no. 1 is widely regarded as the most outstanding among all finalists since the initiation of the National Lifespan Improvement Program and was the first explorer to traverse time via the time machine to undertake a mission 2,000 years ago. In truth, the National Lifespan Improvement Program was not launched a decade ago, as the media publicly reported, but had been secretly initiated 20 years prior. In essence, the individual known as Chongqing number 1 was meticulously selected after a decade of clandestine screening and specialized training, emerging as the paragon among countless elites across the star. In stark contrast to the subsequent winners, one for each of the 9 years that followed, Chongqing number 1's qualities far surpassed those of his peers, earning him unanimous recognition as the most outstanding and irreplaceable genius by all experts from the prominent research institutes within the Ganyuan training base. The fact that Kai Haohua remarked that this Shi Shaoling bore a resemblance to Chongqing number 1 left Tang Jishu utterly astounded. Tang Jishu exclaimed in astonishment. "Although Chongqing number 1 had already successfully traversed time and space by the time I entered the base, I later conducted a thorough study of all his materials. Shi Shaoling falls short in every aspect compared to Chongqing number 1. How could they possibly be similar?" Kai Haohua replied with a grave expression, "Indeed, Chongqing no. 1 is a prodigy among prodigies, excelling far beyond his successors in both physical aptitude and intellectual prowess. He embodies the pinnacle of our research achievements on the star continent. Yet his most remarkable attribute lies in his ability to learn and comprehend ancient martial arts. In contrast, while Shi Xiaoling's physical attributes may be average, I sense he possesses a natural talent for grasping ancient martial arts. I cannot precisely articulate why, but his engrossed practice in the training room earlier evoked memories of the former Chongqing No. 1. For now, I suppose this is merely my intuition. Tang Jishu found himself at a loss for words. As his most esteemed mentor, Kai Haohua had always been a meticulous scientist. When had he become so emotional as to speak of intuition? It was truly perplexing. Did Shi Xiaoling genuinely possess the potential to be compared to a genius of Chongqing No. 1's caliber? Tang Jishu could not help but fall into deep contemplation. Chapter 8. Kindred Spirits. In the ensuing days, Shi Xiaoling exhibited no signs of discomfort from the viral inoculation, completely immersing himself in the realm of ancient martial arts. The long-awaited true essence successfully converged within his body, greatly igniting the fervor of this martial arts enthusiast. Apart from a meager amount of sleep, Shi Xiaoling devoted nearly all his time to the profound cultivation of true essence in ancient martial arts. Drawing upon years of research and his unique insights, he swiftly identified several sets of techniques from the myriad forms he had studied that resonated most harmoniously with his practice. Though the names of these ancient martial arts had long been forgotten, Shi Xiaoling instinctively felt that they were the most suitable paths for his cultivation, and he became utterly engrossed in them. Although the true essence Shi Xiaoling could currently gather was still quite feeble, it undeniably existed as energy within his body. This realization led him to believe that the lofty realms depicted in ancient martial texts were not mere fabrications. With diligent practice, the continuous enhancement of his true essence could potentially pave the way for him to achieve the superhuman existence he had always dreamed of. Each day, whether attending classes or undergoing training, Shi Xiaoling's thoughts were consumed by the cultivation of true essence, and even in his dreams, he imagined himself traversing his meridians as true essence. The instructors and medical researchers at the training base, under the benevolent guidance of Chief Instructor Kai Haohua, exhibited considerable leniency towards Shi Xiaoling. No matter how distracted he appeared during class, they refrained from reprimanding him. Tang Jishu, leading the medical research team, intensified their examinations of Shi Xiaoling's physique, promptly reporting his daily physiological data to Kai Haohua. Rather than growing impatient with the surge of tests, Shi Xiaoling regarded the frequent assessments by Tang Jishu's team as a welcome respite whenever he encountered challenges in the world of martial arts. His progress in cultivating true essence was remarkably smooth, often leaving him in a state of exhilaration, at times bordering on excessive enthusiasm. Yet, whenever he encountered Tang Jishu, his mood would swiftly stabilize, and he would readily comply with the repeated blood draws and various specialized tests. Tang Jishu was quite pleased with Shi Xiaoling's cooperative demeanor. His daily monitoring revealed that Shi Xiaoling seemed perpetually enraptured by the world of ancient martial arts, often neglecting even his basic need for sleep, which puzzled Tang Jishu. Over the years, countless candidates had come and gone at the training base, yet none had exhibited the same fervent obsession with ancient martial arts as Shi Xiaoling, especially at his age of 27 or 28. This fervor for an ostensibly impractical discipline in modern society was indeed perplexing. One day, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Tang Jishu finally inquired of Shi Xiaoling why he held such a profound affection for ancient martial arts. After a moment's contemplation, Shi Xiaoling responded, "While practicing ancient martial arts, I am able to perceive the essence of life, feeling that my body harbors countless possibilities. The deeper I immerse myself, the more I sense the immense potential within me. At times, I believe my training parallels the research work you, Dr. Tang, undertake. Both endeavors seek to unravel the mysteries of life. The more we delve into our respective fields, the more we can appreciate the wonders and grandeur of existence. Dr. Tang, do you not experience this sensation in your work?" Tang Jishu was initially taken aback, but soon found herself filled with profound respect. She had never anticipated that this fervent aficionado of ancient martial arts could articulate such insights. Upon reflection, she recognized that her own commitment to the tedious realm of physiological and medical research stemmed from the numerous moments she had encountered the marvels and greatness of life within it. There was a time when she, too, had marveled at the extraordinary and unpredictable potential of human life during her academic pursuits. However, as time progressed and dissatisfaction with the so-called national longevity improvement initiatives accumulated, such moments of wonder had long since faded. It was unexpected for Tang Jishu to discover that the seemingly naive martial arts enthusiast, Shi Xiaoling, could derive similar profound understanding from his training. This revelation shifted her perception of him significantly. Unbeknownst to Shi Xiaoling, Tang Jishu's gaze had transformed, but he remained oblivious, merely expressing his genuine feelings to a trusted researcher. Soon, he once again immersed himself in the world of ancient martial arts. 10 days after receiving the Level X virus vaccine, Shi Xiaoling proceeded to receive the Level 2 X virus. Over the following 30 days, his body remained unscathed, exhibiting no adverse reactions. As for his martial arts cultivation, Shi Xiaoling had become adept at employing various techniques to channel the true essence within him. Compared to other breakthrough candidates in the facility, the true essence he had cultivated was not significantly more powerful. However, the repertoire of routines and techniques he had mastered vastly exceeded that of his peers. The reason he dedicated considerable time to practicing various techniques stemmed from his inability to fully assess their true power. Given his nascent accumulation of true essence, he could only perform basic meridian circulations with nearly all techniques. Often, his essence was not robust enough to traverse specific meridian pathways, rendering him incapable of reaching intended points. Nevertheless, Shi Xiaoling was undeterred. Whenever true essence fell short, he employed his will to substitute for it, a unique insight garnered from years of studying ancient martial arts. In the absence of true essence, he relied on his mental focus, ensuring he thoroughly mastered all pathways. He believed that once his true essence grew sufficiently potent, the execution of these techniques would yield exponentially greater results. Before acquiring sufficiently potent true essence, every method of cultivation was invaluable to Shi Xiaoling. The true power of these techniques remained a mystery, yet Shi Xiaoling placed immense faith in his instincts. He consistently experimented with various combinations of these obscure martial arts, hoping to discover the optimal synergy to unleash their latent potential. Tang Jishu had been observing Shi Xiaoling's transformation, no longer perceiving him as a mere foolish martial enthusiast. As Shi Xiaoling noted, despite one delving into martial skills and the other into physiological sciences, in a certain sense, they were engaged in a shared pursuit, both seeking to unearth the mysteries and potentials of life. With her newfound perspective on Shi Xiaoling, Tang Jishu often engaged him in light-hearted conversation during his medical examinations, occasionally discussing intricate topics such as the integration of the nervous system, cellular differentiation, and energy conversion. Shi Xiaoling listened intently, deriving inspiration from these seemingly monotonous subjects to enhance his own martial arts practice. In turn, he began to share his audacious conjectures regarding the cultivation of true essence, such as his ambitious plans to expand his meridian capacity to accommodate the future accumulation of true essence, a notion that might appear preposterous to outsiders. What might seem tedious or absurd to others became a source of vibrant dialogue between them, where they occasionally drew valuable insights from each other's research. Over time, their rapport deepened, and they began to share anecdotes about their families and upbringing, eagerly anticipating their daily encounters during medical checkups. Unbeknownst to them, their emotions underwent a subtle transformation as they increasingly yearned for one another's presence for reassurance. Though Tang Jishu always arrived with an assistant or nurse, and Shi Xiaoling often grappled with the complexities of martial arts in solitude, the mere sight of each other brought an extraordinary sense of ease and joy. Days swiftly passed in a fulfilling manner. The X virus he had been inoculated with had reached level 8, yet he felt no discomfort. Meanwhile, the number of his fellow trainees dwindled day by day, with the original cohort of 10,000 now reduced to a mere 50 due to continuous eliminations and withdrawals. By the 10th month of their stay at the clandestine training facility, Shi Xiaoling felt a hint of pride in his ongoing presence among the remaining trainees, especially given his historically low ranking. Shi Xiaoling was, in truth, perplexed as to why he had been retained. From his own observations, numerous trainees exhibited athletic prowess far superior to his own, although their mastery of ancient martial arts techniques paled in comparison to his. The disparity in their true essence levels was minimal. Thus, during sparring sessions, Shi Xiaoling often struggled to gain the upper hand due to his less remarkable athleticism. Curiously, those very trainees, endowed with greater athletic talent, were consecutively eliminated. In his quest for understanding, Shi Xiaoling consulted Tang Jishu, who elucidated that many of these gifted athletes were ill-suited to adapt to the virus. Moreover, the esteemed instructor Kai at the training base placed significant value on Shi Xiaoling's comprehension of ancient martial arts, showing little concern for his current competitive abilities and training. Once administered the ultimate X virus of level 10, all individuals would experience a profound enhancement in their capacity to accumulate energy, rendering the distinction of athletic talent less pertinent. The ability to adapt to the ultimate virus would become paramount. Although Shi Xiaoling's overall attributes were rather average, Instructor Kai believed that his innate talent and cultivation in ancient martial arts might enable him to evade a critical peril. Nevertheless, all this remained hypothetical, as the determination of who would emerge victorious among the 50 contenders would hinge upon the trials they would face. Shi Shaoling was merely considered one of the potential candidates, while the others possessed their own remarkable qualities. Chapter 9. Dream Chaser. Shi Shaoling maintained an admirable mindset, remaining undeterred by thoughts of whether he would ultimately emerge victorious as the one who transcends time and space. Instead, he continued to immerse himself wholeheartedly in his martial arts training, although he had already been inoculated with the 8th level virus. The true essence he could accumulate within his body remained rather limited, far from sufficient to master the multitude of ancient martial arts he had learned. Fortunately, he devised an unconventional approach, employing his will and mental strength as a substitute for true essence to operate the ancient martial techniques. Shi Shaoling had previously engaged in discussions with Tang Jishu regarding this topic. As an expert in physiological medicine, Tang Jishu opined that, theoretically, Shi Shaoling's method could indeed be feasible. Mental strength, though seemingly intangible and formless, might represent another form of unknown energy, distinct from the conventional material energies. Encouraged by Tang Jishu, Shi Shaoling grew increasingly confident in his approach. He even envisioned a day when his mental will would strengthen to such an extent that he could achieve true energy and materialization, potentially merging with the warm true essence within him. With unwavering conviction and extraordinary imagination, Shi Shaoling diligently practiced an array of ancient martial arts techniques from beginning to end. Though he was yet unable to unleash their full potential, the remaining task was to continually enhance his true essence. From Tang Jishu, he learned that to significantly amplify his true essence, he would need to be inoculated with the most potent level 10x virus. However, this virus had remained in the experimental stage for years, with no guarantee of whether the recipient's body could withstand it. In other words, there was considerable risk and uncertainty regarding the potential side effects on the inoculated individual. Moreover, only the ultimate victor among all contenders would be eligible to receive the most potent level 10x virus an hour before boarding the time-traveling machine. This level 10x virus represented the pinnacle of scientific achievement on the starry continent, crafted from a plethora of rare resources, and its production was exceedingly challenging. Given the current technological capabilities of the starry continent, only one dose could be produced per year at most. Once a human body received this ultimate virus, its capacity to gather internal energy would be unprecedentedly stimulated and enhanced, potentially leading to explosive growth or mutation that might surpass the human body's limits. In the past 8 years, 6 of the final victors perished at the moment of boarding the time-traveling machine due to the catastrophic effects of this ultimate virus. When Tang Jishu conveyed this information to Shi Shaoling, she hesitated and felt anxious, concerned that Shi Shaoling, whose innate qualities were not the most exceptional, might not withstand the eruption of the ultimate virus. However, whether Shi Shaoling would ultimately prevail remained uncertain, and as she grew to understand him better, Tang Jishu recognized his profound desire to fulfill his dream of mastering ancient martial arts. Only by receiving the most potent ultimate virus could Shi Shaoling significantly enhance his true essence and become a true master of ancient martial arts. Despite her deep concern, Tang Jishu conveyed all these circumstances to Shi Shaoling, hoping he could prepare himself mentally. Only then did Shi Shaoling realize that the 8th-level virus he had been inoculated with over the past 10 months was merely a prelude. He understood that he must persevere until the very last moment, distinguishing himself among all the competitors to qualify for the ultimate virus, the most potent one capable of awakening and enhancing his true essence. Shi Shaoling inquired of Tang Jishu why ancient humans, over 2,000 years ago, could cultivate their true essence to significantly improve their physical constitution, while modern humans, 2 millennia later, seemed incapable of doing so. Tang Jishu had no definitive answer. She believed that 2,000 years was indeed a long expanse of time. With the rapid advancement of modern technology, the environment inhabited by humanity had undergone tremendous changes. In the context of the starry continent, the persistent air pollution, water contamination, and food safety issues over the past centuries had sufficiently weakened the physical resilience of most individuals. Coupled with the impacts of centuries of warfare and various natural disasters, the current living conditions for humanity must differ greatly from those 2 millennia ago. With such altered living conditions, the physical constitution of individuals would naturally evolve correspondingly. In this sense, Tang Jishu did not believe that retrieving a longevity secret from the bright moon continent of 2,000 years ago would resolve all issues. Shi Shaoling expressed his astonishment and asked why such significant human and material resources were being devoted to the National Lifespan Improvement Plan. Tang Jishu sighed and replied that this initiative had been personally initiated by the supreme leader, who perhaps believed that acquiring this longevity secret justified any cost. Initially, she had joined the plan out of the belief it would genuinely benefit the citizens, but now it was too late to withdraw. Shi Shaoling remained silent. In a despotic realm like the Starry Continent, the supreme leader resembled an ancient emperor, while the vast majority of powerless, penniless commoners were merely struggling citizens toiling daily for housing and vehicles. Shi Shaoling softly sighed, stating that he knew nothing of national affairs. He was merely a dreamer wishing to alter his fate through the practice of ancient martial arts. For him, this was an opportunity, and he would strive to emerge as the ultimate victor. He genuinely aspired to become a true master of ancient martial arts and to bring back the legendary secret of longevity to the Starry Continent. Perhaps once he obtained this secret, he should entrust it to her, a Ph.D. in physiology, for further research, hoping it could contribute to the greater good of the populace. Tang Jishu smiled slightly, remarking that such matters were beyond their control. She had always known he would persevere to the end and wished him success in becoming a superhuman master. However, she reminded him that with greater power comes greater responsibility. For now, this should focus on how he could endure the trials ahead, especially the explosive impact of the ultimate virus. Shi Shaoling responded eagerly, stating that with her support, he felt even more confident. Tang Jishu's fair and delicate face flushed slightly as she spoke. I have meticulously studied the causes of death of the 6 champions who succumbed to the ultimate virus over the past 8 years. They all appeared to have experienced an extraordinarily high-intensity internal energy shock, resulting in the instantaneous rupture of their blood vessels and subsequent fatal hemorrhage. Moreover, this internal energy impact seemed to occur in waves, although these champions managed to endure the first wave due to their exceptional physical prowess. They often perished during the second or third waves of energy shock. I can provide you with diagrams illustrating the distribution of blood vessels in the organs where the ruptures first occurred. Perhaps you could discern the terrifying trajectory of this energy explosion from them. I hope you can develop a cultivation method to mitigate similar energy shocks, allowing for timely redirection of those intense energy waves. If so, you might evade disaster. Shi Shaoling was overjoyed. He had previously contemplated how to appropriately store and channel his enhanced true energy within his meridians. Tang Jishu's suggestion perfectly aligned with his thoughts. With her objective analysis and assistance from a physiological and medical perspective, the likelihood of formulating a corresponding countermeasure had significantly increased. In the days that followed, Shi Shaoling devoted all his energy to preparing for the terrifying outbreak of the ultimate virus. Utilizing the invaluable materials provided by Tang Jishu, he deduced the potential routes of the surging energy within the body once the virus erupted, diligently seeking methods to counteract it within the various martial arts he had studied. Had it been anyone else, their ignorance regarding the outbreak of the ultimate virus, compounded by a lack of knowledge in the numerous martial arts forms, would have left them utterly helpless. However, Shi Shaoling's advantage lay precisely in his years of study in ancient martial arts, where he had become well-versed in the various techniques for managing energy accumulation and surges. Although he had never been able to practice due to his limited true energy, his extraordinary imagination led him to devise a rudimentary method that utilized thought and mental strength in place of true energy. Should he ultimately fail, he would never acquire the truly potent true energy necessary for his use. Thus, his self-created method might forever remain an illusory construct. Nevertheless, Shi Shaoling poured his heart and soul into his dreams, unperturbed by the possibility that his efforts might be futile. With a mindset unburdened by anxiety, Shi Shaoling's resolve was remarkably steadfast. He genuinely applied his years of research in ancient martial arts to devise several countermeasures. These so-called countermeasures were essentially various techniques for dispersing and channeling true energy. Shi Shaoling practiced these methods to perfection, even reinforcing his training during meals and sleep, ensuring that, should the ultimate virus erupt, he could instinctively employ these techniques to protect himself, at the very least safeguarding against the lethal energy surges. Certainly, the effectiveness of these strategies in critical moments remains uncertain for Shi Shaoling, who harbors little confidence in their efficacy. However, given his current capabilities, he can only resort to these measures. In the midst of this almost frenzied self-training, a month has elapsed. During this period, the training base administered the 9th level X virus to the last 50 trainees, including Shi Shaoling. Yet this time, Shi Shaoling exhibited some unusual physical symptoms. Tang Jishu promptly reported Shi Xiaoling's condition to the chief instructor of the training base, Kai Haohua. Chapter 10. The unforeseen incident driven by an uncanny intuition cultivated over years of experience. Kai Haohua had long perceived certain traits in Shi Xiaoling that closely mirrored those of the once-renowned prodigy, Chongqing No. 1. Although Shi Xiaoling's physical attributes were not particularly remarkable, and his intelligence and emotional quotient were unexceptional, Kai Haohua nonetheless included him in the shortlist, eager to observe his performance further. Upon hearing that Shi Xiaoling exhibited abnormalities after receiving the level 9X virus inoculation, Kai Haohua promptly accompanied several esteemed senior researchers, following Tang Jishu to Shi Xiaoling's quarters. To everyone's astonishment, upon entering the room, they found Shi Xiaoling peacefully slumbering on the bed. Kai Haohua furrowed his brow and inquired of Tang Jishu. Jishu, Shi Xiaoling appears to be sleeping soundly, his complexion is rosy, and his breathing is steady. He seems quite normal. What exactly is amiss? Tang Jishu, visibly anxious, replied, Mr. Kai, Shi Xiaoling typically sleeps only 2 to 3 hours a day. However, after receiving the level 9 virus, he has now been asleep for a full day and night. Initially, I thought he was merely fatigued. But when I attempted to rouse him today for a routine examination, he would not awaken at all. Hence not waking up? What is going on? Kai Haohua stepped forward to lift Shi Xiaoling's eyelids, scrutinizing his sleeping posture closely. He then used a stethoscope to listen to Shi Xiaoling's chest for a while, but detected no abnormalities. Shi Xiaoling merely seemed to be in a deep, serene slumber. Kai Haohua attempted to shake Shi Xiaoling gently and called his name several times, yet the young man remained in his deep sleep, unresponsive to Kai Haohua's calls and nudges. Observing the senior experts beside him, who were all authorities in the research base and older than Kai Haohua, he noted their bewilderment after they too examined Shi Xiaoling's condition. They could not fathom what was happening. Despite his unresponsiveness, Shi Xiaoling did not appear to be ill in any discernible way. Kai Haohua immediately ordered a comprehensive medical examination for the slumbering Shi Xiaoling. A team of medical personnel first drew blood for analysis and then connected him to various state-of-the-art instruments for a thorough examination. However, the results indicated that all of Shi Xiaoling's physiological data was perfectly normal, with no signs of abnormalities whatsoever. The experts were utterly perplexed. One elderly professor, frowning deeply, remarked, It seems that his nervous system has been affected by the newly administered level 9X virus, plunging him into an unusual state of deep sleep. I recommend stimulating his brain's nerves with high-energy pulsed electric currents. If that fails, he may be rendered a vegetative state. Tang Jishu gasped in shock. Unable to accept that Shi Xiaoling, who had consistently responded positively to virus inoculations, could suddenly become a vegetative state. In a surge of panic, she rushed forward and vigorously shook Shi Xiaoling, calling out urgently, Shi Xiaoling, Xiaoling, wake up. You aspired to become a master of ancient martial arts. How can you give up so easily? Xiaoling, Xiaoling. Witnessing the usually composed and dignified Tang Jishu suddenly lose her emotional restraint. The gathered professors and experts exchanged glances filled with concern. Kai Haohua hurriedly stepped forward to offer comfort, while instructing someone to prepare the high-energy pulse defibrillator. Despite their earnest attempts to soothe her, Tang Jishu clung desperately to the fabric of Shi Xiaoling's chest, repeatedly calling out his name. Before long, the high-energy pulse defibrillator was brought in, and Kai Haohua ordered that the emotionally overwhelmed Tang Jishu be forcibly pulled away, so they could administer the final electric shock to rouse Shi Xiaoling. At that moment, Shi Xiaoling, who had been lying in a deep slumber, suddenly murmured. Everyone paused in astonishment, immediately ceasing their actions to observe closely. Tang Jishu once again rushed to the bedside, anxiously calling out Shi Xiaoling's name. After a brief moment, Shi Xiaoling lazily yawned and gradually opened his eyes. Upon seeing Tang Jishu, her long hair cascading and her face awash with panic as she clutched his chest, he was taken aback, momentarily thinking he was dreaming, and promptly closed his eyes again. After waiting a little longer, he reopened his eyes to find Tang Jishu staring at him in disbelief, and noticed the numerous elderly experts and professors surrounding his bedside. Confused, he sat up and asked, Dr. Tang, what is going on? Why is everyone so flustered? Why are there so many people around me? Was that you calling my name just now? All present were rendered speechless as Shi Xiaoling, who had previously seemed unresponsive and was thought to be in a vegetative state, had suddenly awakened as if nothing had ever occurred, shocking everyone beyond measure. Tang Jishu anxiously inquired, Xiaoling, what's wrong? You've been asleep for an entire day and night without waking, no matter how we called or prodded you. You did not respond, not even during blood tests. Are you feeling unwell? Xiaoling? Sure, Xiaoling paused, surprised as it was the first time he had heard Tang Jishu refer to him in such a manner. He responded, somewhat bewildered. I've been asleep for an entire day and night? Surely not. I felt as if I had only just closed my eyes for a short rest. I was diligently practicing, you see, and had finally mastered the techniques I had devised. I merely intended to rest for a few hours. How could I have fallen into such a deep sleep? By the way, I believe I kept hearing you call my name. I thought I was dreaming. You know I often dream of you. Tang Jishu's face flushed crimson, and she retorted, how would I know you dream about? Are you truly all right? Shi Xiaoling shrugged and replied, I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? It seems that the recent rigorous training has taken a toll on me, leaving me somewhat fatigued. I apologize. Upon awakening, I find myself in this state, indifferent to the thunderstorm outside or the fireworks from the neighbor's house. My mother often remarks that I sleep as soundly as a log. The experts, upon hearing this, could hardly suppress their amusement, realizing that this was merely a case of Shi Xiaoling sleeping particularly deeply. They, the esteemed specialists, had gone through extensive tests and examinations, genuinely believing him to be in a vegetative state. It is indeed quite humorous when one considers that all the test results indicated that Shi Xiaoling's health was perfectly normal. However, due to Tang Jishu's preconceived notions of his condition in the depth of his slumber, a group of distinguished experts found themselves quite flustered. Kai Haohua breathed a sigh of relief, as he still harbored great expectations for Shi Xiaoling's potential. He approached and said, Shi Xiaoling, today is the day of the comprehensive assessment. All other trainees who pass the medical examination will participate in this evaluation to determine the final 10 candidates. If you are well, please rise and prepare yourself. Only then did Shi Xiaoling notice that Chief Instructor Kai was present at the training facility, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Reflecting on the fact that he had only been sleeping 2 or 3 hours each day, he realized that his rare indulgence in an extra bit of sleep had caused quite a commotion, startling not only Tang Jishu but also attracting the attention of Chief Instructor Kai. Upon hearing that the final 10 would be decided today, Shi Xiaoling felt invigorated and hastily agreed to get up and prepare. Seeing that the momentary scare had passed, Kai Haohua, accompanied by several professors and medical staff, turned to leave. Tang Jishu felt a bit embarrassed. Had it not been for her excessive concern for Shi Xiaoling, the incident might not have occurred. She cast a reproachful glance at him, ready to depart quietly when Shi Xiaoling called out to her, Dr. Tang, it's all my fault for not informing you that I sleep like a log, causing you all to worry, regardless of today's assessment outcome. I genuinely appreciate your support during this time. Tang Jishu paused slightly, her voice soft as she replied, There's no need for gratitude. I am simply fulfilling my duty. Shi Xiaoling recalled the moment when Tang Jishu had called his name with such urgency, revealing her concern for him. He was not a dense individual, and over time, as he grew to know her better, he found himself increasingly drawn to this beautiful doctor. He had contemplated confessing his feelings several times, yet he hesitated, uncertain of his future and the unpredictability of surviving the numerous viral challenges ahead. Although he sensed that Tang Jishu harbored some affection for him, he thought about the heartache it would cause her if he were to succumb to a viral attack. Furthermore, even if he were to triumph over the ultimate virus and emerge victorious, he would likely be dispatched to the Moonlight continent from 2,000 years ago. No one could ascertain what conditions awaited him there, or whether he would return safely. Rather than this, it would be better to harbor these feelings within my heart. If in the future he can realize his dreams, triumphing over all obstacles and successfully completing his mission, then it would not be too late to confess my feelings to Tang Jishu. Upon noticing the hesitation in Shi Xiaoling's demeanor, Tang Jishu seemed to sense something amiss. She gazed into Shi Xiaoling's eyes and softly inquired, Do you have something to say to me? Shi Xiaoling, captivated by Tang Jishu's exquisite beauty, fell into a thoughtful silence for a moment before ultimately shaking his head in silence. Tang Jishu, feeling a wave of disappointment, replied solemnly, Then do your best. I believe you will emerge victorious in the end. I shall return to the studio now. You can reach out to me whenever you need. After casting a lingering glance at Shi Xiaoling, she turned and departed, watching Tang Jishu's retreating figure. Shi Xiaoling could not help but exhale a deep sigh, uncertain whether suppressing his feelings and refraining from confessing to Tang Jishu was the right choice. Hopefully, this decision is for the best for both of us, Shi Xiaoling murmured to himself, then casually ate a bit before gathering his spirits to participate in the comprehensive test of the Chapter 11, the ancient martial arts examination following the inoculation with the level 9X virus. 20 out of the remaining 50 participants were eliminated. leaving 30 students who understood the significance of the comprehensive assessment they were about to undertake. The results of this evaluation would determine their eligibility for the coveted top 10 positions. For these 30 individuals, reaching this stage after nearly a year of rigorous training was no small feat. As long as they could surpass today's challenge and secure a place among the final 10, even if they did not emerge as the ultimate victor, they would still receive considerable rewards and benefits. The comprehensive test primarily encompassed the subjects they had been trained in, focusing on the adaptability training of the time-space shuttle and the cultural geography of the moonlit continent from 2 millennia ago, with the ancient martial arts examination, which Shaolin eagerly anticipated, scheduled last. Having devoted considerable time and energy to the study and practice of ancient martial arts, particularly in recent times to predicting and rehearsing against the outbreak risks of the ultimate virus, Shaolin found himself somewhat distracted in his studies of the other two subjects. Once the examinations for the two categories concluded, Shaolin's performance was rather mediocre. Observing the confident smiles adorning the faces of his peers, he felt a surge of anxiety and resolved to redeem himself in the final ancient martial arts test. The format of this final examination involved a one-on-one duel between each of the 30 students and the instructors at the training base, with the matchups determined by random draw. For reasons unknown, Shaolin was assigned to be the last contestant. Among the preceding 29 students, none had lasted more than 5 rounds against the instructors, with many gifted athletes succumbing quickly and conceding defeat in frustration. Shaolin was not surprised by this. He had learned from Tang Jishu that most of these training instructors ranked among the top 20 or even the top 10 from previous year's selections, possessing physical talents that rivaled those of the current cohort. Moreover, these instructors had honed their true essence over a longer period, naturally possessing deeper cultivation than the present students. Thus, being defeated by them was entirely expected. Shaolin did not dare to hope for victory in this confrontation with the instructor. He merely wished to endure without being swiftly taken down. If he could last 10 rounds and lose by points, he would consider it a triumph. When it was his turn to compete, he pressed the draw button on the multimedia computer before taking his position at the center of the arena to await his opponent. Given his less-than-ideal results from the first 2 examinations, Shaolin was determined to give his all in this duel, striving to salvage some points for himself. However, he was taken aback when he saw who his opponent was. Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was the undisputed champion of the Starry Continent in mixed martial arts for many years and the strongest special training instructor at the base. The realization that he had drawn Zhou Jie as his opponent caused Shaolin to frown deeply. 3 years prior, he had faced Zhou Jie in a martial arts competition and had been defeated in the second round. At that moment, he speculated whether Zhou Jie had mastered the true essence of ancient martial arts. Otherwise, how could he possess such formidable strength? Little did he expect that 3 years later, they would once again find themselves face-to-face in the arena at the secret training base in Gangquan Prefecture. As a special training instructor at the base, Zhou Jie seldom participated in the daily training of the students, only demonstrating ancient martial arts on a few occasions during large public classes. Upon stepping onto the stage, he gave a slight nod to Shaolin and calmly remarked, "So it's you, Shaolin. I've heard you are the most devoted to ancient martial arts among all the students. The fact that you've persevered until now without being eliminated indicates your hard work. But I assure you, I will not show any mercy." Shaolin was somewhat taken aback. He had only had a brief encounter with Zhou Jie 3 years prior and had not interacted much with him since entering the training base, except for a question he posed during a public class regarding true essence, to which Zhou Jie had given an ambiguous answer. "I didn't expect Instructor Zhou to remember me," Shaolin said. "Of course I remember. During that fighting competition 3 years ago, you were the only one who lasted until the second round under my hand. How could I forget?" Zhou Jie replied, his expression unfazed. The other students observing from the sidelines murmured among themselves, aware that Zhou Jie was the most skilled special training instructor in ancient martial arts at the base. They recognized that lasting until the second round against him was indeed a remarkable achievement. Many students shook their heads in dismay, feeling that Shaolin was quite unfortunate to draw Zhou Jie. Shaolin understood that the odds were not in his favor for this battle, yet he did not feel intimidated. As a long-time enthusiast of ancient martial arts, he was acutely aware that the foremost element in a confrontation was a strong aura. No matter how formidable the opponent, one must never be overwhelmed by their presence. If his own aura was insufficiently strong, he would be unable to unleash his full potential under the opponent's pressure, rendering the match futile if his strength was inferior. 3 years ago, Shaolin had not cultivated a single strand of true essence, yet he had managed to withstand the first round against Zhou Jie solely through his indomitable spirit. Today, after practicing true essence for over half a year and nearly mastering all the ancient martial techniques he could learn, he felt confident that he could endure at least 5 rounds, although defeat was likely if he could last a full 10 rounds without being knocked down. It should earn him some points in the overall assessment, he silently encouraged himself. In the instructor's office at the training base, Kai Haohua was intently watching the surveillance screen, focused on the duel between Shi Xiaoling and Zhou Jie in the combat room. While Shi Xiaoling's overall qualities were not particularly outstanding among the students, his adaptability to viruses was commendable. What stood out most was his fervor and obsession with ancient martial arts, which often reminded Kai Haohua of the prodigious talent he had dispatched a decade ago, known as Changxing No. 1. Today, Shi Xiaoling was positioned as the final contestant in the traditional martial arts examination, set to face off against the formidable instructor Zhou Jie. An arrangement orchestrated solely by Kai Haohua, who wished to gauge the extent of Shi Xiaoling's potential. I hope I have not misjudged him, Kai Haohua mused internally. Shi Xiaoling bowed respectfully before Zhou Jie and, with a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant, stated, "I look forward to your guidance, Instructor Zhou." He then firmly assumed a starting stance. Zhou Jie, with keen eyes, fixated on Shi Xiaoling, who returned the gaze with equal intensity, devoid of any hint of fear, which surprised Zhou Jie. Having previously bested Shi Xiaoling, Zhou Jie had presumed this individual, perceived to lack athletic prowess, would be swiftly eliminated, yet here he stood, enduring until this moment. Rumor had it that the chief instructor Kai Haohua held a favorable view of Shi Xiaoling's potential in traditional martial arts, which was why he had been allowed to persist. Zhou Jie, however, dismissed this notion. In his opinion, the true contender for martial arts potential should be himself, the reigning champion in combat. 3 years prior, he had confidently reached the final 10, only to be outperformed by a woman entirely unfamiliar with traditional martial arts, leaving him to serve as a specialized instructor instead. This defeat had left a lingering bitterness in Zhou Jie, who annually petitioned to re-enter the selection for the National Longevity Improvement Program, only to be coldly rejected by Kai Haohua. The fact that Shi Xiaoling was favored by the chief instructor only deepened Zhou Jie's resentment. Unexpectedly, Kai Haohua had arranged for Zhou Jie to confront Shi Xiaoling today, prompting him to wonder about the underlying intent. Determined to decisively defeat Shi Xiaoling in front of everyone and demonstrate to Kai Haohua the fragility of his favored candidate, Zhou Jie had resolved to crush him. His earlier mention of the competition from 3 years ago was a calculated move to instill psychological pressure on Shi Xiaoling, hoping to dampen his spirit. A seasoned combatant, Zhou Jie understood the critical role that momentum plays in a duel, should Shi Xiaoling display even a hint of trepidation. Zhou Jie would seize the opportunity to unleash overwhelming pressure, aiming to shatter his opponent. However, Shi Xiaoling's response was somewhat unexpected. Instead of displaying fear, his eyes radiated an increasingly intense fighting spirit, which caught Zhou Jie off guard. Shi Xiaoling had been in the training base for less than a year, with his genuine cultivation of true essence commencing merely 6 months ago after the viral inoculation in the 4th month. Regardless of his efforts, it seemed implausible for Shi Xiaoling's true essence cultivation to surpass Zhou Jie's. Moreover, in terms of innate physical fitness and athletic talent, Zhou Jie was undoubtedly a distinguished figure on the Star Continent, far surpassing Shi Xiaoling. Thus, Zhou Jie pondered, from where did Shi Xiaoling derive his confidence? Shi Xiaoling met Zhou Jie's gaze without an ounce of fear. Despite recognizing Zhou Jie as an overwhelmingly formidable opponent, he maintained an unwavering confidence in his own abilities. 3 years prior, he had suffered a humiliating defeat in a combat tournament against Zhou Jie, at a time when he had yet to cultivate even a trace of true essence. His years of training in ancient martial arts were but a fade, devoid of any intrinsic power, relying instead on physical prowess in combat. However, the self-assurance he possessed now was markedly different from that of 3 years ago. Although Zhou Jie's mastery of true essence might be more profound, the gap between them was no longer insurmountable, for both had been inoculated with the 9th level X virus. Shi Xiaoling understood that only by receiving the 10th level ultimate virus and successfully enduring the ensuing crisis could he achieve a qualitative leap in his cultivation of true essence. Furthermore, those who had been inoculated with the 9th level virus were limited to a similar level of true essence. While Zhou Jie's mastery might be richer due to the passage of time, it could not undergo a qualitative enhancement or breakthrough. In essence, Zhou Jie's true essence might surpass Shi Xiaoling's, yet it did not confer an overwhelming advantage. Shi Xiaoling was resolute in this belief, no matter how strong Zhou Jie was. He was merely on the same tier as the current Shixieling, and the disparity between them could never match the magnitude of 3 years ago. There was nothing to fear. To secure a place among the final 10, he was determined to withstand 10 rounds. Shixieling repeatedly encouraged himself, having persevered for his dreams up to this point. If not now, then when? Noticing a flicker of surprise in Zhou Jie's eyes, Shixieling instinctively sensed a slight shift in his opponent's psyche. His bolstered spirit resonated with this awareness, and with a sudden roar, he advanced, striking with a palm edge aimed directly at Zhou Jie's face. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhou Jie's eyes. Shixieling swift reaction indeed caught him off guard. As he instantly detected the subtle fluctuations in Zhou Jie's heart and seized the opportunity to launch a powerful attack. Although Zhou Jie had initially lost the advantage, he remained confident in his strength. He did not evade. Instead, he slightly crouched, exhaled, and emitted a low growl as he raised his palm to meet Shixieling descending strike head-on. Shixieling, fully aware of his opponent's formidable strength, resolved to engage Zhou Jie directly. Leveraging the slight advantage of having taken the initiative, his palm struck Zhou Jie's with tremendous force. As their palms collided, both men experienced a violent tremor, each retreating a step. Zhou Jie felt a jolt. He had unleashed his full power, yet could not gain the upper hand, resulting in an unexpected stalemate. Although Shixieling had gained a marginal advantage by seizing the initiative, the outcome of their clash astonished Zhou Jie. He could scarcely believe that within a mere 6 months, Shixieling mastery of true essence had reached such heights, executing his techniques with a fluidity that belied any semblance of a novice. Shixieling confidence soared, as he had anticipated, while Zhou Jie's true essence remained slightly superior. It no longer possessed the overwhelming advantage it had 3 years prior. With the initial advantage he had gained, the two men found themselves evenly matched in their confrontation. The momentum of Shixieling surged dramatically as he unleashed a series of his most familiar techniques, the heart and mind unity palm, in conjunction with the 5-element skill. Launching a fierce assault against Zhou Jie furrowed his brow slightly. Having lost the initiative, his subsequent attempt at a full-force clash yielded no advantage. The expectation of an effortless victory was met with a significant setback, causing his morale to falter. Under the relentless barrage from Shixieling, Zhou Jie was compelled to adopt a defensive stance, biding his time until Shixieling momentum waned, allowing for a potential counterattack. The onlookers at the martial arts arena were left in a state of astonishment, unable to fathom how Zhou Jie, the strongest special training instructor at the training base, found himself at a disadvantage right from the outset. Out of 10 exchanges, he managed only a few sporadic counterattacks, with most of the time spent firmly under Shixieling pressure, forced into a defensive position. How had Shixieling achieved this? Both were students. Both had commenced their training with the same viral infusion. Yet, how was Shixieling true essence flowing with such remarkable fluidity? How could the synchronization with his palm techniques be so seamless? The spectators, captivated by each of Shixieling movements, were left with a multitude of questions swirling in their minds. Chapter 12. The Duel with a Crisp Chime. The referee announced the conclusion of the first round. During the 5-minute duration of this initial bout, Shixieling surged with an indomitable spirit, dominating the majority of the offensive maneuvers and unexpectedly gaining the upper hand. Had the contest consisted of a single round, it was indisputable that Shixieling would have emerged as the rightful victor. Unfortunately, the training facility's combat examination adhered to a 10-round format akin to that of professional fighting tournaments. Unless one party was knocked down or voluntarily conceded, the match would extend to a full 10 rounds, with merely a minute of respite between each round. In the previous encounters between the 29 trainees and their instructors, not a single trainee had managed to endure 5 rounds. Most succumbed or forfeited within the first couple of rounds, and never had a student demonstrated a clear advantage in any round. The only distinction lay in the duration of their resistance. No one anticipated that Shixieling would perform so brilliantly in the first round, and although the trainees were competitors, most could not help but applaud and cheer for his remarkable display. Zhou Jie felt an overwhelming frustration. Had he not underestimated his opponent at the outset and allowed Shixieling to seize the momentum, he would certainly not have found himself at a disadvantage in the first round. While Shixieling prowess was indeed beyond his expectations, Zhou Jie remained confident that in terms of true essence cultivation, athletic talent, and combat skills, he surpassed his rival. In his view, the outcome of the first round should have been entirely reversed. During the 1-minute intermission, Zhou Jie sat in a corner of the arena, glaring intensely at Shixieling across the way, the fury in his eyes palpable and chilling. As the referee's declaration to commence the second round echoed in the air, Zhou Jie unleashed a powerful punch even before the words had fully left the referee's lips. In response, Shi Shaoling deftly maneuvered, executing a graceful sidestep that allowed him to evade Zhou Jie's heavy blow, while simultaneously launching a hand strike aimed at Zhou Jie's neck. This seamless evasion and counterattack were executed with remarkable precision, as though Shi Shaoling had anticipated Zhou Jie's aggressive approach. Just as he dodged the heavy punch, he identified an opening to strike at Zhou Jie's vulnerable neck. Consumed by rage, Zhou Jie sought to overwhelm Shi Shaoling with a flurry of powerful punches, only to find himself thwarted after delivering a single blow, as his opponent had already capitalized on the opening exposed by his own recklessness. As Shi Shaoling's hand strike descended toward his neck, Zhou Jie recognized that a direct hit would likely incapacitate him on the spot. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to halt his offensive and brace himself, raising his elbow to intercept Shi Shaoling's strike. Seizing the initiative, Shi Shaoling launched into a comprehensive assault, channeling his true essence to unleash a series of techniques from the ancient martial art known as Thunder Palm, complemented by agile and unpredictable footwork, which he directed at Zhou Jie. Once again, due to his initial recklessness, Zhou Jie found himself relinquishing the initiative, forced into a defensive posture reminiscent of the first round, struggling to mount an effective offense. Though his heart was filled with urgency, the more anxious he became, the more passive his situation turned. Shi Shaoling's true essence was only slightly weaker than his own, yet in the mastery of its operation, he surpassed Zhou Jie's expectations. Having lost the initiative, Zhou Jie, although confident in his superior strength, remained unable to reverse the situation. The 5 minutes of contest swiftly elapsed, and after the second round, Shi Shaoling maintained his advantage. The spectators grew increasingly excited, many unable to contain themselves, vocally cheering for Shi Shaoling, with even several instructors unable to resist applauding. No one anticipated that Zhou Jie, the strongest special training instructor at the training base, would find himself at a disadvantage for 2 consecutive rounds. Kai Hao, seated in his office, fixated on the surveillance footage, nodded repeatedly at Shi Shaoling's performance in these 2 rounds. If Shi Shaoling's victory in the first round was attributed to his opponent's underestimation, then his triumph in the second round stemmed from his foresight and wisdom. Clearly, Shi Shaoling had anticipated Zhou Jie's fervent counterattack at the onset of the second round, preparing thoroughly in advance. As the round commenced, he deftly exploited a gap left by Zhou Jie's aggressive assault to launch a timely counterattack, regaining the initiative. Moreover, Shi Shaoling had employed a new set of techniques in the second round, which evidently threw Zhou Jie off balance, resulting in a greater advantage than in the first round. Fortunately for Zhou Jie, his superior strength allowed him to endure despite being on the back foot throughout the match. His remarkable physical prowess and deeper reservoir of true essence ultimately prevented Shi Shaoling from gaining a more significant upper hand. Kai Hao was acutely aware that Shi Shaoling's confidence and momentum would undoubtedly escalate after dominating 2 consecutive rounds, while Zhou Jie, having faced setbacks, would likely become more cautious. It appeared that this duel might evolve into a protracted battle. Though Kai Hao harbored doubts about whether Shi Shaoling's true essence reserves would suffice to endure such an endurance test, as the battle unfolded, it indeed mirrored Kai Hao's predictions. After suffering defeats in 2 consecutive rounds, Zhou Jie finally set aside his earlier contempt for Shi Shaoling. Recognizing that while his opponent might not be superior in strength, he was certainly a formidable adversary. Evaluating Shi Shaoling against the standards of 3 years prior would undoubtedly lead to considerable difficulties. Commencing from the third round, Zhou Jie adopted a more methodical strategy, no longer seeking to overwhelm Shi Shaoling in one fell swoop. Instead, he aimed to leverage his advantages in the depth of his true essence and athletic prowess to steadily apply pressure. Shi Shaoling, aware that Zhou Jie was now resolutely altering his approach, understood that regaining the advantages he had in the first 2 rounds would prove challenging. Thankfully, he possessed a plethora of ancient martial arts routines and techniques, all of which he executed with remarkable skill. Zhou Jie, hesitant to fully unleash his power until he had completely adapted to Shi Shaoling's techniques, found himself engaged in a fiercely matched contest. Thus, the 2 continued to display their abilities, battling for another 5 rounds, although Shi Shaoling could no longer claim the upper hand. His versatility in techniques and calm demeanor ensured that he remained competitive in the face of pressure. As the 7th round concluded, the arena erupted in applause, with the majority of trainees and instructors standing by the sidelines, vociferously cheering for Shi Shaoling's remarkable performance. The once inconspicuous Shi Shaoling had surprisingly managed to endure through 7 rounds against the formidable special training instructor, Zhou Jie, and the spectacle itself was far from being one-sided, evoking genuine admiration and astonishment from every observer. Throughout each round, Shi Shaoling employed a diverse array of techniques and methods to harness his true essence, demonstrating an effortless mastery that belied any signs of awkwardness or strain. Many instructors, questioning their own capabilities, found themselves in awe of Shi Shaoling's profound skill in ancient martial arts. Zhou Jie, however, wore a grim expression, utterly unprepared for the tenacity displayed by Shi Shaoling. After 7 grueling rounds, Shi Shaoling had utilized 7 distinct systems of ancient martial arts, each accompanied by corresponding adaptations in his true essence techniques. This left Zhou Jie unable to fully acclimate to Shi Shaoling's unpredictable style. Having suffered setbacks due to his own overconfidence in the initial rounds, he hesitated to unleash an overly aggressive attack, thereby preventing himself from fully realizing his own advantage. Listening to the enthusiastic cheers from the audience, Zhou Jie felt increasingly uncomfortable. His intention had been to showcase Shi Shaoling's shortcomings to the chief instructor, Kai Hao, but it had instead transformed into a spectacle of ridicule directed at himself, the strongest instructor in the base. With 3 rounds remaining, Zhou Jie observed that Shi Shaoling still appeared to possess reserves of energy. He realized that if this stalemate continued, the possibility of securing a victory would become increasingly uncertain. After careful contemplation, Zhou Jie resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. As the 8th round commenced, he refrained from immediately launching an attack, instead opting to circle around Shi Shaoling. His footwork appeared peculiar, with seemingly erratic movements that lacked any discernible pattern. Yet his speed was remarkably swift, indicating his adeptness with this unique style. Shi Shaoling attempted to advance for an attack several times, but each time he made a move, Zhou Jie had already shifted his position, forcing Shi Shaoling to remain alert and defensive against Zhou Jie's potential strikes. After several unsuccessful attempts, Shi Shaoling realized he was at a loss for how to initiate an offense. While Zhou Jie's pace quickened, his palms continuously shifting in preparation for an attack. Unable to keep pace with Zhou Jie's bizarre footwork, Shi Shaoling chose to stand his ground, merely adjusting his stance to guard against Zhou Jie's movements. The spectators, both trainees and instructors, watched in bewilderment, unable to discern Zhou Jie's intentions, yet they sensed the atmosphere in the arena growing increasingly tense. It was almost as if everyone anticipated that Zhou Jie would either remain inactive or, once he did strike, unleash a breathtaking mastery of his skills. In the office, Kai Hao frowned, his concern palpable as he observed the unfolding spectacle. He observed with clarity that Zhou Jie had employed a secret technique from ancient martial arts known as the star-plucking hand. The 7-star step he executed, a rather intricate maneuver within this discipline, complemented the star-plucking hand, forming a lethal combination capable of subduing an adversary with a single strike. This martial art demands exceptionally high physical conditioning from its practitioners and consumes considerable vital energy, emphasizing precision and lethality in every move, an exceedingly potent weapon. Within the training base of Gangquan Prefecture, only seasoned special instructors possess the privilege to engage with such formidable ancient martial techniques. Ordinary instructors are ineligible, let alone the trainees. The number of individuals who can truly master the star-plucking hand is exceedingly rare. As the strongest specialized instructor at the training base, Zhou Jie is likely the only one, aside from Chief Instructor Kai Hao, to have perfected this technique. The star-plucking hand consists of a solitary, devastating strike that channels all one's vital energy into a single blow, its power several times that of a standard technique. To unleash its full potential, it must be executed in conjunction with the 7-star step. For all who endeavor to learn this move, it serves as an ultimate safeguard, a skill to be wielded only in dire circumstances. It was unexpected that Zhou Jie would resort to it in a competitive examination against Shi Shaoling. Although Shi Shaoling had demonstrated commendable skills, he ultimately fell short of Zhou Jie's overwhelming prowess, struggling to match the rhythm of Zhou Jie's 7-star step. Should he be struck by the star-plucking hand, he would not only face defeat but potentially a grave threat to his life. At this juncture, Kai Hao could not help but feel profound regret for having arranged the match between Zhou Jie and Shi Shaoling. His intention had merely been to push Shi Shaoling to his limits, to ascertain his potential in ancient martial arts. However, after facing repeated setbacks, Zhou Jie had become enraged, harboring malicious intent toward Shi Shaoling. As Zhou Jie's footwork quickened and his hands danced with energy, it seemed he was poised to unleash the star-plucking hand. Meanwhile, Shi Shaoling remained oblivious, standing dazed and unaware of the peril he faced. Kai Hao Hua grew increasingly anxious, unwilling to witness Shi Shaoling perish at Zhou Jie's hands. Yet, his office was situated far from the combat arena, and even if he rushed there now, it would be too late. Grabbing the intercom, Kai Hao Hua urgently called out, "This is Chief Instructor Kai Hao Hua. Please dispatch personnel to the combat arena immediately to halt the match. Additionally, send emergency medical staff at once. Quickly, quickly." Chapter 13. Victory. Zhou Jie's vital essence surged rapidly, and with his exceptional athletic talent, he had perfected the 7-star steps to an extraordinary degree. At this moment, all spectators could no longer discern his true form. They merely observed a gray shadow darting around Shi Shaoling, unable to clearly perceive Zhou Jie's movements. Shi Shaoling recalled their encounter 3 years prior, where he had witnessed Zhou Jie's remarkable physical prowess. Aware that his own cultivation of vital essence fell slightly short of Zhou Jie's, he realized that even if he wished to keep pace with Zhou Jie, it would be an impossible task. However, Shi Shaoling remained unperturbed, although Zhou Jie's figure whirled faster and became increasingly indistinct. Shi Shaoling was acutely aware of the eventual technique Zhou Jie would employ against him. The reason was straightforward. Many years ago, Shi Shaoling had already collected information on the star-plucking hand, dedicating considerable time to its study. Yet, despite his extensive research on this martial technique, he had not practiced it himself. His analysis of the gathered data revealed that while the star-plucking hand possessed considerable power, it was not particularly profound within the grand tapestry of ancient martial arts. It was merely a vicious killing move. True ancient martial arts techniques placed greater emphasis on the utilization of vital essence. Techniques like the star-plucking hand did not demand a high level of vital essence from the practitioner, yet they consumed it immensely, nearly depleting the user's vital essence with a single strike. In essence, should this technique fail, the practitioner would face dire consequences. From the moment he obtained the information on the star-plucking hand, Shi Shaoling understood that with his ordinary athletic talent, he likely could not unleash the full potential of the 7-star steps. Any attempt to practice it would be a mere waste of time. Instead, he devoted considerable effort to researching methods to counter the star-plucking hand, focusing on his most studied area, the cultivation of vital essence. Typically, the star-plucking hand targets the throat or chest of the opponent. Attacking the throat is relatively more challenging, leading most to opt for strikes to the chest vital points. This technique requires a gamble, employing swift movements to confuse the opponent's mind, seizing the opportunity to concentrate one's entire vital essence at a single point, thereby shattering the opponent's defenses. Given that the 7-star steps demand significant physical stamina and the star-plucking hand exhausts vital essence, a missed strike would leave the user in a precarious state, making it a desperate gambit, the stakes being either the opponent's life or one's own. Zhou Jie's decision to employ such a lethal technique in the 8th round underscored his anxious and unbalanced mindset. After engaging in a fierce contest with Zhou Jie for 7 rounds, Shi Shaoling felt his stamina waning. His cultivation of vital essence was still in its infancy, and if he continued to engage in a direct confrontation, he could not guarantee his ability to endure the final 3 rounds. Zhou Jie's all-or-nothing approach with the star-plucking hand aligned perfectly with Shi Shaoling's strategy. He recognized that if he could withstand this strike successfully, he might secure victory without needing to endure all 10 rounds. Indeed, the star-plucking technique possesses immense power, even in a stalemate. It had become exceedingly difficult for Shi Shaoling to gain the upper hand, let alone when confronted with such a formidable lethal skill. A single misstep could lead not only to his immediate defeat but also potentially cost him his life. Without a moment's hesitation, driven by his fervent desire to secure a place among the final 10 and fulfill his dream, Shi Shaoling swiftly resolved within himself. Meanwhile, Zhou Jie initiated his attack. As he executed the 7-star step, he meticulously observed Shi Shaoling's defenses. Although Shi Shaoling constantly shifted his stance in preparation, the increasing velocity of Zhou Jie's movements began to disrupt the rhythm of Shi Shaoling's evasive maneuvers. Suddenly, a gap opened up in Shi Shaoling's defense, exposing his chest. Just as Zhou Jie positioned himself directly before him, Zhou Jie felt an exhilarating surge of triumph and, without hesitation, advanced with purpose. In a flurry of powerful palm strikes, he unleashed the full force of his star-plucking technique, materializing within a cloud of gray shadows, aiming directly at Shi Shaoling's chest. Shi Shaoling's form faltered, caught off guard by the swiftness of Zhou Jie's attack. He barely managed to retract his body, yet the star-plucking technique struck true at his chest, sending him hurtling backward. Amidst the gasps of the spectators, Shi Shaoling crashed heavily to the ground, producing a resounding thud. Zhou Jie, having landed a decisive blow. Despite the immense toll it took on him, could not suppress the urge to triumphantly swing his robust arm, his eyes wide with exhilaration as he silently proclaimed, "I have won. I have won." The referee rushed to Shi Xiaoling's side, assessing his condition as he began to count down loudly. 10, 9, 8, 7. A profound silence enveloped the arena, all eyes fixated on the fallen Shi Xiaoling, apprehensive for his safety. Zhou Jie's thunderous strike was unmistakably powerful. Anyone could discern that he had exerted every ounce of his strength in that moment. Observing Shi Xiaoling's battered form sprawled on the ground, the crowd's concern shifted from whether he could continue in the competition to the very real fear for his life. 4, 3, 2. Just as the referee was about to call the final count, Shi Xiaoling exhaled deeply, propped himself up with his hands, and astonishingly rose to his feet. The arena fell into an eerie silence, the spectators gaping in disbelief at Shi Xiaoling, not a single sound escaping their lips. How could he possibly stand after enduring such a devastating blow to his chest and being sent flying so far? What manner of resilience was this? This question reverberated in the minds of all present. The referee, visibly tense, gestured towards Shi Xiaoling, inquiring, "What is your count?" 5. "And this?" 8. "How do you feel?" "Quite well," Shi Xiaoling replied calmly. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the referee scrutinized Shi Xiaoling once more, unable to discern any significant abnormalities, and ultimately declared, "The match continues." Zhou Jie could hardly believe his eyes. What material was Shi Xiaoling's body made of? Any person's chest would surely be gravely injured after enduring Zhou Jie's most formidable strike aimed at the ZHNGX endpoint. Even if one survived, it would take at least a year and a half to recover fully. Yet this individual seemed to rise unscathed, intent on continuing the match. As Shi Xiaoling approached him with confident strides, Zhou Jie found himself engulfed in confusion. How could this be possible? Shi Xiaoling, with an effortless gait, stood before Zhou Jie and unleashed the heart and intent unified palm technique, aiming a powerful strike at Zhou Jie's left shoulder. It was then that Zhou Jie awoke from his daze, hastily retreating a step to evade the blow. He realized that his earlier star-snatching hand had nearly drained him of all his true essence, and he knew he could not confront Shi Xiaoling head-on. Thus, he planned to employ the 7-star step to dodge the incoming attack, intending to bide his time until the round concluded before devising a new strategy. Though Zhou Jie's intentions were sound, he was severely fatigued. His previous use of the 7-star step had also sapped his physical strength. Currently, Zhou Jie was much weaker than the average trainee. While he managed to narrowly evade Shi Xiaoling's strike, before he could engage the 7-star step, Shi Xiaoling had already closed in on him like a shadow. With a swift hand motion, Shi Xiaoling executed a diagonal chop aimed at Zhou Jie's right neck. Zhou Jie found himself unable to hasten his feet, and as the blow approached, he could only raise his hand to defend, yet lacked the true essence to mount a proper defense against Shi Xiaoling's fierce strike. Shi Xiaoling's hand cut through Zhou Jie's defenses effortlessly, landing a decisive blow on his right neck. Zhou Jie's body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. The referee rushed over to Zhou Jie, examining his pupils before commencing the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. At that moment, a head guard burst into the arena, accompanied by several individuals, calling out, "Stop the match. Commander Kai has ordered an immediate halt to the competition." Following closely behind, a team of medical personnel rushed in. The referee stood and shrugged at the approaching head guard, stating, "The match has concluded. Shi Xiaoling is the victor." Amidst the cheers and applause of the gathered trainees, several emergency responders hurried onto the arena, lifting the unconscious Zhou Jie onto a stretcher. Fortunately, Shi Xiaoling had shown mercy with his final blow, nearly rendering Zhou Jie temporarily unconscious. After some urgent medical attention, Zhou Jie soon regained consciousness. Listening to the cheers of fellow trainees and instructors, he felt utterly dejected. Wishing he could disappear into the earth, he chose to shut his eyes and feign unconsciousness as he was carried away. In the office, Kai Haohua, who had been nervously monitoring the situation on the screen, let out a long sigh of relief. He could hardly have anticipated such an outcome from this duel. What was the secret behind Shi Xiaoling's resilience? How had he emerged unscathed from Zhou Jie's star-snatching hand? Was his strength truly superior to Zhou Jie's? Had his earlier performance merely been a fade? As the chief instructor, Kai Haohua possessed extensive experience, yet he found himself utterly perplexed by the recent events. Meanwhile, numerous students and instructors gathered around in the competition room, clamoring to inquire about the peculiar incident involving Shi Xiaoling. Rubbing his chest with a smile, Shi Xiaoling explained, "I studied Instructor Zhou's technique, The star-plucking hand. Many years ago. Although this technique is highly lethal, it drains a significant amount of true essence and physical stamina, making it a desperate, all-or-nothing move. I believe that if I could withstand this lethal strike, I would have a chance of victory, so I decided to take the risk. Take the risk? The crowd was left in confusion. Someone asked, if this lethal move is so formidable, how did you manage to endure it? Shaoling replied, the star-plucking hand targets either the throat or the chest, and generally speaking, there is a greater chance of success when aiming for the chest. I wagered that Instructor Zhou would strike at my chest. I was correct and managed to withstand the blow. Clearly, Instructor Zhou expended too much energy in executing the technique and was unable to continue fighting, which is how I emerged victorious. A murmur of skepticism rippled through the crowd. Despite his lengthy explanation, Shaoling had not clarified how he endured the lethal strike. Just as they were about to press him further, Shaoling smiled and said, I apologize, everyone, but my chest is still a bit sore. I wish to return to my room for some recuperation. We can discuss this later. With that, he nodded cheerfully at the crowd and made his way through them to rest in his room, leaving the others to continue their animated discussions about the bizarre scene that had just unfolded. Chapter 14. Clarification upon returning to his room. Shaoling was taken aback to find the chief instructor of the training base, Kai Haohua, seated within, awaiting his arrival. Chief Kai, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Shaoling inquired hastily. Kai Haohua scrutinized Shaoling with a concerned gaze, asking, are you truly uninjured? Injured? No, Chief Kai. Did you happen to witness my duel with Instructor Zhou? Shaoling responded. Weren't you struck heavily by Zhou's star-snatching hand? Could it be that he secretly showed mercy, or have you been concealing your true strength? Kai Haohua queried, perplexed. Shaoling was surprised by the level of attention his ancient martial arts examination had drawn from the chief instructor. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, to be honest, Chief Kai, while I did manage to defeat Instructor Zhou, my actual strength is indeed slightly inferior to his. My victory was somewhat fortuitous. Oh? What do you mean by that? As far as I know, the star-snatching hand is no trivial matter. How did you manage to counter it? Kai Haohua pressed on. Shaoling offered a wry smile, stating, in truth, I did not counter the star-snatching hand at all. I merely withstood it through my own unique method. Had Instructor Zhou targeted my throat, I fear I would either be dead or severely incapacitated by now. Kai Haohua grew increasingly bewildered. If Shaoling believed his strength to be slightly lacking compared to Zhou Jie and claimed he had no method to counter the star-snatching hand, why then had he emerged unscathed? Seeing Kai Haohua's insistence on understanding, Shaoling explained, to confront the crisis posed by the outbreak of the level 10 X-type ultimate virus. I devised several techniques to dissipate the sudden surge of true energy and have been practicing tirelessly. I had studied and gathered information on Zhou's lethal move, the star-snatching hand, long ago, knowing that despite its formidable power, its target area is either the throat or the chest. Most individuals tend to target the chest for a higher probability of success. Thus, I gambled that Instructor Zhou would aim for my chest. And then what? Kai Haohua still seemed unclear about Shaoling's intent. I intentionally relaxed my defense over my chest. Instructor Zhou indeed seized the opportunity to strike my chest's Danzhong point with the star-snatching hand. At the moment he launched his attack, I activated the technique I had developed to counter the outbreak of the ultimate virus. Moreover, my true energy was fully concentrated in the Danzhong point, which is the strongest part of my body. That is how I managed to withstand the star-snatching hand. Kai Haohua found it difficult to believe, expressing his skepticism. While I can accept that you ingeniously utilized the Danzhong point as your energy reservoir, how did you come to create these techniques to combat the outbreak of the ultimate virus? What evidence did you have to assure you of their effectiveness? Shaoling responded candidly. That is because Dr. Tang provided me with detailed anatomical data of those who perished in previous outbreaks. I have devoted considerable time to researching the potential pathways through which true essence may circulate during a viral outbreak. Coupled with my extensive studies in ancient martial arts over the years, I have devised several techniques. To my astonishment, these methods proved useful in today's martial arts competition. Zhou Jie's star-snatching hand is indeed formidable and fearsome, however. My daily practice has centered on how to counteract the energy surges that invade my Danzhong acupoint post-viral outbreak. His strike, imbued with true essence, precisely struck my Danzhong acupoint, and the powerful energy that penetrated my body mirrored the scenario of a viral outbreak, precisely what I have been rigorously training for. No matter how potent the star-snatching hand may be, it pales in comparison to the energy surges during a catastrophic viral outbreak. Moreover, The Danjiang acupoint serves as my dantian, a crucial site for cultivation and the distribution of true essence at all times. Thus, despite being struck by the star-snatching hand, I merely experienced a moment of tightness in my chest. After lying on the ground for a brief period, I regained my breath and felt perfectly fine. Kai Haohua was left astounded, shik-sealing. With only a few materials provided by Tang Jishu and his own years of martial arts research, had conceived a method to combat the ultimate viral outbreak? This was truly unfathomable. Yet the evidence was irrefutable. How else could one explain shik-sealing's ability to withstand Zhou Jie's fierce attack unscathed? Noticing Kai Haohua's gaping expression and peculiar demeanor, shik-sealing felt a twinge of anxiety. In his mind, Kai Haohua was the chief instructor of the training base, and his opinion was crucial for shik-sealing's potential advancement to the final 10 or even to emerge victorious. He and Tang Jishu had clandestinely collaborated on these techniques to counter the ultimate virus. Regardless of their efficacy, such actions were somewhat irregular. He wondered if Kai Haohua would blame Tang Jishu for this. As Kai Haohua remained silent, shik-sealing spoke. Director Kai, it was only at my insistence that Dr. Tang agreed to assist me. I understand our actions may be somewhat unorthodox, so if you wish to assign blame, it should be directed at me. Dr. Tang merely sought to help me fulfill my dream of mastering ancient martial arts. She should not bear the brunt of any reproach. Kai Haohua, taken aback, recognized shik-sealing's misinterpretation and sighed, "Shik-sealing, I do not intend to blame you, nor will I fault Tang Jishu for assisting you. I merely find your actions rather absurd. Do you not see? How can you be certain that the methods you devise to prevent the ultimate viral outbreak will be effective? Would it not be a tragedy if you were to perish at Zhou Jie's hands?" Shik-sealing responded hesitantly, "I was merely taking a chance. The situation was extremely urgent, leaving little room for deliberation. Unless I chose to concede, Instructor Zhou would not relent. I was resolute in my intention to enter the top 10, so. And what if you make it to the top 10? Do you truly believe you will emerge as the ultimate victor? Are you aware that over the past 8 years, 6 individuals, whose physical prowess and martial skills far surpassed yours, have succumbed to the outbreak of the ultimate virus? Meanwhile, the remaining 2 fortunate souls who successfully boarded the time-traveling vessel are utterly ignorant of ancient martial arts? Kai Haohua inquired with a hint of irritation. Shaoling, taken aback, quickly responded, "Ignorant of ancient martial arts? How then could they ensure their survival upon arriving in the moonlit continent 2,000 years ago? Was it not said that martial prowess flourished there, with nearly everyone being skilled in combat?" Kai Haohua retorted, "Not everyone relies on violence to survive. Otherwise, what purpose would intelligence and emotional acumen serve? Moreover, do you truly believe that having been inoculated with the 10th level X-ultimate virus renders you invincible? Let me enlighten you. In ancient moonlit continent, there were countless martial masters of extraordinary caliber, some whose abilities were as terrifying as the deities and demons of myth. Even if you were to survive the ultimate virus by mere chance, encountering such top-tier experts would likely result in your swift defeat." Shaoling fell silent. Drawing from his extensive compilation of ancient martial arts literature, he was indeed aware that 2 millennia ago, the moonlit continent was home to numerous legendary masters. Though the era was tumultuous, it was also a time of unparalleled prosperity for various martial factions, which fueled his deep yearning for that bygone age. Kai Haohua continued, "Today, you were merely fortunate to inadvertently withstand Zhou Jie's star-snatching hand. Do you genuinely believe that the techniques you have devised can contend with the outbreak of the ultimate virus?" Shaoling gently shook his head and candidly replied, "I can only strive to do my best, yet I lack confidence in my abilities." With a heavy sigh, Kai Haohua remarked, "Shaoling, you undoubtedly possess remarkable talent in ancient martial arts. Your victory over Zhou Jie serves as testament to your capabilities. However, over these 8 years, every individual with an interest or proficiency in ancient martial arts has perished, while 2 who are completely unversed in the discipline have weathered the ultimate virus outbreak and successfully traversed time. Although we are unaware of the current circumstances of these 2 executors, our selection criteria at the base have undergone a transformation." Shaoling, intrigued by the topic, probed further, "Director Kai, are you suggesting that the current selection process places less emphasis on a candidate's proficiency in ancient martial arts?" Kai Haohua nodded, affirming, "Indeed. One could ascertain from the revised curriculum that we are no longer prioritizing martial prowess. Instead, we focus more on candidates' intelligence, emotional intelligence, and adaptability to the virus. Otherwise, Zhou Jie would have been selected years ago." Upon hearing this, Shaoling felt a pang of anxiety. He reflected that while his skills in ancient martial arts were commendable, His overall capabilities were not particularly outstanding. If the selection criteria had significantly shifted, his opportunities would likely be exceedingly slim. Kai Hao discerned the thoughts of Shi Shaoling and remarked, "Do not lose heart. I shall candidly inform you that, under our current selection criteria, your overall capabilities and achievements are merely mediocre. The sole reason you have yet to be eliminated is that I perceive a certain resemblance in your temperament to someone else." "Someone else?" Shi Shaoling inquired. "Are you referring to Chongqing No. 1? Ah, so you are already aware. It must have been Dr. Tang who informed you." Kai Hao replied. "Indeed, Chongqing No. 1 is a prodigy among prodigies, excelling in every aspect. However, he is most fervently passionate about ancient martial arts. I believe your enthusiasm for ancient martial arts bears a striking similarity to his, and it is evident that you possess considerable talent." Shi Shaoling's heart leapt with joy as he responded, "I have heard Dr. Tang mention that over the past 2 decades, Chongqing No. 1 is the most outstanding among all the shortlisted candidates. Even Chongqing No. 2, who was his contemporary, pales in comparison to the later victors. Both of them successfully passed the viral test and traversed time and space. I wonder how they are faring now?" Kai Hao shook his head with a sigh. "Logically speaking, both of them are exceptionally rare talents. With their intelligence and martial prowess, coupled with the assistance of the ultimate virus, establishing themselves in the Mingwei continent should pose no challenge. Yet, after all these years, Chongqing No. 1 remains shrouded in silence, and we cannot ascertain whether his fate is fortunate or dire. As for Chongqing No. 2, alas." Shi Shaoling, knowing little about the intricacies of time travel, noticed Kai Hao's hesitation. Despite understanding that it must pertain to confidential matters, he could not suppress his curiosity. If Chongqing No. 1 successfully completed his mission, how might he return to the starry continent? Kai Hao explained, "Every year, we dispatch unmanned time-traveling vessels to designated times and locations to retrieve those executing the missions. However, for the past decade, we have received scant information. The 4 operatives sent forth have provided little feedback, leaving us in the dark as to what transpired." Shi Shaoling, with a puzzled expression, remarked, "Our instructor once stated that the individuals or machines we send may actually land at different times on the Mingwei continent 2,000 years ago. And this temporal discrepancy can sometimes be significant." Kai Hao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this presents a formidable challenge in time travel. Although we claim to be sending them back to 2,000 years ago, the execution is not always precise. It is possible that Chongqing No. 1 arrived 2,100 years ago, while Chongqing No. 2 or No. 3 may have landed 2,200 years ago, or even a little over 1,900 years ago. Thus, we must continue sending individuals to ascertain what has transpired there." Shi Shaoling expressed his astonishment. "Does this mean that Chongqing No. 1 and the later dispatched No. 2, No. 3, or No. 4 might not even exist in the same era? Even if they were to encounter one another, it is conceivable that one may have aged significantly, or even passed away." Kai Hao nodded with resignation. "Indeed, due to our technological limitations, the specific years in which those operatives land may differ greatly from our estimations. It is entirely possible that they may have already succumbed to death. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Traversing through time and space is inherently perilous. Regardless of who one might be, it is essential to prepare oneself mentally for a journey from which there is no return." Shi Shaoling remained silent, contemplating how fortunate it was that he had not confessed his feelings to Tang Jishu. If he were to depart and never return, it would surely cause Tang Jishu prolonged worry and concern. Kai Hao remarked, "However, our temporal launch technology has become increasingly precise over the past few years. As long as the executor can fulfill their mission, the likelihood of their return improves year by year." Shi Shaoling inquired, "Director Kai, what exactly is the longevity secret that the dispatched executors are searching for? I have studied numerous ancient martial arts texts from the Mingwei continent, yet I have never encountered any records concerning such a secret." Kai Hao paused, slightly furrowing his brow. "This is something you do not need to know for now. If you ultimately succeed, the details will be revealed to you in due course. Now, please rest well. I must take my leave. Much of what we discussed today is confidential, and it would be prudent for you not to share it indiscriminately." Shi Shaoling offered a wry smile. "In this space, who could I possibly tell? Moreover, even if I were to be eliminated, my memories would surely be erased before my departure, would they not?" Kai Hao felt a twinge of awkwardness, stood up to pat Shi Shaoling on the shoulder, and then exited through the door. Chapter 15. The collection hall. The results of the comprehensive assessment were swiftly announced. Perhaps due to his triumph over the formidable training instructor, Zhou Jie, Shi Shaoling indeed secured a place among the final 10 candidates. Following an enlightening conversation with Kai Haohua, Shi Shaoling gained deeper insights into his mission of traversing time and space to the Mingwei continent. Although Kai Haohua mentioned that the criteria for selection had evolved in recent years, placing less emphasis on the student's proficiency in ancient martial arts, he also remarked that Shi Shaoling bore a striking resemblance to the legendary prodigy, Chongqing No. 1, of yesteryears. Shi Shaoling preferred not to dwell on matters beyond his control. Instead, he focused intently on refining his ancient martial arts skills with every fleeting moment. To him, having arrived at this juncture, any glimmer of opportunity warranted his utmost effort to realize his dream of mastering the ancient martial arts. Tang Jishu continued to monitor Shi Shaoling's physiological data daily, frequently engaging him in discussions to refine their strategies against the impending outbreak of the ultimate virus from her professional perspective. However, both understood that regardless of their extensive research and deliberations, their plans remained grounded in speculation and imagination, with their efficacy largely dependent on fortune. As the announcement of the final candidates loomed, they both sensed that the time for their separation was drawing near. A genuine fondness blossomed between them, yet various circumstances rendered them silent. As Shi Shaoling entered the 12th and final month of training, the 10 shortlisted candidates were relieved from their studies in humanities and geography. Instead, they were assigned a new task by Wang Hengjuan, the special commissioner dispatched by the leader to the training base. Wang Hengjuan seldom conducted classes for the students. Yet it was apparent that even the chief instructor, Kai Haohua, seemed to defer to him, indicating his significant stature within the base. Within a heavily guarded, fully enclosed facility, Wang Hengjuan addressed the 10 finalists. From this day forth, you shall spend every afternoon in this unique collection hall. Here, we house ancient artifacts unearthed from the Mingwei continent, dating back 2,000 years. You are encouraged to study these relics closely to gain a more tangible understanding of the ancient Mingwei continent. In 1 month, we shall select one among you to receive the 10th level X virus and be sent through the time machine to the Mingwei continent 2 millennia ago. This individual will serve as the annual executor of the National Lifespan Improvement Program initiated by our esteemed leader. I hope you all strive to perform admirably in service to the nation. The collection hall was expansive, though the number of artifacts it housed was relatively modest. The items varied widely, predominantly comprising everyday objects from the ancient Mingwei continent, such as furniture, cookware, garments, and various weapons and armor, along with a limited number of books. After nearly a year of monotonous training, the 10 candidates found themselves captivated by the treasure trove of ancient artifacts, sparking their interest anew. Compared to spending an entire day seated before a multimedia computer studying human geography, visiting this collection museum proved to be far more vivid, intuitive, and engaging. However, all of the artifacts were sealed within specially crafted glass cases. Although they were clearly visible and accompanied by informative descriptions, direct contact was unfortunately not permitted, since the visit was personally led by Commissioner Wang Hengjuan. Although the significance of studying these artifacts was not explicitly stated, many attendees observed with remarkable seriousness. Numerous individuals took notes beside the inscriptions adjacent to the exhibits, intending to return to their dormitories for further study, hoping to enhance their prospects for success. Shi Shaoling, however, did not take notes. He leisurely meandered through the museum, gazing at each artifact as his thoughts seemingly drifted back 2,000 years to the moonlit continent, as if he had suddenly stepped into an entirely new realm. For a long time, Shi Shaoling had been immersed in the study of ancient martial arts and had not given much thought to the events that might unfold after his temporal journey. Now, confronted with these tangible relics from antiquity, he suddenly realized that he might soon have the opportunity to traverse 2 millennia, genuinely engaging with the very artifacts sealed within glass boxes. The thought of possibly donning ancient robes, utilizing those time-worn utensils, and even wielding bows and swords for self-defense stirred a profound sense of wonder within Shi Shaoling. He did not feel any trepidation regarding the unknown distant world. Rather, he experienced a subtle longing and familiarity. Turning to observe his fellow students, he noticed them diligently studying the exhibits, many taking notes, and some even reciting the descriptions accompanying the artifacts. It appeared that everyone regarded this visit as a genuine academic examination. Shi Shaoling couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking that Commissioner Wang had merely intended for them to familiarize themselves with the practical items of the moonlit continent from 2,000 years ago, encouraging them to seek a sense of life from that era. There was no implication of an assessment of their research on artifacts. Memorizing the descriptions seemed utterly pointless to him. Most of the collection consisted of everyday practical objects, And if he truly had the opportunity to visit the moonlit continent 2,000 years ago, he believed he would soon find everything quite ordinary, disregarding the actions of others. Shi Shaoling continued to wander alone within the museum, pausing to admire interesting artifacts while swiftly passing by those that failed to capture his interest. The collection museum was vast, yet there were not many exhibits that genuinely intrigued him. Shi Shaoling quickly traversed the entire museum from start to finish. Observing his peers engrossed in copying or even memorizing the descriptions, he found the experience rather dull, contemplating that he would spend every afternoon there for the next month, which seemed a rather unproductive use of his time. Shi Shaoling initially sought an open space here to practice ancient martial arts. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he found the collection tightly packed together. Although each artifact was protected by safety glass, he feared that should he become overly engrossed in his practice, a careless misstep might result in the irreparable damage of such invaluable ancient treasures, a liability he could scarcely afford. Moreover, the area was rife with surveillance cameras. While his fellow trainees were deeply engrossed in studying the artifacts, his own solitary practice might be perceived as a blatant disregard for the esteemed Commissioner Wang Hengjuan. After much contemplation, Shi Shaoling resolved that it would be prudent to select a few artifacts of interest for study, even if merely to maintain appearances. With the training program entering its final month, he felt compelled to pursue the dream of mastering ancient martial arts he had long cherished. Given that Director Wang had permitted their presence here for a month, he understood that any impropriety on his part could foster an unfavorable impression, not one to be foolish. Shi Shaoling discerned the considerable authority wielded by Commissioner Wang, seemingly even commanding the attention of Chief Instructor Kai Hao. A negative impression left upon Wang Hengjuan could jeopardize his chances of emerging victorious in the end. Thus, Shi Shaoling resumed his search within the collection hall, hoping to find captivating artifacts to occupy his time. After several rounds of exploration, he paused beside a display case, showcasing an array of swords and weapons. Though he had a penchant for martial arts since childhood, he was not particularly drawn to weapon training. What held his attention was a modest vertical glass cabinet, not far from the weapons, housing a sheet of paper with an unusual texture. Unlike the other items in the museum, the description accompanying this particular artifact was exceedingly brief, consisting solely of the phrase 9 Yuan Pass. During his initial visit, he had glimpsed this artifact and noted the peculiar resilience of the paper, though he could not quite understand why it evoked such a sentiment. The illustrations depicted on the paper were also indecipherable to him, and due to the simplicity of the accompanying description, he had paid it little heed before moving on. Yet now, as he returned to this enigmatic artifact, a spark ignited within him. 9 Yuan Pass? The name seemed vaguely familiar. Leaning closer for a thorough examination, a sudden clarity struck him. He recalled a mysterious legend associated with the ancient martial arts of the Millennia continent that he had encountered years prior while gathering information. The legend, encapsulated in a single phrase, had left a profound impression on him, something akin to 9 Yuan Pass, unity of man and heaven, or transcending to the sacred. Shi Shaoling felt a surge of interest, realizing that this artifact was linked to ancient martial arts. He diligently retraced his thoughts regarding the 9 Yuan Pass, vaguely recalling that it was a mysterious tale circulating in the Mingwei continent, suggesting that mastering this diagram could elevate one to the status of an invincible master. It turned out that this was an illustration. He nearly overlooked this treasure. Shi Shaoling was utterly thrilled, not expecting to find such a remarkable piece within the collection. He once again directed his gaze towards the slip of paper encased in the glass cabinet, scrutinizing it meticulously from top to bottom. Upon repeated examination, Shi Shaoling discerned that the seemingly chaotic figures depicted on the paper bore a resemblance to the meridian points within the human body. However, unlike the typical diagrams of meridians, this particular illustration exhibited a far more intricate and convoluted array of lines and points. Although Shi Shaoling had dedicated many years to the study of ancient martial arts, he would never have imagined that this was, in fact, a diagram for training. After a thorough and careful study, he gradually solidified his suspicions. Those seemingly disordered lines and points must represent the pathways of true essence circulation. Yet, the complexity of these pathways was astonishingly perplexing, diverging significantly from the various ancient martial arts techniques he had explored over the years, almost as if it were the jest of some prankster. However, the accompanying description beside the illustration boldly proclaimed the phrase 9 Yuan Pass. Could it be that the collection's curator had made an error? Shi Shaoling, feeling a twinge of doubt, pressed his face against the glass cabinet for a closer inspection, ultimately discovering a small 8 inscribed at the bottom of the illustration. 8. Could it signify the eighth diagram? Xiaoling mused that since it was a 9 Yuan Pass illustration, there should logically be 9 in total. Therefore, the presence of this small 8 might indicate that this was one of the legendary diagrams pertaining to the 9 Yuan Pass. Chapter 16. Obsession. Having largely confirmed that the artifact before him was indeed the legendary 9-element passage diagram, Xiaoling did not hasten to delve into the intricacies of cultivation. Instead, he meticulously scoured the entire collection hall once more. However, aside from this diagram, there were no similar treasures to be found within the collection. Xiaoling understood the rarity of this artifact, though it might merely be one of 9. Its value was likely immeasurable, and the singular presence of this item in the collection was entirely reasonable. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that the other students were engrossed in their own studies of various artifacts, seemingly oblivious to the significance of the 9-element passage diagram. Even those who passed by showed little interest in the unassuming sheet of paper, which bore only 4 understated characters. After some contemplation, Xiaoling resolved that, despite the diagram's arcane nature, he would dedicate his afternoons over the final month to unraveling its mysteries. In the ensuing days, the 10 students were escorted to the collection hall each afternoon to familiarize themselves with the artifacts of the ancient Mingwei continent. Each day, Xiaoling would make a beeline for the glass cabinet housing the 9-element passage diagram, standing motionless before it for the entirety of the afternoon, lost in contemplation. Occasionally, other students would approach, curiosity piqued by his intense focus, yet their attempts to discern the significance of the diagram were met with confusion. The paper appeared utterly mundane, and the points and lines drawn upon it seemed entirely nonsensical, leaving them bewildered. The accompanying description was equally sparse, consisting solely of the 4 characters denoting 9-element passage. While others were inclined to inquire about Xiaoling's preoccupation, his silent vigil at the cabinet rendered him an enigma, standing like a statue, fixated on the diagram, neither speaking nor moving, leaving them to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. As the students were competitors, they respected his reticence and returned to their individual studies. Xiaoling's peculiar behavior soon attracted the attention of the training base officials, who promptly reported his anomaly to Kai Haohua and Wang Hengjuan. Kai Haohua speculated that Xiaoling must have heard tales of the 9-element passage diagram and, as an ardent enthusiast of ancient martial arts, would naturally be captivated by the opportunity to study such a legendary artifact, thus finding no cause for concern. Wang Hengjuan, however, was somewhat displeased. He had allowed the 10 students entry into the collection hall to familiarize themselves with the ancient Mingwei continent's environment, intending to devise questions to assess their understanding of this world and ultimately determine the victor based on their performances. Wang Hengjuan remarked to Kai Haohua, "Kai, what is this about Xiaoling? Every day, he merely stands in a stupor before the 9-element passage diagram, disregarding the other artifacts entirely. Does he not consider that I might pose questions for them? Is he perhaps seeking to forfeit his chance at becoming the final executor?" Kai Haohua expressed his disdain for Wang Hengjuan's idea of organizing an examination centered around artifacts. In his view, even if the executors possessed extensive knowledge about these relics, it did not necessarily equip them to adapt to life in the ancient realm of Mingwei. Kai remarked, "I believe that Xiaoling possesses a unique insight. Among the numerous artifacts, he has notably focused on the unassuming Jiao Yuan Tongguan illustration. Is it not the very essence of our national lifespan improvement plan? Do you not think that Xiaoling demonstrates remarkable vision and talent?" Wang Hengjuan furrowed his brow and replied, "I have heard that Xiaoling is an ardent enthusiast of ancient martial arts. It is possible that he has encountered relevant materials regarding the Jiao Yuan Tongguan legend before. Our objective in selecting cross-dimensional executors is to enable them to retrieve the remaining 8 illustrations in Mingwei, not to have him study this illustration independently. Once these illustrations are gathered, they should first be entrusted to the great leader for cultivation." Kai Haohua smiled and countered, "Director Wang, the Jiao Yuan Tongguan illustration must be compiled into 9 parts to be effective. A solitary piece is essentially of no value, regardless of how diligently Xiaoling studies. He will not uncover anything of significance. Why should you be overly concerned? Furthermore, based on the information we have gathered, the notion of Jiao Yuan Tongguan Tianren He remains merely a legend. Its authenticity and miraculous nature are still questionable. All 10 of these candidates hold the potential to become the ultimate executor, and it is indeed necessary for them to familiarize themselves with the appearance of this illustration in advance." Wang Hengjuan conceded, "While that may be the case, I still believe that they should only be shown the illustration after the executors are selected. However, I shall let it be, as you mentioned. Our experts have already conducted their research, and a single illustration does indeed lack utility, so allowing them to view it poses no harm. I merely find Shi Shaoling to be somewhat unconventional and less than Kai Haohua had always held a favorable view of Shi Shaoling and harbored hopes for his ultimate success. Noticing Wang Hengjuan's dissatisfaction, he quickly defended Shi. Director Wang. I have observed Shi Shaoling closely. He is undeniably a fervent aficionado of ancient martial arts, losing himself entirely upon entering that realm. This can indeed be seen as a strength. As the saying goes, each profession has its own expertise, while he may lack interest in other artifacts. He possesses a unique talent for matters related to ancient martial arts. I believe this is advantageous. After all, 2,000 years ago, the Millennia continent was a world thriving with martial prowess and skilled individuals. Perhaps someone like him would have the opportunity to gather all 9 Yuan Tongguan illustrations there. Wang Hengjuan, somewhat unconvinced, responded, Kai Lao. Every executor who has shown any talent in ancient martial arts over the past 8 years has invariably perished during the outbreak of the ultimate virus. Without even a chance to traverse time and space, did we not already resolve to alter our selection strategy? Look at the success of the third and fourth candidates I selected 2 years ago. They traversed time successfully and may well be nearing the completion of their tasks by now. Kai Haohua remarked, both number 3 and number 4 are indeed exceptional talents. Yet they lack proficiency in martial arts and consequently possess insufficient self-defense capabilities. Our intention in sending them out is primarily to allow them to support the previous Chongqing No. 1 and number 2. I firmly believe that to achieve success in the ancient and formidable Millennia continent, one must possess formidable strength. Wang Hengjuan disagreed with Kai Haohua's perspective. Countering, regardless of how powerful our selected executors may be, they still pale in comparison to the legendary masters of the Mingwei continent. The previous Chongqing No. 1 was indeed a genius among geniuses, yet after all these years, he remains utterly untraceable. Kai Haohua responded, although Chongqing No. 1 was a paragon of talent, he was also arrogant and somewhat unruly. Once he achieved success there, I fear he may not be inclined to return. Wang Hengjuan scoffed, Old Kai. You express concern over selecting a highly capable genius, yet you criticize the choice of a wise and intelligent individual for lacking sufficient ability. This option is not acceptable. Nor is that one. Pray tell, how should we choose? Kai Haohua stated solemnly, I have consistently believed that the National Lifespan Improvement Plan is fraught with issues. To say nothing of it, the failure to make breakthroughs in the development of the ultimate virus over the years is a significant problem. Rather than expending so much financial and material resources traversing time and space, I would prefer that we dedicate ourselves to researching physiological medicine or improving the living conditions on the star continent. Perhaps we could forge an alternative path to enhance the physical condition of our citizens. Wang Hengjuan replied, but how long will that take? 30 years? 50 years? Come now. Old Kai, you know well that the Supreme Leader is nearing a century of age. While you may have the patience to wait, the Supreme Leader does not share that luxury. Kai Haohua found himself at a loss for words. Whenever the esteemed Supreme Leader was mentioned, Wang Hengjuan became animated, as if the Supreme Leader were present beside him. Engaging in an argument with him would ultimately be a futile endeavor, for in the Star Continent, no one dares to challenge the authority of the Supreme Leader. Shi Shaoling was unaware that his deep immersion in the study of the Nine Yuan Passage diagram had sparked a dispute between the two base leaders, Kai Haohua and Wang Hengjuan. He simply felt that it was a rare opportunity to encounter the legendary treasure and thus sought to devote every moment to it. Initially, he could discern no patterns in the diagram. It appeared that each line deviated from the normal flow of true essence. However, Shi Shaoling remained unperturbed. Previously, due to his relatively weaker true essence, he had relied on mental awareness to substitute for true essence in the practical execution of various ancient martial arts techniques. Faced with the fabled Nine Yuan Passage diagram, he adopted the same method. Though the lines in the Nine Yuan Passage diagram were intricate and convoluted, Shi Shaoling, possessing extraordinary focus, meticulously traversed each line with his consciousness, substituting for true essence. The process was undoubtedly tedious and arduous, yet for a martial arts enthusiast like Shi Shaoling, it brought him immense joy. After a full 30 days, Shi Shaoling finally mastered the intricate pathways depicted in the Nine Yuan Passage diagram, executing them with remarkable precision. Although he merely utilized a virtual consciousness to substitute for true essence in his practice, it nonetheless consumed a considerable amount of energy, leaving Shi Shaoling feeling somewhat exhausted. Unlike the cultivation of other ancient martial arts, where even a temporary deficiency in true essence could be compensated by the use of mental consciousness. Shi Shaoling was acutely aware that once his true essence became sufficiently robust, he would undoubtedly master such techniques swiftly. However, in relation to the method depicted in the Nine Yuan Passage diagram, he was devoid of confidence. In other words, even if his true essence were to strengthen in the future, he harbored no assurance that he could successfully enact the true essence pathways illustrated in the diagram. Despite this, Shi Shaoling still deemed the effort he poured into his studies over the past month to be worthwhile. Although the hope of successfully cultivating the Nine Yuan Passage remains elusive for now, the astonishing pathways have profoundly influenced his martial arts research, liberating him from his previous fixed mindset and emboldening him to significantly broaden his perspective. Shi Shaoling sensed that this could serve as a pivotal impetus for his future advancements in the realm of martial arts. Chapter 17. Joint Conference. On the other hand, the training base was steadily advancing the final assessment and selection of the 10 trainees. In accordance with the wishes of the designated commissioner, Wang Hengjuan, the instructors at the training base conducted a historical and cultural examination based on the exhibits in the collection for these 10 students. Unsurprisingly, Shi Shaoling performed dismally, ranking last among the trainees. His performance in the simulated time travel machine training examination was equally unimpressive, coupled with his innate physical attributes and the comprehensive evaluations of his intelligence and emotional quotient. Shi Shaoling found himself lacking confidence in his ability to ultimately. During the joint meeting of the instructors and experts at the training base, a heated debate ensued regarding the final selection of the executor for this year's National Longevity Improvement Program, based on the results of various examinations and comprehensive evaluations. The top 2 trainees were Zhou Yin and Gu Juechen, both of whom were exceptionally intelligent. However, they shared a common deficiency. Neither possessed any understanding of ancient martial arts. Conversely, Shi Shaoling, who demonstrated the highest proficiency in ancient martial arts, ranked last among the 10 trainees. Yet, at the onset of this joint meeting, the chief instructor, Cai Haohua, unexpectedly proposed that Shi Shaoling take on the role of executor for this year's plan. Cai Haohua justified his recommendation by highlighting Shi Shaoling's remarkable adaptability to the various levels of viruses encountered during the training. In terms of viral adaptability, he was indeed the most proficient among all the trainees. Furthermore, Shi Shaoling exhibited considerable talent and potential in ancient martial arts. Should he successfully land in the moonlit continent 2,000 years ago, his latent capabilities could lead to a significant enhancement of his martial prowess, thereby granting him sufficient self-defense capabilities and aiding in the completion of his mission. Although Cai Haohua held a prestigious position within the Gongquan base, his suggestion nonetheless took many by surprise. Historically, whether addressing scientific research, medical practices, or the instruction of ancient martial arts, Cai Haohua had always been a meticulous expert. Typically, his proposals were backed by compelling reasoning. However, this time, aside from recognizing Shi Shaoling's potential in ancient martial arts, he lacked substantial persuasive evidence, relying instead on a gut feeling to advocate for Shi Shaoling. Among the numerous research experts present, only the young professor of physiological medicine, Tang Jishu, openly supported Cai Haohua's proposition, aside from a few instructors well-versed in ancient martial arts. Commissioner Wang Hengjuan remarked, "Cai Lao, you have seen the comprehensive evaluation results of these 10 trainees, and Shi Shaoling ranks last. While all 10 demonstrate commendable adaptability to the viruses, otherwise, they would not have made it this far. Even if Shi Shaoling possesses significant talent and potential in ancient martial arts, what does that matter? Over the past 8 years, 6 ancient martial arts masters have succumbed to the ultimate virus, while the 2 individuals identified by my testing system successfully became Chongqing number 3 and number 4, effectively traversing time and space in the time travel machine. The facts speak for themselves. My assessment system is evidently more accurate, is it not?" Cai Haohua's complexion appeared somewhat grim, and he endeavored to restrain his emotions as he spoke. "Director Wang, while your evaluation system may possess merit, I have previously articulated that the individuals selected under your criteria lack sufficient self-preservation capabilities. Even if they manage to survive the catastrophic outbreak of the ultimate virus, they are incapable of harnessing the energy generated by such an outbreak, rendering the precious year spent producing merely 1 dose of the ultimate virus a squandered endeavor. To send someone unversed in ancient martial arts to the land of Mingwei is akin to a folly, even if they approach or attain the 9 Yuan breakthrough diagram. How can they safeguard their hard-won victories? We are all aware that 2 millennia ago, the land of Mingwei was not a tranquil utopia. but rather a tumultuous era marked by the rise of formidable warlords, where martial prowess could dictate the fate of all. Although Chongqing number 3 and no. For our exceptional talents, surviving and ensuring their own safety in such a hostile environment would be exceedingly challenging, let alone accomplishing their mission. If they cannot forge a cohesive team with the previous Chongqing number 1, their journey to the land of Mingwei would be rendered utterly meaningless. Thus, after careful deliberation, I maintain that we must dispatch a true candidate with the potential to become a formidable figure of that era. Only then, regardless of whether they receive assistance from the previous geniuses, will they have the opportunity to fulfill their mission through their own prowess. Ensure Shaoling embodies such a selection. Kai Haohua's impassioned address sparked a flurry of discussions among the numerous experts in the conference room. His reasoning was not without merit. Over the past 8 years, although the two talents chosen according to Wang Hengjuan's evaluation system successfully navigated the crisis of the ultimate virus outbreak, it was primarily because they had never practiced any form of ancient martial arts. Their bodies lacked the circulation and accumulation of true essence, thus granting them a relatively advantageous adaptability to the ultimate virus, which strongly stimulates the eruption of true essence energy. Yet, this resulted in a year-long investment yielding an ultimate virus, the culmination of the technological prowess of the starry continent, that felt somewhat wasted. While Chongqing number 3 and no. May 4th have emerged healthier and with further optimized intelligence and emotional quotient, they ultimately remain uninitiated in martial arts. In the ancient land of Mingwei, teeming with powerful warriors, these two operatives could at most assist the previous Chongqing number 1 and number 2. Relying on them to accomplish their mission independently is an exercise in futility, as any martial arts expert could easily vanquish them. Wang Hengjuan felt a surge of indignation at Kai Haohua's public rebuttal. Over the years, whether it was erasing the memories of all related personnel or coercing certain trainees into vaccination, Kai Haohua had continuously impeded Wang Hengjuan's plans, thwarting his attempts to operate freely within the training base. Wang Hengjuan had long desired to eliminate Kai Haohua from the National Lifespan Improvement Program to seize absolute power and showcase his capabilities. Alas, Kai Haohua remained the pinnacle of talent in the realm of scientific research within the starry continent, holding an undeniable reputation in the field. Furthermore, as a founding figure of the National Lifespan Improvement Program, his every word and action wielded significant influence, regardless of the circumstances. Although Wang Hengjuan is the commander appointed by the supreme leader at the training base, he cannot help but show a modicum of respect towards Kai Haohua, the chief instructor and director of the Research Institute. After Kai Haohua's impassioned speech, many present displayed expressions of agreement, which made Wang Hengjuan rather anxious. He stated, "Old Kai, I understand your sentiments. Indeed, it seems somewhat wasteful to apply such a precious resource of ultimate viral knowledge to an individual utterly unversed in ancient martial arts. However, wouldn't this ensure his successful navigation through the viral outbreak and allow him to reach the moonlit continent of 2 millennia ago? Isn't that worth the effort? Are we to witness a repeat of previous years, where the chosen executor perished at the onset of the viral outbreak? Over the past decade, we have selected 10 executors, 8 of whom were hailed as martial arts prodigies. Yet only the initial Chongqing number 1 and Chongqing number 2 succeeded in traversing time, while the subsequent 6 met with doom. In contrast, the 2 executors chosen through my assessment system have both successfully crossed time. The disparity in success rates is evident to all. Although Chongqing number 1 and number 2 triumphed, they were actually talents selected and trained under a secret decade-long plan from 10 years prior, effectively representing 12 years of rigorous selection and cultivation across the entire starry continent. They are, in essence, exceptional cases. Strictly speaking, according to the current standard of selecting one individual per year, I believe it is utterly impossible to find and nurture another genius akin to Chongqing number 1. Therefore, under the prevailing conditions, I assert that only those selected according to my evaluation criteria are the most suitable candidates. Unless you can assure me that Shi Shaoling can undoubtedly endure the trials of the ultimate viral outbreak like Chongqing number 1 did. Kai Haohua fell silent. Acknowledging the truth in Wang Hengjuan's words, both Chongqing number 1 and number 2 were indeed exceptional individuals cultivated under a prior secret decade-long initiative. Comparing them to the current cohort of trainees is, without a doubt, unjust. However, what Kai Haohua truly opposes is the current system of selecting one individual per year, as well as the entire National Longevity Improvement Plan. Such a burdensome and costly initiative is unlikely to yield successful executors capable of accomplishing their tasks, even if they were to reach the moonlit continent of 2 millennia ago. Why persist in this absurd plan? Enhancing the physical well-being of citizens can be approached from various angles. The government could invest significantly in improving the ecological environment and ramping up research in biomedical fields. By earnestly pursuing these measures, favorable outcomes would naturally emerge in a few decades. Why must we send individuals back to the ancient continent in search of some legendary secret to longevity? Is this endeavor truly for the citizens? Or for the supreme leader's personal ambition? The more Kai Haohua contemplated, the more disheartened he became. As a distinguished dual expert in biomedical science and ancient martial arts, his sincere desire to serve the nation and its people was thwarted by the absurdity of the National Longevity Improvement Plan, which was a source of immense frustration. Yet, this initiative was personally championed by the great leader, who among the populace could dare to defy him. As Kai Haohua found himself rendered speechless by his own words, Wang Hengjuan felt a surge of pride. He surveyed the gathered experts and instructors before declaring, "If there are no further objections, let the first place, Zhuyan, assume the role of executor for this year's plan." Should he successfully traverse, he would become the fifth individual in the history of this initiative to achieve success, thereby earning the title of Chongqing No. 5. The assembly fell silent. The meeting was merely a formality, with real decision-making power resting solely with Wang Hengjuan and Kai Haohua. With Kai Haohua's silence, it was evident that Wang Hengjuan's word would prevail. Year after year, this selection process seemed interminable, leaving everyone uncertain about when this grand plan would genuinely come to fruition. Each participant understood that this monumental initiative, personally launched by the esteemed leader, necessitated their unwavering compliance, regardless of its rationale. As Wang Hengjuan prepared to officially announce Zhuyan as Chongqing No. 5 and conclude the meeting, the elderly Kai Haohua abruptly rose to his feet. "I oppose. I firmly believe that Shi Shaoling is the most suitable candidate," Kai Haohua stated, fixing his gaze on Wang Hengjuan with a resolute tone. The room erupted in astonishment. No one anticipated that Kai Haohua, after a prolonged silence, would suddenly rise to directly challenge Wang Hengjuan. Observing his evident agitation, it seemed a dispute was inevitable. Wang Hengjuan, equally taken aback, had presumed Kai Haohua had been swayed by his arguments, only to find him vocally opposing once more. Wang Hengjuan chuckled lightly, saying, "Old Kai, let us discuss this calmly while seated. There is no need for such agitation. Your age warrants care for your health. Though Shi Shaoling possesses commendable martial arts skills, can he endure the outbreak of the ultimate virus? If he were to perish on the spot, like some of the participants in previous years, it would be a tragic waste of the invaluable ultimate virus. Who would bear the responsibility for that?" "I will take responsibility," Kai Haohua stated emphatically. "Should Shi Shaoling succumb to the virus outbreak, I am willing to resign from my position as chief instructor of the Ganquanzi training base and director of the First Research Institute, accepting any punishment the leader deems fit." The assembly gasped in disbelief. None had anticipated Kai Haohua would utter such words. Wang Hengjuan was both astonished and elated, astonished that Kai Haohua was so determined to oppose him, and elated at the prospect that if Shi Shaoling died from the virus, Kai Haohua would willingly resign. Should Kai Haohua step down? No one in this clandestine training base would dare defy Wang Hengjuan's commands, allowing him to implement any plans without obstruction, an outcome he had long desired. Wang Hengjuan chuckled. "Old Kai, did I mishear you? You are willing to resign over this year's selection quota? Are you so certain that Shi Shaoling can withstand the outbreak of the supervirus?" Kai Haohua replied with a blank expression, "I cannot be certain. I merely refuse to continue in this aimless manner." The room fell into a profound silence as all eyes turned to Kai Haohua, whose weary countenance began to illuminate the depths of his inner turmoil. It turns out that Kai Haohua does not hold a favorable opinion of Shi Shaoling. Rather, he is simply disinclined to continue with the National Lifespan Improvement Project. Many experts and instructors present have once been Kai Haohua's students, and they, too, share his reluctance to persist in this laborious and costly endeavor that offers little hope of success. Yet, constrained by the harsh realities of their situation, they find themselves repeating this passionless task day after day. Wang Hengjuan, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Kai Lao, this matter is no trifling affair. You are the chief instructor of this training base and the director of the First Research Institute, as well as a founding member of our National Lifespan Improvement Project. While others may express their frustrations in reckless words about resigning in disgrace, you cannot." Kai Haohua replied calmly, "I do not speak out of frustration. I firmly believe that Shi Shaoling is the best candidate for this selection. Should I be mistaken? It would not only squander a precious resource of the ultimate virus, but also waste an entire year of collective effort and dedication. In that case, I would rightfully resign in disgrace. Wang Hengjuan retorted coldly, Kai Lao, we are currently engaged in an official annual joint meeting, and you must take responsibility for every word you utter. If you insist on appointing Shi Shaoling as this year's project executor, I can acquiesce. However, should there be any failure, you must bear full responsibility for your proposal. Kai Haohua smiled slightly, surveying the assembly as he declared, Ladies and gentlemen, I reiterate my strong recommendation for Shi Shaoling as the ultimate executor of this year's plan. I am confident he is the best candidate for this initiative. Should it fail, I am prepared to resign and accept all corresponding penalties. My words are not mere theatrics. Very well. Kai Lao, with his wealth of experience, is willing to wager his career and personal honor on this decision. We shall proceed as he suggests. I have no objections. Does anyone else? Wang Hengjuan, fearful of Kai Haohua's possible reversal, promptly expressed his stance, eager to solidify this resolution. All the experts and instructors exchanged glances, taken aback by Kai Haohua's sudden impulsiveness, as he was willing to risk resignation and penalties over the success or failure of Shi Shaoling. Although they understood Kai Haohua's mindset, past experiences suggested that Shi Shaoling, with his mediocre overall performance, faced a considerable risk of succumbing to the outbreak of the ultimate virus, a concern Kai Haohua himself had acknowledged. Why take such a risk? Now, Kai Haohua had been publicly cornered by Wang Hengjuan, and it seemed likely that this training base would soon become a realm governed solely by Wang Hengjuan's dictates. Nevertheless, with both Kai Haohua and Wang Hengjuan having clearly stated their positions, the experts and instructors realized that opposing them would be futile. Thus, while they looked at Kai Haohua with deep concern, none voiced their dissent. Wang Hengjuan perceived this as an opportune moment to eliminate Kai Haohua from the Gongguan base. Before long, no one would dare to challenge his decisions as the special commissioner. To prevent any further delays, Wang Hengjuan stood and announced, I hereby declare that the final executor selected for this year's National Lifespan Improvement Project is Shi Shaoling. At 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, the Institute of Biomedicine will promptly administer the Level 10X Ultimate Virus to Shi Shaoling, subsequently sending him into the time machine for a journey through time and space. The meeting will then be adjourned. Chapter 18 Notification. In the office of the chief instructor at the training base, Kai Haohua sat in a spacious armchair, lost in contemplation. He had fervently endorsed Shi Shaoling during the recent annual joint meeting and had even pledged to resign should he fail. Upon returning to his office, he reflected on his impassioned outburst and could not help but shake his head in dismay at his sudden impulsiveness. For many years, Kai Haohua had harbored doubts and dissatisfaction regarding the National Longevity Improvement Plan, and he was perplexed as to why his frustrations had erupted so suddenly during the meeting. Although he had always regarded Shi Shaoling as a promising candidate, he would never have uttered such resolute words about resigning out of guilt had it not been for the pent-up resentment that had surged within him. Now that he had calmed down, he felt a sense of relief. If Shi Shaoling were to fail, he would finally be liberated from this absurd plan. Kai Haohua mused. While he was lost in thought, Tang Jishu knocked and entered. Seeing Tang Jishu, Kai Haohua smiled and said, Jishu, you hurried to see me right after the meeting. Is it about Shi Shaoling? Noticing Kai Haohua's composed demeanor, which contrasted sharply with his earlier excitement during the meeting, Tang Jishu felt somewhat reassured. Despite her dissatisfaction with various practices at the training base, she held a deep respect and concern for Kai Haohua, her former mentor. Tang Jishu inquired, Director Kai, I wanted to ask why you suddenly have such confidence in Shi Shaoling? Kai Haohua responded with a wry smile. Jishu, I mentioned in the meeting that I am not entirely certain. I just do not wish to squander another year on this absurd plan. And in a moment of impulse, Tang Jishu was taken aback. She had assumed that Kai Haohua's bold promise to resign was based on some solid foundation, only to discover it was merely a result of momentary indignation. She quickly asked, Director Kai, did you not always say that Shi Shaoling resembles the previous Chongqing No. 1? How could it be? Kai Haohua sighed. Indeed. I do believe that Shi Shaoling's dedication to ancient martial arts mirrors that of the former Chongqing No. 1. I have always thought it wise to send someone with potential in ancient martial arts to the moonlit continent 2,000 years ago. However, you are aware that Shi Shaoling's overall performance pales in comparison to that of the former Chongqing No. 1, and even among his contemporaries, he holds no advantages. Whether he can withstand the outbreak of the ultimate virus remains uncertain. I made the commitment based on years of experience and a fleeting intuition, albeit in a moment of impulsiveness. Frankly, I find it somewhat incredulous in retrospect. Upon hearing Kai Haohua's words, Tang Jishu felt a profound sense of disappointment. She genuinely hoped for Shi Xiaoling's success in realizing his dreams, only to discover that Kai Haohua's fervent recommendation was born from a moment of indignation. With concern, she asked, "Director Kai, in your opinion, what are Shi Xiaoling's chances of success?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Kai Haohua remarked, "To be frank, I have always sensed a unique quality within Shi Xiaoling. Over the years, only the initial Changxing #1 has evoked such a feeling in me. Upon reflection, it is not solely due to their shared fervor for the cultivation of ancient martial arts, yet I find it challenging to articulate the nature of this quality." Tang Jishu interjected, "Kai, did you not say that the talent of Changxing #1 is unparalleled? Shi Xiaoling's abilities are rather ordinary, not particularly outstanding even among this cohort." "Why?" Kai Haohua replied with a wry smile. "That is precisely why I express uncertainty. Based on my extensive research experience, Shi Xiaoling should not qualify as the ultimate executor. Even making it into the top 10 or 20 seems a stretch. Nevertheless, I cannot shake off an unusual hope for him, a sentiment I have only ever felt towards Changxing #1, which perplexes me." Tang Jishu, filled with a sense of optimism, responded, "Kai, you are a leading authority in biomedicine and ancient martial arts research. I believe your intuition is not mere coincidence. Perhaps Shi Xiaoling truly has the potential to surprise us." Kai Haohua chuckled softly. "Both of us are diligent researchers. Significant judgments ought to be grounded in evidence. Yet we find ourselves relying on intuition, which is rather embarrassing." Tang Jishu countered, "Research also requires inspiration and intuition. Many great inventions and creations stem from a spark of insight or instinct. I see no issue with this. I have always held an inexplicable confidence in I firmly believe he can endure the outbreak of the ultimate virus and perhaps even fulfill the National Lifespan Improvement Plan." Observing the steadfast and optimistic expression on Tang Jishu's face, Kai Haohua smiled and said, "Let us hope so. By the way, Shi Xiaoling is scheduled to receive the ultimate virus vaccination tomorrow morning. Have the relevant matters been communicated to him?" Tang Jishu shook his head. "Not yet. According to protocol, it should be either you or Director Wang who personally informs Shi Xiaoling. Should I fetch him now?" Kai Haohua replied, "No need. I will accompany you. I wish to see how this fellow is faring. As for Wang Hengyuan, it is best to leave him be. He clearly hopes to witness Shi Xiaoling's failure so he can oust me from the base, and he will not convey the pertinent information to Shi Xiaoling properly." After concluding his final day of training, Shi Xiaoling awaited the announcement of the ultimate results in his dormitory. He understood that once the joint meeting of the instructors and experts concluded, a final verdict would be reached. Although making it into the top 10 would yield a commendable salary and benefits, Shi Xiaoling remained fixated on realizing his dream of mastering ancient martial arts. His performance in the last few examinations had been subpar, particularly the one concerning the artifacts in the collection hall, which had taken him by surprise. He had never anticipated that Wang Hengyuan would pose such questions. After an entire month of diligent practice, the joy of mastering the Nine Yuan Passage diagram was swiftly overshadowed by disappointing exam results. Although Shi Xiaoling understood that his talents were not particularly remarkable among his peers, and that being among the final 10 was a stroke of good fortune, he also recognized that he was on the cusp of becoming a true master of ancient martial arts. If he could successfully inoculate himself with the ultimate virus and endure the ensuing energy surge, he would likely attain a formidable reserve of true essence energy. At that point, the martial arts techniques he could only mentally rehearse would coalesce into genuine mastery, transforming him into a bona fide expert in ancient martial arts. However, all of this hinged on his ability to serve as the executor of this year's National Lifespan Improvement Program. As Shi Xiaoling pondered these thoughts alone in his room, Tang Jishu and Kai Haohua entered. Upon seeing Kai Haohua, a sense of foreboding washed over Shi Xiaoling. He knew that the final winner would typically be summoned to the headquarters for formalities. But Kai Haohua's personal visit made him wonder if it was an attempt to offer consolation. Noticing the peculiar expression on Shi Xiaoling's face, Kai Haohua asked, "Shi Xiaoling, what is the matter? Is the 9 Yuan Passage diagram from the cultivation repository proving to be too challenging? You seem rather disappointed." Shi Xiaoling shook his head and replied, "No, I've mastered that diagram." "Oh, how did you manage that?" "It's merely one of 9 diagrams. Achieving success through solitary practice is impossible." "What exactly did you do?" Kai Haohua was taken aback by Shi Xiaoling's unexpected proficiency with the diagram. Shi Xiaoling explained, "I relied on my old method, which might be the most rudimentary approach. When my true essence was insufficient, I substituted it with my consciousness and spirit. I painstakingly traversed the energy pathways countless times. Whether it was effective remains uncertain. Is that feasible? Kai Hao was left utterly speechless. As a seasoned practitioner of ancient martial arts himself, he found Shi Shaoling's method quite perplexing. Unperturbed by Kai Hao's astonishment, Shi Shaoling continued, "This is my makeshift method. My weak, true essence necessitated it. I've always practiced the ancient martial arts I find intriguing this way, and over time, it has become second nature. Whether this approach yields any results is unknown, but I hope it must have some merit." Tang Jishu, disinterested in ancient martial arts, noticed that Shi Shaoling and Kai Hao were caught in a lengthy discussion without addressing the matter at hand. Unable to contain herself, she cleared her throat gently. Shi Shaoling, well acquainted with her habits, understood this as a signal that she had something to convey. He promptly remarked, "Dr. Tang, even without your prompting, I can surmise that Commander Kai is here to console me for my failure to qualify. Alas, I have persevered until now. But to think I fell short at the final hurdle is rather disheartening." Tang Jishu chided, "Why have you suddenly lost confidence in yourself? Have you truly abandoned the techniques you painstakingly studied to combat the ultimate virus outbreak?" Shi Shaoling was momentarily taken aback. Sensing that Tang Ji's words implied he still had a chance, he widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at Kai Hao, at a loss for words. Kai Hao smiled slightly, and, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, "Shi Shaoling, I cannot ascertain whether this is a blessing or a curse for you. However, I did not come to console you for your failure, quite the opposite. During the recently concluded joint meeting, we have resolved that you shall be the one to undertake the execution of this year's National Lifespan Improvement Plan. I am here to inform you of the pertinent details." Chapter 19. A heartfelt revelation. Shi Shaoling abruptly rose from his seat, grasping Kai Hao's arm with fervor, exclaiming, "Mr. Kai, you are not deceiving me, are you? My results are so poor, yet I was chosen. Is it truly me who has been selected?" Witnessing Shi Shaoling's exuberance, Kai Hao and Tang Jishu exchanged amused glances. Tang Jishu smiled warmly, saying, "How could Mr. Kai possibly mislead you? Please, sit down and calm yourself. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, you will receive the injection of the level 10X ultimate virus. If you can withstand the ensuing outbreak for the next hour, you will be sent through the time-space portal to the Mingwei continent 2,000 years ago to undertake your mission. Now is not the time for celebration." Shi Shaoling turned to take a step forward, firmly grasping Tang Jishu's hand, his excitement palpable. "Jishu, how can I not be joyous? This is the moment I have long anticipated. After years of studying ancient martial arts, I finally have the opportunity to unleash my true energy. I am on the verge of becoming a genuine master of ancient martial arts. How could I possibly contain my happiness?" A faint blush colored Tang Jishu's cheeks, for this was the first time Shi Shaoling had addressed her as Jishu, and the first instance of his hand clasping hers with such intensity. The warmth radiating from Shi Shaoling's palm seemed to envelop Tang Jishu, igniting a pleasant warmth throughout her being. Although they were in the presence of Kai Hao, Tang Jishu did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she beamed at Shi Shaoling, softly assuring him, "I always knew you would succeed. Tomorrow marks the beginning of your new journey. Absolutely, I will prevail. I will not let you down," Shi Shaoling declared, holding tightly onto Tang Jishu's hand. Gazing deeply into her beautiful eyes, which sparkled with fervent determination, Kai Hao nodded solemnly. Both Tang Jishu and Shi Shaoling understood the brutal life and death challenge that awaited them the following day. Yet, at this moment, neither exhibited an ounce of fear. Rather, their eyes brimmed with hopeful aspirations and anticipation. Perhaps approaching the challenge with such a mindset would indeed enhance Shi Shaoling's chances, Kai Hao mused. Once Shi Shaoling's emotions had settled somewhat, Kai Hao turned to Tang Jishu and said, "Jishu, I need to discuss some specific tasks and related matters with Shi Shaoling. Would you kindly wait for us outside?" Understanding that much of what Kai Hao intended to convey was confidential and not suitable for her level, Tang Jishu smiled at Shi Shaoling before rising and exiting the room. Kai Hao retrieved a remote control from his pocket, disabling the surveillance cameras located in the corners of the room. He then addressed Shi Shaoling, "Now, I shall formally relay the detailed particulars of your mission. If you can successfully endure the outbreak of the ultimate virus tomorrow, you will be promptly transported to the Mingwei continent 2 millennia ago. From that point onward, it will be entirely up to you." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Shi Shaoling focused intently, ready to absorb every word of Kai Hao's briefing. Should he succumb to the viral outbreak tomorrow, all that has been heard today would dissipate into oblivion with the extinguishing of life. Conversely, if he perseveres through this ordeal, the insights shared by Kai Haohua may prove pivotal in his quest to fulfill his mission on the ancient moonlit continent. Kai Haohua revealed to Shi Shaoling that the so-called National Lifespan Improvement Plan was personally initiated by the supreme leader of the Starry Continent. For the initial decade, this plan remained undisclosed to society, conducted in secret. The crux of the plan involves traversing back 2 millennia to the moonlit continent to acquire the 9 elements passage diagram. This diagram is reputed to possess extraordinary properties. Once mastered, it could enable individuals to transcend the limits of life, attaining a mythical state of transcendence. The Grand Leader aspires to utilize a time-space shuttle to dispatch elite individuals from the Starry Continent to successfully retrieve this rare diagram. To actualize this remarkably ambitious plan, the Starry Continent has mobilized vast human, financial, and material resources, investing immensely in the research of the ultimate virus designed to stimulate human energy growth. However, despite years of research yielding certain results, the ultimate virus has yet to achieve a truly stable and safe efficacy. Furthermore, the immense costs associated with developing this virus have strained the entire Starry Continent's resources, allowing for only 1 dose to be produced annually. If a recipient cannot withstand the procedure and perishes on the spot, they must wait until the following year to attempt again. During the initial decade, while developing the ultimate virus, the Starry Continent concurrently began selecting personnel for the execution of the plan. Talent was recruited from the military, police, and athletic elites across the continent, resulting in a pool of exceptionally qualified candidates. Among them, the 2 most outstanding individuals, after years of covert training, ultimately became the first 2 successful executors of the forthcoming open decade plan, known as Longevity 1 and Longevity 2. Both were prodigies among prodigies, elites among elites, excelling in physical prowess, intelligence, emotional intelligence, and knowledge, particularly Longevity 1, who possessed remarkable expertise in ancient martial arts. Despite the ultimate virus lacking stability, both successfully survived the outbreak and traversed to the ancient moonlit continent. Unfortunately, after their arrival, these 2 geniuses have remained largely out of contact. Although the Starry Continent arranges for automated time-space shuttles to retrieve them at designated locations annually, they have only received a single package and no further communication, compounding the issue. In the subsequent 8 years, every executor selected from the training base perished on-site due to the outbreak of the ultimate virus, without even boarding the shuttle. It was not until Wang Hengjuan altered the selection method that 2 candidates, entirely unversed in ancient martial arts, Longevity 3 and Longevity 4, were successfully dispatched to the ancient time-space. However, the 2 executors, lacking any training in ancient martial arts, would likely find it exceedingly difficult to accomplish their mission alone on the ancient and thriving continent of Mingwe. Their primary objective is merely to locate and assist the previously dispatched Chongqing No. 1 and Chongqing No. 2. Now, if Shi Xiling can successfully endure the outbreak of the ultimate virus tomorrow, he will officially become Chongqing No. 5. As Chongqing No. 5, Shi Xiling's mission is unequivocal: to venture into the Mingwe continent and, at any cost, acquire all the 9 Yuan Passage diagrams and return them successfully to the Starry Continent. Ideally, Chongqing No. 5 should establish contact with the previously dispatched individuals and form a coalition. However, if that proves impossible, he must employ every means at his disposal to complete the task independently. Shi Xiling listened intently to Kai Haohua's explanation, his mind swirling with questions, yet he refrained from interrupting. Once Kai Haohua concluded his narration, Shi Xiling inquired, "Mr. Kai, since the first 4 executors have not returned, from where did the diagram in the collection originate?" Kai Haohua replied, "That was discovered a year after Chongqing No. 2 successfully traversed dimensions. Our unmanned time machine, sent to assist on the Mingwe continent, returned with an inconspicuous cloth bag tucked away in a corner of the man cabin. Inside was this diagram. Regrettably, the bag was stained with a considerable amount of blood. Later confirmed to be from Chongqing No. 2. It seems that his fate is grim." Shi Xiling pondered silently, realizing that the diagram in the collection indeed originated from the Mingwe continent 2,000 years ago. And the enigmatic 9 Yuan Passage diagram was precisely the ultimate goal of the National Longevity Improvement Project. It appeared that the month he had spent memorizing the contents of that diagram was not in vain. Shi Xiling then asked, "Mr. Kai, did you not mention that the era of the time machine's launch and landing is not particularly precise? Does that imply that if I manage to land on the ancient Mingwe continent, the time difference from the eras of Chongqing No. 1, No. 2, and No. 3 could span decades or even centuries? If that is indeed the case, their fates would be uncertain. How am I to locate them? Kai Haohua produced a delicate flash drive from his pocket and handed it to Shixieling, saying, "This contains all pertinent information from Chongqing No. 1 to Chongqing No. 4, as well as the designated landing site where our unmanned shuttle will meet you annually on the Minghui continent. You may review the contents carefully and memorize them. Once you finish, the flash drive will self-destruct." Shixieling accepted the flash drive and further inquired, "Mr. Kai, where exactly is the Minghui continent? Why is it that aside from a few references in ancient martial arts literature, no other sources provide any information regarding the Minghui continent?" Kai Haohua pondered for a moment before responding. "To my knowledge, approximately 1,000 years ago, due to a catastrophic event in the universe, the planet housing the Minghui continent was struck by another celestial body and has since ceased to exist. This is why we are compelled to utilize the time machine to return to 2,000 years ago." Ceased to exist? Shixieling glanced at Kai Haohua, feeling somewhat incredulous. About to be dispatched to an ancient continent that has long ceased to exist, it is no wonder that no one has ever succeeded before. After Kai Haohua departed, Tang Jishu returned to Shixieling's room, yet she refrained from saying much, only advising Shixieling to rest early. Tang Jishu calmly remarked, "Tomorrow morning, I shall accompany you to the virus research lab for the ultimate virus inoculation. It is imperative that you rejuvenate yourself tonight." After casting a lingering glance at Shixieling, she turned and departed. Although Shixieling had a multitude of words she yearned to share with Tang Jishu, the uncertainty of her fate on the morrow loomed large in her mind. Even if she were to pass the trial of the ultimate virus, she would soon embark on a journey to an ancient time, where the future held both peril and promise, utterly unpredictable. After much contemplation, Shixieling ultimately chose silence, merely watching as Tang Jishu walked away. Chapter 20. A parting kiss in a virus preparation room at the Gongquan Training Base's Pharmaceutical Research Institute. Professor Zhuang Li was preparing to finish his workday. Just as he was about to lock the door, the base's special commissioner, Wang Hengjuan, entered. Zhuang was taken aback by Wang's presence, as it had been many years since Wang had personally visited the laboratory. "Commissioner Wang, what brings you here? Is there something urgent?" Zhuang inquired. Wang surveyed the room and, noticing that Zhuang was the sole occupant, casually asked, "Professor Zhuang, are you alone? Is everything ready for tomorrow's virus inoculation?" Zhuang held Wang in high regard, aware that Wang was a distant relative of the supreme leader, with nearly all personnel management authority at the training base resting in his hands. Responding respectfully, Zhuang assured him, "Rest assured, Commissioner Wang, everything is prepared. As soon as Shixieling arrives tomorrow morning, we can proceed with the inoculation." Wang nodded and, maintaining a calm demeanor, asked, "In your opinion, Professor Zhuang, what are Shixieling's chances of success tomorrow?" Zhuang paused to reflect before responding. "Shixieling's performance and qualities are rather average. Logically, the likelihood of him surviving the outbreak of the ultimate virus should be low. However, President Kai seems quite optimistic about him. I've heard that President Kai believes Shixieling possesses qualities reminiscent of the original genius, Chongqing No. 1, so I wouldn't worry too much." Wang's face twitched slightly, surprised by the comparison. "Like Chongqing No. 1? The widely acknowledged genius among geniuses?" Zhuang nodded. "Indeed. Although many perceive Shixieling as mediocre, President Kai's insights are typically astute. If he holds such a belief, there must be a reason behind it. Perhaps Shixieling is indeed a talent." Wang silently moved a chair and sat down, his brow furrowed in thought, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity. Zhuang found the situation perplexing but refrained from pressing Wang for clarity, choosing instead to sit down as well. After a lengthy silence, Wang finally spoke, "Professor Zhuang, regardless of Shixieling's success or failure tomorrow, we will commence the development of next year's ultimate virus, correct?" Zhuang replied, "Yes. The X-reagent materials planned for next year were delivered from the capital to the Gongquan base yesterday. However, the other related materials have yet to begin development. As you know, it's not that we wish to delay. These materials are exceedingly expensive, and developing the virus requires considerable time and effort. We won't be ready until this time next year." Wang waved his hand dismissively. "I am not blaming your institute for the slow progress. I understand the challenges in developing the ultimate virus. Achieving a yearly dose is already quite an accomplishment. My point is, since President Kai holds such high hopes for Shixieling, why not lend him a helping hand?" Zhuang was somewhat bewildered, gazing at Wang, unsure of how to respond. Wang Hengjuan revealed a hint of a cold smile, articulating each word with precision. "I require you to incorporate the reagent X into the ultimate virus that Shixieling will be inoculated with tomorrow, immediately." Zhuang Li trembled. nearly springing from his chair, stammering, "Wang. Chief Wang, what? What did you just say?" Wang Hingjuan replied nonchalantly, "Why are you so anxious? I merely request that you add the reagent X intended for next year into tomorrow's ultimate virus inoculation. This might enhance Xiaoling's chances of success. But the reagent X, if not neutralized with other materials, could be lethally potent even in minuscule quantities." Zhuangli quivered. "How could that be?" "The finished product of the ultimate virus already contains a variety of precious, rare high-tech materials. We are merely increasing the concentration of reagent X. I believe this will yield superior results," Wang Hengjuan stated with casual indifference. This is unacceptable. The ultimate virus already contains an adequate amount of reagent X. It is the most ferocious energy catalyst, causing immense harm to the human body. The consequences of arbitrarily introducing it into the ultimate virus without a year of scientific calibration could be catastrophic. "Chief Wang, you must be jesting," Zhuangli implored, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Wang Hengjuan's expression shifted, a cold snort escaping his lips. "Zhuangli, I had thought you to be an intelligent individual. How can you fail to manage such a trivial matter? Back in the capital, you have 2 young children and ill parents to support. Your burdens are considerable. I have been preparing to promote and increase your salary. If you perform well this time, you might very well have a chance at Kai Haohua's position in the future." Zhuangli was taken aback, pleading, "Chief Wang, I cannot proceed with this. It will surely lead to disaster. If anyone finds out, my career will be irrevocably tarnished." Wang Hengjuan scoffed, "There are only you and I involved in this. As far as I know, reagent X is colorless and odorless. Its addition to the ultimate virus will go unnoticed. Moreover, even if something were to happen, while I remain at the base, what is there to fear? But Xiaoling will undoubtedly die," Zhuangli stuttered, trembling. "How could that be? Everyone knows Xiaoling possesses considerable mastery in ancient martial arts. I am merely assisting him in ensuring his energy reserves are more abundant. This will only increase his chances of completing his mission when he travels back to the moonlit continent of 2,000 years ago, won't it?" "Haha," Wang Hengjuan chuckled. The following morning, Tang Jishu arrived early at Xiaoling's room. She glanced at him, expressing concern. "Did you rest well last night? Are you feeling a bit nervous now?" Xiaoling smiled lightly. "After reviewing the materials provided by President Kai, I have been practicing diligently, hoping to refine the techniques I developed to combat the viral outbreak. Whether I succeed will depend on today." "What? You didn't sleep at all last night?" Tang Jishu exclaimed anxiously. "It's nothing," Stone Xiaoling said nonchalantly. "You know me. The more I practice, the better my spirit. Rest assured, I feel great." Tang Jishu stared blankly at him, shaking her head in exasperation. "You really are a fool." Stone Xiaoling observed Tang Jishu before him, noting that today she was not clad in her usual white coat, but rather in a slightly form-fitting, plain long dress that accentuated her graceful figure. At that moment, seeing Tang Jishu slightly raise her lovely face, casting a mildly reproachful gaze in his direction, Stone Xiaoling's heart raced Tang Jishu seemed to sense the unusual glimmer in his eyes. Her cheeks flushed gently as she spoke softly. "Stone Xiaoling, when we reach the virus research lab, the staff will immediately inoculate you with the ultimate virus. An hour later, you will be sent through the time-space portal." So Stone Xiaoling smiled. "Are you so certain that I can withstand the outbreak of the ultimate virus?" Tang Jishu fixed her gaze upon his eyes, affirming resolutely, "I believe you can. I just want to tell you that I will be waiting for your return." A surge of emotion washed over Stone Xiaoling. He had never anticipated that Tang Jishu would express such unwavering confidence in him at this parting moment, nor her willingness to wait for his return, a sentiment he had longed to convey yet had been too afraid to voice. Concerned about the uncertainty of his future and fearing to burden her with worry, he had remained silent. At that moment, however, it was Tang Jishu who spoke first. A warmth surged within him, and he stepped closer, saying, "Jishu." "Actually, Tang Jishu gently shook her head, responding, "I understand. I know everything. I just want you to remember, no matter how difficult your journey in the Mingwei continent may be, I will always be here waiting for you." Overwhelmed by affection, Stone Xiaoling could no longer contain his emotions and stepped forward to embrace Tang Jishu tightly. Nestled in his strong arms, her flushed cheeks broke into a sweet smile. She softly remarked, "Xiaoling, I thought you were just a foolish martial artist." Stone Xiaoling chuckled. "Being with a brilliant beauty like you every day, even a fool would become wise." They exchanged smiles, and Stone Xiaoling lowered his head to gently kiss Tang Jishu's lips. With her starry eyes slightly closed, she wrapped her arms around his neck, passionately responding to his kiss. As they prepared to part, the uncertainty of their future loomed, yet their love surged forth. Completely oblivious to the omnipresent surveillance cameras in the room. In the central monitoring room of the training base, Kai Haohua, Wang Hengjuan, and a multitude of research experts sat before the vast screens, observing every move of Stone Xiaoling. Soon, he would formally receive the ultimate virus inoculation as the final executor of this year's National Lifespan Improvement Program. The emergence of Shi Xiaoling has sparked considerable controversy. Had it not been for Kai Haohua's commitment to resign if he failed, Shi would not have been in this position at all. The question of whether such an average individual, both in character and achievements, can navigate the harrowing crisis of the ultimate virus outbreak, and whether Kai Haohua will resign from his position at the training base, weighs heavily on the minds of all the experts, scholars, and instructors within the facility. Thus, from the break of dawn, everyone congregated before the monitoring screens in the central control room, scrutinizing every action of Shi Xiaoling. To their astonishment, they witnessed an intimate exchange between the beautiful Professor Tang Jishu and Shi Xiaoling, filled with affection and poignant farewells. Observing the passionate kiss shared by Shi Xiaoling and Tang Jishu on the screen, many seasoned experts and scholars in the monitoring room could not help but shake their heads in dismay. They understood that even if Shi Xiaoling survived the outbreak of the ultimate virus, the uncertainty of his safe return after traveling over 2,000 years back to the Mingwei continent loomed large. Notably, the four prodigies who ventured forth before him had not returned, and communication from them had been exceedingly rare. Could the unremarkable Shi Xiaoling accomplish what those illustrious predecessors could not? Chapter 21. Early amplification. Kai Haohua closed his eyes, unwilling to witness the intimate scene between Shi Xiaoling and Tang Jishu on the screen. Although he had long been aware of Tang Jishu's deep concern for Shi Xiaoling, he had not anticipated the profound feelings that had developed between them. They were completely oblivious to the surveillance cameras, lost in a passionate kiss. For a moment, Kai Haohua felt a flicker of doubt regarding his decision. Due to his impulsive recommendation during the joint meeting, Shi Xiaoling had been thrust into the role of executor. Was this truly fair to Shi Xiaoling? What repercussions would it have for Tang Jishu? Could Shi Xiaoling genuinely shoulder such a heavy responsibility? Kai Haohua found himself engulfed in confusion. Wang Hengjuan, however, appeared quite assured. He surveyed the room and remarked with a smile, "Who would have thought that this seemingly mediocre Shi Xiaoling possesses such charm? The head of our base, the illustrious Professor Tang, has evidently fallen completely for him. I must admit, I underestimated him before. Kai Lao's keen insight is indeed remarkable, haha." Though Wang Hengjuan spoke lightly, the others could not muster a smile. The more intimate the display between Shi Xiaoling and Tang Jishu on the screen became, the heavier the atmosphere grew. Over the past 8 years, any executor with even a modicum of skill in ancient martial arts had perished at the hands of the ultimate virus outbreak. If Shi Xiaoling were to meet the same fate today, what agony would Tang Jishu endure? And what would become of Kai Haohua, who had fervently advocated for Shi Xiaoling? At 9:58, Shi Xiaoling and Tang Jishu arrived hand in hand at the entrance of the virus inoculation room. They exchanged few words along the way, merely holding hands in silence, both wearing serene smiles. Shi Xiaoling was aware that within the inoculation room lay a secret passage leading directly to the launch site of the time-traveling vessel. If he successfully navigated the trial of the ultimate virus, he would enter the launch capsule and be instantly transported to the Moonlight continent 2,000 years in the past, a scenario he had meticulously simulated countless times. Taking a deep breath, Shi Xiaoling turned to Tang Jishu and softly declared, "I will definitely return." "I will wait for you," Tang Jishu replied with a smile and a nod. Shi Xiaoling gazed intently at her warm and gentle smile, as if he wished to etch that perfect expression into his memory. Then, with resolve, he turned and strode confidently into the laboratory. The door to the virus laboratory opened automatically. Without looking back, Shi Xiaoling walked purposefully inside. Outside, Tang Jishu continued to smile as she watched his retreating figure, gently waving her hand. As the laboratory door slowly closed, Kai Haohua, seated in the control room, let out a soft sigh and turned to Wang Hengjuan, asking, "Commander Wang, may we commence?" A mysterious smile played at the corners of Wang Hengjuan's mouth as he announced into the microphone, "Attention all units. I hereby declare the official launch of this year's National Lifespan Improvement Program." Once inside the virus inoculation room, Shi Xiaoling followed the staff's guidance and lay down on a platform resembling a crystal dome. The moment he settled in, his hands, feet, and entire body were firmly secured in place. A staff member adjusted the oxygen mask for him, connecting and testing various instruments before the crystal canopy was lowered and sealed. In the main control room, Wang Hengjuan and Kai Haohua observed a row of green lights illuminating on the large command console before them. Kai Haohua glanced at the surrounding personnel and announced into the microphone, "Prepare to inject the Level 10X Ultimate Virus." Within the confines of the crystal chamber, a mechanical arm, equipped with a syringe, slowly elevated, aiming at Shi Xiaoling's vein. The syringe contained a vial of liquid shimmering with an unusual blue luminescence. Kai Haohua fixed his gaze on the monitoring screen and commanded, "Commence injection." The mechanical arm trembled slightly but hesitated to advance. The experts in the command room exchanged puzzled looks, directing their attention to the control panel. Professor Zhuangli, the head of the virus research lab responsible for operating the syringe, appeared to be wavering and somewhat anxious, delaying the pressing of the button at his side. As Kai Haohua was about to inquire about Zhuangli's hesitation, Wang Hengjuan coldly urged, "Professor Zhuang, initiate the injection." Startled, Zhuangli turned to Wang Hengjuan, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. Before he finally pressed the button, the blue liquid from the syringe began to flow slowly into Shi Xiaoling's left arm vein. Shi Xiaoling glanced sideways, feeling no pain whatsoever. This marked his 10th inoculation of the virus, each time involving a blue serum, however. This particular vial possessed an oddly lustrous sheen. Moreover, the method of inoculation had changed. Previously, it was Tang Jishu or her accompanying nurses who administered the virus. But never before had Shi Xiaoling been secured to such an unusual operating table. He attempted to shift his body slightly, only to discover his limbs tightly bound by peculiar straps, similarly secured around his thighs. Remaining still was manageable, yet even the slightest motion caused the bindings to constrict, rendering him nearly immobile. A bitter smile crossed Shi Xiaoling's mind as he recognized the gravity of this virus inoculation. The energy unleashed by the ultimate virus could unleash catastrophic destruction if it spiraled out of control. He recalled the first time he had received the primary virus, becoming so engrossed in cultivating his true essence that he had demolished the furniture in the training room. Now, being administered the most potent ultimate virus, the potential for devastation was incomprehensibly greater. According to the plan, following the inoculation, Shi Xiaoling would lie still in this crystal coffin-like operating table for an hour. If his physiological indicators remained stable after that duration, he would be directly transported through a secret passage to the time-space shuttle, commencing his journey through time and space. Shi Xiaoling was acutely aware that over the past 8 years, 6 martial arts experts, whose innate qualities far surpassed his own, had perished within this crystal coffin, while only 2 executors with no foundation in martial arts had barely managed to survive the ordeal. Certainly, even after enduring this hour, upon entering the time-space shuttle, he would still face the subsequent waves of the ultimate virus outbreak. However, by then, he might find himself in another dimension altogether. Within the crystal chamber where Shi Xiaoling lay, there was no display of time, yet he was unconcerned. For Tang Jishu had already provided him with a comprehensive account of the conditions inside the chamber. As he observed the mechanical arm withdrawing after administering the virus, Shi Xiaoling promptly began to channel his energy. He had prepared 3 sets of techniques, labeled A, B, and C, specifically designed based on the probable trajectories of energy surges indicated by Tang Jishu. These techniques held little practical offensive or defensive value. Rather, they were solely intended to facilitate the dissipation of energy buildup. Almost simultaneously with the initiation of Technique A, a searing warmth surged from his lower abdomen, swiftly radiating throughout his body. Unperturbed, Shi Xiaoling guided this warmth with the scant true energy at his disposal, striving to maintain its smooth passage through his meridians. Wherever this warmth flowed, pathways that had previously eluded him during practice suddenly became accessible, and several blockages he had long sought to clear were swiftly overcome. A surge of joy filled Shi Xiaoling. This was the coveted state he had aspired to throughout his years of martial arts training. Despite his diligent efforts to master numerous ancient martial arts techniques, the lack of sufficient true energy had compelled him to rely on his consciousness and spirit as substitutes during practice. Although he had meticulously honed these techniques through his unique approach, they failed to significantly enhance his physical constitution or unleash their full potential. Shi Xiaoling was acutely aware that the techniques he practiced were invaluable treasures of ancient martial arts, yet he remained unable to manifest their prowess, a source of deep inner conflict propelling him into the National Longevity Improvement Initiative. To his astonishment, less than a minute after receiving the ultimate virus, the surging warmth within him began to flow freely, rapidly integrating with the frail true energy he had painstakingly cultivated over the past year, expanding with each oscillation through his meridians. Amidst the relentless onslaught of warmth within him, Shi Xiaoling had completely lost track of his surroundings. He immersed all his mental focus deeply into his meridians, spiraling along with the tumultuous energy flow, one technique after another. He explored the ancient martial arts principles he had diligently mastered over the years, freely manipulating the suddenly potent true energy within him. A sensation of exhilaration that momentarily made him oblivious to everything else. Meanwhile, at the command center, Kai Hao and a group of seasoned experts furrowed their brows as they observed Shi Xiaoling's drastically rising physiological data on the screens. According to past experience, the initial half-hour following the administration of the ultimate virus should be a period of smooth transition. During this time, the calming and restorative components of the virus should take effect, while the true eruption of energy within the human body is anticipated to manifest only after 30 minutes. This gradual onset is intended to minimize the physical impact and harm to the recipient of the virus. However, real-time monitoring data indicates that a drastic change has almost immediately occurred within Shi Xiaoling's body, with effects that should have appeared only after the designated half-hour already becoming evident. What could possibly account for this anomaly? The experts at the command center exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the bizarre situation unfolding before them. Could it be that Shi Xiaoling possesses an exceptionally strong constitution that allows for rapid absorption of the ultimate virus? Even so, it would still be reasonable to expect effects to manifest after at least 20 minutes. Only Wang Hengjuan and Zhuangli were privy to the truth of the matter. Last night, under Wang Hengjuan's directive, Zhuangli had clandestinely incorporated the freshly delivered X reagent, intended for the development of next year's ultimate virus, into the batch administered to Shi Xiaoling today. In essence, Shi Xiaoling was receiving a double dose of the X reagent. Beads of sweat cascaded down Zhuangli's forehead. As a specialist in virology, he was acutely aware of the potency of the X reagent. It is a substance that, with merely a minuscule drop, can instigate a cataclysmic transformation in human metabolism. This reagent must be meticulously blended with various rare pharmaceuticals using advanced technological processes over an extended period to neutralize its extreme toxicity. Nevertheless, once introduced into the human body, especially that of someone who has practiced ancient martial arts for many years, the X reagent can significantly amplify the latent energy within such individuals, resulting in a violent surge that profoundly impacts their meridians and organs within a short time frame. Over the past 20 years, only the exceptionally gifted Chongqing No. 1 and Chongqing No. 2 have survived such an onslaught. Today, however, the unremarkable Shi Xiaoling faces the upheaval of a double dose of the X reagent, one portion of which has not been neutralized in any manner. Kai Hao fixed his gaze upon the monitoring screen and spoke in a somber tone. Attention, all units. Shi Xiaoling has exhibited an accelerated reaction. We may soon encounter unforeseen circumstances. Please remain prepared for immediate response. Chapter 22. The critical point. Shi Xiaoling remained oblivious to the events transpiring outside, completely engulfed in the exhilaration of his rapidly burgeoning true essence. The various ancient martial arts techniques he had struggled to master over the years now flowed through his meridians with astonishing speed, providing an intoxicating sense of euphoria that momentarily made him forget his surroundings. However, this exhilaration was short-lived. As the warm currents within him continued to swell, and Shi Xiaoling gradually realized that he could no longer effectively control the circulation of his true essence. The true essence he had painstakingly accumulated over the past year had seamlessly merged with the surging energy currents. Initially, he could navigate these energies through his meridians with the finesse of his practiced martial arts techniques. Yet, as the energy currents grew more formidable, no matter the technique he employed, he found himself incapable of guiding such overwhelming power with any semblance of stability. The transition from adept control to utter chaos within his body occurred in the blink of an eye. Shi Xiaoling sensed that the primary meridians within him were filled to capacity with the swelling energy currents, particularly in the lower abdomen, where the energy was accumulating with alarming rapidity. As the energy within his dantian intensified, it began to bulge ominously. Yet, he remained composed. He and Tang Jishu had engaged in thorough discussions regarding the potential outbreak of the ultimate virus. The early victims of the viral eruption had suffered ruptures in their blood vessels, particularly in the lower abdomen, the very area where a martial artist's dantian resides. Shi Xiaoling had anticipated that the initial point of energy explosion would likely occur in this very region. Nevertheless, for Shi Xiaoling, the locus of his true essence's accumulation was not in the dantian, but rather in the zhongfu point at his chest. Although true essence typically originates in the dantian, for reasons unknown, It had proven challenging for Shi Xiaoling to amass significant energy there. From the moment he first cultivated true essence, he discovered an innate ability to channel more of his energy towards the Zhongfu point. Only by transferring the cultivated true essence to this point could he stabilize it and truly harness its power. At this moment, despite the alarming inflation of energy in his dantian, Shi Xiaoling did not panic. Instead, he swiftly activated his contingency plan, endeavoring to redirect the energy from his dantian to the Zhongfu point. Yet, the sheer magnitude of the energy accumulation made it impossible for him to push the energy upwards. No matter how many times he attempted to channel it, the swelling in his dantian was nearing a critical threshold, if not addressed promptly. The rapidly expanding energy could potentially shatter his lower abdomen. In this dire moment, a peculiar diagram of energy pathways materialized in Shi Xiaoling's mind. A flash of insight illuminated his consciousness, leading him to intuitively recognize that by following this pathway, he might be able to divert the energy from his dantian towards the Zhongfu point. Almost instinctively, he immediately began to channel the surging energy within his dantian according to the intricate diagram of energy flow mapped out in his mind. Although the accumulation of energy in Shi Xiaoling's dantian was rapid, once he commenced the operation of this technique, a substantial current of energy began to flow along various complex pathways, swiftly redirecting towards the Zhongfu acupoint. The faster the energy accumulated in the dantian, the quicker the execution of this technique progressed, resulting in a more rapid diversion of energy. Suddenly, Shi Xiaoling realized that the technique he was executing with such speed was none other than the Nine Yuan Passage diagram he had diligently practiced and revered over the past month. Now safely stored in the collection hall, the intricate and obscure pathways that had previously required immense concentration to operate through sheer will had now become remarkably clear and coherent. Despite the relentless surge of energy within his dantian, Shi Xiaoling was able to efficiently transfer an almost equal amount of energy from his dantian to the Zhongfu acupoint without delay. Though Shi Xiaoling's dantian remained teetering on the brink of explosion, he remained composed, completely absorbed in the operation of the Nine Yuan Passage diagram, devoid of any distracting thoughts. All the experts in the monitoring room observed with clarity that within mere minutes after Shi Xiaoling was injected with the ultimate virus, there were significant changes in his physiological data. Shortly thereafter, the commander at the left command post exclaimed, "Report, Director Kai. There is an anomaly in Shi Xiaoling's abdomen, reminiscent of the incidents involving the previous executors a few years ago." Kai Haohua replied solemnly, "Continue monitoring the footage and provide a close-up image of Shi Xiaoling's lower abdomen." The surveillance cameras promptly captured a detailed close-up of Shi Xiaoling's abdomen, prompting gasps of shock from all the experts at the command desk. In just a matter of minutes, Shi Xiaoling's abdomen had noticeably swollen and continued to inflate. Kai Haohua commanded, "Medical team, prepare to intervene." A team of medical personnel rushed into the virus injection room, frantically preparing emergency equipment. Silence enveloped the monitoring room, based on years of experience. Executors who exhibited significant abdominal swelling post-injection of the ultimate virus invariably faced the terrifying consequence of abdominal rupture, followed by catastrophic internal bleeding and, ultimately, irretrievable death. As the experts witnessed Shi Xiaoling's abdomen expanding further on the screen, a collective sigh escaped their lips. Zhuangli trembled uncontrollably, tightly shutting his eyes. Only a faint, elusive smile flickered across Wang Hengjuan's face. Meanwhile, on the training base's playground, Tang Jishu strolled calmly across the vast expanse, choosing not to remain in the monitoring room as she had in previous years, despite the opportunity to witness firsthand the events unfolding with Shi Xiaoling. Tang Jishu walked incessantly, aimlessly, her tranquil face adorned with a relaxed and confident smile. She was waiting, anticipating the moment when the time-traveling device would take flight. In her heart, she firmly believed that Shi Xiaoling would successfully endure the trial of the ultimate virus outbreak. That fool should be traversing time and space soon. This was the singular thought that lingered in Tang Jishu's mind. "Report. Shi Xiaoling's abdomen has swollen to a critical point," exclaimed the commander on the left. How could it happen so quickly? Although everyone in the monitoring room was aware that this was inevitable, they could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. Based on past experiences, once a significant bulge appeared in the abdomen after the infection of the ultimate virus, there typically would be a process of at least half an hour before reaching the final critical explosion. Yet, Shi Xiaoling had advanced to this stage in mere minutes. Kai Haohua furrowed his brow deeply. Years of experience told him that something must have gone awry. Even if Shi Xiaoling had poor innate qualities, it should not have led to the brink of life and death in such a short span. The energy accumulating in Shi Shaoling's lower abdomen was occurring at an implausibly rapid rate. Kai Hao Hua gazed intently at the monitoring screen, pondering where the problem might lie. Zhuangli trembled as he stood up, appearing suddenly a decade older at the age of 40. He addressed Kai Hao Hua, "Mr. Kai." Before Zhuangli could finish, Wang Hangjun placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Professor Zhuang, there is no need to be anxious. We all understand your feelings, and we share in the regret. However, it has come to this, and there is nothing anyone can do. Life must go on, mustn't it?" he said, patting Zhuangli's back several times. Zhuangli stood in shock, hesitating for a moment before finally sinking heavily back into his seat, releasing a long sigh. Kai Hao Hua glanced at Zhuangli, puzzled as to why the head of the virus research lab appeared so uncomposed at this moment. However, he had no time to inquire about the reason. He picked up the microphone and said, "Attention control panel, once Shi Shaoling's abdomen ruptures, immediately activate the crystal dome for rescue." In the monitoring room, all eyes were fixated on Shi Shaoling's abdomen, which was swollen like a large balloon. Strangely, as seconds ticked by, the anticipated gruesome scene did not materialize. Shi Shaoling's abdomen remained at the critical point of explosion. Yet there was no movement, neither expanding nor contracting. Lying on the operating table, Shi Shaoling was oblivious to the situation outside, fully concentrating on the energy cultivation technique derived from the 9-part diagram in the collection hall. Little did he realize that this seemingly trivial technique would manifest unexpectedly at this critical moment. This diagram was merely one of the legendary 9-part energy cultivation diagrams, which, in theory, could not be mastered individually until all 9 parts were gathered. In fact, despite practicing diligently for an entire month, Shi Shaoling had achieved no noteworthy results. He merely forced himself to master all the operational circuits depicted in the diagram. Yet, at this critical juncture of life and death, the techniques illustrated within the diagram revealed their miraculous efficacy, regardless of how swiftly the intense energy within Shi Shaoling's dantian accumulated. An equal flow of warm energy consistently diverted from the dantian, coursing through clearly defined pathways into the center of his chest, the Zhongfu point. Unbeknownst to Shi Shaoling, he had no time to ponder the unfolding situation. He was solely focused on diligently practicing the method he had honed over the past month. As his cultivation technique operated at full throttle, the surging energy within his dantian was meticulously extracted layer by layer, flowing along predetermined routes through his meridian. Shi Shaoling concentrated intently on the movement of energy within his body, cautiously executing each step outlined in the Nine Yuan Passage diagram, awaiting the opportune moment to fully transfer the searing energy from his dantian into the Zhongfu point. For him, it was essential to channel all the energy from the dantian into the Zhongfu point, for only then could this fervent energy truly become his own essence. He did not dwell on whether his body could withstand such a powerful influx of energy once it reached the Zhongfu point. The intricate pathways of the Nine Yuan Passage diagram, while continuously directing energy toward the Zhongfu point, also allowed a considerable portion to flow into various meridians throughout his body, where the energy would be drawn back into the dantian due to the immense suction generated within. Shi Shaoling was unperturbed by this ongoing situation. He understood that once he completed traversing all the routes in the Nine Yuan Passage diagram, the final move would involve directly propelling all the energy from his dantian into the Zhongfu point. This final maneuver was unprecedented in the annals of ancient martial arts, as no technique had ever directly funneled essence from the dantian to the Zhongfu point in such a manner. Yet, curiously, this was precisely how the legendary supreme technique, the Nine Yuan Passage diagram, was illustrated. In his regular practice, Shi Shaoling found it utterly incomprehensible, unable to envision how such a feat could be accomplished. However, in this moment, the circumstances compelled him to attempt it, for if the energy in his dantian continued to accumulate excessively and for too long, an explosion was inevitable. As Shi Shaoling remained calm and focused on his cultivation, he sensed that the energy within his dantian had reached a precarious equilibrium. Although this temporary balance had staved off the imminent explosion, he understood that without a decisive push of the energy into the Zhongfu point, this fragile stability would eventually shatter. As the entire sequence of the Nine Yuan Passage diagram neared completion, he prepared himself to execute the final move with reckless abandon. While this maneuver defied conventional martial logic, at this moment, Shi Shaoling instinctively recognized that it was the only means to resolve the current crisis. Chapter 23, Eruption Inside the Central Monitoring Room. The assembled experts stared in astonishment at the large screen, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Over half an hour had passed since Shi Xiaoling's abdomen had swelled to a critical point, yet unlike previous executors, he had not succumbed to a gruesome demise marked by ruptured organs and profuse bleeding. His belly remained inflated like a great balloon, steadfastly maintaining this state, neither bursting nor diminishing. Initially, the experts were reluctant to watch the screen, dreading the sight of the horrific and blood-soaked scene. However, as time elapsed without any manifestation of the anticipated tragedy, they exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Zhuangli stared vacantly at the monitor, unable to comprehend the situation. In his view, under the potent influence of the double X reagent, Shi Xiaoling should have perished countless times by now. Yet, despite the swelling of his abdomen remaining at a critical threshold, the expected carnage had not materialized. What could possibly be happening? This question echoed in the minds of all present. Zhuangli was baffled, Wang Hengjuan was perplexed, and Kai Haohua was equally confounded, though they could not fathom the reasons behind this anomaly. Kai Haohua was acutely aware that the immense energy unleashed by the ultimate virus was continuously accumulating within Shi Xiaoling's body, and it was growing ever more potent. While Kai Haohua could not discern the method Shi Xiaoling employed to temporarily suppress the explosive release of energy from his dantian, he understood that as long as this energy resided within him, a significant portion would eventually revert to the dantian. Although Shi Xiaoling might delay the inevitable, he could not ultimately evade his fate. At that moment, a commander at the left command station shouted in alarm. It moved. His belly moved. Shi Xiaoling's belly is moving. With this exclamation, all eyes were riveted on the monitor, where the once taut sphere of Shi Xiaoling's abdomen was indeed beginning to shift. The movement was so sudden that it left every witness in disbelief. It's moving towards his chest. The sphere is moving towards his chest. What on earth is happening? Zhuangli exclaimed, pointing at the screen. Kai Haohua felt a stir in his heart as he recalled Shi Xiaoling's previous assertion that the reservoir of his vital energy was not in his dantian, but rather in the zhongchong point located in his chest. Zhou Jie's lethal technique, the star-plucking hand, had proven futile precisely because it targeted Shi Xiaoling's zhongchong point. Could it be that Shi Xiaoling was deliberately harnessing the energy from his dantian for his own use? Was this even possible? Kai Haohua's mind was a whirl of uncertainty. The phenomenon occurring with Shi Xiaoling was unprecedented in 20 years. While previous subjects, Chongqing No. 1 and No. 2, had also endured the trials of the ultimate virus, they had benefited from extensive preparatory periods of 11 and 12 years respectively, combined with their exceptional innate talents, thus avoiding the dire consequence of significant abdominal swelling. Could Shi Xiaoling truly create a miracle? Shi Xiaoling executed the final movement of the Nine Yuan Passage technique, known as the direct push. Prior to this, the searing energy that had been continuously channeling into the Zhongfu acupoint suddenly dispersed, racing through his meridians and converging towards his dantian. Aware that life and death hinged on this moment, Shi Xiaoling had no room for contemplation and decisively summoned all the true essence within his meridians, spiraling it towards his dantian. The direct push. Instantly, all the true essence transformed within Shi Xiaoling's body into a colossal spiral hand, forcefully advancing towards the lower part of his dantian. Boom. His entire meridian system trembled violently, and under the extraordinary force of the direct push, the blazing energy sphere within his dantian began to ascend slowly, pressing towards the Zhongfu acupoint in his chest. This was a true essence circulation path deemed impossible by all ancient martial arts teachings, yet at this very moment, it was remarkably realized. Upon completing the direct push, the massive energy sphere within the dantian barely reached the Zhongfu acupoint. The Zhongfu acupoint had always served as Shi Xiaoling's reservoir for true essence. And the instant the gigantic energy sphere entered it, it drew upon the true essence from all of his meridians, which surged towards the Zhongfu. In an instant, all the energy from his limbs and bones converged towards the Zhongfu acupoint, combined with the immense energy sphere just propelled from the dantian, causing Shi Xiaoling's Zhongfu to swell beyond its critical limit. At this pivotal moment, without a hint of hesitation, Shi Xiaoling instinctively initiated the foundational ancient martial arts technique he had first learned, the five-element skill. As the five-element skill progressed, the colossal energy mass stored within the Zhongfu exceeded its explosive threshold. Boom. Another violent tremor resonated within Shi Xiaoling as the immense energy mass erupted, following the ordinary path of the five-element skill and flooding into all of his meridians. With a surge of hot blood erupting from his mouth, Shi Xiaoling's oxygen mask was suddenly drenched in a torrent of crimson, shattering the protective crystalline dome crafted from special materials. Concurrently, A fierce deluge of blazing true essence surged from Shi Xiaoling's zhongfu, rushing through all major meridians in his body. The run and do meridians, the life and death thresholds. Every formidable barrier that ancient martial practitioners found insurmountable was obliterated by this overwhelming flow of energy, all orchestrated by a mere ordinary 5 elements technique. This torrent of energy coursed rapidly through Shi Xiaoling's entire meridian system, where it encountered and severed the specialized bindings that restrained his hands and feet, before once again surging back towards his zhongfu. Suddenly, Shi Xiaoling bolted upright. As he did, the protective crystal dome enveloping his entire being was propelled into the air by an invisible force, soaring towards a row of spotlights above the virus chamber before crashing down heavily onto the ground alongside them. Despite the violent upheaval of the crystal shield, Shi Xiaoling remained utterly oblivious, his eyes tightly shut as he sat cross-legged at the virus inoculation station, diligently channeling his elemental energy techniques. A torrent of unparalleled energy surged through his meridians, breaking through various blockages and flowing back into his Zhongwan acupoint, where it lingered momentarily before radiating outward into the myriad channels of his body. Though he was merely employing the ordinary elemental techniques, the overwhelming power of this energy allowed for an unprecedented fluidity in its circulation throughout his meridians. After several cycles of energy flow, Shi Xiaoling confirmed that this potent energy could be wholly harnessed for his own use. Meanwhile, within his dantian, a continuous surge of intense energy persisted. Yet compared to the essence in his Zhongwan, this heat, while formidable, no longer posed a lethal threat. With the portion of essence he could now command freely, coupled with the 3 meticulously prepared contingency plans, Shi Xiaoling was well equipped to guide the fiery energy from his dantian along predetermined pathways into his meridians and ultimately into his Zhongwan, establishing a beneficial cycle that would transmute it into pure essence for his own utilization. The monitoring room was enveloped in silence, with all experts intently observing the unfolding miracle. As they witnessed the previously swollen energy sphere in Shi Xiaoling's abdomen shifting towards his chest, a collective tension gripped the room. Upon reaching his chest, the colossal energy sphere rapidly surpassed its critical threshold. An operator on the left side of the command platform shouted urgently, "It has exceeded the critical point. It's about to explode." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the engorged energy sphere at Shi Xiaoling's chest abruptly vanished. Many could not help but close their eyes, unwilling to witness the horrific spectacle of Shi Xiaoling's body being torn apart by the explosive energy. However, to everyone's astonishment, Shi Xiaoling's body did not shatter. Instead, he expelled a forceful jet of blood. This sanguine eruption not only sent his oxygen mask flying off his face, but also created a sizable breach in the specially crafted crystal dome. In the command center, a row of red lights flickered as an operator reported, "The vacuum-sterile dome surrounding Shi Xiaoling has been compromised. Should we immediately replace it with a backup?" Before any response could be given, the specially designed restraints binding Shi Xiaoling's body shattered one by one. As he rose, the entire vacuum-sterile dome was violently propelled away by his immense aura, knocking down several spotlights suspended in the air, leaving all the experts in the monitoring room astounded. To comprehend the situation, it is essential to acknowledge that all the bindings restraining Shi Xiaoling's body are crafted from an extraordinary high-tech composite material capable of withstanding immense tensile forces. The crystalline-like vacuum-sterile chamber enveloping Shi Xiaoling's form is constructed from a specialized metal of even greater strength. It is astonishing that it was propelled into the air so effortlessly. What magnitude of impact could have caused this? From whence does such a tremendous energy surge? Why does Shi Xiaoling appear unscathed, merely expelling a copious amount of crimson blood? And what has become of the colossal energy sphere that had been accumulating within his chest? A barrage of inquiries surged through the minds of the numerous experts, resulting in a state of disarray within the command center. Kai Haohua exclaimed with a commanding tone, "Remain calm, everyone. If my assessment is accurate, Shi Xiaoling is currently converting the energy induced by the virus into his own vital essence. This is a crucial moment for him. No one must disturb him. Additionally, prepare to open the secret passage to the launch site and stand by for the activation of the temporal shuttle." The atmosphere in the monitoring room ignited with fervor, transforming from a moment of despondency to a glimmer of impending victory, a shift that occurred with startling rapidity. The scene today was exceedingly peculiar, an occurrence unprecedented since the inception of the National Lifespan Improvement Program. Doubts lingered in the hearts of all present, casting skepticism upon Kai Haohua's assertions. An operator reported with palpable excitement, "Shi Xiaoling's chest is swelling once more, nearing the critical threshold." All eyes were riveted on the screen displaying Shi Xiaoling, indeed. His chest swelled into a large orb, yet as it approached the critical point, the energy sphere immediately radiated outward throughout his body. Shi Xiaoling's seated form trembled violently, yet he remained with his eyes tightly shut, immersed in his internal practice. However, the platform upon which he sat collapsed with a resounding crash, scattering numerous instruments across the floor. Kai Haohua's eyes sparkled with fervor as he seized the microphone, issuing an exhilarated command. All personnel in the virus chamber, maintain a safe distance from Shi Xiaoling to avoid being inadvertently harmed by his energy field until he completes his cultivation and awakens. Despite the collapse of the platform beneath him, Shi Xiaoling seemed oblivious, continuing to sit cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed in deep concentration. His chest periodically swelled, only to dissipate soon after. With each cycle, everything around Shi Xiaoling was shaken by an invisible yet formidable force. After several repetitions, the swelling in his chest gradually subsided, and the once chaotic virus inoculation room finally returned to tranquility. The faces of the experts in the monitoring room began to illuminate with expressions of hope. While uncertainty lingered regarding whether Shi Xiaoling was indeed converting the energy as Kai Haohua suggested, one thing appeared increasingly certain. Shi Xiaoling seemed to be out of immediate peril. The one experiencing the utmost joy was none other than the head of the virus research laboratory, Zhuangli. Under the coercion of Wang Hengjuan, he secretly added a dose of the X reagent to the ultimate virus administered to Shi Xiaoling. This unmodified X reagent, which was potent enough to eliminate Shi Xiaoling countless times, combined with the already perilous ultimate virus, left little room for hope regarding Shi Xiaoling's survival. Zhuangli was consumed by anxiety, contemplating confessing his misdeeds to Kai Haohua, yet the pressure from Wang Hengjuan prevented him from revealing the truth. At that moment, witnessing Shi Xiaoling emerge unscathed, Zhuangli felt an immense relief, as the heavy burden of guilt that had weighed on his conscience was significantly alleviated. Conversely, Wang Hengjuan's expression turned ashen, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying Shi Xiaoling, rendered speechless. He could hardly fathom that despite his meticulous scheming in the administration of a double dose of the X reagent, he had still failed. As Shi Xiaoling's condition began to stabilize, disappointment surged within Wang Hengjuan. He had believed this to be a splendid opportunity to oust Kai Haohua from the training base, only to encounter a peculiar individual like Shi Xiaoling. What was the true nature of Shi Xiaoling? How could he possibly withstand the double dosage of the X reagent and remain unharmed? Wang Hengjuan was left in a state of profound bewilderment. Chapter 24. The Longevity No. 5. Not only was Wang Hengjuan perplexed, but all the experts in the monitoring room were equally baffled by the events of the day. As soon as Shi Xiaoling was administered the ultimate virus, he exhibited abnormal reactions, with his abdomen swelling alarmingly to a critical point, yet it inexplicably did not rupture. Subsequently, the swelling shifted to his chest, surprising everyone further. Eventually, Shi Xiaoling's condition stabilized, and nearly everyone was eager to discern what had transpired within him. All eyes turned with admiration towards Kai Haohua, the chief instructor and head of the first research institute at the base, who had boldly risked his position as a military pledge to ensure Shi Xiaoling would serve as this year's executor. His discerning eye for talent was indeed commendable. Although Kai Haohua felt the approving gaze of the crowd, he remained humble. The day's developments were exceedingly strange. While Shi Xiaoling appeared to have turned the tide, Kai Haohua understood that this was merely the first shockwave of the ultimate virus. Once Shi Xiaoling embarked on the time-space shuttle and potentially traversed to the Mingwei continent, he would undoubtedly face subsequent waves of energy fluctuations within him. It remained uncertain whether Shi Xiaoling would successfully navigate these challenges. However, it seemed unlikely that he would encounter life-threatening danger again. The concern lingered regarding whether the ultimate virus would impact other aspects of his being. Given the peculiar progression observed today, Kai Haohua worried whether Shi Xiaoling's body might suffer severe after-effects. Kai Haohua yearned to inquire about Shi Xiaoling's personal experiences in detail, yet the executor's body, freshly infused with the ultimate virus, was in an optimal state. In this condition, the chances of a successful time-space traversal were maximized. Although the journey appeared straightforward, the traveler's body must endure immense pressure from the transition, sometimes equating to or surpassing the outburst of the ultimate virus. To ensure the successful execution of this national lifespan improvement initiative, it was imperative for Shi Xiaoling to commence his journey through time and space without delay. At that moment, a report came from outside. The secret passage to the launch site had been opened, and the time-space shuttle was officially activated. Kai Haohua turned to Wang Hengjuan and stated, "Commander Wang, everything is ready. We only await Shi Xiaoling to complete his cultivation before we can send him onto the shuttle." Wang Hongjuan's expression remained impassive as he replied, Kai, you may announce it. Let us hope for a smooth proceeding. The intense energy surging within his dantian gradually subsided, and with the smooth circulation of the five elements technique, more and more energy was transformed into true essence that belonged entirely to Shi Shaoling. A profound excitement surged within him as he felt the invigorating sensation of abundant true essence revitalizing his entire being. His meridians underwent a transformative experience through the repeated impact of powerful energy, and Shi Shaoling distinctly sensed every inch of his skin and each pore pulsating with vibrant life. Life is truly marvelous. Shi Shaoling felt as though he had been reborn. He attentively perceived every subtle change within his body, his heart brimming with unparalleled joy. A long-held aspiration had finally come to fruition today. He had acquired a formidable amount of true essence, far surpassing his previous imaginings in both quantity and depth. It was an extraordinary sensation, and Shi Shaoling wished fervently to remain in this meditative state forever, to be eternally immersed in the inexplicable joy and emotion brought forth by the renewal of life. However, a heavy rumbling sound pierced his ears, awakening him from this exquisite experience. Shi Shaoling's heart jolted as he recalled the mission he bore, promptly opening his eyes. Before him, the once solid walls of the virus inoculation chamber were slowly parting, revealing a narrow, seemingly endless secret passageway. He understood this was the clandestine route to the time-space launch site. Surveying the disarray of instruments, lights, and shattered sterile covers strewn about, he found himself perplexed by the unfolding situation. After a deep sigh, he stood up, at which point the voice of Chief Instructor Kai Haohua reached his ears. Kai Haohua inquired with concern, Shi Shaoling, how is your physical condition at the moment? A bit dazed, Shi Shaoling glanced around the chaotic inoculation chamber and shrugged, responding, I'm fine. What has happened here? Kai Haohua smiled from the screen, reassuring him, it's merely a minor mishap. There is no need for concern. If you feel well, please proceed immediately to the backup sterile chamber in the corner on your right, so our instruments can conduct a rapid health assessment. Shi Shaoling looked toward the right corner behind him, where a backup crystal chamber operation station awaited. Nodding, he began to walk towards it. However, after taking just 2 steps, a sudden wave of intense dizziness hit him, causing him to stumble precariously. The experts in the monitoring room were taken aback, bewildered by Shi Shaoling's condition. Kai Haohua, focusing intently on the screen, anxiously asked, Shi Shaoling, what's wrong? After steadying himself, Shi Shaoling shook his head vigorously, sensing everything was normal, though as if his mind had momentarily gone blank. Responding to Kai Haohua's inquiry, he replied, it's nothing. I just felt a sudden dizziness, but it has passed now. With that, he approached the sterile operation station in the corner and lay down, where the sterile chamber automatically sealed around him, swiftly connecting him to various diagnostic devices to commence his health examination. Kai Haohua furrowed his brow in concern. Shi Shaoling's earlier stumble had instilled a sense of unease within him. Logically, if Shi Shaoling had successfully converted the energy from the ultimate virus into true essence, his body should be in peak condition. How could he possibly experience such inexplicable dizziness? The results of Shi Shaoling's physical examination were swiftly revealed. The analyst stationed to the right of the command center reported with delight that all of Shi Shaoling's physiological data reflected his best values ever recorded. In fact, even in the vast database of the Starry Continent, his results were only slightly inferior to those of the legendary Chongqing No. 1 from a decade ago. Moreover, these findings were derived from a rapid assessment, suggesting that Shi Shaoling's health was on an upward trajectory. A stir of excitement rippled through the monitoring room. While the extraordinary survival of Shi Shaoling amidst the ultimate virus outbreak had been somewhat surreal, the experts had not anticipated his current physical condition would be so remarkable, nearly comparable to that of the prodigious Chongqing No. 1 from 10 years prior. Was this truly the same Shi Shaoling, whose innate talents had once seemed rather ordinary? The experts marveled in astonishment. Yet, Kai Haohua remained somewhat apprehensive. His years of experience hinted that despite Shi Shaoling's astonishingly favorable condition, some underlying issues persisted. Particularly concerning was the sudden stumble he had just exhibited, an occurrence one would not expect from a master of ancient martial arts brimming with true essence. However, time was of the essence, and Kai Haohua could not afford further analysis. He picked up the microphone and addressed Shi Shaoling, who was emerging from the sterile chamber. Shi Shaoling, congratulations on passing the ultimate virus trial. I hereby formally inform you that as the executor of this year's National Lifespan Improvement Program, you will be immediately transported to the time-space launch site. Your code name is Chongqing No. 5. I understand, Shi Shaoling replied, striding purposefully toward the secret passage. He now possessed an ample reservoir of true essence and was about to embark on a temporal journey to the Mingwa continent, 2 millennia in the past. This was an era when ancient martial arts flourished, populated by many mythical masters and shrouded in the mysteries of the Nine Yuan Passage diagrams awaiting his discovery. Kai Haohua continued, upon entering the time-space shuttle, you may encounter the second or even third wave of the ultimate virus outbreak. I hope you can meticulously document your experiences of the initial energy shock on the shuttle's computer. This will allow us to conduct research and analysis once the time machine automatically returns. Understood, I will comply, Shi Xiaoling affirmed. As they observed Shi Xiaoling's resolute figure on the screen, the entire monitoring room was filled with a sense of reflection. After so many years, a genuine master of ancient martial arts had finally passed the ultimate virus outbreak test and was officially setting forth toward the Mingwa continent of 2 millennia ago. Shi Xiaoling strode into the secret passage and boarded an automated shuttle that awaited him, heading toward the time-space launch site. The subsequent procedures were those he had rehearsed countless times. He entered the launch facility, donned traditional attire from the Mingwa continent, and was promptly escorted onto the time-space shuttle. Within the monitoring room, numerous experts continued to observe Shi Xiaoling's every move through the screens. However, unlike the earlier tension and worry, the atmosphere was now considerably more relaxed. Though the aftershocks of the ultimate virus may once again pose a threat to Shi Xiaoling, the current circumstances suggest that his survival is no longer in jeopardy. What remains to be seen is whether he can successfully gather the Nine Yuan Passage diagram on the moonlit continent 2 millennia ago. Compared to the two previous executors, Chongqing No. 3 and Chongqing No. 4, who possessed no understanding of ancient martial arts, Shi Xiaoling demonstrates commendable self-preservation abilities. Should he continue to deepen his mastery of ancient martial arts on the moonlit continent, he may indeed have a chance to accomplish his mission. If he can find the previous 4 executors to collaborate with him, the likelihood of success increases even further. In an instant, the morale of numerous experts, who had long since grown disheartened by the National Longevity Improvement Initiative, lifted considerably, for Shi Xiaoling had rekindled their hope. They flocked to Kai Haohua, offering their congratulations and praising his discerning vision. Only Wang Hengjuan sat in solitude in a corner of the monitoring room, silent and despondent. He had initially perceived this moment as the perfect opportunity to dethrone Kai Haohua and expel him from the training base, having clandestinely taken measures to ensure this outcome. To his astonishment, Shi Xiaoling turned out to be an enigma, having withstood a double dose of the X virus while remaining remarkably vibrant. Consequently, Kai Haohua's prestige within the training base ascended, making it increasingly difficult for Wang Hengjuan to act unilaterally. What manner of creature is Shi Xiaoling? How could his body possibly endure a double dose of the X reagent without sustaining any harm? Wang Hengjuan clutched his head in confusion. At that moment, Shi Xiaoling lay quietly in the sealed chamber of the time-space shuttle, awaiting the countdown to launch. In mere minutes, he would traverse to the moonlit continent of 2 millennia past. What scenes would unfold there? What events would transpire? Would he be able to successfully locate and retrieve the Nine Yuan Passage diagram to fulfill the honorable task entrusted to him by the great leader? Uncertainty enveloped his mind. He was even oblivious to the reason he had been selected for this momentous National Longevity Improvement Initiative. From the very first day he enrolled in the program, Shi Xiaoling was aware that he was not the most exemplary candidate. He lacked exceptional physical attributes or athletic talent, did not possess particularly high intelligence or emotional acumen, nor did he boast extensive knowledge. What he possessed was a fervent passion for ancient martial arts and years of unwavering dedication to study and practice. Yet, he had succeeded. Shi Xiaoling felt immense joy at having cultivated a sufficiently powerful true essence. The ancient martial arts techniques he had researched and collected over the years finally had the opportunity to be put into practice. Although these might not be sufficient to establish himself in the flourishing martial arts realm of the moonlit continent, Shi Xiaoling was confident that he had already made significant strides in his martial journey. As long as he continued to devote himself to rigorous training, he would undoubtedly achieve remarkable progress. The launch countdown commenced. 60, 59, 58. Shi Xiaoling's reverie was abruptly interrupted by the resounding countdown. At that moment, he heard Kai Haohua's voice emanating from the central monitoring room. Kai Haohua remarked, Shi Xiaoling, all of our staff at the base wish you a successful traversal. We hope you can complete your task and return safely. Do you have any final words? Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Xiaoling gazed resolutely into the camera before him and declared with unwavering conviction, Jishu, I shall return without fail. Await my homecoming. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. As the command echoed through the central control room, a thunderous roar erupted across the vast temporal launch field. Simultaneously, Xiaoling felt a searing energy gradually rising from his abdomen. He recognized this as the impending second wave of energy surges from the ultimate virus. Immediately, he centered his breathing and channeled his inner energy. On the deserted training ground, Tang Jishu had been pacing alone for over an hour. Though more concerned than anyone about Xiaoling's well-being, her countenance remained serenely composed. In her heart burned an unshakable faith that he would triumph over the ultimate virus's trial. Suddenly, an earth-shaking reverberation rolled across the distance. Tang Jishu stood motionless on the field, her gaze fixed on the distant temporal reflection platform where flames suddenly shot skyward. A streak of black aurora vanished into the cloud layer in an instant. At this sight, her face blossomed into a radiant smile of incomparable brilliance. Xiaoling, you've finally embarked. I shall await your return, Tang Jishu whispered softly to the wind. Chapter 1. Amnesia in the early morning, beneath the steep cliffs of Mount Pannon. A young man lay motionless in a marshy expanse. After a considerable time, the sun began to rise, casting its warm rays upon his face. The young man seemed to sense the sun's heat and, in a daze, attempted to open his eyes. But the blinding brightness compelled him to raise his left hand to shield his gaze. However, as he lifted his hand, an excruciating pain surged through his body, akin to countless sharp needles piercing his limbs, causing him to groan in agony. Simultaneously, a wave of warmth emanated from his lower abdomen, gradually spreading throughout his entire. Accompanied by the piercing pain, this warmth intensified, enveloping him in a fiery embrace, as if his very body were ablaze. Suddenly, he let out a cry, and his body sprang upright, defying gravity for a moment before crashing heavily back to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Time passed unmeasured before he slowly regained consciousness. When he finally opened his eyes, the bright moon hung high in the sky. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the gentle rustle of the breeze as it caressed the nearby trees and flowers. The young man attempted to move, feeling the lingering soreness throughout his body. Yet the sharp, needle-like pain had subsided. A residual warmth persisted within him. Though it was no longer the searing sensation of before, it remained uncomfortable, and his head felt hazy. Struggling to sit up, he took a deep breath, which seemed to alleviate his discomfort slightly. He turned to survey his surroundings, feeling bewildered, and gazed up at the luminous moon for a moment before unsteadily rising to his feet and moving forward. The marsh was indeed muddy, but not particularly vast. Curiously, although his initial steps were laborious, almost crawling, the further he ventured, the lighter his body felt. As he neared the edge of the marsh, his body appeared to grow increasingly agile. Just as he was about to step out of the marsh, a mound of putrid mud to his right suddenly stirred. Startled, he leaned in for a closer look, but the heap of muck swiftly advanced toward him. In an instant, a gaping maw appeared before him, accompanied by a nauseating stench. And rows of long, sharp teeth lunged toward his neck. The young man was struck with terror. He instinctively sidestepped, narrowly evading the deadly bite. With a twist of his waist and a powerful push from his legs, he leaped out of the marsh. Beyond the marsh lay a thick carpet of grass. As soon as his feet touched solid ground, before he could turn, he sensed the pungent odor bearing down upon him from behind. In a panic, he rolled to the side, narrowly escaping another ferocious bite from the gaping maw. When he turned to look, he was met with the sight of a colossal crocodile, over 8 feet long. Having missed its target, the monstrous creature did not retreat. Instead, its grotesque body twisted, and its long tail swept toward. The man barely had time to rise when he felt a long tail strike at his waist. In a state of alarm, he forcefully pushed off the ground, propelling himself backward by 3 feet, just managing to evade the fierce sweep of the tail. However, the fabric of his shirt was torn apart by the powerful tail, leaving his chest stinging with pain. Overwhelmed by shock, he found his legs giving way beneath him and fell backward, fortuitously leaning against a large tree for support. At that moment, the enormous crocodile had turned around. Despite its massive size, it moved with remarkable swiftness. Its eyes, resembling gleaming bronze bells, widened menacingly, and its gaping maw lunged toward the man seated before the tree. With the tree behind him, he struggled to rise as the crocodile's fearsome fangs approached. A sudden rush of warmth emanated from his chest, rapidly filling his limbs with vigor. With this newfound strength, he inexplicably shifted to the left, narrowly avoiding the crocodile's savage bite. In a fluid motion, he pivoted and delivered a punch that struck a large white spot beneath the crocodile's neck. The impact resounded like thunder, and the man felt his body tremble as the crocodile was sent flying several feet away. rolling and thrashing on the ground before finally lying still. He retracted his fist and gazed incredulously at the now silent crocodile not far from him. His mouth agape in astonishment. Was it possible that his punch held such power? Had the crocodile truly perished? He recalled the moment of peril when he felt an invigorating surge throughout his body, enabling him to deftly evade the ferocious bite. The punch he threw seemed so effortless, as if he possessed the innate ability to repel the beast, as if he had the strength of a dragon or tiger. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Where was this place? How did he end up here? Who was he? At that moment, a commanding voice echoed nearby. A tall figure clad in black robes approached swiftly. Who are you? Startled, the man beneath the tree broke into a cold sweat. Even in the face of the crocodile's lethal jaws, his current state of confusion felt far more alarming. Who was he? Why couldn't he remember? The black-robed figure drew closer, the inquiry still reverberating in the air. What has happened to this crocodile king? The figure crouched down to inspect the lifeless creature, noting the unmistakable signs of death and the alarming scorch mark on its neck. Fire technique? The black-robed man stood, his eyes glinting with intensity. Could it be that you are Shizzling? Shizzling? The man beneath the tree was momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing a profound bewilderment. The ability to channel the three yang true fire into one's fists, rendering each strike as fierce and unyielding as blazing flames, was indeed remarkable. With a single blow, he had vanquished a colossal crocodile king. Truly, such prowess was impressive. In all the world, the only one capable of mastering the fiery techniques to such an extent was likely the fire god, Shizzling. It was said that he had vanished without a trace 30 years ago, only to have aligned himself with the celestial master, Li Yuan. Humph, the celestial master deigned to send you, an ancient being. Here, it seems he holds me, Cato Eagle, in high regard. The figure in the black robe remarked coldly. Cato Eagle scrutinized the man under the tree, noting his tattered garments, disheveled hair, and a face smeared with dirt, rendering his features indistinguishable. Despite his disheveled appearance, the man's stature was tall and well-proportioned, and he exuded a subtle yet intense aura of heat, reminiscent of the legendary mastery of the fiery techniques. Cato Eagle pondered silently. This perilous location by the crocodile pool beneath Goddess Cliff had been his secret sanctuary for decades, known only to a few trusted disciples of his sect and the celestial master, Li Yuan. For nearly 10 years, Li Yuan had sent emissaries to this site every 5 years on the 15th of May, delivering a prized Tianshan snow lotus in exchange for a portion of the passage diagram. Up until the last visit, Cato Eagle had fulfilled his part of the bargain, handing over 2 diagrams to Li Yuan in return for 2 Tianshan snow lotuses, which had indeed aided him in perfecting the ultimate technique, soul-capturing method, from his sect's forbidden scriptures. The 10-year agreement between them had concluded, leaving no debts between the two. Cato Eagle mused that the so-called Nine Yuan Passage and the concept of unity between heaven and man were mere legends. Not only was it doubtful that Li Yuan possessed many diagrams, even if he managed to gather 9, could it truly lead to the transcendent state of unity with heaven? The notions of unity with heaven and transcending into sanctity were merely ancient tales. Cato Eagle believed his soul-capturing method had reached its zenith. Combined with years of arduous training in the profound Yin finger and the Yin wind palm, he felt confident that few adversaries could rival him in this era. However, the celestial master, Li Yuan, remained a figure of unease in Cato Eagle's heart. Since establishing the celestial sect, Li Yuan had traversed the world, with few challengers, while his influence extended over the 2 mighty armies of the Grey Wolf and the Grizzly Bear in the northwest, effectively making him the true king of that region. Initially, Cato Eagle had intended to depart from the Mingwei continent and return to the headquarters on Dongli Island to deliberate with his disciples on how to strategically revive the reputation of the Deathly Knight sect. Unexpectedly, on this 15th of May, 5 years hence, Li Yuan would again send an envoy, this time the renowned fire god, whose intentions were likely nefarious. Cato Eagle reflected that, having perfected his skills, the additional Tianshan snow lotuses held little value for him now, especially since they had already agreed to exchange only 2 lotuses for 2 diagrams. Was it possible that Li Yuan had become aware of a third Nine Yuan Passage diagram in Cato Eagle's possession? Cato Eagle contemplated deeply. Cato Takashi possesses 3 highly confidential diagrams of the Nine Yuan Passage, knowledge so secretive that even within the depths of the dead Evil Night Gate, only a select few of his most trusted disciples are privy to it. He is perplexed as to how Li Yuan has acquired this information. Could it be that he truly possesses extraordinary abilities? Although the notion of the Nine Yuan Passage and the unity of heaven and man is merely a legend, Li Yuan is indeed a prodigy of remarkable talent, regarded as the most formidable and awe-inspiring figure in the current Mingwei continent. Kato Takashi's soul-capturing divine skill is still in its nascent stages, and he harbors no real assurance of surpassing Li Yuan. If Li Yuan were to gather all 9 diagrams and attain the supreme great art, who in this vast world could possibly stand against him? Kato Takashi muses that since Li Yuan has dispatched the infamous fire god, Ling, it is likely that he comes with malicious intent. However, given his current prowess, even if Li Yuan himself were to appear, victory is not guaranteed. Although Ling is an experienced master renowned for many years, Kato Takashi does not regard him with much concern. Upon reflection, Ling's immediate act of slaying the giant crocodile appears to be a blatant display of intimidation directed at him. It is likely that Li Yuan believes Ling's fire techniques can effectively counteract his own Yin finger and Yin wind palm skills. Unaware that Kato Takashi has already mastered the long-lost soul-capturing great art of the demon sect. In the past, he may have had reservations about those wielding extreme yang powers, but now he feels no fear. It seems that the intent to seize his diagrams is a grave miscalculation. Today, he resolves to ensure that Ling does not return alive. The fierce glint in Kato Takashi's eyes betrays his determination to render Ling's fate one of no return. Chapter 2. Induction. The man beneath the tree stood there in a daze, gazing at the figure before him, a dark-robed stranger who introduced himself as Kato Takashi. Confusion swirled in his mind. He called me Ling. Am I truly Ling? This name seems vaguely familiar, yet somewhat elusive. Could I genuinely be Ling? Is the constant surge of warmth within me what he refers to as the 3 yang true fire? That does sound somewhat plausible. But who is this so-called leader he speaks of? Furthermore, did he just call me old monster? Am I indeed an old monster? Kato Takashi? Do I know this person? How did I end up here? Why can I remember nothing? It is quite perplexing. The man beneath the tree felt a deep sense of bewilderment. Ling, why has the leaderly sent you here? Kato Takashi asked, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone icy. Huh, leaderly? I can't recall. Wait, do you truly know me? I'm sorry, I don't understand why I'm here. Let me think. Oh dear, my head aches terribly. I seem to remember meditating in a virus laboratory. No, that's not right. Perhaps trying to clear some sort of level? Oh no. This headache is unbearable. As he attempted to unravel his past, the man under the tree was overwhelmed by a throbbing, instinctively clutching it and groaning in distress. Kato Takashi regarded the man writhing in agony with a mix of confusion and astonishment. Entirely bewildered by his mention of a virus laboratory, though Ling's face was obscured by grime, his voice conveyed an unmistakable youthfulness. This was not unusual. Many adept practitioners within the demonic sect could assume countless forms, altering not just their voices, but also their appearances and physiques. However, the incoherence of Ling's words suggested he bore the semblance of someone afflicted by amnesia. Upon hearing him mention clearing levels, Kato Takashi's heart jolted. He claims to be attempting to clear a level? Could it be that Ling has already begun practicing the 9 Yuan level clearing technique? How is that possible? Even if the celestial leader Li Yuan had gathered 8 level clearing diagrams, one remained exclusively in his possession. Aside from his most trusted female disciple, Sakura Shimei, no one else was privy to its existence. He had always kept this diagram close, ensuring it could never fall into another's hands. Could it be that his most loyal disciple, Sakura Shimei, is actually a pawn of the celestial leader Li Yuan within his own sect? A chill crept into Kato Takashi's heart. How could this be? Yet how has Ling managed to cultivate this level clearing technique? The 9 Yuan level clearing method is of utmost significance. How could Li Yuan have entrusted it to Ling? For a moment, tumultuous waves surged within Kato Takashi's mind. Though his gaunt face remained impassive, his eyes sparkling with a peculiar brilliance. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, causing the fabric of his black robe to remain eerily still, while his long hair billowed back in the breeze, and an extraordinary light glimmered in his keen eyes. Ling, look here. Kato Takashi spoke in a low voice, his hand slowly reaching into his bosom. The man beneath the tree, Ling, had just stirred memories long lost, and in an instant, a piercing headache assailed him. As he struggled with his discomfort, he heard Kato's voice and involuntarily lifted his gaze towards him. At that moment, he locked eyes with Kato, who was also gazing intently in his direction. The instant their eyes met, a radiant light surged within Kato's gaze, 2 beams of mesmerizing brilliance firmly ensnaring Ling's spirit. Simultaneously, Kato produced a dark token from his bosom, waving it gently towards Shitsi Ling as he chanted, Shun Wan's Wei Bai. Shun Wan's Wei Bai. Shun Wan's Wei Bai. Shitsi Ling, captivated by the extraordinary gleam in Kato's eyes, felt his mind blank, a sudden haze enveloping his heart. Upon witnessing Kato brandishing the token and reciting the incantation, he noticed a peculiar light flickering on the token. At that moment, he felt as if the very ground beneath him was spinning, a multitude of dark clouds seemingly pressing down upon him. As if he were being swept into a deep vortex by a relentless torrent. He attempted to struggle, but found his body devoid of strength. He opened his mouth to scream, yet no sound escaped. The figure in the black cloak seemed to have vanished without a trace. Yet the strange incantation echoed omnipresently, Shinwan's Wei Bai. Shinwan's Wei Bai. Shinwan's Wei Bai. Kato Takashi slowly tucked the mystical token back into his bosom, his expression betraying no sign of relaxation. A mist swirling above his head, a manifestation of his power being pushed to its utmost limits. Faced with an adversary capable of effortlessly slaying an 8-foot giant crocodile, Kato harbored a sense of trepidation. He surmised that Shitsi Ling, a figure of long-standing renown, likely possessed comparable prowess, and his fiery divine fist would counter Kato's own dark finger technique. The matter of passing through, alluded to by Shitsi Ling, was a long-standing legend among martial arts masters of this era, leaving Kato astounded and eager for clarity. With thoughts racing, he decisively unleashed the long-lost secret technique of the demonic gate, the soul capture art, combining it with his treasured token, the Dark Evil Knight token, to seize his opponent's spirit. As he observed Shitsi Ling's dazed expression and swaying form, Kato felt a surge of astonishment. Logically, a person subjected to his extraordinary skills should have succumbed, rendered powerless and unconscious, allowing Kato to easily apprehend him and take him back to the nearby cave where he practiced to interrogate him at leisure. Under the influence of the pinnacle technique, the soul capture art, an ordinary individual would immediately lose their faculties, becoming a puppet to the practitioner's will, devoid of personal agency. Even one of significant strength would, within the span of a single incense stick's burning time, succumb to the whims of the caster, left a mere slave to their commands. At this moment, Kato focused the soul capture art within his gaze, two piercing beams of light firmly locking onto Shitsi Ling's spirit, continuously stimulating an immense reservoir of power, poised to strike the moment his opponent faltered, preventing any chance of resistance. However, after a series of staggering movements, the man beneath the tree gradually regained his composure, emanating a burgeoning aura of masculinity, while his previously scattered gaze began to exhibit a semblance of vitality. Kato Takashi felt a surge of alarm. The soul-capturing technique, when ineffective, would invariably lead to a dire backlash, the consequences of which were too dreadful to contemplate. In a fit of urgency, Kato Takashi retrieved a token from his bosom and urgently intoned, Shinwan, Nua Ibai. With his other hand, he conjured a shadowy palm to strike forcefully at the man's chest, targeting the vital point known as the Danzhong. The man beneath the tree, having been ensnared by Kato Takashi's soul-capturing technique, was momentarily disoriented, as if his very soul had fled. His mind was clouded with illusions. And just as he was at a loss, a warm, fiery current surged from within, gradually radiating throughout his body. Despite the tumult in his mind, he felt a resurgence of strength and attempted to shake off the fog that clouded his vision. Just then, a flash of extraordinary light pierced through the darkness, and the haunting voice that had echoed in his ears returned. Shunwan, Nua Ibai. Shunwan, Nua Ibai. Shunwan, Nua Ibai. The man felt another wave of dizziness wash over him, but this time the heat within him responded swiftly, intensifying its flow. Just as he sensed a glimmer of clarity, an overwhelming chill struck him directly in the chest. In that critical moment, the fiery current within him surged in response, rapidly converging towards his heart, perfectly countering the incoming icy force. The clash of these two formidable energies, one of extreme heat and the other of frigid cold, collided violently at his chest. Bang! The man felt a violent tremor in his chest, his meridians ablaze with energy as the warmth erupted within him like a volcano. He let out a cry, blood spewing from his mouth, and then he succumbed to unconsciousness. On the distant Dongli Island, far from the Mingwei continent, the day was bright and pleasant. The two enchanting beauties, Sakura Shinbai and Tahara Kaori, returned hand in hand from a stroll, drawing the attention of passers-by. Tahara Kaori, tall and graceful, exuded elegance, while Sakura Shinbai, petite and charming, captivated with her alluring presence. Together, They were a sight to behold, eliciting admiration not only from men but also from women. Oblivious to the stares they attracted, the two chatted and laughed, seemingly lost in their own world. Upon returning home and sitting across from each other, Sakura Shinbai gazed at Tohara Kaori's exquisite figure and sighed softly. Kaori, it won't be long before Lord Kato Takashi returns. Your skills in the art of allure have improved somewhat. You must attend to him well upon his arrival. Tohara Kaori's cheeks flushed crimson as she shook her head, replying, My skills pale in comparison to those of Sister Shinbai. The old master would hardly take notice of me. Sakura Shinbai chuckled lightly. Though you may seem inexperienced in the art of allure, your figure and beauty far surpass mine. As she spoke, she playfully pinched Tohara Kaori's ample bosom, eliciting a surprised gasp, prompting Tohara Kaori to instinctively reach for Sakura Shinbai's slender waist. In an instant, the two embraced, their laughter ringing out in joyous harmony. As the two women frolicked, Sakura Kokomi suddenly shuddered, immediately pressing her delicate hand against her heart, her face contorted in pain. Nine Yuan Xiang, puzzled, quickly inquired, Sakura, what is the matter? With a grave expression, Sakura gazed towards the east and tremulously replied, I suddenly feel a premonition. It seems there is an ominous sign emanating from the old master. Nine Yuan Xiang, astonished, responded, Sakura, although your cultivation in our sect surpasses mine, you are still separated from the master by 1,000 miles. How could you possibly discern the fate of the old master? Could it be a misunderstanding? Besides, did you not tell me that Master Cat has recently mastered the long-lost soul-capturing technique of the dark sect? Who in the world could harm him? Sakura furrowed her brows, deep in thought, and after a long pause, she slowly articulated, As far as I know, although our Knight of Death sect is merely a small branch of the dark sect, Master Cat possesses extraordinary talent and has encountered fortuitous events. His strength is now sufficient to rank among the top 10 of the renowned powerhouses on the Minghui continent. While there may be a few whose prowess exceeds that of the master, the ferocity of the soul-capturing technique, coupled with the unique properties of the Knight of Death token, should theoretically ensure his safety, unless what? Nine Yuan Xiang pressed urgently. Unless someone has attained the legendary Nine Yuan Passage method, achieving the state of unity with heaven and humanity, Sakura continued, her face clouded with worry. Once the soul-capturing technique is invoked, though its mysteries may confound even the gods, if it fails, the backlash of the technique could be catastrophic, and I fear the practitioner may find themselves in grave peril. However, she added, the notion of unity with heaven and humanity is merely a legend. No one has ever been known to achieve it in a century. Even the current top-ranked powerhouse, Yuan Shitian Zunli Du, likely has not reached such a realm. Has he? Alas, I cannot shake the ominous feeling that has arisen within me. I can only hope the master is granted divine protection. The two women fell into a contemplative silence. After a while, Nine Yuan Xiang timidly asked Sakura, if the old master truly encounters misfortune, what shall we do? Sakura pressed her brows together and sighed softly, though the old master regards us disciples as mere playthings. We have been entrenched in the dark sect since childhood, cultivating dark arts for many years. The dark seed within us runs deep, and we could never betray our sect in our lifetime. All I can hope for is that the future master will treat us with kindness. As for whether we can elevate the Knight of Death sect to prominence, that remains beyond my foresight. Future master? Nine Yuan Xiang queried. The Knight of Death sect has always been led by men, yet thus far, it seems Master Cat has never taken a male disciple. Nor have we heard of him accepting any apprentices. Sakura pondered briefly before responding. I have heard the old master mention that our sect's treasured Knight of Death token possesses the ability to communicate with spirits, passed down through generations. This miraculous token can recognize its rightful master, which may explain why, despite our scant number of disciples, the Knight of Death sect has endured for centuries. Perhaps a fated individual will eventually come to possess the Knight of Death token. Huh? Nine Yuan Xiang exclaimed. What is it, Sakura? The demonic seed within me seems to have sensed the presence of the Death Evil Knight token, as though there exists a fervent masculine aura within it. A sudden blush spread across Sakura's delicate face. Her hand pressed against her chest as she gazed into the distance, her expression shifting from astonishment to joy, and then to a hint of bewilderment. Chapter 3. The Token Beneath the Steep Precipice of the Goddess Cliff. Beneath the sprawling branches of a towering tree by Crocodile Pool, a young man lay flat on his back, gradually opening his eyes. What splendid weather! He gazed up at the clear sky and slowly sat up, stretching in a grand yawn. Wait. As he lifted his head slightly, he noticed a figure clad in black lying motionless on the ground not far ahead. Suddenly, the man beneath the tree seemed to recall something. Last night, a fellow who claimed to be Kato Takashi had been casting spells in front of him, right? That individual seemed to mutter some sort of incantation that left him feeling dizzy. The young man murmured to himself, "Hey, Kato Takashi, is that you? It's daylight. Wake up." He called out several times, yet received no response. Concerned, he approached to investigate. There, on the ground, lay the figure in black, pallid as death. With blood seeping from his orifices, he was already deceased. How could this be? The young man was taken aback, his mind racing with recollections of the peculiar events from the previous night, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. He recalled the dead man as Shizaziling. Yet he could not fathom how he came to be in this place, nor could he remember his past or how he had the strength to slay a great crocodile. Furthermore, he was perplexed about how Kato Takashi had met his end. As he pondered, a sudden, intense headache struck him, forcing him to crouch in pain. In doing so, he noticed that the corpse clutched a small token in its hand. Strangely enough, upon observing this token, the throbbing in his head seemed to ease slightly. Hesitating for a moment, he reached out and grasped the token. It was modest in size, no larger than half a palm, yet surprisingly heavy, lacking any luster. Upon flipping it over, he saw that it bore the image of two intersecting skulls. Inscribed below were the words, "Night of Death." Night of Death? What a chilling name. The young man shook his head. Just then, a faint glimmer flickered upon the token, and a frigid sensation seeped into his palm. Simultaneously, a latent warmth within him stirred to life. A surge of fiery energy surged from his chest to his hand, merging seamlessly with the cold emanating from the token, evoking an extraordinary and enchanting sensation within him. How delightful! The earlier headache seemed to diminish, and a profound sense of familiarity arose within him. This token felt as if it were an old friend, long absent. Holding it close felt profoundly intimate and strikingly familiar. He toyed with the token for a while, choosing not to pursue the lost memories further as the intense headache gradually subsided. As he drifted in thought, a gnawing hunger arose within him, prompting him to stow the token in his bosom and rise to seek something to satiate his appetite. It was then that he realized his clothes had become tattered and ragged, with only a few rags clinging to him. Frowning, he tore off the remnants of his attire and, after a moment's contemplation, muttered an apology as he donned the black robe from the deceased figure on the ground. As he removed the black robe from the lifeless body, he discovered a booklet nestled within the embrace of Kato Takashi. The man, in his haste to procure sustenance, paid little heed to it, and carelessly tucked both the token and the booklet into his own garments. Subsequently, he hurriedly dug a grave to inter Kato Takashi's remains, washed his face by a nearby stream, and then strode purposefully towards the valley beyond. By noon, the small county of Panin remained relatively tranquil, for it was merely an inconspicuous town in the eastern part of the Bright Moon continent. Though Panin County was not far from the bustling metropolis of Seonghu City, it was still a considerable distance away. Beyond the county lay Panin Mountain, known for its steep cliffs that had gained a modicum of fame. Legend has it that a fairy once roamed these solitary precipices a century ago, drawing many young men to ascend in search of her. Although the fairy eventually vanished without a trace, the name of the divine maiden cliff has endured. The majority of the residents in this small county bear the surname Yu, with the Yu Hongfa family being the most prominent amongst them. It is said that a distant relative of the Yu family, bearing the surname Chun, is a notable figure in Seonghu City, ranking 77th on the esteemed list of the 100 influential. This prestigious list is collaboratively compiled by the revered elder of the National Guardian Temple and the legendary elder of the Beggars sect, known as Baobuji. The list is typically updated annually, with the Ministry of War officially announcing it to the realm at the beginning of February. While the list may not be entirely infallible, those who appear on it generally possess genuine talent and skill, especially the top 20 elite masters, whose rankings are seldom contested by various martial arts sections. The familial connection to the esteemed master named Chin bestows considerable prestige upon Lord Yu within the confines of Panin County. In a time of unrest on the Bright Moon continent, where warlords vie for power and bandits proliferate, true martial arts masters are coveted by affluent families and factions alike. Regardless of the family or authority, genuine martial experts are treated with the utmost respect, and their numbers are a direct reflection of the strength or weakness of the prominent clans. Although it was midday, the atmosphere in Lord Yu's household was quite lively. The Yu family was currently seeking to hire guards, purportedly to escort a batch of gifts to Seonghu City in celebration of the birthday of their formidable relative. Given the prevailing chaos and insecurity, the Yu family was apprehensive about potential mishaps along the journey. leading them to publicly recruit capable guards to ensure the safety of the gifts. The remuneration offered by the Yu family was commendable. Ordinary guards would receive 10 silver coins per month, while those with exceptional skills could earn a gold coin monthly, equivalent to 100 silver coins. At present, the average monthly income for common folk on the Bright Moon continent was merely 2 or 3 silver coins, thus prompting a surge of young individuals with martial prowess to apply upon the announcement of such generous compensation. The martial spirit thrived throughout the continent, with nearly every young person versed in combat. Additionally, many travelers passing through were drawn by the lucrative offers detailed in the recruitment notice, resulting in a veritable throng of applicants lining up outside the Yu family's estate each day. Yu Dafu serves as the steward of the Yu residence, embodying his name with a rotund visage and prominent ears that exude an air of prosperity. His considerable girth fills an 8 immortal's chair to the brim. Beside him sits the lean and elderly Niu Zhengying, the chief instructor of the Yu family's guards. All applicants are required to register their names and backgrounds with Yu Dafu before being assessed by Niu Zhengying's 2 favored disciples, Yu Wei and Yu Wu, who will ultimately determine their suitability for employment. Today marks the final day of recruitment. Despite the numerous candidates, none have yet captured the attention of the chief instructor. Thus far, none have managed to withstand even 3 exchanges under the scrutiny of Yu Wei and Yu Wu, with most demonstrating skills inferior to the existing guards of the Yu household. Though the Yu family does not belong to the ranks of the illustrious, they still maintain around 50 guards, with Niu Zhengying being one of the most skilled in the entire Pangan County. However, the applicants have left the Yu family feeling quite disheartened. After much commotion, only 1 candidate remains. Next, Yu Dafu uttered wearily. A young man stepped forward in response. "What is your name? Where do you hail from?" Yu Dafu inquired, but received no immediate reply, causing his patience to wane. He set down his pen and scrutinized the young man before him. Clad in a peculiar black robe, the young man possessed an upright and well-proportioned physique, a square face, and striking features, yet his hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and his eyes bore a hint of confusion, giving him an air of navet. "What is your name?" Yu Dafu raised his voice, reiterating the question. "I am sure Shizling," the young man finally stammered, his hesitance evident as he uttered his name. "And where are you from?" Dongli Island." "Dongli Island? Where is that?" Yu Dafu asked, somewhat taken aback. Shizling opened his mouth, poised to speak, but struggled to articulate his thoughts. It was then that Niu Zhengying interjected. "Dongli Island, if I recall correctly, is a small island nation beyond the East China Sea. I once heard a friend mention it during my travels. Is that accurate, young man?" Niu Zhengying inquired amiably. Shizling pondered for a moment, his expression remaining somewhat vacant, and gave a slight nod. Yu Dafu recorded Shizling's name, then proceeded with his questioning. "What martial arts do you practice? Which school do you belong to?" Shizling widened his eyes and scratched his head, responding, I haven't practiced martial arts, but I did once slay a very large crocodile." "Crocodile?" Yu Dafu replied, somewhat perplexed, glancing at Niu Zhengying, who appeared equally bewildered. Observing Shizling's robust physique and commanding presence, one could sense a semblance of youthful prowess. However, his manner of speech suggested a degree of dim-wittedness. Given his claim of having vanquished a crocodile, it was reasonable to surmise that he possessed a measure of courage and brute strength, which might be beneficial for the long journey to escort the gift. Thus, Shizling could at least serve to bolster their numbers. Niu Zhengying pondered for a moment before inquiring. "Might I ask how you came to our Pangan County, and what prompted you to seek employment as a guard here?" Shizling replied candidly. "I only came after seeing your recruitment notice posted at the city gate. Well, I am at a loss for words. Upon awakening yesterday, I found myself lying at the base of that cliff." Shizling gestured towards the distant Pangan mountain. "Perhaps I injured my head during the fall, as I am now unable to recall much of my past. Overthinking it results in excruciating headaches." A look of distress crossed Shizling's face, his heart filled with unease. His hand unconsciously brushed against the small booklet nestled within his clothing, which contained accounts of the malevolent Night Gate sect led by Kato Takashi, alongside other seemingly unfathomable phenomena. He mentioned that he hailed from Dongli Island, a name he had gleaned from the booklet, as he found himself unable to recall any other geographical reference. However, there were certain matters he chose not to divulge entirely. Despite losing his memories, he was far from foolish. The bizarre events that had transpired since yesterday, along with the peculiar descriptions noted in Kato Takashi's journal, led him to suspect that extraordinary occurrences were unfolding in his life, and that even more astonishing events loomed on the horizon. At present, Shizling yearned for a stable refuge, a place to meticulously examine the contents of Kato Takashi's booklet, to understand the remarkable surge of warmth that sporadically coursed through his body, and to ascertain the true state of the world in which he found himself. Only then could he contemplate his next course of action. As he journeyed, he managed to forage for wild fruits to stave off hunger. While eating, he took the opportunity to peruse the booklet in his possession. He felt a pressing need to secure a place of refuge, and thus, upon arriving in Pannan County and spotting the Yu family's recruitment notice, he hastened to apply. Chapter 4. The trial recruitment. Niu Zhengying found himself in a rather perplexing situation. With his extensive experience and worldly knowledge acquired over many years, he could easily discern that the young man before him did not appear to be of ill intent. If Shizling were indeed harboring ulterior motives to infiltrate the Yu family, he would hardly resort to the absurd excuse of amnesia. Meanwhile, Yu Dafu repeatedly shook his head, evidently intent on dismissing this individual outright. Yet, curiously, Niu Zhengying felt an inexplicable trust towards Shizling. After a brief contemplation, he spoke. Our esteemed elder Yu is not only seeking to escort a gift to Songhu City, but also aims to recruit capable individuals for future endeavors. You strike me as a person of integrity, unlikely to be a deceitful rogue. Furthermore, your physique suggests you possess the potential for martial training. How about this? Since you claim to have lost your memory, why not engage in a sparring session with my disciple in the training hall? Perhaps I shall glean insights into your martial prowess. As for your background, I believe that once you settle in with the Yu family, your memories may resurface in due course. Implicitly, he consented to allow Shizling to remain. Yu Dafu was quite taken aback. Niu Zhengying was one of the county's foremost martial experts and a close friend of elder Yu, held in high esteem by the Yu family. Initially, Yu Dafu intended to outright refuse Shizling, but since Niu Zhengying had taken a liking to him, he refrained from further objections. After all, requesting an additional guard was a trivial matter. Even elder Yu would not challenge Master Niu's authority over such a minor issue. Shizling was overjoyed. Finding a place to belong was indeed a cause for celebration given his current predicament. He promptly followed the group to the training hall. However, he resolved internally to exercise caution. The powerful surge of energy within him had previously slain an 8-foot crocodile, and he suspected it might also be linked to the demise of Kato Eagle. This seemingly amiable old man appeared trustworthy, and he must not inadvertently injure his disciple during their sparring session. That would be most regrettable. Better to endure a few hits, he thought, as they were unlikely to strike with malice. Yet, as Shizling pondered, although Kato Eagle had spoken of practicing something called the fiery fist or fiery technique, he felt an immense power coursing through him, yet he remained entirely at a loss as to how to wield it. There were indeed some intriguing methods in the small booklet provided by Kato Eagle, but they did not seem to pertain to actual martial techniques, and he had yet to thoroughly study them, let alone apply them. The Yu family's training hall was spacious, with an array of weapons neatly displayed on one side and a row of tables and chairs on the other. The generous central area was ample enough for not just 2 or 3 individuals to spar, but even for 10 to engage simultaneously. After all, this was a small rural town. While the population may have been modest, the space was plentiful. Though the Yu residence was not particularly opulent, it was undeniably expansive. Yu Wei and Yu Wu appeared to be under 30, their physiques aptly reflecting their names, tall and robust, projecting an imposing presence. They were the third-generation direct descendants of the Yu family, having trained under Niu Zhengying for many years, and were among the more favored disciples of the Yu household. The Yu family, in its essence, possesses a lineage of martial arts. However, neither the venerable Mr. Yu nor his descendants have ever achieved notable prowess. Over 30 years ago, when Niu Zhengying sought refuge with Yu Hongfa, the younger generation of the Yu family, having experienced Master Niu's formidable skills, grew to admire him deeply. Gradually, they set aside their ancestral techniques and devoted themselves to mastering the arts taught by Niu Zhengying. After years of wandering, Niu Zhengying, weary from his travels, felt a profound gratitude towards Mr. Yu for his recognition and generously imparted his knowledge to the Yu heirs, thereby enhancing their strength within the region of PNN. Yu Wu, a man of impulsive temperament, stood firmly in the hall, offered a slight bow to Shizling, and immediately assumed a combat stance. Shizling, witnessing this, felt a twinge of unease. Although he sensed a latent power within him, he could not recall the martial arts he had practiced, nor could he even be certain of his own name. Nevertheless, since Kato Eagle called him Shizling, he resigned himself to the notion that this name would suffice, as it was merely a label. Noticing Shizling's stillness, Yu Wu refrained from further words, swiftly maneuvering his hands and stepping forward, closing the distance between them. With a feint from his left hand, Yuwu's right palm swiftly struck toward Shisling's right shoulder. As Yuwu's hand approached, Shizling instinctively retreated his left foot and slightly turned his body, narrowly evading the strike and deftly pushing against Yuwu's elbow in one fluid motion. Yuwu, caught off guard, lost his balance and stumbled forward, heading directly towards the portly steward, Yudafu, who was observing from the center of the training hall. In a flurry, Yuwu desperately attempted to stabilize himself, but found it impossible to control his momentum, hurtling towards the astonished Yudafu, who was frozen in shock. Yudafu, wanting to evade, struggled to rise but was hindered by his considerable bulk, managing only to lift himself halfway, just as Yuwu was about to collide with him. Niu Zhengying, sensing the impending disaster, stepped forward and caught Yuwu, executing a swift pivot to absorb the force of the impact, effectively dissipating Yuwu's momentum. The onlookers in the training hall were taken aback. Yuwu's first strike had resulted in such chaos, catching everyone off guard, including Niu Zhengying himself. Shisling's timely sidestep and the subsequent gentle push were executed with remarkable finesse, appearing effortless yet masterful, especially the adept use of counterforce that propelled the robust Yuwu away. Astonishing all present, Shizling was equally surprised. As Yuwu's palm approached, a surge of energy coursed through him, allowing him not only to evade the strike effortlessly, but also to instinctively push against Yuwu's elbow. Fortunately, he had the presence of mind to retract most of his strength. Otherwise, it seemed certain that Yuwu would have fallen heavily. Niu Zhengying cleared his throat and stepped forward with a smile, remarking, "Brother Sure, based on that last maneuver, it is evident that you possess exceptional skills. Very well. Allow me, Niu Zhengying, to accompany you in a few exchanges, shall we?" Sure Xiling repeatedly waved his hands in refusal, anxiously responding, "That last strike was merely by chance. I truly do not recall practicing any martial arts. It was simply a display of brute strength." Niu Zhengying smiled gently. "Young brother, there is no need for such modesty. I merely wish to spar with you, not engage in a life-and-death struggle. Furthermore, during my youth, I ventured out into the world for many years and have acquired quite a bit of knowledge. Perhaps I might discern your martial lineage from your skills, and even help you recall some past memories. So please, do not decline." Sure Xiling felt a sense of goodwill towards this master Niu. Seeing that he could not refuse, he ultimately acquiesced. He resolved within himself that, regardless of the surging heat within him, even if he were to endure a few strikes, he must not allow harm to befall Master Niu. The Yu family members were rarely treated to a display of Niu Zhengying's sparring, and they were quite excited. In their eyes, Niu Zhengying was the foremost expert in Panning County. Although Sure Xiling appeared to possess some skill, he was still young and seemed somewhat foolishly entangled. Thus, they anticipated he would be thoroughly taught a lesson by Master Niu. Niu Zhengying, however, did not underestimate Sure Xiling. With his broad experience, he recognized that many contemporary masters had made their mark at a similar age. The way Sure Xiling had utilized force against force just moments ago was remarkably astute. It was unlikely that it was merely a stroke of luck. It was entirely possible that the Yu family had indeed discovered a young master. Though Sure Xiling could not articulate his origins, he appeared to possess a loyal demeanor, far from that of a treacherous character. If he could serve the Yu family for an extended period, perhaps this public recruitment would yield a worthy result. Niu Zhengying stood in the center, waiting for a considerable time, yet Sure Xiling remained foolishly stationary, showing no intention to strike first, prompting a wry smile and a shake of his head. Recognizing that further waiting would yield no action from Sure Xiling, he, like Yuwu, adjusted his posture and advanced, creating a phantom with his left hand as he struck towards Sure Xiling's left shoulder with his right palm. To an observer, Niu Zhengying's speed appeared no faster than Yuwu's earlier efforts, perhaps even slower. Yet to Sure Xiling, Niu Zhengying's palm seemed erratic, oscillating between rapidity and slowness. No matter which direction he attempted to evade, it felt as if he were destined to be struck by that palm. Just as the palm was about to connect with his left shoulder, the heat within Sure Xiling surged once more. His left shoulder suddenly sank, his body pivoted, and he deftly evaded the blow. "Good," Niu Zhengying exclaimed, swiftly turning his body and stepping aside, delivering another palm strike towards Sure Xiling's right shoulder. As Sure Xiling's right shoulder sank, he pivoted outward again, narrowly avoiding this strike as well. Thus, the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, with Niu Zhengying's strikes coming from both the left and the right, yet always falling just short of making contact with Sure Xiling's body. As time wore on, Niu Zhengying began to grow somewhat impatient. Suddenly, a light crack echoed from his bones, and his hands conjured a myriad of palm shadows, raining down upon Sure Xiling. The onlookers from the Yu family initially perceived the finesse and precision of Niu Zhengying's palm techniques, expressing their admiration. However, as Niu Zhengying gradually unleashed the full extent of his skills, the spectators became bewildered, unable to discern his figure amidst the flurry of palm shadows that filled the air. They could only see a gray silhouette circling around Shirzailing. Given that Niu Zhengying's true prowess was seldom witnessed, the excitement among the onlookers was palpable. At first, Shirzailing felt a twinge of anxiety as he evaded Niu Zhengying's attacks, but as time passed, he began to feel increasingly agile and composed. Although he experienced surges of energy within him, as if urging him to strike, he restrained himself, concerned that an ill-timed move might harm Niu Zhengying. Suddenly, observing a shift in Niu Zhengying's movements and the emergence of countless palm shadows, Shirzailing found himself momentarily dazed, only to be met with a powerful force crashing against his chest. Caught off guard, he had no choice but to push forward with both hands in defense. Colliding forcefully with Niu Zhengying's palms, a resounding thud echoed in the ears of the Yu family members, causing them to tremble in apprehension. When they focused their attention, they saw Niu Zhengying stagger backward, falling a good 10 steps away before collapsing onto the ground. In contrast, Shirzailing remained standing in the hall, arms extended, seemingly frozen in place. Though he had restrained much of his strength during the clash, he was shocked to see the frail elder sent sprawling so far, leaving him bewildered for some time. Meanwhile, the Yu family members rushed to assist Niu Zhengying, who, fortunately, appeared to be little worse for wear. After meditating for a few cycles, he rose to his feet. Upon standing, he found Shirzailing still standing there, looking utterly flummoxed. Niu Zhengying couldn't help but chuckle as he approached and grasped Shirzailing's arm, exclaiming, "Splendid, truly splendid. I knew I was not mistaken. With your assistance in escorting the gifts, our journey will surely be safe." Relieved to see that Niu Zhengying was unharmed, Shirzailing bowed deeply, saying, "Master Niu's palm techniques were elusive and unpredictable. I felt there was no way to evade them. In my moment of panic, I resorted to brute strength to counter you. And I hope you will not take offense." Niu Zhengying laughed heartily, replying, "Young brother, I became so engrossed in the moment that I inadvertently unleashed my most formidable technique, the Thousand Illusions palm, along with decades of my accumulated power, expecting to secure victory. I never anticipated your force would be so formidable that it could shatter my Thousand Illusions palm. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Your palm strength harbors an intense yang energy, reminiscent of the Sanyang sect's divine skills. Are you perhaps a disciple of Yang Dingtian, the leader of the Sanyang sect? However, since the Sanyang sect typically operates in the northwest, what brings someone here to this small eastern town of Pannan? Furthermore, I have not heard of such a talented young disciple in their ranks." Despite his defeat, Niu Zhengying felt exhilarated at the discovery of a young master. He continued, saying, "By the way, many years ago, it seems that Yang Dingtian had a master uncle who shared your surname, also surnamed Shi. However, he appears to have retreated from the world long ago. What was his name again?" "I can't recall." Shirzailing let out a bitter smile and replied, "Please forgive me, Master Niu. I truly cannot remember my origins. I am even at a loss regarding the identities of my parents. The more I ponder, the more my head aches." Alas, as he spoke of his lineage, a wave of sorrow washed over Shirzailing. He felt as though he were a rootless weed, drifting in the vastness of the world, uncertain of his future direction. Noticing the bitterness etched on his face, Niu Zhengying hastily reassured him, "Young brother, there is no need to rush. As the saying goes, when the cart reaches the mountain, a path will reveal itself. When the boat arrives at the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. Settle here for now, and you can gradually recall your past. With such remarkable skills at such a tender age, it is likely that you hail from a prestigious family. In due time, with careful investigation, you will surely uncover the truth." Shirzailing considered this, realizing that being taken in by the Yu family was indeed fortunate. Given that he was now alone and without kin, he resolved to settle down first and then slowly pursue his origins. The steward, Yudafu, was taken aback and elated to learn that this young man had defeated the foremost expert of Pannan, Niu Zhengying. He quickly summoned the household staff to prepare a guest room for Shirzailing to rest, while he himself hurried off to report to Master Yu. Chapter 5. The Armory. Upon hearing the report from Yudafu, Old Master Yu felt a profound sense of delight. The Yu family had posted a notice seeking recruits, promising generous remuneration, yet they had never anticipated that a master of Niu Zhengying's caliber would actually come to their small county town in eastern China. Although the Yu family was a prominent household in Pannan County, in comparison to the esteemed families of the era, they were merely a local landowner. Truly formidable experts would rarely deign to visit such a modest locale, let alone pledge their allegiance. To learn that a master capable of defeating Niu Jingying was willing to serve the Yu family was indeed a tremendous surprise. Despite the apparent obscurity surrounding this individual, the fact that Niu Jingying had recognized him as a person of integrity alleviated any significant concerns. Old Master Yu Hongfa had known Niu Jingying for decades and held a deep-seated trust in the judgment of this master. He promptly arranged an elaborate banquet to welcome Shi Xiling, personally inviting him to partake in the festivities. Throughout the evening, the Yu family treated the esteemed guest with utmost hospitality, and Old Master Yu offered him a lavish remuneration of 5 gold coins per month. Shi Xiling, lacking any understanding of the coin's true worth, nonetheless perceived from the envious expressions of those around him that it must be a considerable sum. He felt somewhat overwhelmed by the warmth of their reception, for in his view, the Yu family's willingness to accept a person of his ambiguous background was already a significant favor. Shi Xiling readily assured Old Master Yu that he would exert himself to meet any needs that arose. Naturally, this news filled Old Master Yu with elation. In these tumultuous times, martial prowess could dictate the course of events. The presence of such a young master within the Yu family would undoubtedly enhance their strength, securing their dominance in Panning County. In a side room on the eastern side of the Yu estate, Shi Xiling sat at a table, lost in thought after having dined. Before him lay a small booklet he had received from codename. He had just finished reading a section detailing the soul-capturing technique, which included methods of cultivation as well as descriptions of its power and taboos. As he read, he unconsciously grasped the token hidden in his bosom. This unassuming token, appearing neither wholly jade nor wood, evoked within Shi Xiling an inexplicable sensation each time he held it. It felt as if this token were an old friend long missed, enveloping him in a comforting sense of ease, invigorating his spirit with clarity. After perusing the booklet, he surmised that on that fateful day by the alligator pond, codename had unleashed the soul-capturing technique upon him, utilizing the most potent form of it in conjunction with the deathly evil night token. Yet, inexplicably, it had backfired, resulting in codename's untimely demise. Recalling that day when he witnessed codename casting a peculiar gaze and murmuring incantations, Shi Xiling felt a lingering trepidation, coupled with curiosity. According to the booklet, the deathly evil night token was not merely a symbol of authority. In addition to amplifying the soul-capturing technique's potency, it possessed other remarkable functions. Albeit codename himself had not mastered its full potential, it is said that this object possesses a spiritual connection to its master, and only those truly fated can fully harness its remarkable capabilities. Upon reading this, Xiling felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, as if he shared a profound bond with this token, perhaps hinting at extraordinary potential in the future. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that his immediate priority should be to learn to adeptly wield the peculiar energy coursing through his body. Through conversations with Niu Jingying and the Yu family, Xiling had come to understand the significance of martial prowess in the contemporary realm of Mingwei continent. The Yu family's esteem for him largely stemmed from his victory over Niu Jingying. Yet, Xiling was acutely aware that his triumph had been more instinctual than skillful. He had yet to master the formidable energy within him, and any misstep could inadvertently harm the innocent. It seemed he had once studied some form of martial arts, yet he could not recall how to apply it. Although the small booklet in his possession contained teachings on the soul-capturing technique, it appeared to delve more into the spiritual realm than practical martial skills. Basic techniques for combat, such as Xian Yin Finger, Yin Wind Palm, and internal energy methods, were mentioned but lacked specific training instructions. These detailed martial manuals were said to be housed in the headquarters of the Deadly Night sect on Dongli Island. While Xiling was intrigued by the soul-capturing technique, he felt that mastering some fundamental self-defense skills should take precedence, just as he contemplated seeking guidance from Master Niu. Footsteps approached from outside. Xiling tucked away the booklet and opened the door to reveal the portly steward, Yu Dafu. Yu Dafu entered the room with a warm smile. Inquiring with genuine concern, "Brother Shi, are you comfortable here? If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask me. You need not stand on ceremony. Our master has expressed that having a skilled practitioner like you join our Yu family is indeed our honor." Xiling hastily waved his hand, responding, "Not at all. You are far too kind. This room is clean, quiet, and spacious. It is truly quite comfortable, and I am sincerely grateful. I am but a solitary individual, somewhat bewildered, and to have your regard in offering me a position is already a great kindness. Should you ever require my assistance, please feel free to ask, and I shall do my utmost." Yudafu, pleased by Shizling's humility, replied with a smile, "Very well, Xiling. I have come to inform you that in 3 days, we will be sending a batch of gifts to a distant relative in Songhu City, and I would like to request that you and Master Nyo escort the convoy. Please prepare anything you deem necessary." "Oh, certainly," Shizling replied. "However, I lack experience and am unsure of what to prepare." Yudafu nodded. "With you and Master Nyo, 2 esteemed experts safeguarding the journey, I am confident it will be a safe passage. You need not worry about food and accommodation. We shall ensure everything is adequately prepared for you. By the way, do you require any specific weapons or concealed armaments? Although the Yu family is not a prominent clan, our arsenal is quite comprehensive. If you, Xiling, have any needs, I can escort you to select a few suitable items. They may prove useful on our journey." After a moment's contemplation, Xiling acknowledged that given his current circumstances, possessing a weapon would provide a sense of security. He replied, "Indeed. Since we are embarking on a journey, it is prudent to carry a weapon. However, truth be told, I cannot recall which weapon I am proficient with. Perhaps it would be best for the steward to accompany me to the armory for a look." Thus, Xiling followed Yudafu to the courtyard. Along the way, the young members of the Yu family greeted him with courtesy, although he had only been in residence for 2 days. Word of his prowess had already spread throughout the household. The tale of how he had repelled the esteemed Niu Zhengying with a single strike had garnered him a measure of awe from the younger generation of the Yu family. Xiling, feeling somewhat disoriented, noted the polite demeanor of the Yu family members and reflected on his fortunate circumstances, despite his memory loss. He had found refuge within the Yu household. Upon reaching the armory, Yudafu retrieved a key from his person and unlocked the door, gesturing for Xiling to enter and select freely. As Xiling stepped inside, he observed that the armory was somewhat smaller than the training hall where the previous competition had taken place. Various weapons were neatly arranged on racks along the walls, their surfaces gleaming, indicating they were well maintained. He casually picked up a dagger, drew it halfway to inspect, then returned it to its place. Moving to a rack of long spears, he lifted one and pretended to shake it before placing it back as well. After perusing the entire selection, Xiling had handled numerous swords, staffs, and throwing knives, yet none elicited a sense of familiarity. Yudafu, a patient man, waited for Xiling to complete his examination before inquiring with a smile, "Xiling, it seems you have not found anything to your liking?" Slightly furrowing his brow, Xiling replied, "I intended to see which weapon felt right in my hand, perhaps triggering a memory of previous training. However, after trying a few, I found no connection. Alas, perhaps we should explore the inner armory," suggested Yudafu. "The inner armory? Indeed, just through that small door," he said, pointing toward a section beside the long spear rack. "The weapons within are largely those our master purchased at a premium from Songhu City, though the selection is limited. The quality is superior to what we have outside. The Qingfeng sword, favored by Master Nyo, was chosen from the inner armory. Let us proceed there." Xiling hesitated momentarily. The outer racks also displayed a fine selection of long swords that appeared quite impressive. Regarding the quality, he was rather uncertain in his heart. Even if the swords within were of superior craftsmanship, what good would they be if one did not know how to wield them? Yudafu thought he was being modest and quickly reassured him, "Xiling, do not worry. Our master has instructed that you may take whatever you fancy from the armory without hesitation." He continued, "Once you have finished inspecting the weapons outside, I intended to show you the inner vault." With that, he produced a key and unlocked a small door. Upon entering the inner vault, Shizling observed that the space was modest, devoid of the lengthy racks of weaponry. Instead, it housed merely 2 long cabinets. The cabinet on the left contained a dozen swords of varying lengths, while the one on the right resembled a bookcase, holding not weapons, but several tomes. Shizling was intrigued. Why would there be a bookcase in an armory? He stepped closer to inspect it and casually picked up a slender volume, only to find it inscribed with the title Yujia Fist Manual. Yudafu explained, "These tomes are our family's treasured martial arts texts, encompassing inner strength techniques, boxing, swordplay, and more. Although they have been passed down for many years, they merely contain rudimentary skills." He continued, "Our family has never produced any masters, ever since Master Nyo arrived. We have all adopted his teachings. The younger generation now practices Master Nyo's 5 elements divine skill for their internal cultivation. However, as these martial texts are part of our heritage, we cannot simply discard them, so they remain here." Shizling's interest was piqued, and he inquired, "Might I study them?" Yudafu looked perplexed and responded, "You wish to examine our martial texts? Surely not. Even Master Nyo is no match for you." What could these elementary skills offer of interest? Our family members have long ceased to peruse them. With a wry smile, Shizling replied, I am merely interested in reviewing some fundamental techniques, hoping to evoke memories of the past. Much of my history eludes me, and I wish to see if martial arts might trigger recollections. If possible, during the 3 days before my departure. I would like to study several volumes of martial literature here. Even recalling a few techniques I practiced previously could prove beneficial on my journey. Yudafu hesitated momentarily. These are not sacred texts. If you wish to peruse them, you may. It is not a significant matter. However, as these volumes are indeed cherished family heirlooms, I will consult our master and see if he will permit you to take them to your quarters. I believe you will likely agree. Shizling nodded eagerly in approval, and Yudafu departed to seek the master's consent. Chapter 6, Introduction to Cultivation Techniques over the past few days. Through conversations with the Yu family and clandestine readings of a certain notebook by Akira Kato, Shizling has gained a rudimentary understanding of the esteemed martial experts on the current Mingwei continent. It appears that these adept practitioners possess profound and unique internal cultivation methods. While martial skills and techniques hold significance, there seems to be a greater emphasis placed on the refinement of internal energy. The surging warmth occasionally felt within his own body might very well be a manifestation of such internal cultivation. With this thought in mind, Shizling picked up a book dedicated to internal cultivation practices. This particular volume elucidated that the internal cultivation method of the Yu family is derived from the teachings of the Sanqing Taoist sect. The ancestors of the Yu family were once lay disciples under the Huashan branch of the Sanqing sect. Although they lacked exceptional talent and achieved little, they nonetheless belong to the authentic lineage of the Xianmen. The text contained therein is a foundational manual of the Sanqing sect, titled Nine Yuan Operating Method, which is essential for all disciples to master. This technique is straightforward and easy to learn. With consistent practice, it fosters physical strength and wellness. The method commences with the fundamental breathing techniques and is accompanied by illustrations detailing the major meridians and acupoints of the human body, making it clear and comprehensible at a glance. As Shizling perused through the pages, he felt a surge of joy, reflecting that the warm energy coursing through him must undoubtedly be the so-called true essence. Just as he was about to delve deeper, Yu Defuk entered the room. With a smile, Yu Defuk addressed Shizling. Xiling, I have inquired with the master. He mentioned that these texts are merely the basics of entry-level cultivation and hold little practical value. However, feel free to read them at your leisure, and return them whenever you finish. If not for their ancestral significance, I would not hesitate to gift them to you. Shizling was elated and replied, I am truly grateful. I promise to return them in full before we depart for Songhu City in 3 days. Yu Defuk chuckled, no need for thanks, take these texts and study them. It's rather peculiar. These rudimentary practices intrigue you, a master of your caliber. Shizling mused to himself that he was an inexplicably skilled practitioner, unable to recall even the most fundamental techniques. Thus, the opportunity to commence anew was a rare blessing, and he hoped to recover some lost memories through this process. He selected Nine Yuan Operating Method, along with a volume on fist techniques and another on swordsmanship, leaving the remaining texts on knife techniques, acupoint striking, and other methods untouched. As he surmised, he would not have the capacity to absorb them all at once. As he prepared to return to his quarters, Yu Defuk called out to him, Xiling, have you not yet chosen your weapon? Shizling was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had come to select a weapon. He quickly tucked the 3 books under his arm and approached the cabinet where the swords were displayed. However, his mind was preoccupied with the desire to return and read. Thus he paid little heed to the selection of swords. After a cursory glance, he noticed a short sword of ancient design that caught his eye, and he casually picked it up. This sword was slightly shorter than the typical 3-foot-long swords, with the inscription breaking ice etched into the hilt. Upon drawing the blade, he observed that it was narrower and slimmer than conventional swords, yet it felt pleasing in his grasp. Stone Xiling, feeling no inclination to be picky, turned to the steward Yudafu and inquired, Esteemed steward, may I take this sword? Yudafu readily assented, and thus, Stone Xiling accepted the icebreaker sword. After expressing his gratitude to the steward, he retreated to his chamber. Upon returning, he casually placed the icebreaker sword upon the table and retrieved the 3 ancestral tomes of the Yu family. After some contemplation, he resolved to peruse the volume titled True Essence Operation Method. The content of this tome was succinct and easily comprehensible, allowing Stone Xiling to finish reading it promptly. He immediately commenced practicing as instructed within its pages. The essence of true essence operation involves gradually accumulating true essence within one's dantian. Only upon reaching a significant threshold can it circulate through the designated meridian pathways within the body. According to the text, to amass sufficient true essence in the dantian for internal circulation, one would require at least a year of dedicated practice. Following the prescribed breathing techniques, Stone Xiling soon found the latent heat energy within him beginning to flow. However, contrary to the text, this warmth seemed reluctant to remain in the dantian, instead naturally gravitating toward the chest's Zhongfu acupoint. After adhering to the training regimen, the previously swirling warmth within him rapidly coalesced in the Zhongfu acupoint, brimming with a palpable sense of burgeoning energy. Without further hesitation, he endeavored to channel the energy along the meridian pathways as illustrated in the tome. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually Stone Xiling rose slowly, his heart brimming with joy. He could now ascertain that the formidable warmth coursing through him was indeed true essence. It was evident that he had previously engaged in internal cultivation and had devoted many years to arduous practice. Otherwise, such potent true essence would not have manifested. As the tome elucidated, to enable true essence to traverse the entirety of one's meridians without hindrance would necessitate several years, if not decades, of rigorous training. Alongside the mastery of more advanced techniques, merely practicing the foundational true essence operation method would not suffice. The text outlined the fundamental principles of true essence operation. Even with diligent practice, an ordinary individual could only solidify their foundational skills, while applying it to martial techniques might enhance their potency. Transcending the inherent barriers within the meridians to attain fluidity would require the gradual fortification of true essence, necessitating the study of more advanced methods. Yet, Stone Xiling had undeniably achieved this feat after thoroughly practicing the true essence operation route as depicted in the tome from head to toe. He could now effortlessly direct the true essence through any meridian, whether it be his fingers, toes, or even strands of hair, wherever his will directed. The true essence would immediately flow forth. This remarkable ability was not a result of practicing the true essence operation method, but rather a manifestation of the innate capabilities he already possessed. This ancient tome merely elucidated the fundamental principles governing the operation of true essence. However, as one principle elucidates countless others, the magnitude of true essence within Xizling's body seemingly transcended the realms described within the text. The levels articulated therein, which were arduous to attain, he effortlessly accomplished moments ago. In that instant, Xizling felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. According to the text, profound true essence serves as the foundation for the formidable execution of martial arts. He had now attained the ability to manipulate the potent true essence within his body at will. Should he successfully integrate appropriate martial techniques, self-defense would pose no challenge. As he pondered this, his gaze shifted to the manuals of boxing and swordsmanship resting upon the table. In the ensuing days, Xizling devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of the Yu family's ancestral martial arts texts. Although these family heirlooms were not particularly profound, they represented the authentic foundational practices of the mystical path, with each volume articulating the fundamental tenets of martial arts with clarity and precision. To Xizling, these texts were akin to keys unlocking a treasure trove. Each attempt to practice invoked his inspiration. A simple technique from the Yu family's boxing style would naturally lead him to conceive numerous follow-up moves and variations absent from the texts, as though he had mastered this martial art for years. Amidst his astonishment, Xizling grew increasingly convinced of the diligent efforts he had previously invested in martial arts. Perhaps in the future, as he sought to regain his memories, he might find pertinent clues through the path of martial cultivation. However, he refrained from delving too deeply into the past, for each time he attempted to recall his lost memories, excruciating headaches would ensue, sometimes rendering him utterly weak and devoid of strength, leaving him incapacitated for quite some time. Fortunately, whenever he grasped the ominous night token, the pain would diminish, sparing him from lapsing into unconsciousness. Yet, even with this aid, he could not reclaim his lost memories. Even in terms of martial prowess, Xizling dared not intentionally revisit the past. He merely practiced the principles articulated in the Yu family texts, incorporating variations he deemed feasible, uncertain of their true efficacy. 3 swift days passed, and it was time for the Yu family to escort the gifts to Songhu City. Xizling not only returned the initial 3 martial manuals to Yu Dafeng, but also found time to peruse several remaining volumes in the armory, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. Yu Dafeng was not at all surprised by Xizling's voracious reading over the past 3 days. In his view, since Shizling had bested the foremost expert of Pan and County. Niu Zhengying, how could the rudimentary text of the Yu family's martial arts hold any significance for him? He surmised that Shizling was merely idly flipping through them out of boredom. This delegation for delivering gifts was led by Yu Leoi's eldest son, Yu Zhengtian, accompanied by his eldest grandson, Yu Depeng, along with around 20 guards, including Niu Zhengying and Shizling. Before their departure, Yu Leoi specifically summoned both Niu Zhengying and Shizling to his chamber, instructing them. This time, the gifts include various local specialties and some jade and gemstones, but most importantly, a century-old Hisho that I obtained during my business ventures in the north several years ago. According to Master Niu, when a martial arts expert reaches the critical moment of breaking through barriers, consuming this particular polygonum multiflorum would be of great assistance. Given the current turbulent times with rampant banditry, I was initially quite concerned about potential mishaps on the journey. Hence, I specifically posted notices to recruit more helpers. Fortunately, having a young hero like Xiling to assist puts my mind at ease. Old Master Yu continued, my relative, Lord Shen Gongzhao, is celebrating his 50th birthday. Though we're called relatives, he's actually just a distant cousin from my concubine's maternal family. We're not particularly close. However, since I have many business dealings in Songhu City that require his favor, I have no choice but to ingratiate myself with him. In these times, someone like Lord Chen, who ranks among the top 100 in the prestigious chivalry rankings and serves as a trusted aide to Governor Su of Songhu City, must have countless people vying for his favor. Xiling, I've known Master Niu for decades and have absolute faith in his judgment when selecting people. I must ask for your utmost vigilance on this journey. Sure, Xiling solemnly replied, rest assured, Master Yu. I will do my utmost. Master Yu nodded. By the way, I heard from Dafu that you took great interest in several of our ancestral martial arts manuals in the library. Have you finished reading them? Would you like a few more days? Though they aren't secret or rare texts, they are authentic teachings passed down from the Three Purities sect. Personally, I find them quite beneficial for cultivating one's body and spirit. Look at me. I'm over 70, no martial arts master. Yet everyone says I appear no older than 50. Sure, Xiling observed that it was indeed true. Master Yu's complexion was ruddy, his posture upright, and his hair bore only a few strands of silver. Though leaner than Niu Zhengying, he hardly looked like a man in his 70s. Sure, Xiling remarked, Master Yu, you must have practiced the true essence circulation method from a young age. I also found that technique simple yet profound. Consistent practice surely brings immense physical benefits. Moreover, some of the fundamental martial principles in those texts provided me with sudden clarity. For that, I must thank you. By the way, this Three Purities sect must have been an extraordinary and renowned school, no? Master Yu chuckled. No need for thanks. It's an honor that an expert like you would take interest in our humble family techniques. As for the Three Purities sect, well, it's said that long ago, disciples of the Three Purities were found everywhere under heaven. Sadly, after their devastating battle with the demon sect at Tianmen centuries ago, both sides suffered heavy losses, and the sect faded into obscurity. Sure, Xiling inwardly lamented the loss. Over the past few days, immersed in the Yu family's martial texts, he had deeply appreciated their grand and upright principles. Though merely foundational teachings of the Three Purities sect, they resonated profoundly with his own knowledge. As though unlocking a long-sealed vault of martial wisdom, he wondered if he might share some connection with this sect. Since its disciples were once widespread, he resolved to keep an eye out for traces of its legacy in the future. Just then, Master Yu's eldest son, Yu Zhengtian, entered and informed them that the caravan outside was ready. After giving his son a few final instructions, Master Yu saw everyone off at the gate. Chapter 7. The obstruction. The gift-bearing entourage of the Yu family had been traveling for 3 days. Perhaps it was due to the proximity to Pan and County. Or perhaps it was the formidable reputation of Niu Zhengying, the foremost expert in Panan, that these 3 days had unfolded with remarkable tranquility. At the rear of the procession, Sure Xiling rode alongside Niu Zhengying and the father-son duo of Yu Zhengtian and Yu Depeng, engaging in pleasant conversation. Niu Zhengying regaled the two younger men with tales of his adventures from years gone by, captivating both Sure Xiling and Yu Depeng with his anecdotes. Yu Zhengtian, in his 50s, bore the marks of a life spent in commerce, his visage weathered and less youthful than that of his father, the venerable Yu Hongfa. He had 2 sons and 4 daughters, and this journey included his eldest son, Yu Depeng, who was not yet 30, with a compact and sturdy build, yet exuding an air of capability. As the eldest son and grandson of the Yu family, they frequently ventured out to manage family affairs, rendering them quite familiar with the route to Songhu City. Yu Depang had begun his martial training under Niu Jingying at a young age. And among his peers in the Yu family, his skills were notably commendable. Not far ahead lay Hengdong Mountain. Yu Depang turned to Shi Xiling and said, "There's a cold wind stronghold on the mountain, inhabited by a band of petty thieves led by the Cold brothers, Long and Hu. It's said that these two possess some skill. However, they have never dared to touch our Yu family's goods. Not to mention Master Niu. Even I should have no trouble dealing with their meager abilities." A hint of pride inadvertently seeped into Yu Depang's words. "Depang, do not underestimate these bandits," Niu Jingying cautioned. "It is known that even among thieves, one can encounter formidable experts. As the saying goes, a cautious approach ensures a long journey. It is prudent to remain vigilant." Although Yu Depang felt a twinge of skepticism, he quickly acquiesced verbally. Niu Jingying, while officially the chief instructor of the Yu family's guard, had served the Yu family for many years and shared a deep bond with Yu Hongfa. Moreover, as Yu Depang's mentor, his words were held in high esteem by the entire Yu clan. Yu Depang had been taught the 5 elements internal skill by Niu Jingying since childhood, and he had scarcely practiced his family's traditional martial arts. Within the Yu family, Niu Jingying's status was comparable to that of Yu Jingtian, the future head of the family. Niu Jingying observed Yu Depang, contemplating that despite his early training and reputation as a capable fighter in Panin, he was still relatively inexperienced. As the eldest grandson, his interactions had predominantly been with those in the business realm, leaving him unacquainted with truly ruthless adversaries. A degree of impetuosity was to be expected. Perhaps it would take a harsh lesson for him to cultivate genuine composure. Glancing at Shi Xiling, who appeared even younger than Yu Depang, seemingly just in his early 20s, Niu Jingying noted his remarkable skill and the absence of any arrogance. Throughout their journey, Shi Xiling had displayed commendable humility and grace, treating both his elders and the Yu family's servants with respect and poise, a rarity indeed. At that moment, the escorting team ahead suddenly came to a halt. The Yu family had prepared 2 carriages for their journey. One was laden with gifts, while the other carried the belongings and daily necessities of the group. Leading the way were Yu Wei, Yu Wu, and 20 guards, followed by the family patriarch and his sons, alongside Niu Jingying, Shi Xiling, and others. With the 2 carriages situated in the middle, as Shi Xiling gazed ahead, he noticed that a group of individuals had blocked the path at the intersection, brandishing makeshift weapons. Niu Jingying and the others nearby seemed to have observed this as well. Niu Jingying felt a twinge of confusion. Apart from the infamous brothers, Cold Dragon and Cold Tiger, he had not heard of any other bandits in the vicinity of Hengdong Mountain. Moreover, the brothers were known for their mediocre skills, having only engaged in minor robberies against northern merchants. Reports of any significant thefts from wealthy families around Panin County were non-existent, and the Cold brothers had never dared to target the Yu family. Meanwhile, Yu Jingtian wore a grave expression, while Yu Depang appeared somewhat exhilarated. Shi Xiling, however, remained composed, fixated on Niu Jingying. Niu Jingying calmly directed the Yu family's guards to form a protective circle around the gift-laden carriage before addressing Yu Jingtian, stating, "Depang and I will go ahead to assess the situation." He then turned to Shi Xiling, saying, "Xiling, I leave the rear in your capable hands," which conveyed a strong sense of trust in Shi Xiling's abilities. Shi Xiling nodded in agreement, uttering no further words as he watched Niu Jingying and Yu Depang advance toward the obstruction, resolute in his determination. He vowed that the Yu family's possessions must not fall into the hands of these interlopers. Yu Depang felt a slight twinge of anxiety, yet his excitement outweighed it. It was his first encounter with anyone daring enough to intercept the Yu family's convoy in broad daylight. However, he reassured himself that aside from Cold Dragon and Cold Tiger, there were no notorious bandits in the area, and with the formidable Niu Jingying, the foremost expert in Panin County, by his side, as well as the even more capable Shi Xiling at the rear, he felt a surge of anticipation. He hastened ahead of Niu Jingying, swiftly reaching the front of the procession to assess the group blocking their path. Upon closer examination, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. If these individuals were not bandits, they certainly appeared to be armed, yet the weapons they wielded were rusted and battered, with several makeshift hoes among them. If they were indeed robbers, they looked more like a ragtag assembly of the destitute, their tattered clothing and gaunt faces betraying their dire circumstances. Yu Depang had anticipated that anyone bold enough to block their path would be fearsome rogues, but he was instead confronted by a group of famished individuals. Having initially intended to test his own skills, he lost interest and turned to Yu Wei and Yu Wu, inquiring, "What is going on here?" Yu Wei replied, "I am uncertain as well. This group has obstructed our path without uttering a word. No matter what we ask, they remain utterly silent, which is quite infuriating. Beside him, Yu concurred. It seems they have lost their senses, daring to target the Yu family. Young master, should I take action to teach them a lesson? Yu Ping waved his hand at Yu Wei and Yu Wu, then approached the group and said, I am Yu Ping from Panning County. I am merely passing through this esteemed location while escorting some items to Songhu City for a birthday celebration. I hope you would kindly allow us passage. Is this the esteemed eldest grandson of the Yu family? At last, someone from the opposite side responded, May I inquire if Master Niu Zheng has arrived? As the words were spoken, two individuals emerged from among the hungry crowd. Master Niu? He is indeed here. Yu Ping turned to see the already arrived Niu Zhengying. Niu Zhengying frowned, his expression clearly indicating unfamiliarity with these individuals. May I ask who you are? Yu Ping inquired. Well, we are from Cold Wind Stronghold. One of them replied in a low voice. Cold Wind Stronghold. Then you must be the leaders, Cold Long and Cold Hu, Yu Ping remarked. Might I ask the purpose of your obstruction? As he spoke, Yu Ping scrutinized the two men before him. Cold Long and Cold Hu were of average build. Around 30 years of age, with long faces and unkempt beards, their garments tattered like those of their subordinates. If they had not introduced themselves, one would hardly suspect them to be the lords of a stronghold, appearing more like ordinary farmers instead. Cold Long cleared his throat several times, hesitantly responding, Well, that is, we seek the 100-year-old Ishowu. Yes, the 100-year-old Ishowu. Yu Ping was taken aback, exchanging a glance with Niu Zhengying. His mind swirling with confusion. It was not entirely surprising that the Yu family's longevity gift included the 100-year-old Ishowu. After all, with so many members in the Yu family, news could easily spread. What perplexed him was that Cold Long and Cold Hu, mere local bandits, would dare openly demand the rare herb in the presence of Niu Zhengying, a formidable master from Panning County. On what grounds did they make such a bold claim? Observing Cold Long's stammering demeanor, Yu Ping felt both bewildered and enraged, while Niu Zhengying harbored a growing unease. Cold Long bowed slightly to the Yu family members, his expression peculiar as he stated, We are aware that the Yu family is one of the most prominent households in Panning County, and that Master Niu Zhengying is a well-known expert in the Jiangdong region. We would not dare to offend you, but we do have urgent need for the 100-year-old Ishowu, and we kindly ask for your consideration. In the future, should you require our assistance at Cold Wind Stronghold, we shall be at your service. How dare you? Yu Wei erupted in fury, unable to contain himself any longer. They had been ignored when they initially inquired about their path, and now, upon the arrival of the eldest grandson and Niu Zhengying, these individuals boldly demanded the rare herb. This was an affront too great to endure. In a fit of rage, Yu Wei strode forward to Cold Long, exclaiming, We have no Ishowu, but we do have a seasoned copper staff for you to feast upon. He brandished the copper staff, advancing menacingly towards Cold Long. Yu Ping wished to intervene. Yet upon reflection, he realized that today's confrontation was likely unavoidable. It was prudent to allow Yu Wei to test the opponent's capabilities and discern the means by which his adversary, Cold Dragon, so brazenly disregarded Master Niu Zhengying. Beside him, Niu Zhengying remained silent, his brows furrowed in concentration. Yu Wei wielded a seasoned bronze staff weighing over 20 pounds, and in his current state of fury, he delivered a formidable blow, executing a technique akin to setting fire to the heavens, aimed directly at Cold Dragon. The surrounding bandits and Yu family's guards hastily retreated, fearful of the gust generated by Yu Wei's powerful swing. Only a select few, including Niu Zhengying, Long Hu, and Yu Ping, remained steadfast, observing the unfolding duel. With a slight shift, Cold Dragon deftly evaded Yu Wei's fierce strike, maneuvering to the side with ease. He raised his saber and, with a courteous acknowledgement of the conflict, surged forward to engage Yu Wei in combat. His movements were as swift as a hare, and in mere moments, he closed the gap, his blade dancing through the air, leaving Yu Wei in a state of disarray. Perceiving the unfavorable turn of events, Yu Wu, who had been spectating, shouted in alarm, Rogue, taste my staff, and stepped forward to assist. However, Yu Ping swiftly halted him, exclaiming, Yu Wei, you are no match for Cold Dragon. Retreat at once. In response to Yu Ping's command, Cold Dragon graciously ceased his assault, turning to face Yu Ping with an air of calm composure, as if he had never engaged in battle at all. Yu Wei, drenched in sweat and stripped of his earlier bravado, could only retreat in embarrassment. Yu Ping felt a surge of admiration. Cold Dragon, seemingly of similar age and clad in tattered garments, might easily be mistaken for an ordinary farmer by those unaware. Yet, the agility and skill displayed moments prior had rendered Yue helpless. It appeared that even a combined effort from Yue and Yuwu might not suffice against him. A competitive spirit ignited within Yu Deping, prompting thoughts of victory. Chapter 8. The mysterious woman Yu Deping turned to gaze at Niu Zhengying, who met his eyes with an unruffled demeanor and a slight nod, seemingly offering encouragement. This subtle gesture stirred a sense of determination within Yu Deping, prompting him to declare in a resonant voice, "Master Lang, I wish to experience your remarkable skills." Long responded with an air of calmness, acknowledging, "Very well. I shall seek guidance from Master Niu shortly." The implication was clear. He was confident in his impending victory over Yu Deping. Irritation simmered within Yu Deping as he stepped forward, drawing his cherished blade, Baixing, gripping the sword in one hand and its sheath in the other. He adopted the stance of his most esteemed technique, the five-element blade technique. Without further ado, Lang Long bent slightly and, like a striking cheetah, launched himself forward. In an instant, he closed the distance to Yu Deping, unleashing a flurry of 3 lightning-fast strikes. Although Yu Deping had observed Lang Long's earlier confrontation with Yue and was somewhat prepared, he was unprepared for the astonishing swiftness of Lang Long's movements. In a moment of distraction, his opponent was upon him. The fierce wind from the blade enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself ensnared within a myriad of blade shadows. Any chance of counterattacking had slipped away, leaving him with no choice but to defend desperately, striving for survival. Lang Long's relentless assault continued without pause, each strike more rapid than the last, offering Yu Deping no respite. The scene mirrored his earlier encounter with Yue. Having gained the upper hand, Lang Long unleashed an unyielding barrage, denying his opponent any opportunity for retaliation. While Yu Deping was not as beleaguered as Yue had been, he too found himself bereft of the power to counterattack. Fortunately, having trained in the 5-element internal technique under Niu Zhengying since childhood, his true essence was deeper and purer than that of Yue. Though he was on the defensive, he was not on the brink of immediate defeat. However, mounting a counteroffensive seemed exceedingly arduous. Internally, Yu Deping lamented the situation. Although Lang Long appeared unremarkable, his speed and ferocity in combat were astonishing. He had yet to unleash the essence of his 5-element blade technique, already ensnared in a cycle of defense. Should he falter even momentarily, the consequences could be dire. Niu Zhengying watched with a slight nod of approval. Indeed, Lang Long was extraordinary. While his prowess seemed superior to Yu Deping's, it was not insurmountably so. Lang Long's overwhelming advantage stemmed primarily from Yu Deping's lack of practical experience and the emotional provocation that had thrown him off balance, allowing Lang Long to seize the moment. Yet, Niu Zhengying harbored a hint of doubt. Despite Lang Long's evident skill, he should not pose a true threat, even alongside his brother. Leng Hu, assuming their strengths were comparable, Niu Zhengying believed he would still hold the upper hand. Why, then, did they dare to confront him in such a manner? Did they possess an even more formidable backup? At that moment, as Lang Long and Yu Deping engaged in fierce combat, the onlookers were tense and captivated. Niu Zhengying, however, remained composed. He discerned that while Yu Deping would ultimately succumb, he could at least withstand the onslaught for 20 or 30 exchanges more. His earlier gesture prompting Yu Deping to engage was intended as a means of honing his skills. The eldest grandson of the Yu family possesses many admirable qualities. Yet he remains somewhat impetuous. Enduring more failures and setbacks would undoubtedly serve him well. The question arises, however, what resources do the Cold Wind Fortress still possess? Niu Zhengying shifted his gaze towards the observing Cold Tiger. It was evident that Cold Tiger recognized his brother, Cold Long, was on the verge of victory. Though his eyes were fixed on the duel, he occasionally turned to converse with an individual behind him. Experienced and astute, Niu Zhengying immediately discerned the distinctiveness of this person. Slightly smaller than Cold Tiger, this individual stood unobtrusively behind him, yet donned attire that was noticeably cleaner and more refined than that of the other members of Cold Wind Fortress. A wide brim had adorned his head, and a black veil cascaded down from its brim, concealing his true visage. This person is undoubtedly suspicious. Niu Zhengying, with his wealth of experience, keenly sensed the extraordinary nature of this individual. Cold Tiger's demeanor towards him was one of utmost respect, leading Niu Zhengying to speculate that perhaps this person was their key to confidence. At this moment, Yu Deping was gradually revealing signs of distress. Niu Zhengying's thoughts raced. He resolved to prioritize the preservation of Yu Deping's safety. After all, as the eldest grandson of the Yu family, Any unfortunate incident would not bode well for the elder Yu. With a firm hand on the hilt of his sword, Niu Jing proclaimed loudly, "Depang, you have lost. I implore the Cold Fortress Master to show mercy." Yu Depang felt the chilling pressure from Cold Long's blade intensifying, while his own Baixing knife grew increasingly burdensome, sweat pouring from him like a stream. It was apparent that within a mere few exchanges, he would soon find himself injured by his opponent's weapon. Suddenly, Cold Long withdrew his blade, and Yu Depang instantly felt the weight lift from his shoulders. He hastily retreated a few steps, his legs weakening, causing him to collapse to the ground. Yue and Yu rushed forward to assist him, while Cold Long stood his ground, blade retracted, addressing Niu Zhengying, Master Niu. "Would you care to impart a few techniques to me?" Niu Zhengying silently nodded. This Cold Long, although seeking the century-old Shou, did not seem to embody the traits of a ruthless villain. His demeanor suggested he was reluctant to forge a deep-seated enmity with the Yu family, and his pursuit of Shou appeared to be driven by necessity. Regardless, he could not allow this group to succeed. Just as Niu Jing was prepared to challenge Cold Long, Cold Tiger stepped forward to stand alongside him, brandishing his single-edged knife. "Master Niu, as a revered elder, allow my brother and me the honor of learning from your esteemed skills." Niu Zhengying was momentarily taken aback. It seemed they were already aware that Cold Long was not his match, and thus intended to join forces against him. He cast his eyes behind Cold Tiger. With the latter's form no longer obstructing his view, he could see that the individual wearing the wide-brimmed hat was, despite her face being obscured by a black veil, clearly a young woman with an alluring figure. Niu Zhengying's mind swirled with suspicion, yet he resolved to face the challenge with composure. Grasping his Qifeng sword, he summoned his inner strength, retreating while executing the seven-star step, his sword tip slightly raised, pointed diagonally towards Cold Long's left shoulder. Cold Long, intent on seizing the initiative as he had before, took a step forward, only to suddenly sense that something was amiss. The blade of Niu Zhengying, held firmly in his hand, emanated an icy chill that seemed to surge directly towards him, precisely in the direction he intended to strike. Should he propel himself forward? He feared he would be unable to halt his momentum and would collide with the azure blade of his adversary. This sensation was so intense that Cold Dragon, taken aback, swiftly channeled his energy to a halt. Almost simultaneously, as Cold Dragon braced for a sudden offensive, Cold Tiger surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, instantly reaching Niu Zhengying's front and raising his weapon to strike at the left arm of Niu Zhengying. This tactic of launching a simultaneous assault from both sides, akin to twin arrows, had been mastered by the Cold brothers over many years, showcasing their exceptional synergy. Numerous formidable opponents, possessing superior martial prowess, had underestimated their swift initiation, often leading to their downfall against this coordinated tactic. Regrettably, this time, they had miscalculated. From his earlier encounters with Cold Dragon, Niu Jing had discerned that although Cold Dragon's actual skills surpassed those of Yu Depang, the difference was not substantial. His effortless victories in their previous clashes were attributed to his adept use of a remarkably swift technique. In terms of true martial capability, Cold Dragon still lagged behind him significantly. As long as he did not fall prey to their initial assault, he believed he could maintain the upper hand. As Cold Dragon and Cold Tiger launched their attack, Niu Zhengying was already resolute, channeling his vital energy into the tip of his blade, which projected an encroaching chill directly towards Cold Dragon's trajectory, compelling him to abruptly halt his advance. Simultaneously, he deftly sidestepped Cold Tiger's strike. And before Cold Tiger could unleash a second blow, Niu Jing had already directed his azure blade towards Cold Tiger's face. Cold Tiger hastily retreated a step, raising his weapon to defend, but Niu Zhengying, with a swift movement, darted past him and confronted Cold Dragon. Cold Dragon, having been unexpectedly forced to halt his momentum, experienced a jolt in his inner energy, just as he intended to recalibrate his breath to coordinate with his brother Cold Tiger for another assault. Niu Zhengying had already closed the distance. The azure blade, in its sweeping motion, conjured a flurry of sword flowers aimed at the vital points surrounding Cold Dragon. In a moment of panic, Cold Dragon quickly swung his blade to block, but alas, his internal energy was not yet fully stabilized. And given Niu Zhengying's inherent superiority in skill, the latter's azure sword effortlessly pierced through Cold Dragon's defenses, directly targeting his right arm. Cold Dragon lamented internally, recognizing that Niu Zhengying, the foremost master of Pangan, was indeed worthy of his reputation. With a single move, he had dismantled their brother's rapid combined assault, leaving his right arm in jeopardy. In this critical moment, a light chime resonated near Cold Dragon's ear as an unexpected silver-ray piercing dart emerged from an unknown source. narrowly deflecting Niu Zhengying's azure sword just inches from Cold Dragon's arm. Simultaneously, a petite figure darted past them like a wisp of smoke, heading straight for the Yu family's carriage. Niu Zhengying's earlier transitions between attack and defense, though seemingly straightforward, were the culmination of years of training, integrating vital energy, agility, tactics, and swordsmanship into a seamless execution. He skillfully maneuvered to ensure that he would first incapacitate Cold Dragon, thereby avoiding entanglement in a drawn-out duel with the two brothers. As the verdant sword in his hand pierced through the Cold Dragon's blade net, just as victory seemed within grasp, Niu Zhengying was abruptly confronted by a flash before his eyes. Out of nowhere, a silvery amade dagger emerged, deftly deflecting the tip of his sword. Not only did it thwart his imminent strike against the Cold Dragon, but it also unleashed a chilling force that surged through the sword's point, causing Niu Zhengying's body to tremble violently. Simultaneously, a petite figure darted past him with remarkable swiftness, neglecting the pursuit of the Cold Dragon. Niu Zhengying swiftly channeled his energy to counter the invasive cold emanating from his sword tip, while raising his left palm to his chest, gathering all his elemental essence to guard against the petite figure's ambush. However, that fleeting silhouette did not linger, it merely swept by them, making a beeline for the carriage behind. As Niu Zhengying prepared to give chase, he was met by the arrival of Cold Tiger, who bellowed fiercely and struck with all his might towards Niu Zhengying's back. With no choice but to turn and block, Niu Zhengying found Cold Dragon recovering swiftly, advancing towards him with a blade. In an instant, the tide of battle had turned, with the Cold brothers launching a coordinated assault, regaining the initiative. Niu Zhengying couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. He held no fear of the Cold brothers' combined efforts, believing that although they had temporarily seized the advantage, they still fell short of besting him. What truly unsettled him was the woman who had just darted past. The strike he had deemed certain was abruptly intercepted by her unexpected amade dagger, the residual force leaving his meridians shaken. The woman's formidable prowess far exceeded Niu Zhengying's expectations, and coupled with her ghostly speed, a wave of concern washed over him for the safety of Shizling and the others behind him. Shizling had been intently observing the unfolding situation. Despite the distance of two carriages, his keen vision allowed him to discern the battle's dynamics with clarity. He gripped his ice-breaking short sword tightly, poised to intervene at a moment's notice. Niu Zhengying's tactical prowess against the Cold brothers garnered Shizling's silent admiration, realizing the significance of strategy in the heat of battle. Just as Niu Zhengying was about to inflict a wound upon Cold Dragon, an unexpected masked woman surged from behind, skillfully blocking his certain strike before rushing towards their carriage. Yu Wei and Yu Wu, witnessing this, brandished their copper staffs, attempting to intercept her. Yet, with a mere flick of her hand, they were sent sprawling far away, staff and all. Yu Depeng stepped forward, intent on thwarting her advance. But before he could make a move, an overwhelming force seized his hand, wrenching the Baixing blade from his grasp. Alarmed, Yu Depeng sought to retreat. Yet the very blade he had lost was now poised to pierce his chest. Frozen in terror, he found himself paralyzed, unable to move a muscle. In that critical moment, someone grasped the collar of his garment from behind and yanked him sideways, narrowly averting the fatal thrust of the Baixing blade. The woman seemed utterly unprepared for Yu Depeng's ability to evade her strike. With a soft huff, she did not falter in her pace, instead rushing towards the cart laden with gifts. As she sped forward, she casually flung the Baixing knife, which she had seized from Yu Depeng, behind her. Shi Ziling, having witnessed the overwhelming presence of Yu Wei and his companions as they foolishly attempted to intercept the woman, sensed impending doom and hurried to their aid. However, the woman moved with astonishing swiftness, first knocking Yu Wei and Yu Wu aside with a powerful strike before deftly snatching the Baixing knife from Yu Depeng's grasp. Fortunately, Shi Ziling arrived just in time, seizing Yu Depeng by the collar and pulling him away, thus sparing his life. Just as Shi Ziling was about to inquire about her intentions, the Baixing knife, propelled by a fierce gust, hurtled toward him. With a moment's focus, he grasped the knife sheath at Yu Depeng's waist and met the oncoming blade with it. The knife slid perfectly into the sheath, and the force of the blade momentarily staggered Shi Ziling. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly set off in pursuit of the woman. Chapter 9. Falling leaves and flying flowers. The masked woman swiftly approached the carriage, confronting Yu Zhengtian and the surrounding guards with a fierce demand. Surrender the century-old He Shou Wu, or prepare for a massacre. A chilling aura emanated from her, instilling an immediate sense of dread among the Yu family members, who felt as though they were plunged into an icy abyss, their hearts racing with fear as they gazed upon the striking figure before them. At that moment, Shi Xiling arrived promptly, sensing the bone-chilling aura radiating from the woman. He hastily circulated his internal energy using the Yu family's techniques and soon regained his composure. The century-old He Shou Wu is a birthday gift from the Yu family to a relative. We cannot comply with your request, he declared with conviction. And who might you be? The woman asked in a low voice, her brow furrowing slightly as she scrutinized the young man before her. Although Shi Xiling had swiftly intervened to save Yu Deping, she had never intended to kill him. Her actions were merely a reflexive counterattack after snatching his Baisheng knife. Now, noticing that the knife in Shi Xiling's hand appeared to be the same one she had thrown, a flicker of intrigue sparked within her. Earlier, despite not turning back, her throw had been remarkably precise and powerful, meant not to harm, but simply to deter any pursuit. Yet, this young man not only caught the knife effortlessly but had also reached her side with remarkable speed, indicating that his strength surpassed that of the Yu family's chief protector. Niu Zhengying. Observing his tall, elegant stature, square jaw, and thick brows, she noted his composed demeanor and youthful appearance, which momentarily took her aback. I am Shi Xiling, a guard of the Yu family. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed lady? Shi Xiling inquired calmly. Esteemed lady? The woman bristled at the title, thinking to herself. Does he truly perceive me as some sort of bandit leader? Her irritation grew as she dismissed the notion, exclaiming, I have urgent need for that He Shou Wu. If you have any sense, step aside quickly. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Her chilling presence intensified, causing Yu Jingtian and the others behind Shi Xiling to retreat hastily, while Niu Zhengying and the others were too engrossed in their fierce battle to pay attention to the unfolding drama. Noting the youthful and melodious tone of her voice, Shi Xiling deduced that she was likely quite young. Despite her masked visage, her enchanting figure and self-identification as a young lady suggested she was indeed a young woman. Yet, the absurdity of a young woman robbing in broad daylight struck him as peculiar. Will you step aside, miss? The woman pressed, her patience wearing thin as Shi Xiling appeared lost in thought. Had he not been somewhat pleasing to her eyes, she would have already resorted to violence. I'm afraid I cannot surrender the He Shou Wu to you, miss, Shi Xiling replied with utmost seriousness. If you find yourself in a financial predicament, my dear, allow me to extend a helping hand. The esteemed lord Yu has recently advanced my salary for the month, and I possess a handful of silver coins that you may use at your discretion. What do you say? As Shi Ling spoke, he set aside the magnificent dagger belonging to Yu Deping and began to rummage for coins in his pocket. The young lady opposite him felt an overwhelming urge to retch, pondering in her heart what manner of fool Shi Ling truly was, treating her as though she were a beggar. In a fit of indignation, she uttered a soft rebuke. Fallen leaves, dancing flowers. Meanwhile, Niu Zhengying was entangled with the Long brothers, having fought valiantly to gradually regain the upper hand. Just as he was about to apply further pressure, he caught the distant echo of the phrase fallen leaves, dancing flowers, which sent a shockwave through him. His hand faltered, narrowly avoiding a strike from Long, and the precarious balance of power he had just reclaimed was swiftly reversed by Long and Lung Hu, plunging him back into a state of heightened defense. Fallen leaves, dancing flowers? Could it be the legendary technique of the Shura Pavilion, the fallen leaves and dancing flowers palm? That is among the most renowned martial arts in the northern continent. Though Niu Zhengying's sword remained poised, his mind was momentarily befuddled. The Shura Pavilion, while seldom active in the east, was notorious in the north for its fierce reputation. Its disciples were known for their ruthless strikes, although each generation was not particularly numerous. Nearly every head of the pavilion ranked among the top 20 on the prestigious list of martial arts masters. The current head, Bai Wuya, stood at a remarkable 15th position on the list, rumored to be diligently honing a unique secret technique that, once perfected, could elevate him into the top 10. Realizing that the young lady possessed such formidable skills, Niu Zhengying marveled inwardly, regretting not having offered her the He Shou Wu, believing that Lord Yu would have understood. After all, how could the modest Yu family afford to offend someone from the Shura Pavilion? Just as Shi Ling intended to offer a few silver coins to the young lady, she unexpectedly erupted in fury, with a cry of fallen leaves, dancing flowers. Her figure vanished, replaced by a flurry of palm shadows accompanied by a chilling aura that surged towards Shi Ling. Though Niu Zhengying wielded the Thousand Illusions palm as his ultimate skill, he would certainly be left dumbfounded and at a loss upon witnessing the young lady's technique. Amidst the multitude of palm shadows, Shi Ling felt as though he had been transported to a frozen wasteland. Fierce winds laden with colossal shards of ice bearing down upon him, as if intent on shattering him to pieces. In that moment of peril, Shi Ling summoned his inner energy, allowing it to flow rapidly through his body. He swayed amidst the gusts of palm wind, suddenly bending low, then tilting his head upward, before abruptly coming to a standstill. With his left fist raised skyward and his right fist grounded, he summoned an invisible barrier of energy before him, unwavering even as the tempest of palm shadows and icy currents surged around him. The masked woman was utterly astonished. The fallen leaves and dancing flowers palm was a secret technique of her sect. Though she had yet to master it fully, she had achieved a certain level of proficiency. In her moment of inspiration, she had unleashed it, only to feel a pang of regret at the overwhelming power of her own strike. Since she embarked on her journey of self-cultivation, she had encountered foes several times, yet she had never employed this formidable palm technique. This was due to its immense power and her sect's strict training, which dictated that it should only be used in dire situations. Shurzailing first rescued Udepang and then deftly caught the flying dagger she had thrown, demonstrating a prowess that surpassed that of Niu Zhengying. However, with her elevated perspective, she felt no astonishment. It was merely that when he mentioned dismissing her with a few silver coins, it seemed to carry an implication of disdain and mockery. For reasons unknown, in a moment of impulsiveness, she unleashed her sect's ultimate skill, the falling leaves and flying flowers palm. Yet, having yet to master the art to the point of full control, she regretted her impulsive decision as soon as her palm struck out and found herself unable to retract it. She merely tempered her strength, hoping to avoid taking her opponent's life. To her astonishment, Shurzailing effortlessly evaded the series of 18 strikes, swaying back and forth, and then formed a barrier with a technique known as the Pillar of Heaven and Earth, rendering her attempts to approach him futile. How could this be? A mere young bodyguard from a small landowner's family in Panzhou could withstand a renowned skill that intimidated the northern continent. What kind of martial art was he employing, wielding such power? Who exactly was Shurzailing? In her rage and astonishment, she instinctively summoned all her inner strength, and suddenly, the flurry of palm shadows vanished without a trace. A stunningly beautiful hand appeared before Shurzailing, gracefully penetrating the barrier he had created, akin to a red leaf gently pressing against his forehead. A surge of peril surged within Shurzailing, prompting him to swiftly retract his left fist to block the approaching red leaf while lifting his right fist, executing a technique to cleanse the impurities, pushing forward from his chest. At that moment, a chilling breeze arose, and a striking snow lotus flower blossomed before him, colliding perfectly with his outstretched palm. The floral shadow dissipated abruptly, revealing that it was her other jade-like hand. The two palms met with a crisp sound, causing her delicate body to tremble violently, and she staggered back 2 steps. Shurzailing, standing firm, gently pushed forward with both palms, and as he approached her rapidly rising chest, he suddenly thrust upward, lifting her wide-brimmed hat along with the black veil that obscured her face, unveiling a visage of exquisite beauty. A gentle breeze swept by, causing her lustrous black hair to flutter, and her face displayed a mixture of surprise and indignation as she gazed at Shurzailing, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Shurzailing, too, was taken aback to find that the highway robber was such a stunning beauty under the bright sun. He beheld her bright eyes, pearly teeth, and graceful figure, resembling a celestial being descended to earth, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Regaining her composure, the beautiful woman stamped her foot in frustration, declaring, "Shurzailing, remember this. I, by Qingshuang, will avenge this slap." With that, she turned and departed, paying no heed to the battle involving Lang Long and Long Hu, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. A slap of vengeance? Shurzailing was somewhat perplexed, pondering to himself, "It seems I did not strike her at all. Originally, I intended to unleash the technique of gathering fists to shoot the sun, transforming my punch into a palm to push gently against her bosom. However, her alluring curves presented a breathtaking vista that was indescribably beautiful, and I found myself unwilling to mar such a picturesque sight. Thus, I merely brought my palms together and delicately flicked upwards, unintentionally dislodging her hat and veil without so much as disturbing a single strand of her hair. Is this truly grounds for vengeance? I have yet to hold her accountable for obstructing my path. It is utterly incomprehensible." Shizling couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief, struggling to fathom how such a delicate and lovely girl could assume the role of a bandit leader, and even more perplexed by her fervent declarations of seeking revenge against him. Chapter 10. The 8 Styles of the Yu Family after Bai Qingshuang departed. The members of the Yu family finally breathed a sigh of relief. The chilling aura and murderous intent she exuded had instilled a profound sense of dread in each of them, making her seem like a sorceress from the underworld. However, upon witnessing her unparalleled beauty, they found themselves utterly entranced. With Yue and Yu gaping in astonishment, their mouths agape for an extended period, nearly drooling with admiration. Although Yu Deping did not appear as overwhelmed as his peers, he stood there in speechless awe, fixated on the direction in which Bai Qingxuang had vanished. Yu Zhongtian, his father, was preoccupied with another thought. The techniques demonstrated by Shi Ziling earlier appeared strangely familiar to him. The move that had completely countered Bai Qingxuang's falling leaves and flying flowers technique bore a vague resemblance to the Yu family's martial arts. Time passed unnoticed until Yu Deping finally regained his senses. Observing the dazed expressions on Yu Wei, Yu Wu, and the others, he felt no anger. Indeed, such beauty was truly captivating. Yet, upon noticing his father lost in thought, he was taken aback. Could it be that his father also? In a hurry, Yu Deping approached and tugged at Yu Zhongtian's sleeve, softly inquiring, "Father, what is the matter? Could it be that you also? The Yu family martial arts? Is it possible he used the 8 styles of the Yu family?" The earlier move resembled uplifting the sky and supporting the earth, and the final push was akin to fist shooting the sun, but he employed a palm technique. How could that be? How could that be? Yu Zhongtian muttered to himself in confusion. "Father, what are you saying about the Yu family martial arts? What do you mean by uplifting the sky and supporting the earth or fist shooting the sun? Are you referring to the introductory 8 styles of the Yu family that grandfather practices every morning?" Yu Deping asked, astonished. Upon hearing his son's question, Yu Zhongtian snapped back to reality. Ignoring Yu Deping's inquiry, he rushed forward and grasped Shi Ziling's arm, urgently questioning, "Ziling, what technique did you just use? It seemed so familiar to me." "I employed the Yu family martial arts, your ancestral technique. I learned it from books borrowed from the steward de Fu. I found it very practical and have been practicing it consistently over the past few days." "You must have practiced it too, right?" Shi Ziling replied earnestly. "That's not right. The initial defensive move you used closely resembled the first style of the Yu family martial arts, uplifting the sky and supporting the earth, but thereafter, it diverged entirely. The second style, left and right archery, was not executed in that manner. The subsequent techniques, splitting the mountain with 4 and 5 peaceful sevens, were also incorrect. The final move bore some resemblance to the 7th style, fist shooting the sun, yet you used a palm technique rather than a fist. And you even brought your palms together and thrust upward. This is fundamentally different. Did you learn the Yu family martial arts in a manner distinct from ours?" Yu Zhongtian's voice was laced with perplexity. Shi Ziling chuckled. "Not at all. Initially, to evade her continuous 18 palms, I utilized the 5th style, riding horse and shooting arrow, and the 6th style, leaning forward and leaning back. Only then did I use the 1st style, uplifting the sky and supporting the earth, to form a barrier of energy." Beside the stone pillar, she demonstrated her previous movements with a flourish. Soon, I sensed that her falling leaves and flying flowers palm had unexpectedly intensified, breaching my steadfast defense. I swiftly transitioned to the purging turbidity and retaining clarity technique, perfectly countering her concealed left palm strike. Upon our palms clashing with genuine force, I perceived that her vital energy was not as robust as mine, inevitably causing her meridians to tremble. Seizing the opportunity, I executed the 7th technique, gathering fists to shoot the sun, although at that moment, employing my palm felt more instinctive. Yet, as I observed her, I found myself momentarily distracted by the enchanting curves of Bai Qingxuang's form, a flush creeping onto my cheeks. Thus, I gently lifted my palms in a gesture of defense. Yu Zhongtian and Yu Deping were left utterly astonished. The 5th technique of the Yu family's 8 styles, riding horse and shooting arrows, typically an offensive maneuver, was ingeniously employed by Stone Pillar as a defensive tactic to evade her opponent's palm techniques. Remarkably, she transformed her approach midway, adopting a forward lean and backward arch, a position that, according to Elder Yu Hongfa, bore no offensive or defensive significance, being merely a practice for nurturing the kidneys and preserving essence. In truth, these techniques belong to the foundational health practices of the Sanqing sect, more accurately referred to as the 8 styles of health cultivation. Due to the sect's long extinction, they were repurposed as the Yu family's treasured martial arts. The 8 styles of the Yu family are as follows. 1. Pillar of heaven and earth. 2. Opening the bow left and right. 3. Splitting Mount Hua with force. 4. 5 flat. 7 rebound. 5. Riding horse and shooting arrows. 6. Forward lean and backward arch. 7. Gathering fists to shoot the sun. 8. Purging turbidity and retaining clarity. Each style possesses health benefits. The first 2 regulate the sanjiao. The 3rd and 4th harmonize the spleen and stomach. The 5th and 6th nurture essence and fortify the kidneys. while the seventh and eighth promote smooth blood circulation. Prolonged practice of each technique is believed to confer longevity. However, the practical combat efficacy of these techniques is nearly negligible. A sentiment consistently expressed by Elder Yu and echoed by Master Niu Zhengying. Consequently, the younger generation of the Yu family, including Yu Deping, Yu Wei, and Yu Wu, have largely abandoned the study of their ancestral martial arts. Yet, in the hands of Stone Pillar, these rudimentary techniques transformed into remarkable strategies for repelling adversaries. Each move, though executed in a seemingly chaotic order and stripped of its original form, bore a unique interpretation under her command, making them nearly unrecognizable. Were it not for Stone Pillar's explanations and demonstrations, few from the Yu family would have discerned that she was employing their foundational martial arts. Could the Yu family techniques truly be wielded in such a manner? Was this still the Yu family martial art? Perhaps, apart from Stone Pillar. No one else could manifest the Yu family style in such a way, a thought shared by both father and son of the Yu family. At that moment, a commanding shout rang out from ahead. The onlookers turned to see that Niu Jing and the Lung brothers were still locked in fierce combat. After Bai Qing made her move, Cold Dragon and Cold Tiger initially surged with confidence, momentarily overpowering the more skilled Niu Zhengying. However, Niu Zhengying, being the more adept fighter, gradually regained the upper hand after several bouts. It was only when Cold Tiger suddenly realized that Bai Qing had slipped away that panic set in. He was instantly struck by Niu Jing's sword, letting out a startled cry. Yu Deping and Yu Jingtian exchanged glances, pondering how they had forgotten about Master Niu, and hastily prepared to assist. However, Shizling had already hastened to the forefront, proclaiming loudly, "Miss Bai has departed. I implore the two cold chieftains to cease hostilities." Aware that the tide of the situation had turned, Niu Zhengying had no desire to pursue an annihilation and slowly withdrew his offensive. Cold Dragon and Cold Tiger, understanding the gravity of the moment, also halted their attacks. Cold Dragon cast aside his broadsword and bowed respectfully to Niu Zhengying, saying, "Master Niu, Elder Yu, and esteemed guests, we acted out of necessity. Had we not been coerced by Miss Bai from the Shura Manor, we would never have dared to set our sights on the Yu family. You may have heard that we, the people of Cold Wind Stronghold, are originally farmers from the vicinity of Hungdong Mountain. Year after year of famine has forced us into banditry. However, we seldom prey upon the local villagers and only occasionally rob passing merchants, typically seeking only wealth without intent to harm. Even in our robberies, we merely aim for sustenance and never overreach. Your Yu family is not far from here. Merely 2 or 3 days' journey. In light of our shared origins, we kindly ask for your leniency." The Yu family pondered this, recalling that since the establishment of Cold Wind Stronghold, they had not heard of any significant misdeeds on their part, nor had the nearby villagers frequently reported disturbances caused by them. Observing the tattered appearance of Cold Dragon and his companions, and recalling how Cold Dragon had shown restraint against Yu Deping and Yu Wei, they began to believe his words, concluding that these individuals were likely not the ruthless criminals they had imagined. Yet, the question remained, how had Bai Qing from Shura Manor come to associate with them? Niu Zhengying inquired, "Chieftain Cold, I believe your statements. However, how did you come to involve us?" Cold Dragon, sensing Niu Zhengying's willingness to trust him, let out a small sigh of relief and quickly responded, "It is thus. We bandits of the Jiangdong region are part of a loose alliance known as the 13 Strongholds of Jiangdong, of which Cold Wind Stronghold is one. We often exchange intelligence regarding the movements of merchants and local gentry. Recently, Lord Qin Gong out of Songhu City is approaching his 50th birthday, and being a native of Jiangdong, many local gentry are related to him and will present gifts to celebrate. We 13 strongholds share information about valuable items among the gifts and the skilled guards accompanying them." Cold Tiger continued, "We had already learned that the Yu family's gift would include a century-old Hisho Wu. However, my brother and I specialize in swift blades, and we have made no significant progress in the cultivation of true essence. Thus, that century-old Hisho Wu holds little value for us. It is worth noting that we were already aware of the formidable presence of Master Niu Zhengying supporting the Yu family. We understood that even if we desired to take action, we would inevitably face Master Niu's formidable prowess, so we did not take the matter seriously. Yet we still conveyed this information to the other leaders of the 13 Villages Alliance." After a pause, he continued, "Coincidentally, on that very day, the leader of the 13 villages in Jiaodong, Shintu, had just sent someone to inquire whether we intended to rob the Yu family's birthday procession. We declined under the pretense of being otherwise occupied, But little did we know that the young lady from the Shura mansion overheard our conversation. It seems she urgently needed that century-old Showu and insisted that we assist in the robbery. How could the people from the Shura mansion have found you here? Niu Zhengying asked, perplexed. The young lady is acquainted with my sister, Lung Feng. She initially came looking for my sister. However, my sister returned to her sect and was not at home, which fortuitously led her to overhear the information regarding the Hisho Wu. We had no intention of engaging in this venture, yet after witnessing the young lady's display of skill, she assured us that she would handle everything. We truly dared not offend the individuals from the Shura mansion, so we reluctantly complied, Lang Long explained. And your sister's sect is? Niu Zhengying inquired further. My sister, Lung Feng, is a disciple of the Huashan sect. Last year, upon returning to see us engaged in banditry, she was quite displeased and returned to Huashan. It appears that the young lady has something entrusted to my sister, which is why she came here looking for her, Lang Long replied. The Huashan sect? The Yu father and son exchanged glances. Their ancestors were originally lay disciples of the Huashan branch under the Three Pure Ones. Although the Three Pure Ones had long since vanished and the Huashan branch had established its own sect, thus having no current ties with the Yu family, there remained a historical connection. It was unexpected that the leader of the Lung Feng village had a sister affiliated with the Huashan sect. After contemplating for a moment, Niu Zhengying remarked, I must say, your skills are quite impressive. How did you come to this path? Lung Long, somewhat abashed, replied. We were originally the leaders of the Quick Blade group under the Thunder Hall. 3 years ago, the Thunder Hall offended Lord Su, the city guard of Songhu City, and the Duanmu family, rendering us unable to remain in Songhu City. We then migrated northwest to seek refuge under the teachings of the Tongtian sect leader, Li Yuan. My brother and I were unwilling to venture that far, so we returned to our hometown in Hangdong Mountain. Little did we anticipate that the state of the world would be so dire, and lacking any savings, we ultimately resorted to banditry with a group of villagers. Chapter 11. Enchantment. Niu Zhengying and the Yu family pondered over the words of Lung Long, finding them credible. Reflecting on their own position, they realized that there was little to lose in this matter, especially since the people of Long Family Village were not particularly malevolent. Niu Zhengying held a great admiration for the skills of the Lung brothers, believing that although they were bandits, their conduct was not overly excessive. Indeed, they adhered to a certain code of conduct. He contemplated the possibility of recruiting them into the Yu family, thus augmenting their strength, and sought the opinion of Yu Jingtian. Yu Jingtian also deemed this proposition worthy of consideration. In such turbulent times, having additional skilled individuals could provide a significant advantage. With Niu Zhengying and Shi Xiling stationed at the Yu family, there was little reason to fear any mischief from the Lung brothers. Moreover, the Yu family, being substantial in affairs, could easily accommodate a few more mouths to feed. Thus, Yu Jingtian took the initiative to inquire whether the Lung brothers would be willing to join the Yu family. The Lang brothers had already heard from their subordinates that the little demoness from the Shura pavilion had been driven away by an unknown young man from the Yu family. They were both astonished, realizing that even a humble local gentry like the Yu family concealed such formidable prowess. Long and Long who speculated that their failed robbery might have angered the Shura pavilion, though the Yu family was merely a local gentry in Pannan County. Their reputation for integrity was commendable, especially with such a powerful figure backing them. They considered themselves fortunate that the Yu family, in their magnanimity, was willing to overlook past grievances and extend an invitation for alliance. This way, should the Shura pavilion seek revenge, having the Yu family as allies would certainly be preferable to confronting it alone. Furthermore, their existence as bandits had been fraught with difficulties due to their lack of ruthlessness, and their subordinates were increasingly disheartened. Joining the Yu family would promise them a stable livelihood. After discussing the matter, the Lung brothers promptly agreed to disband their crew and return home. They would provide traveling expenses to those wishing to leave, while those desiring to follow them into the Yu family would be treated separately. They would await the return of Niu Zhengying and others from Songhu City with gifts before heading to Pannan County together. Once the Lung brothers' men departed, the Yu family members organized their belongings and continued their journey. Along the way, they discussed the martial prowess of Long and Long Hu. Marveling at the unexpected skills of these seemingly rustic bandits, Niu Zhengying also found it curious, as he had never previously heard of the Thunderbolt Hall. Yet the two minor leaders of the so-called Blade Group proved to be quite formidable. As for the little demoness of the Shura pavilion, though she had only parried one of Niu Zhengying's strikes, it left him feeling inferior. What astonished everyone even more was that Xiling had defeated this little demoness using the Yu family's traditional introductory boxing technique. Most of the Yu family members had practiced or seen the family's 8 introductory forms, which were rather unremarkable and merely served as basic health exercises. Yet, in Xiling's hands, they transformed into a weapon of intricate offensive and defensive capabilities. The group was filled with admiration, and Niu Jing regarded Xiling with newfound respect. Initially, he had thought of Xiling as merely slightly superior to himself, but now he realized that Xiling's true abilities far exceeded his expectations. Each time he contemplated this, he found it utterly incredible. What was the origin of this young man who possessed such extraordinary skills? Can even the renowned leaf-flying palm of the Shi mansion be countered? Yu Deping, Yu Zhengtian, and others were utterly in awe of Xiling. And whenever they found a moment to spare, they would eagerly beseech him for guidance on the Yu family martial arts. However, the few techniques that Xiling demonstrated appeared to bear little distinction from those practiced by Elder Yu Hongfa each morning. Even Xiling himself could not articulate the myriad on-site variations that emerged during combat. He could only explain some principles of martial arts as he understood them. Unfortunately, the members of the Yu family were far from his level of expertise, and they struggled to grasp his explanations, feeling foolish for their inability to comprehend. Even when they managed to partially understand. 10 days after departing from the cold wind stronghold on Hongdong Mountain, the Yu family's journey had been relatively smooth. In another 3 days, they would reach Songhu City. Throughout the journey, the Yu family remained exceptionally cautious, particularly Yu Deping. After experiencing the martial prowess of Cold Dragon and Bai Qing Shuang, he finally recognized the vastness of the gap in strength between them. Realizing that countless individuals in this chaotic world surpassed him, putting aside distant threats, even the 13 strongholds of Jiaodong mentioned by Cold Dragon were beyond his capacity to confront. Yu Deping's initial pride had dissipated, replaced by deep concern for the safety of their expedition. Although the Yu family held unwavering confidence in Xiling's abilities, he was but a single individual. Should the forces from those 13 strongholds converge, it was likely that, aside from Xiling and a few others like Niu Jing, the rest would be in peril. Contrary to expectations, their journey remained remarkably tranquil. And with just 3 days until their arrival at Songhu City, spirits were high. Songhu City, the capital of Jiaodong Prefecture, was renowned as the safest place on the eastern continent. Once they entered the city and delivered the tribute safely to the Qin residents, their mission would be deemed a resounding success. However, Xiling felt no trepidation. It was not due to overconfidence in his abilities, but rather because he had become wholly absorbed in studying Cato Eagle's soul-capturing technique, leaving little room for concern. With minimal disturbances along the way, he frequently retrieved Cato Eagle's notebook to peruse its contents. Since mastering the Yu family's true essence cultivation technique, Xiling had begun to manipulate his internal true essence with ease, and the strength of this essence was a crucial foundation for practicing the soul-capturing technique. Although uncertain of the exact level of his true essence cultivation, he felt compelled to experiment with it. Once he began, he became utterly enraptured, finding the soul-capturing technique exceedingly fascinating, with its intricacies beyond verbal description. The members of the Yu family, aware of Xiling's amnesia, would see him lost in thought, murmuring to himself, mistaking his dazed demeanor for a manifestation of his inability to recall past events, and thus refrained from disturbing him. Initially, Xiling would engage in soliloquies, occasionally lost in a stupor or laughing to himself, sometimes furrowing his brow in silence, while at other times inexplicably gesticulating with enthusiasm. One day, he unexpectedly began conversing with a wild dog by the roadside, uttering words that no one could comprehend, yet his demeanor suggested an unabated delight in this peculiar exchange. Subsequently, each time he encountered cats or dogs along his path, he would either approach silently, engaging in a prolonged, wordless gaze, or chatter away in an unintelligible tongue. As night fell and the camp settled into rest, the vigilant guards of the Yu family would often observe him wandering off alone into the nearby thicket, where he would remain for an extended period. From the depths of the forest, peculiar sounds would occasionally emerge, startling the night watchmen to their core. Yet, come dawn, he would emerge from the woods, seemingly unfazed, either shaking his head in contemplation or sighing heavily, rejoining the group as if nothing had transpired. The Yu family, witnessing Xiling's bizarre behavior, grew increasingly concerned, pondering the potential arrival of bandits while their strongest warrior appeared to be slipping into madness. In their anxiety, they sought counsel from Niu Jing. Although Niu Jing felt an urgent worry, he maintained a calm facade, assuring them there is no cause for alarm. As far as I know, amnesia is merely a manifestation of a troubled mind. It is only natural that Xiling, burdened by the inability to recall his past, displays signs of distress. Since it is a matter of the heart, it requires a remedy of the heart. Perhaps with the passage of time, as his spirits lift, he will naturally recover. Let us not disturb him for now. When we reach Sunghu City, we can seek a renowned physician to help unravel his mental turmoil. The members of the Yu family exchanged glances, helpless in their concern, and returned to their rest. However, beneath Niu Jing's composed exterior lay a deep-seated unease. From his experience, he understood that since Lang Long had indicated the 13 villages of Jiangdong harbored intentions to rob the Yu family, it was unlikely they would relent easily. Though Niu Jing was not well acquainted with this alliance, he was aware that its leader, Shintu Gang, was a notorious figure in the underworld, who had later allied with the powerful Xiahou family of the north. It was unclear how he had come to establish the 13 villages in Jiangdong. Having navigated the dark alleys of society for many years, Shintu Gang was rumored to be nearing the ranks of the top 100 martial artists, known for his ruthless nature, making him potentially more formidable than the previous troublesome sorceress. The mere presence of Shintu Gang would already pose significant complications. Should he rally additional leaders akin to Long Long or Long Hu, the journey to Songhu City would likely become perilous, with only 3 days' journey remaining. If the adversaries intended to strike, they could do so at any moment, leaving Niu Jing more anxious than anyone else. Meanwhile, Shi Ling remained blissfully immersed in the enchanting realm of the soul-capturing technique, oblivious to the concerns and worries of the Yu family surrounding him. This technique was a profound art that intricately blended the circulation of true essence with the application of mental prowess. The innate essence of Shizling is remarkably potent. As for the reason behind such profound reserves of true essence, he himself is at a loss, however. Ever since he commenced the cultivation of the true essence technique derived from the Sanqing sect, he has been able to manipulate the essence within his body at will, far surpassing the comprehension and imagination of individuals like Niu Jing. Regarding the cultivation of mental prowess, it is uncertain whether his amnesia plays a role or if his innate gifts possess qualities conducive to such practices. Regardless, once Shizling immerses himself in the cultivation of mental strength, he effortlessly dispels all distractions, easily coalescing what is termed mental energy. His progress is markedly different from the training regimen outlined in Cato Eagle's tome, which claims that advancing through certain levels could take years or even decades. In stark contrast, Shizling has achieved these levels in merely a few days, leading him to question whether he is indeed practicing correctly, casting doubt upon his true standing. Chapter 12. Strike first. On the evening of the 10th day, Shizling had remarkably pushed his mental prowess to the 5th tier. While he remained far from the pinnacle of the 9th tier, he had achieved a preliminary integration of his true essence and mental energy. Elated, Shizling recalled his earlier attempts to employ the celestial sound technique in the secluded forest, a unique method of defeating adversaries through sound. However, he had struggled to merge his true essence with his mental energy, leading to ineffective results. At times, he had unleashed an overwhelming sound that startled the birds into a frenzy, while at other times, his voice had vanished entirely, ignored even by the owl perched above. Now that his mental energy had finally reached a breakthrough, Shizling was eager to test his skills. He swiftly made his way out of the encampment. On watch that night were Yue Wei and several guards, who, noticing Shizling's haste, dared not inquire further and merely observed as he disappeared into the depths of the forest. Shizling felt a significant chance of success in executing the celestial sound technique and, wishing to avoid disturbing the Yu family's rest, deliberately ventured deeper into the woods. He walked until he was confident that the Yu family could no longer hear him and settled beneath a large tree. Crossing his legs to enter the ethereal realm of the soul-capturing technique, where self and objects cease to exist. As he began to gather his mental energy, faint voices suddenly reached his ears. Puzzled, he wondered how voices could emerge in this secluded forest near midnight. Could there be others like him, also cultivating their mental abilities? He promptly focused his energy, blending his true essence into the accumulating mental power, gradually directing it towards the source of the voices. Before long, Shizling noticed his hearing intensifying rapidly. The previously indistinct voices became clear. To his astonishment, he could distinctly perceive 6 individuals engaged in quiet conversation several dozen meters away. Despite the dense foliage, their voices resonated as if they were right before him. A high-pitched voice inquired, "Why hasn't the boss arrived yet? I feel uneasy lingering in this dark forest. Surely, it's not haunted, is it?" Another voice, hoarse yet authoritative, replied, "You're such a coward, Fei Laogue. You are a sworn brother of the Shintua Alliance's leader and a chief among the 13 strongholds of Jiangdong. What else with your lack of courage? With the 6 of us here, even if this forest were truly haunted, what is there to fear? Fei Laogui chuckled darkly in response, Zhou Chief. Your youthful exuberance blinds you to the perils of the martial world. Though the Yu family is merely a local gentry in Pannan County, they have a renowned figure like Niu Zhengying as their bodyguard, as far as I am aware. Niu Zhengying has profound expertise in the 5 elements skill, exhibiting remarkable prowess in both true essence cultivation and martial arts techniques. It is said that the combined swift blades of Lang Long and Lang Hu fell before him. That old fellow is certainly not to be trifled with. The chieftain surnamed Zhou appeared quite dismissive, remarking, what are Lung Long and Lung Hu worth? If their swift blades were truly formidable, would the leader of the Thunderbolt Hall, Xian Feiyan, not have brought them along to the northwest? They had previously agreed not to interfere with the Yu family. So why have they suddenly taken action ahead of us? Whenever we have a good business opportunity, they always hesitate and make excuses. I doubt they even have the courage to kill someone, let alone engage in our line of work. One must possess a ruthless edge in our profession. I believe it would be best for Lung Feng's stronghold to disband, lest they tarnish the reputation of our Jiangdong 13 strongholds. At that moment, another voice interjected. That is not entirely accurate. I have sparred with Lung Long, and the swift blades of the Thunderbolt Hall are indeed as formidable as their reputation suggests. In a one-on-one confrontation, I might manage to hold my own, but if Lung Long and Lung Hu were to join forces, your Balong spear, Zhou Kai, would certainly not stand a chance against them. You should trust my word on this. Zhou Kai, seemingly unconvinced, retorted, even if you, Lao Du, are correct. We have 6 people on our side. No matter how skilled that old fellow Niu is, can he truly fend off all 6 of us chieftains? Furthermore, the strength of Shintu, our leader, is substantial. I cannot fathom why he would venture so far to summon Chieftain Zhang from Lung County and Chieftain Kong from Dongshui Town, claiming he intends to launch a night raid. Is that not overkill? In my opinion, we should directly assault the Yu family's camp and enjoy ourselves. My Balong spear has not tasted blood in quite some time. Tonight, I intend to indulge. Once Shintu arrives and collects the gifts, we can return and celebrate. What do you all think? At this juncture, a sharp voice belonging to the surnamed Fei echoed once more. Zhou Kai, you should reconsider. In fact, our leader has already received intelligence that, aside from Niu Zhengying, there is an even more formidable young expert within the Yu family's ranks, whose true strength is unfathomable. Even the renowned figures from the Shura Manor in the north have suffered at his hands. If it were not for the backing of the Shura Manor, how would those 2 cowards, Lung Long and Lung Hu, dare to confront the Yu family? Is your Bawang spear truly superior to the ice soul cold art and the falling leaves flying flower palm of the Shura Manor? Upon hearing the name of the Shura Manor, Zhou, the chieftain, appeared startled, falling silent immediately. Louder then inquired, Fei Lao. I have also heard that the Yu family has enlisted the aid of a young expert. Is he really that formidable? The surnamed Fei replied, need I even say? Otherwise, 3 of us chieftains would suffice to subdue that old man yell. Would our leader need to take matters into his own hands? The chieftains Zhang and Kong he summoned are both adept in concealed weapons, specifically to counter that young expert surnamed Shur. Our leader has always been meticulous in his planning. Do you think he called us here for idle chatter? It seems we are in for a fierce battle tonight. Nevertheless, as long as Shintu is present, our victory is assured. As Shur Xiling listened, a sense of alarm grew within him. He never anticipated that the individuals lurking deep within the dense forest were, in fact, 6 chieftains from the alliance of the 13 villages of Jiangdong. Judging by their remarks, their leader, Shinta Gangzheng, along with 2 other masters skilled in the art of hidden weapons, was hastening towards them, seemingly ready to confront the Yu family's gift-giving entourage upon arrival. Shur Xiling recalled that Niu Zhengying had mentioned Shinta Gangzheng, a notorious lone thief in the underworld in his early years. Eventually, he allied himself with the esteemed Xiahou family from the north, but somehow ended up organizing the alliance of the 13 villages in Jiangdong. According to Niu Zhengying, Shintu Gangzheng's prowess nearly rivaled that of the top 100 masters on the leaderboard, possibly surpassing even the little demonis he encountered at the Azura Manor. Although Shur Xiling was not well acquainted with the other chieftains, he surmised that their strength was at least comparable to that of the formidable Cold Dragon and Cold Tiger. As Shur Xiling's thoughts raced, he realized that if this group were to charge out of the forest, the Yu family members, aside from Niu Zhengying, would likely face dire consequences. Even with the strength of 3 heads and 6 arms, he knew that in the chaos of battle, he would inevitably be overwhelmed. Time was of the essence. It seemed the only course of action was to strike first. With this resolution, Xiling devised a plan in his mind. Meanwhile, the 6 chieftains were engrossed in discussing the Yu family's congratulatory gifts, pondering what other treasures might accompany the century-old Heishou Wu, and deliberating how to fairly distribute the spoils. Suddenly, a buzzing sound began to swell, resembling a swarm of bees approaching them. Yet, when the chieftains looked up, they saw nothing. Although the sound was not particularly loud, it appeared to be drawing nearer, encircling them in no time. Zhou Kai, irritated by the noise, exclaimed, "What on earth is that buzzing sound? It's maddening." As he stood to locate the source of the peculiar noise, he suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness. Losing his balance and collapsing forward, startling those nearby. Old Du, equally vexed by the incessant buzzing, frowned as he witnessed Zhou Kai's unexpected fall and remarked, "Have you had too much to drink? Can't even stand straight?" He attempted to assist Zhou Kai, but as he rose, he too felt the world spin, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. The remaining individuals soon found themselves similarly afflicted, their heads spinning as the buzzing seemed to drill into their minds like countless tiny insects. Zhou Kai and Old Du, now on the ground, clutched their heads in agony. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Old Fei urgently shouted, "Cover your ears. Focus your energy and guard your spirit." He began to meditate, channeling his inner energy to combat the irritating buzz. The others, hearing his call, struggled to sit cross-legged, striving to harness their own powers. At that moment, Xiling's imposing figure appeared before them. The buzzing sound emanating from him was the result of his 5th level of mental energy merging with his true essence, producing an otherworldly sound of demonic resonance. The celestial sound is a secretive technique within the soul-capturing arts, characterized by its accessibility yet inherent complexity. It can be wielded without an exceptionally high level of mental fortitude, yet demands a significant mastery of true essence, making it particularly suitable for the current circumstances of Xiling. At this moment, several bandit leaders, seated in meditation, regarded Xiling with indifference, each striving to channel their true essence in an effort to expel the resonant hum echoing in their minds. With a sword gesture poised before his lips, Xiling exhaled softly. Onlookers merely assumed he was blowing on his fingers, oblivious to the fact that the celestial sound emanated from this very act. As his breath fluctuated, the magical sound vacillated around the bodies of the bandit leaders, intensifying and diminishing, shifting left and right unpredictably, now positioned directly before them. The power of the celestial sound surged dramatically, causing the 6 seated bandit chiefs to tremble uncontrollably, on the verge of collapse. Chapter 13. The otherworldly sound at that moment. An urgent sound of footsteps echoed from not far ahead, followed by a deep voice asking, "Old Fei, what is that noise on your side? Is something amiss?" The few bandits on the ground, whose bodies were already swaying precariously, seemed to stabilize slightly upon hearing this voice. Xiling, aware that reinforcements had arrived for the opposing side, felt an internal urgency. He suddenly propelled his mental energy to its utmost limit, channeling his true essence as he forcefully exclaimed, "Stand firm." Wherever the otherworldly sound reached, the 6 bandits on the ground were struck as if by a powerful blow, blood streaming from their mouths and noses as they collapsed backward. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals rushing toward this direction collided with the eruption of the sound. The 2 on either side simultaneously covered their ears and fell to the ground with a resounding thud, their concealed weapons scattering across the ground. The one in the center, eyes tightly shut, suddenly stood firm, forming hand seals above his head and in front of his body, unleashing a powerful force that sent branches and leaves flying. He shouted repeatedly, "Who dares to play tricks here? Shintu just arrived." In a moment of desperation, Xiling had pushed his mental energy to the extreme, causing the otherworldly sound to amplify in power. Not only did it cause the 6 bandits to bleed from their orifices, but it also knocked 2 of the 3 approaching individuals to the ground. Observing that Shintu remained standing, Xiling intended to unleash the sound once more, but suddenly found his mind blank, unable to muster even a trace of mental energy. It turned out that Xiling's foundation in mental energy was inherently weak, and without a profound reservoir of true essence, he could not have produced such a formidable sound. In his earlier urgency, he had rapidly expended the little mental energy he had accumulated, severely overextending himself. At this moment, he was not only incapable of gathering any mental strength, but his mind also felt clouded and heavy, as if burdened by an overwhelming fatigue. Xiling was alarmed, recognizing that Shintu possessed formidable strength at that moment. He He could not afford to succumb to sleepiness, as even a moment's lapse could lead to his own demise. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and advanced, determined to bring down Shin-Tu first. Shin-Tu, accompanied by 2 skilled masters of hidden weapons, had come to join the other 6 waiting in the dense forest, preparing for a night raid on the Yu family's encampment. Shortly after entering the forest, they faintly heard strange sounds emanating from ahead. As they quickened their pace toward the rendezvous point, the buzzing noise gradually intensified. However, Xirziling's otherworldly sound was not directed at them, and since they were still a distance away, they merely heard the strange noise without experiencing any significant dizziness or discomfort. As they approached, Shin-Tu finally sensed something amiss. When he called out for a response but received none, he realized the situation was dire, prompting the 3 to accelerate forward. Although the 2 leaders of the Jiangdong 13 villages had already grasped their concealed weapons, and Shin-Tu had prepared himself, the strength of Xirziling's otherworldly sound exceeded their expectations. The 2 leaders were immediately knocked to the ground, rendered unconscious by the strange sonic waves. Shin-Tu, despite feeling dizzy as if struck, managed to maintain his footing through the operation of his protective technique. He formed a complex seal with his hands and struck repeatedly before his head and body, only opening his eyes when he sensed the power of the demonic sound dissipating. As he surveyed the scene, he found the 8 chieftains of the Jiangdong 13 villages sprawled on the ground, utterly motionless. A young man was striding confidently towards him. Shin-Tu felt a surge of uncertainty. The peculiar sound wave had struck him like an invisible hammer. Fortunately, he had sensed something amiss earlier, channeling his energy to the vital point atop his head. Although he was unable to fully evade the attack and felt slightly dizzy, he managed to remain standing. In his astonishment, he closed his eyes and focused, unleashing the secretive and esoteric Great Hand Seal of the esoteric Buddhism to counter the unseen malevolent force. Should anyone witness this scene, they would hardly believe that the renowned martial artist Shin-Tu, known for his formidable swordsmanship across the rivers and lakes, would resort to such a mystical technique. This was a closely guarded secret of Shin-Tu, one he had never employed unless faced with life or death. And everyone who had witnessed him perform the Great Hand Seal had long since met their demise. Having traversed the Bright Moon continent for many years, Shin-Tu was vastly experienced. Perceiving the incoming onslaught from Xiziling, he comprehended that today would be a battle to the death. At this moment, he cared not for the identity of his opponent, knowing that anyone who had seen his Great Hand Seal would inevitably perish. However, what frightened him most was the possibility of the opponent utilizing that demonic sound technique once more, as it was an insidious art that was nearly impossible to guard against. Thus, he dared not tarry with words and charged aggressively towards Xiziling. Xiziling felt a twinge of regret. Had he not been so eager to prevent any escape and determined to eliminate his adversaries in one fell swoop, he would not have hastily tested the power of the heavenly demonic sound. To his surprise, although his initial strike had been tremendously effective, he now found himself at the end of his strength. Exhausted and with his combat prowess significantly diminished, he sensed a profound weariness rising from deep within, and the flow of his true essence was no longer as smooth as before. Realizing the dire situation, Xiziling could only muster his remaining energy and grit his teeth to unleash the most powerful attack from the 8 styles of the Yu family. The fist shooting the sun simultaneously, a cacophony of cracking bones emanated from Shin-Tu body, and his already imposing figure swelled even further. He raised his right palm, channeling an immense force downwards towards Xiziling's head, executing the final and lethal move of the Great Hand Seal Vajra Crown. In an instant, their fists and palms collided. Yet there was not a whisper of sound. The overwhelming force erupted, snapping the trees on either side. Under the faint starlight, leaves danced wildly through the air as the towering Shin-Tu, embodying the essence of a Vajra, slowly pressed down with his colossal palm. Xiziling found himself sinking into the ground below his knees, desperately channeling his true essence into his right fist to resist the immense pressure of Shin-Tu mighty hand. This Vajra Crown technique was the most potent form of the Great Hand Seal, a skill Shin-Tu had only ever employed once before against a formidable foe, the renowned northern powerhouse Zhui Yifan, whom he had struck down with this very move. Zhui Yifan harbored numerous grudges during his life. In the aftermath of his demise, despite extensive speculation from his family and friends, none could fathom that the one who took his life was the notorious martial artist Shin-Tu, renowned for his swordsmanship. Shin-Tu relentlessly channeled his true essence, his formidable energy surging forth like tumultuous tides, layer upon layer, pressing down upon Xiziling strangely. Although he dominated the scene, he was unable to overwhelm his opponent decisively. Shitsi Ling's true essence appeared not particularly potent, yet it was unyielding and continuous, effectively dissipating the mounting pressure with an almost ethereal resilience. Shitsi Ling silently lamented, realizing that Shintagang was far stronger than he had initially anticipated. Had it not been for the severe depletion of his mental energy and the considerable exhaustion of his true essence, he might have had a glimmer of hope. However, in his current state of utter fatigue, he could barely sustain himself for a while longer, lacking any capacity for counterattack. As Shintagang's force bore down upon him layer by layer, Shitsi Ling could only grit his teeth and endure, despair gradually creeping into his heart as his spirit waned. Despite Shintagang's persistent exertion of true essence, he found himself equally bewildered that he could not completely subdue Shitsi Ling. If this stalemate continued, it was possible that his own true essence might be depleted before his opponent succumbed. In this dense forest, how could he unexpectedly encounter such a formidable adversary? Could it be that this opponent was the young master summoned by the Yu family to confront him tonight? Yet, in this critical moment of life and death, Shintagang refrained from overthinking. At that moment, their fists and palms clashed, all their strength converging upon their respective right hands. Shintagang felt a surge of inspiration. While his right hand continued to exert force, his left hand slowly inched toward the sword at his waist. Although all his strength was focused on his right hand, the movement of his left was far from his usual swiftness, yet he presumed his opponent would be similarly hindered. As he gradually drew the gleaming sword, he intended to thrust it into Shitsi Ling's chest. Upon seeing the sword drawn, Shitsi Ling realized the dire situation and hastily reached for his own waist with his left hand, only to find nothing. In his haste to leave, he had forgotten to bring his ice-breaking dagger. With the opponent wielding a glimmering sword, Shitsi Ling had no choice but to frantically search his clothing, hoping to find some implement to serve as a weapon for defense. By chance, he grasped the deathly evil token. Strangely, the moment his fingers made contact with the token, his previously exhausted spirit surged back to life, as if the energy he had just depleted had miraculously returned. Elated, Shitsi Ling raised the deathly evil knight token to his lips, summoning all his mental power to exclaim, "Thrust." Just as Shintagang aimed the long sword at Shitsi Ling's heart, he suddenly witnessed the latter produce an object from his bosom and blow upon it. In an instant, a piercing shriek penetrated Shintagang's mind. A searing pain erupted in his head, causing his true essence to dissipate, and the sword fell from his left hand. In this exchange of fortunes, Shitsi Ling's right fist, charged with energy, forcefully struck Shintagang's colossal palm, creating a powerful vortex that slammed into Shintagang's face. The immense force propelled Shintagang's massive body far away, and with a pained cry, he lay motionless. After successfully striking, Shiziling's mental strength once again faded into oblivion, and his true essence had become exceedingly scarce. He hurriedly tucked the Deathly Knight command token into his bosom, and then staggered towards the forest's edge. After much struggle, he finally emerged from the thicket. Upon lifting his gaze, Shiziling beheld several figures approaching, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to Yue. He called out to Yue, and indeed, he heard Yue respond in kind. A wave of joy surged within Shiziling. Yet he could no longer endure the weight of his own body and promptly collapsed to the ground, succumbing to a deep slumber. Chapter 14. Safe arrival that evening. It was Yue's turn to stand guard outside the camp with several attendants, due to Niu Zhengying's explicit instructions to be exceptionally vigilant over these nights. Yue remained on high alert, diligently patrolling the perimeter of their encampment. However, as Shitsi Ling entered the dense thicket ahead of the camp, an unusual silence prevailed, which struck Yue as peculiar. Before long, a cacophony of strange noises began to emanate from the forest, punctuated by several resounding roars that did not appear to originate from Shitsi Ling. Although Yue could not discern the exact nature of the situation, he sensed a disturbance akin to a confrontation within the woods. He promptly dispatched a messenger to inform Niu Zhengying to prepare for potential threats, while he and a few guards proceeded to investigate the fringes of the thicket. Time passed, and as they stood watch, a figure emerged from the underbrush. Yue and his companions were filled with trepidation, hesitant to approach too closely until the figure called out Yue's name. It was Shitsi Ling, who collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The sight sent a chill through Yue and his fellows. Shitsi Ling was a master among masters, and to find him in such a state suggested an unimaginable power in their adversary. Fortunately, Shitsi Ling bore no visible wounds or blood, and he still exhibited signs of life. The group hurriedly lifted him and made their way back to their camp just as Niu Zhengying arrived, alarmed by the commotion. Upon seeing the scene, he ordered them to lay Shitsi Ling down immediately. Niu Jingying examined Shi Ling's pulse with a look of bewilderment. The pulse was steady and the breath deep, entirely inconsistent with that of an injured individual. Yet Shi Ling remained in a deep, unresponsive slumber, leaving Niu Jingying perplexed. He inquired of Yue what had transpired, but Yue could only recount the sounds of conflict from deep within the thicket and how Shi Ling had staggered forth, calling his name before collapsing. Intrigued yet cautious, Niu Jingying contemplated entering the forest to uncover the truth. However, with night still cloaking the woods in uncertainty, he opted for prudence. He instructed the others to settle Shi Ling into the camp, while the remaining guards were to stand vigilant by the cart laden with gifts, fully prepared for any potential threat. As dawn broke, Shi Ling remained in a deep slumber, and the forest fell silent. After much deliberation, Niu Jingying resolved to send Yue and Yu with a few men into the thicket to investigate. Before they set forth, he repeatedly cautioned them to retreat at the first sign of enemies and to avoid any confrontation. Trembling with apprehension, Yue, Yu, and their companions soon returned with news. Aside from a few corpses, they had encountered no enemies within the thicket. Niu Jingying instructed the others to remain alert outside the camp while he ventured into the woods alone. Deep within the forest, he indeed discovered 7 bodies strewn haphazardly amidst the underbrush. Observing the attire and weaponry of these corpses, it seems evident that they belong to the leaders of the 13 villages of Jiadong, as mentioned by Cold Dragon. Niu Jingying promptly summoned his subordinates to search the belongings of the deceased, and indeed, they identified the figures of Zhou Kai and Old Fei, the village leaders previously referenced by Cold Dragon and Cold Tiger. Among them, one particularly imposing figure turned out to be the notorious underworld strongman, Shintu Gang. Niu Jingying was both astonished and elated, realizing that the very person he had feared most in recent days, along with his followers, had met their demise here. These individuals must have lain in wait within the forest, undoubtedly plotting against the Yu family, prompting a wave of trepidation. The Yu family members discussed fervently, speculating that it was likely Xiling who had uncovered the intentions of these village leaders, leading to a fierce battle in which they were all slain, with Xiling himself sustaining injuries and collapsing. However, the perplexing matter remained. Xiling bore no visible wounds, and his pulse indicated no significant internal injuries. Yet he remained in a deep, unyielding slumber. Niu Jingying found himself utterly baffled by this conundrum. To avoid further complications, Niu Jingying exited the dense forest and swiftly instructed the Yu family's guards to embark on their journey, for although many of the 13 villages' adept fighters had perished here, a few still remained. Should they pursue and engage, with Xiling still unconscious, it could lead to troublesome circumstances. Although Xiling appeared not to have suffered grave injuries, the Yu family dared not disturb him. They carefully placed Xiling onto a cart and appointed 2 individuals to vigilantly watch over his condition day and night. In the ensuing days, despite the lingering anxiety, the journey proceeded without incident, though a few bandit-like figures had been seen lurking near the Yu family's entourage. Upon recognizing the Yu family insignia, they hastily retreated. This led Yu Deping and his son, along with Niu Jingying, to conjecture that news of Shintu Gang's demise had spread. The bandits, aware of their own limitations, likely wished to avoid confrontation, especially after witnessing the fate of Shintu Gang and his 6 village leaders at the hands of the Yu family. The Yu family members shared a silent amusement over this, yet they could not shake a feeling of concern, as Xiling continued to drift in and out of consciousness without any sign of awakening. 3 days later, the Yu family's gift delegation finally arrived safely in Songhu City. Within the city, the Yu family owned a modest number of shops, managed by Yu Leoi's second son, Yu Jingmiao, who was the brother of Yu Jingtian. Their recipient, Chen Gongzhao, was a distant cousin, a formidable figure ranked 77th on the prestigious power list, and also served as a strategist and protector under Su Biren, the city guardian of Songhu. Chen Gongzhao was held in high esteem by Su Biren, making him a prominent figure in Songhu City. His birthday banquet was scheduled to be held in 2 days, an event anticipated to attract not only friends and family but also many notable individuals from the city, marking a significant occasion. After deliberation, the Yu family decided to send the congratulatory gifts directly to Chen's residence for safekeeping, thus alleviating one concern, while the still unconscious Xiling was taken to Yu Jingmiao's residence to continue his recuperation. On the 2nd day of his arrival in Songhu City, following a profound slumber that lasted 4 days and nights, Xiling finally awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the brilliant sunshine streaming through the window. After stretching languidly, he sat up, only to realize that he was in a bright and immaculate chamber. adorned with what appeared to be entirely new bedding and a fresh set of clothes placed beside the bed. Initially puzzled, he soon recalled the fierce battle he had waged against Shinta just before losing a significant amount of his true essence and exhausting his mental energy. Overcome by the aftermath, he had succumbed to an unyielding sleep. He promptly engaged in self-examination, channeling his energy, and after a period of meditation, he discovered not only was his true essence abundant and flowing freely, but his mental acuity seemed to surpass that of before the clash in the dense forest. Elated, he pondered his current whereabouts when a charming young maid entered, carrying a tray. Upon catching sight of Shizling, who was bare-chested and seated on the bed, she gasped in shock, her face flushing crimson as she hastily turned to leave, inadvertently knocking over a small incense burner from the tray onto the floor. Confounded, Shizling donned his garments and retrieved the fallen incense burner, only to notice a similarly elegant one by his bedside, albeit with the incense fully extinguished. It seemed the maid had come to replace it. The fragrance from the incense was subtle and refreshing, instilling a sense of tranquility and clarity. Before long, Niu Zhengying, Yu Deping, and others, having heard of Shizling's awakening, rushed in to visit him. Upon entering the room and witnessing Shizling not only awake but also radiant and brimming with vitality, they expressed great relief and inquired about his well-being and the fierce encounter he had with Shintu and the men from the 13 villages of Jiangdong. It was then that Shizling realized he had been in a deep slumber for a full 4 days, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Had he not recklessly attempted to harness the celestial demonic sound that day, leading to the depletion of his mental energy and true essence, his friends would not have been so worried. He resolved that in the future, he must exercise greater caution in wielding his mental prowess. Shizling recounted the events of that night with the leaders of the 13 villages, deliberately glossing over the details regarding the soul-capturing technique and the celestial demonic sound, merely stating that he had been practicing in the forest. His reticence stemmed from his knowledge that the Deadly Night Gate was a faction of the demonic sect, adversaries of his family's ancestral Sanqing sect. Reflecting on his training in the demonic arts, he deemed it prudent to remain silent. In truth, Shizling believed that the techniques of the demonic sect and those of the Sanqing sect were merely different methodologies of martial cultivation, devoid of any inherent distinction between righteousness and wickedness. However, this perspective he harbored privately, never having discussed it with his family, as he suspected it would be challenging to articulate. Regarding the reason for his 4-day slumber, Shizling attributed it to the excessive consumption of his true essence, confident that the Yu family members were largely unaware of his martial prowess, as even he himself did not fully comprehend the depth of his true essence or the nature of his past training. Despite the slight confusion among Niu Zhengying and others, they could not articulate their thoughts and merely inquired about the total number of individuals who had accompanied the opponent that night, including Shinta Gang. After some contemplation, Shitzi Ling recalled that aside from the 6 chieftains who were originally waiting in the forest, Shinta Gang had later brought 2 more individuals along, making a total of 9. Yue interjected, expressing his concern, "But when I entered the forest that day, I only saw 7 corpses." Niu Zhengying replied, "Perhaps 2 of them were not dead at the time. Once Xiling left, they might have slipped away unnoticed. The rumor that Shinta Gang was killed by us must have originated from those 2. Shitzi Ling considered this, realizing that the 2 chieftains who had accompanied Shinta Gang were likely only rendered unconscious by his attack. At that moment, he was too exhausted to scrutinize the situation closely. But in retrospect, it seemed they had awakened and fled. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this matter. Rather, he was taken aback by the formidable power of the otherworldly sound, which exceeded his expectations. Initially, he had no intention of putting the adversary to death. He merely sought to prevent them from disturbing the Yu family's entourage and intended to subdue them before sending them away. The process of delivering the gifts had ultimately been fraught with tension yet devoid of peril, and their safe arrival could be attributed solely to Shitzi Ling's efforts. Consequently, the Yu family held him in the highest regard. Particularly, Yue was in absolute awe of Shitzi Ling. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Had I known that Xiling could defeat someone as formidable as Shinta Gang, our Yu family would not have needed to curry favor with distant relatives like Uncle Chen Biao. It seems that the century-old He Shou Wu should be offered to Xiling instead." This remark elicited a hearty laugh from the crowd, prompting Yu Zhentian to lightly strike Yue on the head, admonishing him, "Do not speak so recklessly. Regardless of our familial ties to Lord Qin Gongyao, he is one of the defenders of Songhu City and holds the rank of a 4th-grade official. Your words are utterly disrespectful." The members of the Yu family exchanged knowing glances, secretly amused, as they considered that Yue's point did possess some merit. The relationship between the Yu family and Chen Gongzhao was indeed rather tenuous, and Chen Gongzhao had never regarded the Yu family with much importance. Had they been aware that they possessed a powerful ally like Shi Ling, they certainly would not have felt the need to ingratiate themselves so excessively. Shen Tegang was a well-known figure in the underworld, and legend spoke of his strength being sufficient to challenge the top 100 experts on the rankings. Even if such tales were exaggerated, his demise was enough to attest to Shi Ling's prowess. It should be noted that Shi Ling single-handedly defeated Shen Tegang along with 6 chieftains of the 13 villages of Jiadong, while simultaneously driving off 2 others. This was no trivial matter. The Yu family believed it would not be long before Shi Ling's reputation would resonate throughout Jiangdong and perhaps even across the entire Mingwei continent. Chapter 15. The Gambling House. Upon learning that the congratulatory gifts had been safely delivered to Lord Chen's residence, Shi Xiling finally felt a sense of relief. He mused that his recent prolonged slumber had not interfered with important matters. Yu Jingtian informed Shi Xiling that they were at the residence of his younger brother, Yu Jingmiao, and introduced him to Shi Xiling, who promptly bowed in greeting. Yu Jingmiao, slightly younger than Yu Jingtian, appeared considerably more youthful. Of average build, he bore the refined demeanor of a private tutor, likely a result of living in the bustling Songhu city, which made him appear more cultured than the members of the Pan and Yu family. Noticing Shi Xiling's unpretentious nature, Yu Jingmiao was delighted and inquired if he had fully recovered and whether he found the accommodations to his liking. Shi Xiling chuckled. I had no idea I had been asleep for so many days. No wonder I feel so invigorated. My body must be completely restored, so please rest assured. By the way, this room is not only clean and tidy, but also possesses a unique fragrance that refreshes my spirit. Could it be attributed to the sandalwood incense? Yu Jingmiao replied with a smile. This sandalwood incense is what my daughter Yulan is accustomed to. It is said to not only calm the mind and nurture one's character, but also dispel malevolent energies. Upon hearing of your deep slumber, she instructed her maid, Xiao Wei, to bring it to you. I am glad you like it. Also, tomorrow marks Lord Chen's birthday. If you are feeling well, do join us for the celebration. Shi Xiling nodded in agreement, and after some further conversation, they all dispersed. Having slept for several days, Shi Xiling felt particularly energetic. Just then, Yue approached and asked if he wished to take a stroll. Shi Xiling readily accepted, and the two made their way out of the Yu residence. As they reached the entrance, a young maid hurriedly chased after them. Upon recognizing her as the maid who had accidentally knocked over the incense burner in his room, Shi Xiling inquired about her purpose. With a flushed face, the maid said, Our young lady has requested that if you have a moment, she would like to consult you regarding some martial arts questions. Finding her bashful demeanor amusing, Shi Xiling smiled and remarked, So, Miss Yu is also a practitioner of martial arts. I wonder if you possess any skills yourself? The young maid was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for Shi Xiling's inquiry about her abilities. Her delicate face turned an even deeper shade of red as she softly replied, I have learned a little. Noticing her embarrassment, Shi Xiling felt a pang of awkwardness and quickly assured her, Upon our return, I shall certainly pay a visit to Miss Yu and express my gratitude for the sandalwood incense. The maid beamed and offered a slight bow before turning to return to Miss Yu. Shi Xiling then asked Yue, Does Miss Yu practice the Yu family's martial arts or those of Niu Jingying? After a moment of contemplation, Yue responded, It seems that Miss Yulan is a registered disciple of the abbot of Shuiwei Monastery. According to Master Niu, her martial prowess is quite remarkable, seemingly on par with that of the esteemed Master Niu himself. Moreover, Miss Yulan is undoubtedly the most exquisite beauty of the Yu family, and one could argue she ranks among the finest in the entire Songhu city. Just look at her maid Xiao Wei, who is already so strikingly beautiful. Shizling chuckled, Oh? How does Miss Yu compare to that by Qing Shuang we encountered on our journey? Upon hearing this, Yue paused in contemplation, tilting his head as he pondered, then replied, Well, how should I put it? Our Miss Yulan possesses a serene and comforting beauty, while that little which Yue laid us is the kind that elicits both admiration and a touch of fear. Sigh, they are both stunning in their own right. It is hard to choose between them. Shizling burst into laughter and playfully pulled Yue out the door. The vibrancy of Songhu City truly eclipsed that of Pan'an County. Even before noon, the streets were alive with the clamor of merchants hawking their wares, and the throng of pedestrians, adorned in splendid attire, moved with varying degrees of haste or leisurely grace, painting a lively tableau. After joyfully wandering through several of the city's most bustling streets, Yue turned into a narrow alley. Although the alley was confined, it was bustling with as many passers-by as the more illustrious thoroughfares. Shizling inquired. This must host one of the city's renowned taverns, right? They say the fragrance of fine wine is not deterred by a deep alley, however. I am not particularly hungry at the moment. Yue chuckled. This alley offers not only delectable treats, but also delightful diversions. Every time we journey from Panning County to Songhu City, this Jinkai alley is a must-visit. With that, he led Shizling into a quaint establishment. Upon entering, Shizling was greeted by a cacophony of voices. It was a bustling gambling house. Yue remarked, this is the largest and most famous gambling house in Songhu City. Frequented by many affluent and distinguished individuals. There is both sustenance and entertainment here. Hiki, a fortune teller, told me my financial luck is quite promising this year. I wonder how my luck will fare today. Shizling replied with a smile, but I do not gamble. That is not difficult. Yue said eagerly as he led Shizling to a gaming table. This table plays dice. Each die shows a number from 1 to 6. It's quite simple. You will grasp it after watching a few rounds. I shall try my hand at Pai Gao over there and return shortly. Before departing, Yue leaned closer to Shizling's ear and whispered, it is rumored that some skilled martial artists can discern the numbers on the dice. Your prowess might allow you to do the same. If you win any money, do not forget about me. With a wink and a hearty pat on Shizling's shoulder, Yue merrily strode away. Shizling found the situation amusing. He held little interest in gambling, yet decided to observe since he had nothing else to occupy his time. Yue's enthusiasm was infectious, and Shizling did not wish to dampen his spirits. At the table where he sat, they were playing a game of high-low. And after watching a few rounds, Shizling quickly grasped the rules. The so-called game of betting on high or low involves the dealer placing 3 dice in a cup, shaking it continuously, and then revealing the sum of the points. A total ranging from 4 to 10 is deemed low, while a sum between 11 and 17 is considered high. If the 3 dice show the same number, such as 3, 6, or 18, it is counted as a win for the dealer. Shizling, being youthful and spirited, decided to give it a try after grasping the rules. Upon his departure from Panning County, Lord Yu had advanced him some wages, which amounted to 2 gold coins and a few silver coins that he carried with him. He promptly retrieved 3 silver coins from his pocket and placed them on the betting table. After a brief glance at the table, he picked up 1 silver coin and wagered on high. The table had only a few players, and soon everyone had placed their bets. The dealer called for the reveal and uncovered the cup, revealing 2 3s and 1 4, summing to 10, thus qualifying as low. Shizling frowned, took another silver coin, and wagered on high once more, but the outcome was again low. After 3 consecutive incorrect bets, he lost all 3 silver coins. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he lamented his lack of luck at gambling, just as he was about to rise and check on Yue. He recalled Yue's earlier remark about the legendary martial arts masters who could discern the numbers on the dice. Although he did not consider himself a master, his practice of the soul-capturing technique had significantly enhanced his auditory perception. He had been able to clearly hear conversations from a distance in the dense forest due to the integration of true essence into his mental acuity. He wondered if this ability could aid him in discerning the dice. At that moment, the dealer closed the cup and prepared to shake it again. Previously, the dice had shown 2 1s and a 3. Shizling focused intently, allowing his true essence to circulate within him. Although he could not fully gather his mental energy in time, he was confident that his enhanced hearing would surpass that of ordinary individuals. So he perked up his ears to listen closely. The dealer began to shake the cup, the sound of the dice rattling resonating through the air. Shizling concentrated. But as he listened, he furrowed his brow. When the dealer finally stopped, he found himself shaking his head in dismay. He had only detected 1 die landing on 6, while he struggled to keep track of the other 2 due to divided attention. When the dealer revealed the cup, it was indeed the die he had focused on that showed 6. Shizling pondered that it was not merely the strength of true essence that mattered. Rather, the ability to maintain simultaneous focus on the trajectories of all 3 dice was crucial, what could be termed as the art of multitasking. It should be noted that the dealer's technique was quite skillful, and the 3 dice almost came to a stop at nearly the same moment, making it exceedingly difficult for even seasoned gamblers with exceptional hearing to discern the final totals. For an ordinary person, managing even 2 tasks simultaneously was already a formidable challenge, let alone 3. However, the soul-capturing technique that Shizling has been practicing these days is an intricate and profound method that deftly employs spiritual power in various ways. A thought stirred within Shizling as he subtly began to gather his spiritual energy, seamlessly blending it with his true essence. As his gaze swept across the scene, he discerned the point values of the first 3 dice in the banker's cup. Following this, the shaking of the cup commenced, and he listened intently. Although the three dice within the cup spun rapidly to Ziling's keen ears, they appeared to turn at an agonizingly slow pace. Each die's trajectory vividly etched in his mind. Once the banker concluded the shaking, Ziling clearly discerned that the outcome revealed a 1, 2, and 3 small points indeed. Chapter 16. A streak of 10 victories. After confirming the numbers within the dice cup, Ziling unhesitatingly retrieved a coin from his pocket, placing a wager on small. However, upon closer inspection, he realized he had drawn forth a gold coin instead. Although Ziling possessed little understanding of wealth, he was aware that a single gold coin equated to 100 silver coins, representing a significant portion of his earnings for half a month. Just as he contemplated exchanging it for silver, the dealer bellowed, "Open," and promptly unveiled the dice cup. The gathered gamblers observed, and indeed, the result was 1, 2, and 3, affirming Ziling's victory. With alacrity, the dealer pushed 2 gold coins towards Ziling, exclaiming, "Place your bets, place your bets." Ziling fumbled through his pouch. Yet after a fruitless search for a single silver coin, he reluctantly returned it to his pocket. The dealer commenced shaking the cup once more, the sound of the 3 dice rolling naturally filling Ziling's ears. As before, when Ziling harmonized his true essence with his mental acuity, the sound of the dice rolling became strikingly clear and deliberate, allowing him to effortlessly discern the trajectory of each die's rotation. When the dice finally settled, he confidently predicted a roll of 2, 4, and 5, totaling 11, indeed, a large win. Ziling gently placed the 2 gold coins before him on large, and as anticipated, the dealer revealed the numbers precisely as he had foretold, 2, 4, and 5, marking yet another victory. The other gamblers at the table cast envious glances in his direction. Having won 4 gold coins in 2 consecutive rounds, his fortune was undeniably impressive. In the subsequent 3 rounds, Ziling's success continued unabated, as his gold coins multiplied from 4 to 8, then to 16, and finally to 32. Including the previous victories, he had triumphed in 5 consecutive rounds. The fellow gamblers, skeptical of his extraordinary luck, were unwilling to concede that Ziling's streak would persist. After he wagered on large once more, they unanimously placed their bets on small. However, when the dealer revealed the outcome, it was indeed large, leading Ziling to another victory. A bearded gambler seated to Ziling's right exclaimed in disbelief. Since Ziling's initial win, he had consistently bet against him. When Ziling wagered on large, he chose small, and when Ziling staked several gold coins, he matched his bets. Yet, with Ziling winning every round, the bearded gambler found himself losing each time, and before long, his once bulging pouch had been reduced to emptiness. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he swiftly produced a promissory note from his pocket, presenting it to the dealer. "This is a promissory note from the Tongao Bank. Exchange it for 100 gold coins. I refuse to be outdone today." After verifying the authenticity of the note, the dealer facilitated the exchange, providing the bearded gambler with a substantial sack of gold coins before resuming his role as the dealer. Ziling listened intently, and this time, the outcome was 3 threes. According to the rules, regardless of the bets placed, the dealer would prevail. Rising promptly, Ziling gathered the 64 gold coins before him and strolled over to the adjacent table. There, he observed the dealer's previous roll before quietly taking a seat. At the adjacent table, a bearded man, upon seeing Ziling rise to change tables, hurriedly retracted his previously placed bets and followed suit. No sooner had he seated himself than the dealer from his former table bellowed, 3 threes, all dead." The bearded man was instantly left dumbfounded, his mouth agape as he stared incredulously at Ziling, as if he had encountered a ghost, murmuring, "This is uncanny, truly uncanny." Had he not promptly shifted his bets alongside Ziling, regardless of whether he had wagered high or low, he would have inevitably succumbed to the dealer's fatal call. The other gamblers from the prior table exchanged bewildered glances, marveling at the spectacle. One by one, they vacated their seats to join Ziling and the bearded man, quickly filling the new table to capacity. At this juncture, the dealer began to shake the dice cup, and upon halting, announced with clarity, "Ladies and gentlemen, bets are locked in. Please place your wagers." Ziling, maintaining his composure, pushed forward 64 gold coins, wagering entirely on a low outcome. The bearded man wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, uncertain whether to oppose Ziling or simply follow his lead. The dealer, growing impatient, prodded, "Bearded man, will you place your bet or not? If not, I shall proceed." With a determined grit, the bearded man finally placed his freshly exchanged 100 gold coins heavily on low. Muttering, "I'll go with you this time," Several gamblers who had followed from the neighboring table mirrored Shi Ling's bid on low. Once all wagers were placed, the dealer gently lifted the cup to reveal 2, 3, and 4, low. A chorus of cheers erupted from the bearded man and the others who had come over. Uncanny. You are truly uncanny. I can't help but concede, brother. I am impressed. The bearded man exclaimed, exuberantly shaking Shi Ling's arm. Surprised by the bearded man's enthusiasm, Shi Ling rubbed his slightly pained arm and softly addressed the dealer. Excuse me, could I have a larger empty pouch for my winnings? The dealer, displaying considerable grace, promptly instructed someone to fetch a larger empty pouch for Shi Ling. In the subsequent rounds, regardless of Shi Ling's betting choices, the bearded man and the original table's gamblers resolutely followed suit, resulting in jubilant cheers after each round. Their excitement soon attracted onlookers from other tables, encircling them tightly. Yue, originally engaged in a game of Pai Gao, feeling disheartened after several losses, was alarmed by the ruckus and hurriedly pushed through the crowd, concerned that Shi Ling might be in trouble due to his apparent lack of gambling prowess. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback by the sight of Shi Ling surrounded by a towering pile of gleaming gold coins. While tales of extraordinary gamblers who could discern the dice's outcomes were often recounted, such feats had never been witnessed in the esteemed Tongla gambling house of Songhu City. Yet, the gold coins indeed lay before Shi Ling, glistening with promise. In Yue's heart, a chorus of astonishment echoed as he pondered whether Shi Ling could truly discern the numbers on the dice. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of a gambling deity? Subsequently, Yue positioned himself beside Shi Ling, assisting him in counting the coins and placing bets. When Shi Ling indicated small, Yue promptly stacked bags of gold coins to wager on small. When Shi Ling gestured for big, he naturally complied. Thus ensued a cycle of collecting winnings, placing further bets, and gathering more coins. After Shi Ling triumphed in his 10th consecutive round, a figure resembling a manager parted the crowd and approached him. With a respectful gesture, the individual remarked, "My friend, your luck today is quite remarkable. The table below is rather limited. Might I invite you to continue your game upstairs?" Upon hearing this invitation, Yue's excitement surged. He eagerly leaned toward Shi Ling and whispered, "The upstairs players are all esteemed guests of Songhu City. I've heard that even the dealers are exceptional beauties. Today, we have truly struck gold. Such fortune is simply irresistible." Shi Ling glanced at the 10 bags of gold coins before him and then at Yue, who was impatiently eager to ascend. Shaking his head, he replied, "No, I've already won 10 times. There must be over 1,000 gold coins here, which should suffice. I believe we should dine first and return to play another time." With that, he began to rise. The manager, taken aback by Shi Ling's intent to leave, stood momentarily in shock. The upper-level lounge of the Tongla gambling house, known as Dei Lu, was not only a sanctuary for all avid gamblers in Songhu City, but also a coveted destination for gamblers across the entire Mingwei continent. Even those who were not particularly fond of gambling took pride in having set foot within Dei Lu. For ordinary individuals, even those with substantial wealth, access to Dei Lu was not guaranteed without a personal introduction. To sit and play there was a mark of status. Thus, it was indeed surprising that this unfamiliar young man would turn to leave after receiving such an invitation. Yue, with a woeful expression, grasped Shi Ling's arm and pleaded, "Xiling, we could dine upstairs just as well. We've come this far. Not visiting Dei Lu would be a lifelong regret. This is one of the 2 places I've longed to visit most in my life. Perhaps today I might even meet the new master of Tongla. A dream I've cherished for many years. I implore you, Xiling, I beg you." Shi Ling found Yue's persistence both amusing and exasperating. The tall and robust Yue towered over him, typically brash and straightforward, yet today he seemed almost overly sentimental about entering Dei Lu. However, the allure of this esteemed venue, coupled with the mention of the new master, piqued Shi Ling's curiosity. He thought it would be easy enough to forfeit the winnings if necessary. After all, being solitary, the vast sum of coins held little value for him. Thus, he decided to ascend and see for himself, with the stipulation that Yue would be responsible for carrying the 10 bags of gold coins. With a smile, Shi Ling acquiesced. As Yue rejoiced, ready to lift the heavy bags of coins, the steward interjected, "There is no need for such trouble. We can exchange for the universal tickets from Tongbao Money House, ensuring nationwide acceptance." With that, he sent someone to accompany Yue in exchanging the 10 bags of gold coins for the tickets, while the remaining 20 or so scattered coins were tucked into Shi Ling's pouch. Before long, Yue completed the exchange and handed the tickets to Shizling, and the two ascended the deity building alongside the steward. Chapter 17. The Yellow Oriole as Shitzi Ling ascended the esteemed tower. The few gamblers who had closely followed him in placing bets returned to their original tables to continue their gambling. Having bet alongside Shitzi Ling and experienced a series of consecutive wins, each wager doubling in value, they felt a sense of satisfaction. The onlookers, finding no further excitement, began to disperse. A bearded man attempted to follow Shitzi Ling upstairs but was halted by two burly guards at the staircase entrance. Brandishing two heavy bags of gold coins, he boisterously declared, "I have wealth." Yet, the guards remained unmoved, informing him that without an invitation or referral from a regular patron, he could not ascend. Enraged, the bearded man muttered curses under his breath before suddenly attempting to force his way up the stairs. However, just as he took a step, the two guards seized his shoulders, clamping down tightly and lifting him effortlessly, dragging him back down. The bearded man cried out in pain, and as Shitzi Ling heard his commotion and glanced down, he witnessed the guards' swift and decisive actions, their prowess rivaling that of the renowned Cold Dragon and Cold Tiger of the Cold Wind Stronghold. Intrigued, Shitzi Ling reflected on the tower's hidden depths, noting that even the guards at the staircase possessed such remarkable skills. Upon reaching the upper level with Yue, Shitzi Ling observed that the area was divided into an inner hall and an outer hall. The outer hall resembled a typical tavern, where patrons dined and sipped tea. It was midday, and only a few customers were present, enjoying their meals. The steward inquired, "Would you gentlemen like to have something to eat first?" Shitzi Ling readily agreed. The steward then beckoned for the staff to prepare food and said, "Please dine at your leisure once you have finished. Someone will come to usher you into the inner hall for some games." After a slight bow, he turned and entered the inner hall. Shitzi Ling, having noted the impressive skills of the guards downstairs, now observed the steward with keen interest. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that although the steward's appearance was unremarkable, his demeanor was exceptionally composed and his eyes occasionally sparkled with intelligence. His breath was steady and measured, exuding the aura of a seasoned expert. Shitzi Ling estimated that while this steward might not rival the likes of Shintu Gang, he was undoubtedly superior to Niu Zhongying, revealing that even a gambling house in Songhu City harbored hidden talents. During the meal, Shitzi Ling recalled Yue's earlier remarks and inquired, "Apart from this place, what are the other two sacred sites you yearn for? Also, what is the story behind the new head of the establishment?" Yue replied with enthusiasm, "This de Yilu is renowned not only for its gambling, but also for its new head, announced every decade. It is said that the beauty of this head is unparalleled, rivaling even Su Xiao Xiao, the famed courtesan of de Yilu." As he spoke, he found himself nodding in agreement. He continued, "And speaking of de Yilu, it is indeed another place I long to visit. The legendary de Yu Tower currently boasts the enchanting courtesan Su Xiao Xiao, who is akin to a celestial being descended to earth, captivating countless literati, dignitaries, and noblemen who yearn to experience her ethereal charm, yet find it forever elusive. Alas, if only I, Yue, could catch but a distant glimpse of the fair maiden Su Xiao Xiao, I would consider my life fulfilled, even if it meant my imminent demise." As Shi Xiling observed Yue, who was passionately animated and spitting words in excitement, he began to comprehend that this fellow was not only a gambler but also a notorious libertine. Yet, he found it peculiar that a gambling house would employ a beauty as its proprietress, changing her every decade, as if it were a den of pleasure. Just as Shi Xiling was about to inquire further, Yue seemed to anticipate his question and remarked, "Do you know who founded this gambling establishment? Allow me to enlighten you. The true mastermind behind this enterprise is the illustrious Duanmu family, and each proprietor is a direct disciple of the renowned swordsmanship sanctuary Xian, led by the esteemed Gongsun Dajia. Not only are they breathtakingly beautiful, but they are also formidable swordsmen. It is said that Kaiyan Xian maintains a favorable relationship with the Duanmu family, agreeing to send a favored disciple to serve as the proprietress every decade, a practice believed to be a form of worldly training for Gongsun Dajia's disciples. However, I fail to understand how gambling, while thrilling and entertaining, could possibly enhance one's swordsmanship." Unfamiliar with the Duanmu family or Kaiyan Xian, Shi Xiling simply focused on his meal. Although this was a gambling house, the quality of food and drink here surpassed that of Yu's establishment, and Shi Xiling savored every bite. Yue, however, was less concerned with the meal and more eager to finish quickly to venture into the inner hall and uncover the mysteries within. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, glanced around, and lowered his voice to ask, "Xiling, You just won 10 consecutive rounds. Could it be? Could you truly hear the dice's numbers? Shi Xiling smiled and replied, not only can I hear them, but I can also see through the dice cup, so I know exactly what numbers are rolled. Really? Yue Wei was utterly astonished, his expression akin to that of a ghost, his eyes fixed on Shi Xiling with an indescribable look of disbelief. Do you take me for a deity? Shi Xiling retorted, somewhat annoyed. Then, how do you? Yue Wei stammered, clearly befuddled by Shi Xiling's revelation. Shi Xiling thought it pointless to explain the intricacies of the soul-capturing technique and its mental applications, knowing Yue Wei would not grasp it. He sighed and said, perhaps today is simply my lucky day. I intended to leave while ahead, but you insisted on dragging me up here. It seems I shall have to win back what I have lost. By the way, is the Yu Tower owned by the same proprietor as this Yi Tower? Their names are quite similar. It seems they are not under the same ownership, Yue Wei replied, still momentarily disoriented. However, upon mentioning the Yu Tower, he perked up. The Yu Tower is said to belong to the Xiahou family, with branches across the nation, notably the ones in Songhu City and Yanjing, the latter being the most famous. However, the Yanjing establishment lacks Su Xiaoxiao. Yue Wei emphasized her name with fervor. Alas, I have heard that without at least 10 gold coins, one might not even gain entry to the esteemed Yulu. My annual income in the Yu family amounts to a mere 5 gold coins. So meeting Su Xiaoxiao seems rather elusive. Yue Wei sighed heavily, his disappointment and regret palpable. Shi Xiling produced a ticket from his pocket and handed it to Yue Wei, saying, had it not been for your guidance here, I would not have had the fortune to win such a sum. Here is a 100 gold coin voucher, a token of my gratitude. How can I accept this? Yue Wei responded, his face lighting up with a smile. We are all good brothers, out for a good time together. It feels inappropriate to take your money. Despite his protests, he could not help but reach out to accept the ticket. Xiling, your generosity is truly remarkable. From the moment you arrived at the Yu family, I sensed your exceptional charm and potential. Your future is undoubtedly boundless. After they had dined well, someone approached to escort them into the inner hall. The hall was vast and spacious, adorned with opulent decor that exuded grandeur. There were only about 10 gambling tables, several of which remained unoccupied, making it considerably quieter than the bustling main hall below. Next to each gambling table stood a young lady clad in colorful attire, both strikingly beautiful and possessing alluring figures. However, each woman bore either a long or short sword at her waist, and their confident demeanor commanded respect, deterring any inappropriate thoughts. At that moment, the steward who had led them upstairs approached and inquired, what games do you gentlemen prefer to play? Shi Xiling, diverting the question, asked, may I inquire your esteemed name? The steward, unperturbed, replied, I am but a humble servant. My name is Duanmu Kong, the steward here. I hope for your guidance. Yue Wei, upon hearing the name Duanmu, was taken aback. The Duanmu family is one of the 5 prominent families of the Mingwei continent, and it is rumored that the true owner of this establishment is from the Duanmu clan. The fact that a member of such a distinguished family stood before him seeking his counsel filled Yue Wei with a sense of pride. Just as Yue Wei was about to express his courteous sentiments, Shi Xiling interjected, I only know how to play dice, betting on high or low. Duanmu Kong smiled. I see. Please, follow me. He then led them to an empty gambling table nestled in a corner and addressed the seated lady in purple attire, Miss Huang Ying. This gentleman has had a streak of luck downstairs, winning 10 consecutive bets. I wonder how his fortune will fare upstairs. Kindly attend to him well. Miss Huang Ying, the only seated lady among the many sword-bearing women, clearly held a significant position within the gambling house. Upon hearing Duanmu Kang's introduction, her eyes brightened, and she smiled. So it is you, the young master who won so many times downstairs. I had intended to go down to see for myself, but upon hearing that Steward Duanmu had brought you up, I chose to wait here. Please, have a seat. As she spoke, Huang Ying scrutinized Shi Xiling from head to toe with keen interest. At that moment, several individuals gradually approached from the nearby tables. Among them, a young man dressed as a scholar waved his folding fan and remarked, it has been quite some time since I last witnessed the graceful figure of Miss Huang Ying shaking the dice cup. Today, it seems I shall be treated to a visual feast. Our luck appears to be quite favorable today, haha. Huang Ying smiled gently and replied, Master Ma, you jest. I have not seen you here playing dice games before. It is not that I do not wish to partake, but your table has not opened in ages. The gentleman referred to as Master Ma responded with a chuckle. Feeling intrigued, Shi Xiling inquired, does this table not often open? Indeed. We are fortunate to benefit from your presence today. May I ask how you are addressed? Master Ma inquired politely. I am Sure Xiling. Sure Xiling? Master Ma pondered for a moment, evidently without any recollection, yet he did not seem to mind. He then greeted a young gentleman across the table, saying, Master Su. You have arrived as well. The young Master Su replied, Indeed, aside from the rare sight of the host, Miss Yi, it is equally uncommon to see Miss Huang Ying. He shared a knowing smile with Master Ma, while several other gamblers nearby nodded in agreement. Before long, the previously empty gambling table was filled with patrons. The upper hall, which had not been crowded, saw more than half of its occupants migrate to this table. Even those who remained occasionally cast glances in this direction. Huang Ying spoke little, gracefully lifting the lid of the exquisite dice cup before her, revealing the 3 dice within to the gathered gamblers. With a smile, she announced, Thank you all for your support. We shall engage in a game of high and low bets. I will now act as the banker and shake the cup. Please prepare to place your wagers. The minimum bet at this table is 100 gold coins. Chapter 18. The goddess of dice Yue had long felt a surge of excitement, eager to take out his pouch of coins to place a bet, when he was suddenly taken aback by Huang Ying's words. Each round starting with a wager of 100 gold coins? Goodness! Although Yue possessed a voucher for 100 gold coins given to him by Sure Xiling, intended for a meeting with his beloved Su Xiao, he hesitated for a moment before reluctantly withdrawing his hand from his bosom. Sure Xiling was equally astonished by the significant stakes at the table above. But upon observing the other gamblers around him, each wore a composed expression, their faces adorned with smiles, seemingly unfazed by the hefty wagers. With her hands clasped around the dice cup, Huang Ying slowly raised it above her head. After a brief pause, she began to sway it gently from side to side, a rhythm developing as she counted, 1, 2, 3, 4. Beside her, young Master Ma fanned himself, counting the beats softly with each shake of the cup, reciting the numbers in sync with Huang Ying. When he reached 10, Huang Ying deftly placed the dice cup down upon the betting table. Please place your bets, she said softly. Though she had only shaken the cup 10 times, it felt to every gambler at the table as though an eternity had passed. Each person was entranced by Huang Ying's graceful form, their eyes seemingly aflame with desire. Unlike typical croupiers, Huang Ying's movements were bold and sweeping. Dressed in fitted attire that accentuated her alluring figure, her every twist in turn captivated the attention of every player. With each motion of the dice cup, her slender waist would subtly sway, and the proud rise of her bosom would quiver gently, complemented by her strikingly beautiful visage, creating a breathtaking tableau. Silence enveloped the betting table, with nearly all the gamblers spellbound, forgetting to place their bets. Please place your bets, Huang Ying said with a hint of annoyance, casting a disapproving glance over the crowd, raising her voice once more. Only then did they awaken from their stupor, hastily beginning to place their wagers. At that moment, Sure Xiling finally understood why so many were drawn to this table. Huang Ying was indeed a paragon of beauty, her form and features exceptional. But when she grasped the dice cup, her allure seemed to magnify exponentially. Each movement of hers, once the dice cup was in hand, was executed with precision, both graceful and commanding. In her gentleness, she resembled flowing water, while in her strength, she emanated a heroic spirit. She was nothing short of a goddess. Indeed, if there were deities in the realm of dice, it would undoubtedly be this enchanting Huang Ying. Sure Xiling sensed that Huang Ying's motions in shaking the dice might be a form of profound martial arts, akin to a soul-capturing technique, effortlessly captivating hearts without effort. Suddenly, his own spiritual energy surged within him, as if stimulated by a powerful force, rushing towards his eyes like a tide. Unconsciously, he focused his gaze upon Huang Ying. Just as she happened to look back at him, their eyes met, a spark igniting between them. Huang Ying felt a jolt of electricity coursing through her mind. And in the wake of this overwhelming sensation, her delicate frame swayed slightly, prompting her to close her eyes tightly, a pained expression crossing her face as she clutched her chest. The crowd of gamblers was taken aback, and Yue, disregarding the drool cascading from the corner of his mouth, exclaimed, Miss Huang, what has happened to you? Young Master Ma and young Master Su had already swiftly glided to Huang Ying's side like wisps of smoke, both reaching out simultaneously to assist her. After experiencing the shock, Huang Ying instinctively circulated her internal energy, and as it flowed through her body, she immediately felt restored to her normal state. With a graceful wave of her jade-like hand, she opened her eyes, signaling that she was fine. With a gentle exhalation, she remarked, I merely felt a bit dizzy just now. I am quite well now. Thank you all for your concern. As she spoke, Huang Ying's complexion returned to its usual calmness. She scanned the table and inquired with a tranquil tone, Have all of you placed your bets? I am about to unveil the results. Many in the gambling house were aware that Huang Ying hailed from the esteemed Sword Dao Sanctuary, Kaiyun Pavilion, and was a master of the sword in the present age. Her sudden bout of dizziness left everyone perplexed. Among those with superior cultivation, such as Duanmu Kong, Young Master Ma, and Young Master Su, there was a subtle awareness that Huang Ying's sudden condition seemed to be connected to the man seated across from her, Shi Xiling, yet they could not fathom the reason. Unconsciously, the crowd's gaze shifted towards Shi Xiling, yet they could glean no clarity from him. Shi Xiling himself was equally astonished. Just moments ago, he had been stimulated by the exquisite technique Huang Ying displayed while shaking the dice cup, and the mental energy he had rapidly accumulated surged towards his eyes, shooting forth instantaneously. This was the soul-capturing eye technique he had long wished to master during his journey escorting gifts, but had failed to succeed until now. He had attempted this technique on various cats and dogs along the way to Songhu City, yet with little success, ultimately opting for the more manageable heavenly demon sound. To his astonishment, the inspiration from Huang Ying's enchanting technique had propelled him to an unexpected success in that moment. Even more surprising was that Huang Ying, upon receiving the sudden strike of the soul-capturing eye, merely experienced a slight dizziness before regaining her composure, despite having no intention to harm. Shi Xiling had exerted considerable effort to restrain his power upon unleashing the technique, but given the formidable nature of the heavenly demon sound, he had anticipated that Huang Ying would collapse to the ground like several chieftains from the Jiangdong 13 villages. It appeared that this Miss Huang's martial prowess could rival that of Shintu Gang. What kind of realm would their guild master possess if a mere dealer in a gambling house could wield such strength? What formidable power might lie behind the Kaiyun Pavilion they represented? Shi Xiling silently marveled at these thoughts. Young Master Shi, are you not placing your bet? Huang Ying's melodious voice pierced through his reverie, pulling his thoughts back to the present. Observing Huang Ying's composed demeanor, devoid of any displeasure, yet noting that her gaze no longer met his, he glanced around at the other gamblers and was taken aback. It turned out that Huang Ying's enchanting dance while shaking the dice cup had captivated the entire assembly of gamblers, drawing them in around the table. Although the crowd had not been particularly large, they had formed two full circles around this gambling table. Each gambler, whether young or old, was fixated on Huang Ying, their eyes glimmering with a fervent desire as if they wished to consume her entirely. In his heart, Shi Xiling felt a deep sympathy for Huang Ying, pondering why her table was not frequently occupied. Facing a group of merciless gamblers daily must indeed be a considerable burden. I shall abstain from betting this round, Shi Xiling declared. You should have mentioned it sooner. We are all waiting on you, grumbled one of the gamblers, clearly displeased. Huang Ying remained composed as she gently unveiled the dice cup, revealing 3 ones, a complete annihilation for the banker. Although everyone lost, the stakes of a few hundred gold coins seemed trivial. All eyes were fervently fixed on Huang Ying, breathlessly anticipating her next roll. With the cup secured, she slowly raised it with both hands, commencing her graceful dance once more. This time, the young Master Ma continued to sway his folding fan, yet refrained from counting the beats aloud. He understood that any noise during the enchanting performance of the dice goddess would earn him the disdainful glares of the entire assembly. No one could disrupt the mesmerizing spectacle, not even with the simplest of counts. Master Ma exhibited a commendable awareness. Please place your bets, Huang Ying said, her face adorned with an angelic smile as she set down the dice cup. I shall abstain, Shi Xiling promptly responded. A faint look of surprise flickered across Huang Ying's brow upon hearing this. Once all bets were placed, Huang Ying revealed the contents of the cup. 3 threes, another complete annihilation for the banker. No one expressed disappointment. After all, it was merely a loss of coin. Among the attendees, apart from Yue, all were either affluent or noble, indifferent to the trivial amount of money at stake. Yue, however, had yet to muster the courage to place a bet, his gaze fixated on Huang Ying's every gesture and smile, occasionally wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. As Huang Ying closed the cup, the crowd once again held its breath. She began to shake the cup, then flipped it over. Please place your bets. I shall abstain, Shi Xiling repeated, unwavering. After everyone placed their bets, Huang Ying unveiled the cup once more. 3 sixes emerged, signaling another complete annihilation, her voice ringing like silver bells. In the 4th round, after gently flipping the cup, Huang Ying turned her gaze towards Shi Xiling. Are you afraid I might roll a triple? Or perhaps your good fortune has already been exhausted downstairs? She inquired lightly, her smile as captivating as ever. The surrounding gamblers had hastily placed their bets. Although they had lost 3 rounds in a row, what did it matter? To lose thrice before the dice goddess was a badge of honor. And to lose 4 times even more so, Such was the collective sentiment. I bet high. Yue finally could no longer contain himself, slamming his only 100 gold coin ticket onto the table. Damn Shitsi Ling for not betting at all, Yue thought, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles as his companion cowered before Miss Huang. It's just 100 gold coins. If you want T-bet, then I shall. Shitsi Ling sighed, acutely aware that the dice would again show 3 sixes, resulting in another complete annihilation. Yet, it was evident that his companions cared little for winning or losing. As long as they had not exhausted their funds, they would accept their fate without complaint. Even if each round resulted in annihilation, even in the face of complete loss, as long as Huang Ying does not dismiss them, they would likely remain without complaint. This is not merely a game of chance. What indeed is it? Shi Xiling could not help but sigh once more. I too shall wager on the high. At last, Shi Xiling produced a 100 gold coin ticket, gently placing it on the high bet, and then helplessly blew a breath over his fingers. A flicker of delight passed through Huang Ying's eyes as she gracefully unveiled the dice cup, proclaiming, 3 sixes, the banker wins O? Suddenly halting mid-sentence. She discovered that only 2 of the dice showed 6, while 1 displayed a 5. How could it be a 5? A veil of confusion shadowed Huang Ying's gaze, her delicate face flushing with embarrassment. How could this happen? 2 sixes and 1 5, totaling 17. High. Huang Ying corrected herself with a hint of resignation. Regardless of whether they stood to gain or lose, upon witnessing the confusion and embarrassment on Huang Ying's face, the onlookers felt a surge of indignation. Why not roll 3 sixes? Miss Huang had clearly anticipated the outcome of 3 sixes, and yet the result was a 5. How mortifying. How could one allow Miss Huang to feel such discomfort? Such thoughts echoed in the minds of nearly every gambler present. Shi Xiling observed the disgruntled expressions of the gamblers around him, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Had these people lost their minds? Those like Yue, who had won 100 gold coins, appeared even more incensed than those who had lost. What was the meaning of this? 100 gold coins represented years of labor for Yue. Even among the affluent, a sum of 100 gold coins is no trifling matter. Wealth does not justify such behavior. Huang Ying was merely overseeing the game. She would not be accompanying them home. Were these people truly out of their minds? Shi Xiling shook his head in disbelief. Could it be? Could it be that Huang Ying's method of shaking the dice truly possessed a beguiling charm? Yet why was he not entranced like the others? Chapter 19. The hostess of the joyful pavilion with yet another mesmerizing sway. The enchanting Huang Ying completed her shaking of the dice cup. Her delicate hands pressed gently upon the lid, patiently awaiting the wagers of the onlookers. Yet her keen gaze was fixated sharply on Shi Xiling. To Huang Ying, this young man, with his striking appearance and dignified demeanor, seemed unlike the typical swindler frequenting gambling halls. According to Duan Mukong, he had observed Shi Xiling from below, noting that despite the latter's consecutive victories, 10 wins that amassed a fortune, there was no discernible sign of any trickery. The only plausible explanation was that he could somehow discern the numbers on the dice. However, each dealer in this establishment possessed remarkable skill, ensuring that the 3 dice almost always came to a simultaneous halt. Even someone with exceptional hearing would find it impossible to track the movements of all 3 dice at once. It could be argued that Shi Xiling was merely fortunate. Yet his calm and composed demeanor suggested that he approached each round with unwavering confidence, hinting at a reliance beyond mere chance. Huang Ying had intended to descend and investigate personally, but the throngs below made it impractical for someone of her captivating beauty to do so. Thus, she made an exception and invited Shi Xiling upstairs. Unexpectedly, upon his arrival, she rolled 3 consecutive winning triples, yet Shi Xiling seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, choosing not to place any bets. By the 4th roll, Huang Ying had clearly revealed 3 sixes, yet inexplicably, the result turned out to be a 5. Coupled with the fleeting moment when their eyes had met, leaving her momentarily dazed by the brilliance in his gaze, a sensation of vertigo swept through her, igniting a visceral awareness that Shi Xiling possessed some arcane skill. Before the next round began, Huang Ying kept her hand firmly on the cup's lid, channeling her entire energy. The Kaiyun Pavilion was renowned for its swordsmanship. Apart from the pavilion master Gong Sunxian and the current hostess Yi Jinjin, Huang Ying was undoubtedly the most formidable. At this moment, she was acutely aware that the 3 dice within the cup were unequivocally 3 sixes. Having enjoyed playing dice since childhood, her expertise surpassed even that of her fellow hostess, Yi Jinjin. Huang Ying could not fathom how Shi Xiling could manipulate the outcome while she remained entirely focused. An inexplicable anger began to surge within her as she fixed her intense gaze upon him. The atmosphere in the gambling hall shifted dramatically. If Huang Ying had previously embodied the beauty of a goddess in the realm of dice, she now resembled a legendary sword, unsheathed and poised for battle. Though she had not drawn a blade, a formidable aura emanated from her, directed squarely at Shi Xiling. Aside from Duan Wukong, who stepped back slightly, the remaining patrons found themselves compelled to rise from their seats, retreating to a safe distance. In the wake of Huang Ying's overwhelming presence, the gamblers struggled not only to place their bets but even to maintain their composure in their seats. Shi Xiling, feeling the oppressive force radiating from Huang Ying, sighed deeply, pondering the futility of the situation. How much simpler it would have been had he not ascended alongside Yue. Now that he was here, it would have been better to abstain from betting altogether, having already amassed a considerable fortune below. Is it not delightful to simply ascend and indulge in the captivating beauty of enchanting women? Even if one must engage in gambling, is it not preferable to wager casually on high or low? Much like Yue, everyone can afford to lose, including Yue himself. Why then should I feel incapable of enduring a loss? What compels me to surreptitiously alter the outcome of a die with an otherworldly influence? Alas, Shi Xiling yearned to don a smile and retreat down the stairs as if he had never ascended. Yet the fierce determination in Huang Ying's eyes rendered such an escape impossible. It appears that this young lady possesses a temperament that rivals even the little demoness by Qing Shuang of the Shura mansion. Are modern women, particularly beauties, also ferocious? After inhaling deeply, Shi Xiling pushed the 2 betting tokens before him away. I wager low, he said with a bittersweet smile directed at Huang Ying. Resting his elbows on the gambling table, fingers interlaced before him, and exhaling softly as if in casual disregard. At the moment Shi Xiling exhaled, Huang Ying sensed a faint buzzing near her ear, akin to a bee flitting by. Instinctively, she waved her hand, only to feel the dense aura surrounding her part slightly, revealing a peculiar energy that focused towards the dice cup on the table. Huang Ying's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Shi Xiling across the table, her wrath seemingly capable of reducing him to ashes. Shi Xiling, however, appeared oblivious to the flames of anger in her gaze. With an open-handed gesture, he calmly advised, Miss Huang, please unveil the cup. But do be cautious not to disturb the dice within. Everyone is watching. Huang Ying was taken aback and enraged, tinged with a hint of regret. After rolling 3 sixes, she had enveloped herself in an aura of confidence, asserting her presence within a 7-foot radius, simultaneously unleashing an invisible sword intent that pressed towards Shi Xiling, ensuring he could not employ any extraordinary techniques. All those present, skilled in martial arts or not, understood that this round transcended mere monetary stakes. It was a challenge issued by a master of the sword from the renowned Cayenne Pavilion. Should Shi Xiling dare to gamble in this round, it would signify his acceptance of the challenge. Otherwise, he would be compelled to concede and face Huang Ying's wrath. Huang Ying had initially been brimming with confidence. Yet the inexplicable buzzing had disordered her focus, allowing Shi Xiling to breach her defensive aura. She was now nearly certain that the outcome of the dice within the cup was no longer 3 sixes. Should the cup be revealed and the result indeed be low, she would not only forfeit the 200 gold coins on the table, but also her reputation as a master swordsman of the Cayenne Pavilion. The onlookers remained utterly silent, for they understood that the formidable battle intent Huang Ying had displayed signified that this was no ordinary wager. The challenge issued by a top-tier sword master from the illustrious Cayenne Pavilion, ranked 3rd on the Minghua continent, to a previously unknown young man in the famed Dai building of Songhu City was already enough to stir a sensation throughout the land. Indeed, all present unanimously favored Huang Ying, even the martial arts masters such as Duan Wukong, Master Ma, and Master Su, who questioned their own ability to triumph over her. The swordsmanship of the experts from Kaiyun Xian was formidable, far beyond the capabilities of an unknown youth. Yet, one could not help but wonder why Huang Ying had yet to unveil the dice cup. What could she be waiting for? The city guard has arrived. A loud shout echoed from below, and in that moment, an enchanting beauty appeared on the upper floor, advancing towards the gambling table where Shi Xiling sat. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, thud, thud, thud. Curiously, although the lady's figure was breathtaking, her footsteps carried an unusual heaviness, each resonating sound striking the hearts of those present, instilling a sense of trepidation. The lady soon reached Huang Ying's side and urged, Sister, please unveil the dice. I believe the city guard is about to ascend. After this round, we must prepare to welcome Lord Su. Huang Ying, who had been troubled, suddenly brightened, her expression shifting from anger to calm. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, she revealed the dice cup. As all eyes turned towards the cup, They were astonished to find that the 3 dice had disintegrated into a pile of powder, leaving no trace of their numbers. Alas, Huang Ying exclaimed in surprise. The weather has been so humid lately, how could these dice have crumbled? What shall we do, master? Master? The sudden appearance of this stunning beauty revealed her to be Yi Jinjin, the proprietor of Tong Le Fong. An immediate stir swept through the gambling hall. Despite being frequent visitors, most patrons had never encountered the famed Yi Jinjin, the future successor of the unparalleled sword sect, Kaiyan Xian. In an instant, all attention gravitated towards the woman in white. While Yu Wei, overwhelmed by her presence, felt his legs weaken, beads of sweat forming on his brow, mouth agape in a silent cheer. If Huang Ying's shaking of the dice had evoked the presence of a goddess, then Yi Jinjin, standing casually, clad in white and bearing a long sword, truly resembled an ethereal fairy. The crowd's gaze was fixed upon her, yet none dared to stare too intently, lest their eyes offend this celestial being. Yi Jinjin, seemingly oblivious to the attention, glanced at Huang Ying, then at the powdered dice on the table, her delicate brows furrowing as she addressed Shi Xiling. Sir, I believe we should consider this round as. Before she could finish, Shi Xiling interjected, since the numbers are indiscernible, let us deem this round as neither a win nor a loss. The master and Miss Huang have guests to attend to, and we shall not intrude further. Farewell. With a slight bow, Shi Xiling collected his token and, taking hold of the still-dazed Yu Wei, made his way downstairs. Just a few steps down, Yi Jinjin's mellifluous voice resonated behind them. It is indeed rare to encounter such magnanimity from the young master. On the 15th of next month, should you find yourself at leisure, I kindly invite you to grace Arda Ilu once more. Yi Jinjin wishes to wager on your behalf alongside my esteemed senior sister. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiling was momentarily taken aback. He turned to Yi Jinjin and, with a respectful gesture, replied, how could I possibly decline an invitation from such a fair maiden? I shall certainly be there on the 15th of next month. With that, he took hold of Yu Wei and descended the stairs. As they exited, they indeed spotted a government sedan chair waiting at the entrance of Tong Le Fong. Uncertain if it belonged to the city guard, Shi Xiling had little interest in investigating further and led the still-dazed Yu Wei directly back to the Yu residence. Huang Ying grasped Yi Jinjin's hand and remarked with a smile, fortunately, the master of the establishment arrived just in time. I underestimated Shi Xiling earlier, and it nearly. She paused, then continued, by the way, let us go to welcome Lord Su. He is quite a rare guest. Yi Jinjin replied with a subtle smile. Though he may be an esteemed visitor, it is not necessarily Lord Su. The doorman downstairs might have miscalled. She then turned to the gathering of gamblers in the hall and stated, my senior sister and I are off to meet a distinguished guest. Please feel free to entertain yourselves. With a gentle smile, she took Huang Ying by the hand and retreated into the inner chamber, leaving the many gamblers lost in reverie. Captivated by Yi Jinjin's enchanting smile that resembled the gentle spring rain and her unparalleled grace. Chapter 20. The 15th Agreement in the quietude of their journey home. Xiling and Yu Wei walked in silence, each consumed by their own thoughts. Yu Wei was still entranced by the ethereal figure of Yi Jinjin in her flowing white attire. Today, not only did he ascend to the long-coveted heights of the sacred place, the deity tower, but he also won 100 gold coins. With the additional 100 coins gifted by Xiling, he found himself unexpectedly wealthy. Most astonishing was that he had, indeed, encountered the master of Tong Le Fong, the renowned future head of Kaiyan Xian, Yi Jinjin. The fortune teller foretold that my luck would be favorable this year. It seems they were absolutely correct. Yu Wei mused cheerfully. Xiling, too, was lost in thoughts of Yi Jinjin, particularly the 3 dice that had mysteriously turned to dust. Previously, he had employed the extraordinary technique of Tianwai Mayin to launch a dual assault on Huang Ying. One path aimed to disrupt her concentration, causing her defensive aura to wane, while the other took advantage of the moment to stealthily overturn the dice within the cup, transforming the original 3 sixes into a meager 1, 2, and 3. Just as victory seemed assured, Yi Jinjin unexpectedly emerged. Completely absorbed in his gamble with Huang Ying, Xiling had failed to notice her sudden appearance. By the time he realized, Yi Jinjin's presence was already formidable. Yi Jinjin's mastery of the sword was evidently superior to Huang Ying's. As she approached Xiling's table, onlookers could only perceive the weight of her footsteps, but to Xiling, each step resonated as an invisible sword strike aimed at his vital points, growing in intensity with every advance. Instinctively, Xiling summoned his entire essence to counter her presence. As her aura intensified with each step, he felt compelled to rise and gather his power to resist. Yet, just as he prepared to engage, The sword intent woven into Yu Jinjin's stride vanished inexplicably, accompanied by a faint sound that reached Shisling's ears. At that moment, his essence surged with unparalleled speed, and his mental acuity reached its zenith. He discerned an anomaly within the cup, but it was too late for a response. Indeed, when Huanging unveiled the cup, she discovered that the 3 dice had been reduced to mere powder. In retrospect, it appeared that while Shizling was focused on his self-defense, Yi Jinjin had shattered the dice with her intangible sword energy transmitted through the distance. While Shizling was still astonished by the sudden appearance of this exquisite beauty, he soon realized she was the very master of this establishment. It was clear that the individuals within Kaiyan Xian were extraordinary, far exceeding his expectations of Huang Ying's prowess, with Yu Jinjin evidently surpassing her. From the timing of Yu Jinjin's unexpected arrival to her relentless approach and the decisive destruction of the dice, every aspect demonstrated her superior skills and intellect. Shizling wished to engage in a contest with Yu Jinjin, yet gazing at her celestial demeanor and flowing white, he found himself unable to summon the will to confront her. Could this be the essence of the supreme sword path? Yu Jinjin, too, seemed inclined to measure her abilities against Shisling's, and thus they agreed to meet again on the 15th of next month. If I am to attend the appointment on the 15th of next month, I will not be able to accompany the Yu family back to Panning County. I wonder if the Yu family would understand. Shi Ling pondered in silence. At that moment, within a refined suite on the upper floor of Delightful Pavilion, 3 exquisite beauties were engaged in lively conversation. Seated opposite Huang Ying and Yu Jinjin was not the esteemed city guardian Su Byron of Songhu City, but rather his cherished daughter Su Jiro, and they were discussing the recently mentioned Shi Ling. Su Jiro exclaimed in astonishment. If what Sister Huang Ying says is true, does that mean Shi Ling possesses some form of sorcery? Yu Jinjin gently shook her head. Not necessarily sorcery. I have heard the primordial celestial master mention that there once existed a technique known as the soul-capturing eye among the demonic sects, a marvelous martial art that requires the fusion of spiritual and true essence energy to wield. There is also a technique called demonic sound, capable of producing various sounds to vanquish foes. Since both sound and sight are intangible, they are often mistaken for sorcery. Huanging enlightened, that makes sense. Initially, I was unintentionally mesmerized by Shi Ling's gaze, which left me feeling dizzy and shaken, truly startling me. I thought my recent training had gone awry. Fortunately, the inner power of Cyan Pavilion is authentic, and after a moment of adjustment, I felt restored. As for Shi Ling's ability to manipulate my rolled dice unnoticed, he must have employed that demonic sound technique. During the 5th round, I was suddenly beset by an annoying buzzing sound in my ears. I momentarily lost focus and sensed an energy breach my carefully constructed defensive aura. Thankfully, Junior Sister arrived just in time. Otherwise, our Cyan Pavilion might have suffered disgrace today. Yu Jinjin sighed softly. In truth, we lost this round. I had intended to use my energy to overturn the dice, but due to the distance, I was unable to effectively control the outcome of the 3 dice. Reluctantly, I had to reduce the dice to dust. I considered conceding, but to my surprise, Shi Ling graciously declared it a draw and departed. Huanging scoffed. I believe he was not being gracious, but rather took his leave after realizing he could not contend with your unparalleled swordsmanship, Junior Sister. Let us be honest. Had I not been careless, I would not have believed that a nameless individual could triumph over my Zixia sword with mere sorcery. Yu Jinjin regarded her competitive senior sister with a slight frown, offering a gentle counsel. Senior sister, I have great confidence in your swordsmanship. Yet Shi Ling's demonic sound and eye technique is indeed remarkable. Furthermore, I attempted to test him by infusing my sword intent into my footwork today, although sword intent is formless. An ordinary person would surely be overwhelmed. Yet he remained seated, unfazed, indicating his profound mastery of true essence energy. Though we have agreed to contest again on the 15th of next month, I cannot claim absolute confidence in victory. Implicitly, it seems Huanging may not be a match for Shi Ling either. Huanging expressed her astonishment, saying, Did not our master mention that the martial arts and swordsmanship of Cyan Xian are of the orthodox Xianmen lineage, pure and luminous, possessing an innate ability to counter the sinister arts of the remnants of the demon sect? Yu Jinjin shook her head and replied, I have an inkling that although Shi Ling possesses some unusual skills, his martial path does not seem to align entirely with that of the demon sect. Recognizing her junior sister's extraordinary insight into the sword path, Huanging felt a twinge of unease, realizing that Shi Ling might indeed be more complex than he appeared. Nearby, Sujiro clapped her hands and remarked, It is rare to find someone who can challenge both of you esteemed sword fairies. I am quite intrigued to witness the true nature of this Shi Ling. Huang chuckled. You might as well inquire with your elder brother Su Songi. He is present today along with that young master Mayu. Sujiro laughed. My brother often speaks of how captivating you look when shaking the dice. As if a goddess were possessing you, enchanting enough to leave one spellbound. Hence, he frequently visits Dei Lu, not merely for the entertainment, but to catch glimpses of you. My father often scolds him for being idle. Yi Jinjin concurred. Indeed, when sister shakes the dice, there is a mesmerizing charm about her, akin to a transcendental experience. It would not be an exaggeration to say she is possessed by the spirit of a gambling deity. Huang felt a bit embarrassed by their words and retorted, What nonsense about being possessed by a gambling deity? I simply have had a fondness for dice since childhood. Master told me he found me in my cradle, and the only belonging I had was a set of dice. Alas, I suppose my father must have been quite the gambling enthusiast. Upon returning to Yu Jingyao's residence, Shirzailing intended to practice the soul-capturing technique to enhance his spiritual prowess. However, he suddenly recalled his promise to the maid Xiao Hui to spar with Miss Yu. And noticing there was still ample time before dinner, he inquired with a servant about the way and proceeded to the courtyard where Miss Yu resided. Indeed, maid Xiao Hui awaited him at the back gate, her face lighting up with joy upon his arrival. She approached him and said, Young master Shir, you truly kept your word. I was worried you might not come. Shirzailing, surprised, asked, Why would you think that? Do I seem like someone lacking in trustworthiness? Xiao Hui giggled, Of course not. It's just that the Yue who accompanied you is known to indulge heavily in gambling whenever he visits Songhu City, often losing track of time until the dead of night. I feared he might lead you astray. Shirzailing chuckled, You guessed correctly. We indeed went to gamble and came away with quite a fortune. Huh? Xiao Hui, astonished, inquired, But why did you return so early? Naturally. It was because I remembered you were waiting for me, so I let that gambling den take a slight loss, Shirzailing replied with a seemingly serious tone. Xiao Hui's cheeks flushed crimson as she softly murmured, Young master, you must be teasing me. Noticing her adorable and bashful demeanor, Shirzailing could not help but speak gently. Why would I deceive you? In truth, I know little about gambling. My winnings were merely due to good fortune. Rather than continuing to gamble away my fortune, I find it far more intriguing to return and engage in a scholarly exchange of martial arts with you, Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui hastily replied, It is my young mistress who wishes to seek your guidance in martial skills. My meager abilities are hardly worthy of a duel with you, sir. Alas, how did you come to know my name? A deeper blush adorned Xiao Hui's cheeks. Just as Shirzailing was about to respond, a melodious voice emerged from within the room, inquiring, Xiao Hui, who has arrived? Xiao Hui promptly answered, It is young master Shir, Mississippi. Shortly thereafter, the door curtain stirred, and a lady clad in yellow stepped forth from the chamber. Recognizing her as Yu Yulan, the eldest daughter of the Yu family, Shirzailing swiftly approached to pay his respects. Although he had recently encountered the stunning beauties Yi Jinjin and Huang Ying, he could not help but silently marvel at the enchanting presence before him. Perhaps, in terms of physique, facial features, or hair, Yu Yulan might not be deemed the most exceptional, yet her overall demeanor exuded an impeccable charm. Furthermore, she possessed an aura that evoked tranquility, rendering her presence equally pleasing from any angle. Chapter 21. An unexpected invitation. Yu Yulan invited Shirzailing to enter the inner room. Shirzailing hesitated, fearing that it might be inappropriate to enter the young lady's private space, and was about to decline, suggesting that they could converse in the outer room. However, Yu Yulan seemed to anticipate his thoughts and smiled, saying, This room is where I usually practice. There's no need for you to stand on ceremony, young master Shir. With a reluctant smile, Shirzailing followed her inside. Upon entering, he discovered it was indeed a training room, leading him to believe that her private chamber must lie elsewhere. Shirzailing remarked, By the way, I must express my gratitude to you, Mississippi. The sandalwood incense that you had Xiao Hui deliver last time is refreshing and elegant. It invigorates the spirit immensely. After I awoke, not only had my body fully recovered, but I also felt my vitality surpassing that of my previous self. I heard from your father that this purple sandalwood is quite precious. Yu Yulan was genuinely pleased and responded, I am glad you like it, young master Shir. This purple sandalwood is a specialty of Huangshan. Whenever my master, the Zen nun Jingxin, visits me, she always brings some. This incense possesses the ability to calm the mind and stabilize the spirit, and it can also be beneficial for patients in deep slumber. That day, my uncle mentioned that you had been in a prolonged unconscious state after battling formidable foes, and I thought perhaps this incense could be of some help. However, Your swift recovery, young Master Shi, is primarily due to your profound martial arts skills. My uncle and cousins have remarked that our family's 8 styles of nurturing life have transformed into remarkable techniques in your hands. You must indeed be a martial arts prodigy, she continued. Shi Xiling felt somewhat embarrassed by Yu Yulan's praise and waved his hands, saying, "What martial arts prodigy? In truth, I suffer from amnesia and cannot recall the martial arts I once learned. However, after studying the family's martial arts texts, I gained significant insights that not only clarified the true essence of my inner energy, but also provided a foundational understanding of various offensive and defensive strategies. I believe that the principles laid out in your family's texts, though seemingly simple, are undoubtedly the right path in martial arts. By incorporating some reasonable modifications, I suppose that is my current approach to the martial way." Yu Yulan and Xiao Hui had both practiced or observed the techniques in those familial texts, and did not find them particularly extraordinary. Upon hearing Shi Xiling's words, they were momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Yet, seeing Shi Xiling's earnest demeanor, they sensed sincerity in his statements. Yu Yulan then inquired, "How is your amnesia now, young Master Shi?" Shi Xiling replied with a wry smile, "It remains unchanged. Ever since I regained consciousness beneath the divine maiden cliff of Panan Mountain, I have been unable to recall my past. I have attempted to strive for recollection, but each time it results in excruciating headaches, even causing me to faint at times. Currently, I am trying to accumulate mental energy, hoping it may assist in curing my amnesia." Yu Yulan, somewhat perplexed, asked, "What do you mean by accumulating mental energy?" Shi Xiling explained, "This is a method I have devised on my own, though I am unsure of its efficacy. I believe my memories may not be entirely lost. Akin to the true essence of my inner energy, they are merely temporarily inaccessible. This memory appears to be slumbering in some corner of the mind. If I were to possess sufficient mental fortitude or the adept means to harness such power, akin to the true essence operating method which can guide the utilization of true essence, I might unearth and direct my past memories, rendering this so-called amnesia moot." Yu Yulan and Xiao Hui listened in astonishment. Had a stranger uttered these words before them, they might have deemed him mad. The matters spoken by Shi Ling seemed utterly unfathomable to them, yet he conveyed them with such solemnity and earnestness, determined to vanquish amnesia, compelling them to believe. Yu Yulan initially presumed that Shi Ling must be a youth of noble lineage, inevitably somewhat precocious. However, his words bore a childlike innocence, and the content was rather unexpected. Contemplating that he, despite his striking appearance and formidable prowess, was afflicted by the perplexing ailment of amnesia, entirely ignorant of his own origins, she felt a twinge of pity for this young man. After a moment of reflection, Yu Yulan remarked, "My master has considerable expertise in the healing arts. Perhaps I could arrange for her to assess your condition, as she may possess a remedy." She paused, pondering, "I wonder when she will next visit me. By the way, how long will you be staying in Songhu City, young Master Shi Ling?" Shi Ling recalled his promise to Yi Jinjin regarding their wager and replied, "I should remain in Songhu City until at least the 15th of next month." Yu Yulan and Xiao Hui exchanged glances, both appearing quite pleased. Yu Yulan continued, "Then I shall have ample opportunity to seek your guidance on martial arts. I hope you won't find me a bother." "Not at all. Please do not speak of it as seeking guidance. Let us simply spar together when we have the time," Shi Ling replied. "I heard from Yue that Miss Yu is a disciple of the Shuan Monastery on Mount Huang. To be honest, I know little of the monastery. But since Master Niu Zhiying praises your prowess, it is certain that Miss Yu possesses commendable skills." Feeling somewhat bashful at his compliments, Yu Yulan engaged in light conversation with him until she proposed that he instruct her in his palm techniques. Shi Ling did not decline, and Yu Yulan promptly demonstrated a series of palm techniques in the training room for his guidance. After observing her, Shi Ling offered a general assessment of her strengths and weaknesses, and although Yu Yulan did not fully comprehend, she still gleaned some insights. While they were engrossed in discussion, someone outside came to relay a message, stating that Yu Zhentian sought to speak with Shi Ling regarding a matter and wished for him to proceed to the front parlor. Upon hearing that her uncle required Shi Ling's presence, Yu Yulan suggested they continue their discourse another day. Aside from the family's few inherited tomes and Kato Eagle's soul capture technique, Shi Ling was not well versed in martial principles. Often, his responses to adversarial changes were instinctual rather than learned, and he felt apprehensive about discussing martial arts seriously, fearing he might falter and that Yu Yulan and Xiao Hui might not grasp his explanations. Thus, upon hearing that Yu Jingtian sought him, Shi Ling welcomed the opportunity to make a discreet exit. At that moment, Shi Xiling respectfully bid farewell to the two enchanting ladies and proceeded to the front parlor to meet Yu Jingtian. Upon arriving in the main hall, he observed that many members of the Yu family were present. Yu Jingtian and Yu Jingmiao hurriedly approached him upon his entrance. It turned out that just earlier, Master Su Bairen, the city guard of this town, had sent an invitation through his son, Su Songyi, requesting Shi Xiling to attend a banquet at the Su residence in 2 days. This news left the Yu family both astonished and elated. Although the Yu family was a prominent household in Pannan County, they held little standing in the vast city of Songhu, making the fact that the city guard's son personally extended an invitation a tremendous honor. However, the invitation was specifically directed towards Shi Xiling, who had only recently arrived at the Yu family, leaving everyone somewhat puzzled. It was the seasoned Miao Zhengying who suggested summoning Yu Wei, who had accompanied Shi Xiling earlier that day to inquire about their activities. Yu Wei recounted in detail the places they had visited and the events that had transpired. After listening to his account, the attendees exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, Miao Zhengying remarked, "With this, it will be difficult for Xiling to remain inconspicuous." Yu Jingmiao concurred, stating, Kaiyun Pavilion, though comprised entirely of women, has long been renowned for its unparalleled swordsmanship, with its leader, the esteemed Gongsun Dama, universally acknowledged as one of the top 3 masters in the world. Moreover, it is rumored that the current head of Tonglifeng will be the future successor of Xian Pavilion, Yu Zhenshin. Being both a direct disciple of Gongsun Dama and the future heir of Xian Pavilion, publicly challenging Shi Xiling in front of all, underscores the significance placed upon him. Regardless of the outcome of this confrontation, the name Shi Xiling was destined to resonate throughout the entire Minghua continent. Furthermore, Xiling had previously engaged in a contest with Huang Ying, who ranked 3rd within Xian Pavilion, and whose abilities were said to be sufficient to secure a position among the top 100 on the illustrious list. Although the exact rankings were unclear, the prowess was indeed evident. The fact that Xiling could contend evenly with Huang Ying suggested that he possessed strength comparable to at least the top 100 masters on that esteemed list. At this point, Yu Jingmiao's voice trembled slightly, revealing his excitement. Each member of the Yu family understood his sentiments. The modest Yu household in Pannan had unexpectedly attracted a formidable figure capable of entering the ranks of the top 100, a notion that was previously unimaginable. Even those like Yu Depeng and Miao Zhengying, who had witnessed Shi Xiling's strength, could hardly fathom the extent of his capabilities. The pressing question now was whether such a talent would remain with the Yu family. A shared thought arose among them. With the son of the city guard sending an invitation to Shi Xiling, could the humble Yu family truly retain such a promising young talent destined for greatness? Shi Xiling sensed the peculiar gazes directed at him and felt equally bewildered. The son of the city guard? He seemed oblivious to any acquaintance. He inquired of Yu Jingtian. I cannot recall knowing the son of the city guard. Is it possible for me to decline the invitation? After all, I am not particularly fond of feasting. How could that be? Yu Jingtian was taken aback, reflecting on how the invitation to dine with the city lord was a coveted opportunity, one that many longed for yet could not attain. If he chose not to attend, and the blame were to fall upon the Yu family, how could they bear such repercussions? Even if he were not acquainted with them, it would be beneficial for a young man to cultivate new friendships. Yu Jingtian endeavored to persuade Shizling. Noticing Shizling's silence, he cleared his throat and inquired, Xiling, although your time with the Yu family has been brief, what are your impressions of us? They are all quite admirable, Shizling responded, puzzled by Yu Zhongtian's inquiry. If a prominent family were to recognize your exceptional talents and seek to recruit you, for instance, the Duanmu clan or the Xiahou clan, what would you do? Yu Jingtian asked hesitantly. As he surveyed the expectant gazes of those around, Shizling began to grasp Yu Zhongtian's intent. I believe I would choose to remain with the Yu family. The size of the family matters little to me. I feel at ease and content here, Shizling replied. I knew you wouldn't leave, exclaimed Yu Wei, his excitement palpable, while the others seemed to exhale a collective sigh of relief. In such a chaotic world, having a skilled individual like Shizling to safeguard the Yu family was of paramount importance for their security and future prosperity. Yu Jingtian exchanged a knowing glance with his brother Yu Jingmiao, both nodding in agreement. Shizling recalled his upcoming duel with Yu Zhenjin and addressed Yu Jingtian. Today I encountered a lady from Zeyun Pavilion, who requested a rematch on the 15th of next month at Dei Tower. I impulsively agreed. So it appears I will need to extend my stay in Songhu City. I hope this is convenient. Not at all, not at all. Xiling, rest assured you can stay here and prepare for your battle. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know, Yu Jingmiao quickly assured him. Indeed, We have no pressing matters following tomorrow's banquet for Lord Qin Gonggao, so feel free to linger for a few more days. There's no rush to return to Pannan County, as there is little to do there anyway, Yu Jingtian concurred. Shizling felt elated at their immediate agreement. He had feared Yu Jingtian would hastily urge him to return to Pannan County, thereby jeopardizing his duel with Yu Jingjin. To break a promise, especially to a stunning beauty, would be a source of great embarrassment for any man. Chapter 22. Celebrating a birthday the following day, Yu Jingtian, Yu Zhongmiao, Niu Jingying, Yu Depeng, and Shi Xiling set out together to celebrate the birthday of Qin Gonggao. Qin Gonggao held the esteemed position of a fourth-rank official and was one of the two chief guards under the city commander, Su Boren. Su Boren held a great deal of trust in him and often sought his counsel on various matters. Additionally, Qin Gonggao ranked 77th on the renowned list of martial experts and bore significant responsibility for maintaining law and order within Songhu City, making him a prominent figure in the region. Today marked his 50th birthday, and thus, a steady stream of guests arrived to extend their congratulations. At this moment, the birthday celebrant, Qin Gonggao, sat pensively in his study, reclining in an ornate chair, flanked by his two sons, Qin Zhongping and Qin Zhongjian. Qin Zhongping had just reported on the events that transpired at the delightful pavilion of Tongla Gambling House the previous day, causing Qin Gonggao to recoil in shock. It was astonishing that someone could challenge Huang Ying without faltering, prompting Yu Jingjin herself to issue a challenge. Who could this remarkable individual be? Qin Zhongping continued. I have delved into the matter and discovered that this Shi Xiling hails from the Yu family of Pannan and is currently residing in the estate of Yu Jingmiao. Qin Gonggao expressed his surprise. The Yu family of Pannan? Yu Jingmiao? Indeed, Qin Zhongjian interjected, to elaborate. The Yu family from Pannan is a distant relative of our Qin family. Yu Jingmiao is, in fact, your cousin. They send gifts during the festive seasons every year. A few days ago, they dispatched a century-old He Shou Wu and some local specialties in honor of your 50th birthday. They are likely to attend the birthday banquet today as well. Qin Gonggao, known for his aloof demeanor, had always regarded his distant relatives from the countryside with disdain. Thus his recollection of Yu Jingmiao was faint. Upon hearing that the Yu family had sent a century-old He Shou Wu, he merely acknowledged it with a nonchalant "oh." With his level of skill and insight, a century-old He Shou Wu held little value for him, and he had no desire to rely on elixirs to enhance his abilities. Furthermore, the Qin family owned several apothecaries, stocked with high-quality ginseng, He Shou Wu, and other precious herbs aplenty. To Qin Gonggao, the Yu family's gesture was merely an attempt to ingratiate themselves with him. Over the years, he had become accustomed to the flattery of wealthy merchants and local gentry. However, the emergence of Shi Xiling took him aback. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Gonggao inquired of Qin Zhongjian. How could the ordinary gentry of Pannan attract such a formidable expert? That remains a mystery. Additionally, we have learned that Lord Su's son, Su Songyi, sent an invitation to Shi Xiling yesterday, inviting him to dine at the Su residence, Qin Zhongjian replied. Upon hearing Su Songyi's name, Qin Gongzhao's brow furrowed. Su Songyi was a close friend of Ma Yu, the son of another guard, Ma Dai. Although both Ma Dai and Qin Gonggao were capable subordinates of the city commander Su Boren, they had maintained a facade of cordiality while secretly vying for dominance over the years. The sudden rise of Shi Xiling as a young martial expert would undoubtedly attract the interest of various factions in the East. Yet it was unexpected that the first to extend an olive branch would be Su Songyi. Considering Su Songyi's relationship with Ma Yu, Qin Gonggao could not help but feel a sense of unease. Qin Zhongping evidently comprehended his father's intentions, stating, the court has recently issued a decree to expand the ranks of deputy generals for city defense, and our Songhu city will see an increase to 4 deputy generals. Among the 2 existing deputy generals, General Zhou unfortunately succumbed to illness last month, leaving 3 positions unfilled with the addition of 2 new appointments. The primary purpose of this expansion is to recruit talented individuals from prominent families, thus the court has permitted that with the recommendation of local officials and influential families. Commoners may also be considered. Recently, various factions have been fervently recommending their trusted kin to the city defense lord, causing considerable annoyance to Lord Su, who ultimately decided that the positions will be determined through an open martial competition. Qin Zhongjian continued his elder brother's discourse. Although the deputy general's rank is merely of the 8th grade and far inferior to that of the garrison commander, it nonetheless allows for direct control over a portion of military power. In these tumultuous times, with Li Yuan in the west and Xiahou Yuan in the north commanding formidable forces, and Nangang Xiao in the south continuously recruiting soldiers, our eastern region, though relatively peaceful, is not without its share of bandits. Moreover, these major factions have long been covertly establishing their presence both within and outside of Songhu City. Once conflict arises, they will surely be poised to act. Hence, the selection for the deputy general position is of great significance and may lead to fierce competition. Qin Gongzhao waved his hand, interrupting Chen Zhongjian. I am well aware of all this. Fortunately, our family has been prepared. Is there any recent news from Li Yuan's side? Qin Zhongjian shook his head in response. None. But there are reports from the Xiahou clan indicating that their capable operative, Shintu, who was active in Jiadong, has recently been slain, allegedly by a young man from the Pan and Yu family. Oh, Chen Gongao exclaimed, visibly moved. This shizzling is quite formidable. The Yu family arrived at the Chun residence, and, after presenting their visiting cards, were instructed by the doorman to wait in the foyer while he went to announce their presence. Yu Jingmiao, upon noticing the renowned merchant Song Shufu among the guests in the foyer, promptly approached to greet him. Song Shufu, the most distinguished silk merchant in Songhu City and originally from Pannan, had achieved greater success in the city than Yu Jingmiao, not only flourishing in business, but also frequently mingling with the city's elite and maintaining close ties with influential figures. Many merchants like Yu Jingmiao, when needing to liaise with government officials, often sought the intermediary services of Song Shufu. Upon recognizing Yu Jingmiao, Song Shufu smiled and inquired, Ah, Jingmiao, what brings you here? Yu Jingmiao replied, Lord Chun is a distant relative of our Yu family. One might say we are cousins. Today is his 50th birthday, and of course, our family must come to celebrate. Song Shufu chuckled. Is that so? What a coincidence. I, too, share a distant familial bond with Gongzhao, though due to his official status, he seldom refers to us as brothers, haha. Just as Yu Jingmiao was about to introduce his elder brother Yu Jingtian and his nephew Yu Depeng to Song Shufu, someone nearby announced, Lord Chun is coming out. As the crowd raised their eyes, they beheld a short, stout middle-aged man accompanied by two young individuals making their way towards them from the inner hall. Along the way, numerous people greeted him, to which he merely nodded, never pausing in his stride. Song Shufu let out a soft exclamation. Pondering to himself, Chen Gongzhao is typically aloof and difficult to engage with. Why is he so amiable today, actually coming out to welcome guests? Surveying the surroundings, Song Shufu noted the absence of any significant dignitaries, and as Chen Gongzhao, along with his two sons, approached him directly, he speculated that perhaps they had come to greet him. Upon further reflection, he recalled that the century-old ginseng he had presented to the Chun family as a congratulatory gift a few days prior must have greatly pleased Chen Gongzhao. As a martial arts master, it was likely that this ginseng had aided him in enhancing his prowess, thus eliciting gratitude that prompted Chen Gongzhao to specifically come forth to welcome him. Indeed, this ginseng had cost Song Shufu a considerable sum, and he had hesitated to part with it. Yet, considering that Qin Gongao was a favored aide of the city's governor, and often indifferent to others, he recognized this opportunity to ingratiate himself and ultimately decided to part with it. Now it seemed that the gift had indeed been well chosen. With joy illuminating his features, Song Shufu adjusted his attire, preparing to engage in a courteous exchange with Chen Gongao. However, as Chen Gongzhao and his sons arrived before them, he clasped his hands and inquired, Might I ask who among you is Yu Jingmiao, my cousin? Yu Jingmiao was taken aback, recalling that he had previously visited Chen Gongao at his residence a year ago, where Chen had treated him with indifference, scarcely glancing in his direction and dismissing him under the pretext of pressing duties after only a few exchanges. Never did he expect that today Chen Gongzhao would personally come to greet him, nor that he would address him as a cousin. Feeling both honored and astonished, Yu Jingmiao quickly returned a deep bow, saying, Sir Chen, I am Yu Jingmiao. How could I trouble you to come out and welcome me? By the way, these two are my elder brother, Yu Jingtian, and my nephew, Yu Depeng. As he spoke, he hurriedly directed Chen Gongao towards Yu Jingtian, leaving Song Shufu standing awkwardly in place, shaking his head in confusion. Cousin Yu? Yet I am still your cousin Song. Why have I never received such courtesy from you? Song Shufu silently berated Chen Gongzhao for his apparent disregard. Chapter 23. The position of Deputy Commander Yu Zhongmiao introduced his elder brother, his nephew, and Niu Jing to Chen Gongzhao, who merely nodded slightly as a form of greeting. When the introduction reached Shi Xiling, Chen Gongzhao's eyes sparkled with interest as he scrutinized Shi Xiling, repeatedly exclaiming, This young brother possesses remarkable talent and is indeed extraordinary. A true hero emerges in youth. What a pleasure it is to meet you. Shi Xiling quickly responded with humility, Master Chen, I am merely an inconspicuous junior. I am unworthy of such praise. Chen Gongyao laughed heartily, his voice resonating like thunder. I did not expect you to be so modest. Excellent. Let us proceed inside. We must certainly enjoy a few drinks together. Come. With that, Chen Gongyao grasped Shi Ziling's hand and led him inside. Shi Ziling was somewhat taken aback by the warm reception from the short, stout elder, and glanced back at the Yu family members following him. Yu Jingmiao, Yu Jingtian, Niu Jingying, and others exchanged knowing looks, realizing that Chen Gongzhao had come out specifically to welcome Shi Ziling, and they were merely basking in his glory. However, while Shi Ziling was indeed remarkable, he was still an unknown youth without a clear affiliation, and it seemed a bit excessive for a high-ranking official and one of the city's few masters to extend such courtesy. The Yu family members exchanged wry smiles and followed suit into the hall. For Chen Gongzhao's 50th birthday celebration, there were 50 tables set, divided between two grand halls. The inner hall hosted 20 tables for closer friends and important guests, while the outer hall accommodated 30 tables for general well-wishers. The Yu family was ushered into the inner hall to take their seats, where Chen Gongzhao insisted that Shi Ziling sit at the central table of honor. Shi Ziling persistently declined, insisting on sitting with the Yu family. Upon seeing his determination, Chen Gongzhao relented and seated them at a table adjacent to the main banquet, assigning his second son, Chen Zhongjian, to accompany them before attending to the other guests. In contrast to the short and stout Chen Gongzhao, Chen Zhongjian and his brother Chen Zhongping were relatively well-proportioned, with Chen Zhongjian nearly qualifying as a handsome man, though his eyes had an unusual triangular shape that appeared somewhat unbalanced. Chen Zhongjian was quite eloquent, addressing Yu Jingtian and Yu Jingmiao as uncle, much to their delight. He was equally courteous to Niu Zhengying and Yu Depang, leaving a positive impression on the Yu family. However, Shi Ziling felt an inexplicable aversion towards Chen Zhongjian. Ever since he had practiced the soul-capturing technique from the sinister Nightshade sect, his mental acuity had exponentially increased, enabling him to perceive the innermost thoughts of those around him. For instance, although Chen Zhongjian outwardly displayed politeness towards the Yu family, Shi Ziling distinctly sensed that he held them in contempt, particularly towards Yu Jingmiao and Yu Jingtian. Regarding Shi Ziling, Chen Zhongjian harbored a blend of curiosity, fear, and jealousy. With a beaming smile, Chen Zhongjian inquired, Ziling, I heard that you won a significant sum at the Ilu yesterday, even drawing the attention of Yu Jingjin. I believe it won't be long before your name, Shi Ziling, echoes throughout Songhu City. I truly admire you. Even a master like Yi Jingjin regards you with such esteem. By the way, I am yet to learn which sect you belong to. Surely, you hail from a prestigious lineage? Shi Ziling had no intention of revealing his memory loss to him, merely responding with nonchalance. I practiced martial arts for a few days on Dongli Island, and later drifted to the Yu family. I am grateful to old Master Yu for his kindness and guidance in some of the family's martial arts, which has greatly benefited me. Chen Zhongjian was momentarily taken aback. The Yu family's martial arts? As far as he knew, the Yu family descended merely from the unremarkable lay disciples of the Three Pure Ones, and had likely only grasped some rudimentary skills. If old Master Yu possessed the capacity to instruct a talent like Shi Ziling, would he have remained in the rural confines of Pannan County for the better part of his life? Would he still need to send gifts to curry favor with the Qin family during festive seasons? As for Dongli Island, Chen Zhongjian was not well acquainted with it and intended to inquire with his father, Chen Gongzhao, when time permitted. Seeing Shi Ziling's reluctance to divulge more, the Yu family members naturally refrained from further discussion. Chen Zhongjian pondered for a moment before asking, Ziling, I also heard that you encountered the notorious underworld figure, Shen Tugong, on your way to Songhu City, and that you were the one who brought about his demise. Is there any truth to this? The Yu family was taken aback. Chen Zhongjian seemed remarkably well informed, as they had only just arrived in Songhu City a couple of days prior, yet he appeared to know their every move. Shi Ziling, however, remained unfazed, responding coolly, Indeed, Shen Tugong was formidable. I was merely fortunate and sustained no significant injuries. Chen Zhongjian was astonished. It was indeed true that Shen Tugong had fallen at the hands of Shi Ziling. When Chen Gongzhao and his son first received this news, they had harbored some skepticism. Unlike outsiders, who were unaware of Shen Tugong's true prowess, Chen Gongzhao was very much in the know. Understanding that Shen Tugong's genuine strength was undoubtedly within the top 100 of the renowned rankings. To slay Shen Tugong along with 6 or 7 leaders of the Jiangdong 13 villages was something that even Chen Gongzhao would deem impossible for himself. If Shi Ziling's draw with Huang Ying could be attributed to mere luck, Then the decisive defeat of Shun Tagong and his 6 chief subordinates was a clear testament to his true capabilities, with the Yu family's lackluster members being of no assistance. As Chen Zhongjian's respect for Shi Xiling grew, he engaged in some casual conversation before cautiously probing into Shi Xiling's future intentions. Shi Xiling appeared somewhat perplexed by Chen Zhongjian's inquiry, countering, "What intentions?" Casting a glance at the Yu family members, Chen Zhongjian replied, "My father recently received word that 2 vice-generals' positions are to be established in our city. Given the current tumultuous times, the court has agreed to allow the selection of these vice-generals from among the common people, provided they possess genuine talent and are endorsed by local officials. Brother Xiling, you are a remarkable talent in your youth. If you have aspirations for an official career, perhaps my father could vouch for your application. What are your thoughts on this?" The members of the Yu family were all moved. They had anticipated that once Shi Ling gained notoriety, there would be offers of considerable value to recruit him. Yet they had not expected it to happen so swiftly, nor could they have imagined that Chen Zhongjian would propose such an enticing condition. Yu Jingmiao, who had resided in Songhu City for several years, understood that while the position of deputy general might not be high in rank, it could wield a degree of military authority according to the law. In the current era, possessing military power would grant one respect, even from civil officials of higher rank. Although Yu Jingmiao was unaware of the court's recent decree to establish additional deputy generals, he was aware that one of the city's deputy generals, General Zhou, had passed away suddenly last month. The position, though modest, was crucial and necessitated a prompt replacement. If Chen Gongzhao, a favored aide of the city's lord, were indeed willing to recommend Shi Ling, along with Shi Ling's own capabilities, ascending to the role of deputy general might not be an unattainable dream. Contemplating this, Yu Jingmiao felt a deepening concern. He had heard much about Chen Gongzhao's character, and his reputation in the city was quite poor. If he were to endorse Shi Ling, it would likely come with the condition that Shi Ling pledge unwavering loyalty to him. Chen Gongzhao, known for not engaging in unprofitable ventures, would surely not act otherwise. In that moment, all eyes turned to Shi Ling, awaiting his decision. Shi Ling himself was quite astonished, given the Chen family's warm demeanor toward him. He had considered the possibility of Chen Gongzhao attempting to recruit him, but he had not anticipated that Chen Zhongjian would extend the offer of a deputy general's position. Despite his substantial memory loss, he had gleaned an understanding of the chaotic state of affairs from his interactions with the Yu family and his observations during his journey to Songhu City. The common people were living in considerable hardship, while wealthy and powerful families were tirelessly recruiting soldiers, valuing individuals with formidable martial prowess. Though Shi Ling held little interest in an official position, he occasionally pondered whether he could contribute to ameliorating the current state of affairs. To ensure the well-being of the populace and enact significant change, it was evident that one must first possess substantial power and authority. If he truly wished to effectuate change in these tumultuous times, the role of deputy general was indeed a tempting prospect. Seeing Shi Ling deep in thought and evidently swayed, Chen Zhongjian could hardly contain his joy. While he would not overtly solicit Shi Ling's allegiance to the Chen family in front of the Yu family, he was certain he could create opportunities for Shi Ling should he express any inclination. Even if the Yu family were to feel slighted by his recruitment efforts, they would likely remain silent. "Apologies, Brother Chen, but I currently have no intentions of pursuing an official career. I appreciate your kind offer, but I am quite content serving as a guardian in the Yu household," Shi Ling finally replied, although he felt a flicker of interest. His instincts warned him that the Chen family was not composed of benevolent individuals, and he was reluctant to associate with such people. Moreover, the thought of abandoning the Yu family to join the Chen family for the sake of an official position was something he could not bring himself to do. Chen Zhongjian felt a profound disappointment. It was evident that Ling had been moved. Had he merely expressed a hint of his inclination, Chen Zhongjian would have readily orchestrated a private discussion between his father and Ling. Yet, astonishingly, Ling had outright refused. For a moment, Chen Zhongjian was left in a state of confusion. What could be the reasoning behind Ling's decision? How could he possibly squander his formidable abilities by merely serving as a guard within the Yu family? Such potential seemed woefully misallocated. The members of the Yu family collectively exhaled in relief. Ling had indeed declined their offer, despite their observations of his apparent interest. Resisting the allure of the deputy position was a feat not easily accomplished by all. Niu Zhengying, who was somewhat familiar with Ling, harbored a flicker of concern. He was privy to some of Ling's sentiments. Whenever Ling encountered the multitude of starving citizens along the way, he would inquire about the government's neglect, occasionally hinting that Were he in a position of power, he would strive to rectify the chaos of the current times. Niu Jing had jestingly remarked that if the ruling class were composed of individuals of Shisling's caliber, the populace would undoubtedly prosper, and peace would soon prevail. However, it was merely a hypothetical scenario. Little did they anticipate that today would present Shizling with an actual opportunity for governance. Yet, what compelled Shizling to categorically refuse? Was it solely due to his commitment to the Yu family? Just as everyone was lost in their own musings, guests at the nearby tables began to rise. And a resounding call echoed from the front. The city guard commander has arrived. Chapter 24. Unbridled Spirit upon the arrival of Lord Su Byron. The city guardian of Songhu City, the assembled guests rose in unison to extend their greetings. Soon, they beheld the tall figure of Su Byron, his face pale and adorned with a long beard, as he entered the inner hall accompanied by Chen Gongao and his son. Despite sharing a similar age with Chen Gongao, Su Byron possessed a lean stature and a handsome visage. Clad in casual attire today, he exuded an air of scholarly elegance that endeared him to many. Su Byron appeared approachable, his demeanor cheerful as he frequently smiled and nodded at the guests who greeted him. Chen Gongao ushered Su Byron to the central seat of honor in the hall and, after exchanging a few pleasantries with the guests, the banquet commenced. Naturally, the clinking of cups and the exchange of toasts filled the air, accompanied by laughter and merriment. However, Shirzailing found himself somewhat ill at ease in such a bustling environment. He was not particularly fond of food, showing no special inclination towards fine dishes or exquisite wines. And he felt an aversion to the lively crowd surrounding him, whether it was a matter of temperament or an unconscious effect of his soul-capturing technique. Shirzailing preferred to observe from a quiet corner, discreetly studying those he found intriguing. He scrutinized their expressions, tones, and mental states while secretly pondering their inner worlds. This act of observation and contemplation served as a form of cultivation for Shirzailing. Regrettably, both Qin Zhangjian and the Yu family members persistently urged him to drink. Much to his annoyance, yet he refrained from expressing his displeasure. The thought of facing another such banquet at Lord Su's residence the following day only intensified his unease. At that moment, a servant approached Qin Zhangjian and whispered a few words in his ear. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhangjian's face lit up with surprise, and he promptly stood, bidding farewell to the guests before hastening outside. Shirzailing's gaze shifted, observing Chen Gongao and Chen Zhangping also rising to leave, their faces similarly alight with joy. Curiosity piqued. Shirzailing wondered if there were guests of greater significance than the city guardian, compelling the Qin family to greet them collectively. Before long, the Qin family returned, accompanied by a young man, engaged in lively conversation and laughter, suggesting a closeness among them. The youth, of a stature comparable to Qin Zhangjian, was far more robust and imposing. His long hair flowed freely over his shoulders, and his piercing eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an untamed aura. Some guests in attendance took note of the young man beside Chen Gongzhao, whispering amongst themselves and speculating about his identity. As the Chen family passed the Yu family's table, Chen Gongao inclined his head slightly towards Shirzailing. Following Chen Gongzhao's gaze, the long-haired youth turned to look at Shirzailing, his eyes glimmering with intensity. Shirzailing felt as if the young man's gaze were palpable, as though he sought to penetrate his very essence, instinctively raising a sense of alarm within him. His soul-capturing technique responded immediately, channeling his mental energy towards his eyes to shield himself from the intense scrutiny, and he returned the gaze as a form of acknowledgement. As their gazes met, it was as if swords had clashed. Both individuals felt a jolt through their bodies. The man displayed a hint of surprise on his face and halted his steps, inquiring of Chen Gongzhao. And who might this be? Chen Gongzhao, originally intending to lead this individual directly to Su Byron's table, had no choice but to pause and respond. This is the young prodigy, Shirzailing, hailing from the Yu family of Panin. Upon realizing Chen Gongzhao's presence, the members of the Yu family rose to their feet. Hearing his own introduction, Shirzailing also stood to perform the customary greeting. The long-haired youth stepped forward, extending his hand in a gesture of handshake. Shirzailing, taken aback by the size of the man's hand already reaching towards him, reluctantly extended his own in return. The grip was immense, and as their hands clasped, Shirzailing immediately sensed the opponent's true essence surging from his palm into his meridians, understanding that the other intended to gauge his internal strength. With a bitter smile, he had no choice but to channel his energy to counteract this force. The members of the Yu family observed that the long-haired youth was testing Shirzailing's prowess. Although they were unaware of his identity, they held unwavering confidence in Shirzailing's abilities and watched with calm smiles. Chen Gongao and his son also wore smiles. seemingly sharing the same confidence in the young man. After a considerable time, their hands parted, and the long-haired man remarked with a sardonic smile, "Indeed, a young talent." As the reputation suggests, Chen Gongzhao laughed heartily, saying, "Xiling, this is my younger son, Chen Zhangda. He has been apprenticing and honing his skills for many years. Just returning home today. Should the opportunity arise, you might grow closer." The fondness Chen Gongzhao harbored for his son was evident. "Wow, so you are the third son." "My apologies," Shi Xiling replied coolly, inwardly chastising Chen Zhangda for his aggressive probing of his abilities. Had it not been for his own profound true essence, he might have been embarrassed on the spot. Although he successfully repelled Chen Zhangda's overwhelming force, his hands still throbbed from the pressure, leaving him astonished at the young man's considerable strength. After exchanging pleasantries with the Yu family, the Chen father and son proceeded towards Su Byron's table. Clearly, Chen Gongzhao held his younger son in high regard, eagerly introducing him to the city guardian, Su De, and the distinguished guests at the main table. Meanwhile, the Yu family members and Shi Xiling resumed their seats, and Yu Depang remarked, "This Chen third son appears quite wild, as if he has just emerged from the depths of the mountains. What do you think, Xiling?" Yu Jingmiao added, "I have resided in Songhu City for quite some time, yet I have never heard of such a third son of Chen Darren. Typically, it seems only Qin Zhangjian and Qin Zhangping assist their father with various affairs." Shi Xiling requested a clean cloth from a servant, wiping his slightly reddened palm, and said, "This fellow is quite formidable." Formidable? The Yu family members were intrigued. Having seldom heard Shi Xiling praise someone so highly, Yu Depang inquired, "How formidable can he be? Is he possibly even more so than his father, Chen Darren?" Shi Xiling furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding, "It is difficult to say. I sense that it is indeed a possibility." The Yu family members were taken aback by his words. "What? Are you suggesting that Chen Zhongda is even more formidable than his father, the esteemed Chen Gongzhao?" Niu Jingying inquired with astonishment. "Indeed, we just engaged in a contest of true essence, and this individual possesses a surging, formidable energy, along with extraordinary strength. Since my arrival in Songhu City, he appears to be the most powerful person I've encountered, second only to Yu Jingjin. Although I have not witnessed Chen Gongzhao's martial prowess, I have a strong intuition that Chen Zhangda's capabilities may surpass those of his father. There is an indescribable sense of danger about him," Shizling responded. Niu Jingying, being well acquainted with Shizling, recognized his propensity for possessing uncanny insights. Although he found himself somewhat skeptical of Shizling's assessment, he refrained from voicing any objections. The others, unable to fathom the level of martial arts expertise Shizling possessed, were left in awe. While doubt lingered in their hearts, they dared not question his judgment. Each person silently marveled at the fact that Chen Zhangda, so young, possessed such overwhelming strength, and they also reflected on Shizling's similar prowess, pondering how the youth of this era were all so exceptional. Yu Deping, in particular, resolved to diligently enhance his own abilities upon returning home. Upon Chen Zhangda's return, Chen Gongzhao appeared to be in high spirits, frequently toasting the city guard, Lord Su, and engaging in discussions with his sons, seemingly indifferent to others around him. He did not pursue the earlier intention of sharing a drink with Shizling. Naturally, Shizling, who had always harbored a distaste for the customary toasting rituals at banquets, found solace in avoiding the Chen family. After the birthday celebration concluded, Shizling bid farewell to Chen Gongzhao alongside members of the Yu family. Chen Gongzhao smiled warmly, clasping his hands in farewell, without revisiting the topic of recommending Shizling for the vice-general position. Once back at the Yu residence, Shizling retreated to his chamber to continue his cultivation of the soul-capturing art. Following his battle with Shintagang, he had experienced a breakthrough in his mental fortitude, successfully reaching the 6th level of mastery. However, he sensed that achieving the same rapid progress he had initially experienced was becoming increasingly challenging. Despite his diligent efforts, the augmentation of his mental power appeared to be progressing at a sluggish pace, with no immediate signs of further breakthroughs. Nevertheless, Shizling found peace in this realization. Given the immense power of the heavenly demonic sound, he feared that if his mental prowess continued to escalate as before, it might inadvertently harm his body or lead him down the path of obsession. He still recalled the terrifying state of extreme fatigue he had experienced after depleting his mental energy, which filled him with trepidation. Although he had not made significant advances, he was steadily solidifying his foundation. Perhaps this was the true path to progress. Meanwhile, Yu Jintian and Niu Jingying did not disperse to rest. Instead, they gathered in Yu Jingmiao's room to discuss Shizling. The allure of the vice-general position that Qin Zhangjian had proposed during the birthday banquet had genuinely astonished them. Although Shizling had declined the Qin family's generous offer on the spot, it was evident that he had once entertained the notion. Tomorrow, he was set to attend a banquet hosted by young Master Su. In the eyes of the Yu family, it is feared that there will be continued attempts to entice and buy off Shiziling. Over time, it is inevitable that Shiziling may waver. The current issue is that Shiziling merely holds a position as a protector for the Yu family, regardless of the rewards offered by the Yu family. Those prominent clans are certainly capable of matching, if not exceeding, such incentives. As the adage goes, people strive for higher ground, and given Shiziling's youth, retaining his loyalty for the long term is indeed a formidable challenge. Chapter 25, The Insights of Old Neo. The members of the Yu family engaged in extensive discussions, ultimately concluding that it would be quite challenging to retain Shiziling's services for an extended period. Yu Detian sighed and remarked, "It is no small feat for our family to have attracted such a talented individual as Shiziling. If he could remain with us, perhaps the Yu family could develop into a significantly stronger clan." Alas, during these tumultuous times of governmental corruption, the imperial regime appears to be teetering on the brink of collapse. The true martial masters are predominantly monopolized by the prominent families, who are relentlessly expanding their influence. Even in our rural Panan, a sense of unrest is increasingly palpable. It is conceivable that one day, our Yu family could be devoured by one of these great clans. Yu Jingmiao and Yu Depeng nodded in agreement, sharing their sentiments. Niu Zhengying, who had remained silent until now, cleared his throat and said, "Jingmiao, Jingtian. I have always regarded Shiziling as a person of commendable character. I believe he would not leave the Yu family lightly. Naturally, I understand the adage, a wise bird chooses its tree to rest upon, and a worthy minister selects his sovereign to serve. Shiziling, being both young and capable, may find his talents somewhat underutilized here. However, I have an idea that might allow him the opportunity to flourish while maintaining a connection with our family." Upon hearing this, Yu Jingtian and Yu Jingmiao perked up, eagerly urging Niu Zhengying to elaborate. Niu Zhengying stroked his beard, a proud smile spreading across his gaunt visage, and slowly articulated, "If Shiziling were to become a son-in-law of the Yu family, then no matter where he ventures in the future, he would always remain a part of us. Assuredly concerned for our family's welfare." Yu Jingtian smote his thigh in realization, exclaiming, "Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Shiziling suffers from amnesia and cannot remember where his own family is. If he were to become our son-in-law, then the Yu family would become his family. Even if he regains his memory later, he will always be a son-in-law of the Yu family, which is akin to having a son. Moreover, by that time, he may have already established roots within our family, intertwining our affairs as one, sharing both glory and disgrace. What a splendid idea, old Neo. Haha. However, we have quite a few daughters in the Yu family. To whom should we betroth Shiziling?" Niu Zhengying smiled silently, casting his gaze toward Yu Jingmiao. Observing this, Yu Jingtian struck his thigh once more and exclaimed, "Ah, my niece Yulan has just turned 18 this year. She is stunningly beautiful and possesses excellent character. Moreover, she is a recognized disciple of the esteemed Jingxin Shirtai of Huangshan Shuiwei Monastery, emerging from a prestigious lineage. She and Shiziling would make a perfect match. A natural pairing of talent and beauty. Alas, my eldest daughter is only 14. Though she is quite lovely, she has been spoiled by her mother and is rather willful. Even if I wish to betroth her to Shiziling, I fear he might not find her appealing. What do you think, second brother?" Yu Jingtian eagerly inquired of Yu Jingmiao, who had long been intrigued by the notion. Niu Zhengying's suggestion that Shiziling could become a son-in-law of the Yu family was indeed most sensible. Although Yu Jingmiao had not spent extensive time with Shiziling, he held a profound admiration for his character and martial prowess. If such a son-in-law were to emerge, it would be an immense blessing for the Yu family and for my daughter Yulan. Judging by the sentiments of my elder brother, Yu Jingtian, were it not for his belief that Yulan is the most suitable match, he would undoubtedly wish to wed his own 14-year-old daughter to Shiziling. This is not a matter to be trifled with. Although a union between his daughter and Shiziling would be quite commendable, it would render me incapable of fulfilling my role as a father-in-law. Contemplating this, Yu Jingmiao hastily replied, "I too find old Nio's suggestion exceedingly agreeable. Shiziling possesses commendable character and martial prowess. Although he suffers from amnesia, it is not an insurmountable ailment. If it can be treated, that would be wonderful, but if not, it is of little consequence. Since you, my elder brother, believe that my Yulan is the most suitable, let us proceed as you wish." As he spoke, laughter erupted among them, filled with joy. After a brief discussion, they resolved that at dawn the following day, Niu Zhengying would take the initiative to gauge Shizling's sentiments. Niu Jingying enjoyed a cordial relationship with Shizling and held a respected position within the Yu household. However, as he bore a different surname, should Shizling decline, the situation would not become overly awkward. Once their plans were solidified, everyone retired to their respective quarters for the night. After the others departed, Yu Zhengmiao pondered alone. Although his precious daughter often appeared demure, she harbored strong convictions within. While Shizling seemed quite admirable, he wondered how his daughter Yulan truly felt. It is indeed wise for parents to guide significant matters such as marriage, yet it is equally prudent to consider the thoughts of a beloved daughter. Thus, Yu Jingmiu made his way to the rear courtyard, heading directly to Yulan's chamber. At that moment, Yulan and her maid, Xiaowei, had just concluded their practice and were engaged in cheerful conversation. Upon noticing Yu Jingmiao's entrance, they promptly approached to offer their respects. With a warm smile, Yu Jingmiao regarded his beautiful daughter, hesitated for a moment, and then, with a serious demeanor, said, "Yulan, there is a matter upon which I wish to hear your opinion." Understanding that her father had attended a birthday celebration for Lord Qin Gongao with her uncle, cousin, and Shizling, Yulan quickly sat beside him, her concern evident. "Father, did something transpire at Lord Qin's birthday celebration?" Yu Jingmiao chuckled heartily. "Indeed, my clever daughter, you have discerned it immediately. If only your brother Yuding possessed half of your intelligence, he would not struggle with his studies or martial arts." He referred to Yuding, Yulan's elder brother, who was 25 and currently engaged in business elsewhere. Yu Jingmiao cherished both his son and daughter dearly. Yulan smiled. "Over the years, brother has done quite well in his business endeavors, has he not? He must have earned a considerable sum for the Yu family." Shaking his head, Yu Jingmiao replied, "It is but a modest amount. Primarily, I wish for him to gain experience and broaden his horizons. He will eventually manage the family stores in Songhu City. He does possess some innate talent for business. Is that not commendable? If he has an interest in commerce, he will surely expand the Yu family's enterprises." Yulan remarked with a smile. "Yet in this current climate, without substantial backing and formidable guardians, it is nearly impossible to amass significant wealth from business ventures," he countered. Yu Zhengmiu let out a soft sigh and continued, "Though our family is distantly related to the Qin family, Qin Gongao has always regarded himself as superior and has never looked favorably upon us. We are also struggling to find other avenues for support, with thieves rampant outside and the situation growing increasingly unstable. I plan to have your elder brother keep an eye on the shop in the city when he returns from the north. His martial skills are rather lacking, and should any mishap occur, it would be a significant loss." Yu Yulan promptly reassured her father, "Do not worry. Elder brother is quite clever and should be capable of adapting to circumstances. By the way, you mentioned having something to discuss. Has something troubling arisen with the Qin family?" As Yu Zhengmiao recalled the matter at hand, his spirits lifted, and he recounted to his daughter the enticing offer that the Qin family had extended to Shi Xiling for the position of deputy commander. Yu Yulan was somewhat taken aback. Despite having heard from her family about Shi Xiling's remarkable ability to fend off formidable foes while escorting gifts, she had not anticipated that the Qin family, which had always looked down upon the Yu family, would place such value on him. As the eldest daughter of the Yu family, Yu Yulan seldom involved herself in family affairs but understood the rarity and significance of possessing a master of Shi Xiling's caliber for their future development. Although Shi Xiling had declined the Qin family's offer, it was uncertain whether other prominent families like the Zhangs or Wangs might seek to court him, and over time, it was difficult to say whether he would remain with the Yu family, especially considering the existence of families with greater resources. Beside them, Xiaohui could not help but interject. With Shi Gongzi's exceptional talents, there must be many illustrious families eager to invite him to join them. Yu Jingmiao, aware that Xiaohui had grown up alongside Yu Yulan and shared a sisterly bond with her, found no offense in her interjection and smiled. "You are quite right. Xiaohui, Lord Su's son has already sent an invitation for Xiling to attend a banquet tomorrow, and I suspect others will soon devise ways to entice him." "How troubling," Xiaohui exclaimed anxiously, tugging at Yu Yulan's sleeve, seemingly hoping for her assistance in formulating a plan. "I was just discussing this matter with elder brother and old Nyo, hoping to hear your brilliant ideas, which is why I have come to you now," Yu Jingmiao said with a cheerful grin, noticing her father's calm demeanor, as if he had already devised a plan. Yu Yulan felt a stir of hope and replied nonchalantly, "I have no brilliant ideas to offer. As the saying goes, people strive for higher ground, while water flows to lower levels. Shi Gongzi is young and accomplished. It is perhaps inevitable that he will be sought after by those prominent families. After all, our Yu family is but a modest clan." Xiaohui, quite anxious, grasped Yu Yulan's arm and implored, "Miss, you are so clever. Surely you must have a way. Please think hard." Yu Yulan gently smacked Xiao Hui's hand and chided, "You are pulling at my sleeve too much. Why are you in such a rush? Father and uncle must already have a plan." Yu Jingmiu laughed heartily. "Ah, my wise daughter, you are indeed perceptive. We have indeed come up with an idea, and I am here to hear your thoughts on it." Yu Yulan's delicate face inexplicably flushed, and she softly murmured, "What do I know about these matters? What use is it to ask me?" Xiao Hui, standing beside her, insisted, "Miss, you are usually so decisive. Why are you so indifferent regarding Master Shi this time?" Yu Jingmiao also found it somewhat perplexing. Although Yu Yulan was dignified and gentle, she was typically wise and assertive. Why then did she appear so unconcerned this time? Could it be that she has already discerned our intentions? After a moment's hesitation, Yu Jingmiao, seeing his daughter persistently keep her head down in silence, finally spoke. "Yulan, I do not wish to conceal anything from you. The conclusion of our discussions is to betroth you to Shi Xiling, making him our Yu family's son-in-law." Xiao Hui gasped softly, tightly grasping Yu Yulan's arm, rendered speechless. Yu Yulan's cheeks were already aflame. She hastily turned her head away, unable to face her father. Yu Jingmiao, momentarily bewildered by his daughter's feelings, stammered, "Shi Xiling possesses commendable character and martial prowess. He is quite a match for you, Yulan. According to Old Nio's analysis, Xiling's strength should place him among the top 100 in the current renown list. You two are indeed a pair of exceptional talents, destined for each other. If Shi Xiling becomes our son-in-law, regardless of where he develops his career, he will always remain a part of our Yu family, which would greatly benefit our family's growth. My dear daughter, would you consent?" Yu Yulan buried her head in Xiao Hui's embrace, her delicate figure trembling slightly, remaining silent. Yu Jingmiao looked helplessly at Xiao Hui, pondering that their deep friendship might provide insight into his daughter's thoughts. To his surprise, Xiao Hui's face also flushed crimson, tightly holding Yu Yulan. Not daring to glance at Yu Jingmiao, growing anxious, Yu Jingmiao implored, "My dear daughter, although this matter pertains to our family's future, I genuinely believe Shi Xiling is your perfect match. I would feel quite at ease with him as my son-in-law. Please, say something. I have never forced you throughout your life. You are driving me to despair." After a lengthy pause, Yu Yulan finally spoke softly from her refuge in Xiao Hui's arms. "But what if Master Shi does not wish for this?" Yu Jingmi was taken aback for a moment, finally grasping his daughter's sentiments. He let out a long sigh. Although he held a favorable view of Shi Xiling, he would indeed be in a quandary if his precious daughter were resolutely opposed. Yu Yulan, possessing a gentle exterior yet a strong inner resolve, was notoriously stubborn when she set her mind against something. Even the mightiest of oxen could not sway her. Fortunately, it seemed that she harbored a certain fondness for Shi Xiling, and the outcome would hinge on Old Nio's proposal the following day. Though his daughter was beautiful, kind, and virtuous, Shi Xiling occasionally appeared somewhat foolish, leaving Yu Jingmiao uncertain of his thoughts. With such formidable strength, even the son of the city lord had sent him an invitation to a feast. Would he truly agree to become his beloved daughter as husband? Yu Jingmiao felt a twinge of unease in his heart. Chapter 26. The Celestial Tree. The following morning, after finishing his breakfast, Shizling was visited by Niu Zhengying and Yu Wei. As soon as Yu Wei entered the room, he couldn't contain his silly grin, which made Shizling's hair stand on end. Unable to suppress his irritation, Shizling gave Yu Wei a hefty pat on the shoulder and admonished, "What on earth are you doing? Laughing like that so early in the morning? Are you trying to drag me to the gambling house again? I have an invitation to a banquet at the city lord's residence today, so I have no time for your antics." Yu Wei, pained by the slap on his shoulder, closed his mouth in grievance and looked to Niu Zhengying for help. Niu Zhengying chuckled and remarked, "Shizling, isn't it a delight to see a cheerful smile first thing in the morning? Would you prefer to see Yu Wei weeping instead?" Shizling replied with a smile, "Indeed. Laughter is preferable to tears, but it seems he is desperately holding back laughter, so I thought I would tease him a little. He came here with old Nio, and it's clear they have some good news to share with me." "Oh, so you were doing it on purpose, you rascal." Yu Wei, feigning anger, returned the playful slap on Shizling's shoulder, but it felt as if he had struck a solid rock, causing him to shake his hand in pain. Shizling shrugged at Yu Wei, spreading his hands in an expression of "You brought this upon yourself," and burst into laughter. He and Yu Wei shared a strong camaraderie and often enjoyed teasing each other. Niu Zhengying, aware of the good rapport between Yu Wei and Shizling, had intentionally brought Yu Wei along to ease any concerns Shizling might have. Seeing that Shizling was in a good mood, Niu Zhengying decided to get straight to the point. He stroked his beard, adopting a serious demeanor, and said, "Shizling, the truth is, We came to see you this morning because there is a matter of great importance to discuss. Shizling, surprised by Niu Jingying's sudden seriousness, felt a twinge of curiosity. Initially, he had assumed that Yu Wei and Niu Jingying had come to discuss a potential increase in his remuneration or perhaps a title as a head of guards, considering he was regarded as a talented individual by the Yu family. Thus, he had taken it lightly and engaged in playful banter with Yu Wei. However, seeing Niu Jingying's grave expression, Shizling sensed that something significant was afoot and ceased his teasing to listen attentively. Niu Jingying continued earnestly, Shizling, last night, Zheng Miao and Zheng Tian conferred with me and expressed their intention to betroth Miss Yulan, the daughter of Zheng Miao, to you as your wife. What are your thoughts on this proposal? Shizling was taken aback, not expecting Niu Jingying to propose marriage. No wonder Yu Wei had been grinning so oddly. The image of the beautiful Yulan unexpectedly flashed in his mind. Although he had only seen her once, Shizling held a favorable impression of Miss Yu. It was not solely her beauty that captivated him, but also the serene aura she exuded, which seemed to calm his restless heart, alleviating the turmoil brought on by his lost memories. Additionally, her petite maid, Xiao Hui, with her delicate figure, lively eyes, and a charming blush that frequently adorned her cheeks, always stirred a sense of affection within Shizling. Niu Jingying and Yu Wei both widened their eyes, eagerly awaiting Shizling's response. However, Shizling sat there in a daze, lost in thought. Yu Wei, growing impatient, remarked, Xiling, what occupies your mind? With such a splendid match before you, what is there to hesitate about? Miss Yulan is breathtakingly beautiful, possesses outstanding character, and is quite skilled in martial arts. You two are truly a match made in heaven. To marry someone so exceptional, I can hardly contain my envy. Hey, why are you staring blankly? Are you overwhelmed with joy? You're not teasing me, are you? I might get genuinely upset. It was only then that Shizling snapped out of his reverie, feeling a flush creep onto his face. He shot a glare at Yu Wei and turned to Niu Jingying, inquiring, Old Niu, why so suddenly bring up marriage? I am utterly unprepared for this. Niu Jingying chuckled. To be honest, I've harbored this thought for some time. Unfortunately, I have no granddaughters. Otherwise, I would have wished for you to be my grandson-in-law. Truly, your character and martial prowess are exemplary. Both Master Yu and the Zheng brothers hold you in high regard. Your presence in our Yu family of Panin is indeed a stroke of fate. Since there is such a connection, why not take it a step further? You must have encountered Miss Yulan. While she may not be a celestial beauty, few young ladies in Songhu City can rival her. Moreover, she is a disciple of Master Jingxin from the Shiyue Monastery. Master Jingxin is renowned in the south for her medical skills, having saved countless lives. If you were to receive treatment from her for your amnesia, it would likely yield positive results. Such a splendid union of talent and beauty is a divine blessing. How could you let it slip away? Niu Jingying's passionate discourse left both Shizling and Yu Wei momentarily speechless. They had not anticipated that old Niu was such a masterful matchmaker. Shizling let out a wry smile. Old Niu, you are aware of my amnesia. I cannot even remember my own origins. I am truly grateful to the Yu family for taking in someone like me, who has an unclear background. As for a distinguished beauty like Miss Yulan, to claim I am entirely unmoved would be dishonest. It's just that I feel someone of my uncertain lineage and unresolved amnesia might not be worthy of her. Worthy? Absolutely worthy. Niu Jingying and Yu Wei exclaimed in unison. How could you not be worthy? Xiling, you possess remarkable looks and strength. Even Yi Jinjin, the future head of the illustrious themed pavilion, holds you in high esteem. Moreover, we have discussed this. Once you become a son-in-law of the Yu family, you will have ample opportunity to thrive and establish a successful career beyond the confines of Panin County. As long as you maintain a place for the Yu family in your heart, that is all that matters. Shizling was inclined to agree. But upon reflecting on his current unclear status, he felt that rushing into marriage might be inappropriate. Yet, to decline would mean disregarding the Yu family's goodwill. Furthermore, he believed that such a significant decision as marriage should not be made lightly. His emotions were in turmoil as he grappled with the dilemma, unsure of how to proceed. After a brief silence, Xiling suddenly felt a sense of stuffiness in the room. He stood up and addressed Niu Jingying and Yu Wei, saying, I shall take a stroll in the garden to reflect for a while. Please, you too, sit for a moment. I will return to respond to you. With that, he exited the room and made his way toward the garden. Yu Wei immediately intended to follow and continue persuading him, but Niu Jingying stopped him with a firm grip. It is wise for him to contemplate thoroughly. Such matters cannot be forced, he remarked. The Yu family's back garden was expansive and spacious. Xiling always found solace among the flowers and plants, as if it were easier to gather his mental strength in such an environment. The unexpected proposal from the Yu family, represented by Niu Zhengying, took him by surprise. Until now, he had never contemplated settling down, believing it paramount to first recover his lost memories and comprehend his lineage. The experiences of recent days had illuminated for Xiling the challenges of survival in this world. Although he was alone, he harbored a deep sense of gratitude toward the Yu family, who had provided him with stability during his most aimless moments. He believed that one ought to repay even the smallest kindness with great generosity. Xiling understood that the Yu family's sudden proposal was primarily motivated by their fear of losing him to another family. While the Yu family was a leading household in Pannan County, it was not particularly significant in Songhu City, and even less so across the vast Minghui continent. Thus, they urgently needed to bolster their strength. Only by enhancing their power could they navigate the treacherous currents of this world. Xiling represented that strength. Through his encounters with various adversaries, Xiling had grown increasingly confident in his own abilities. He sensed that, with his assistance, the Yu family's enterprises would not only stabilize, but also have the potential for expansion. He was eager to witness the Yu family's growth and wished to aid them in that endeavor, yet he was reluctant to marry so soon. Although he held a favorable impression of Yu Yulan, he did not experience an instant infatuation. He found it somewhat absurd for two individuals who had met only once to discuss marriage. Nevertheless, he had often heard from the Yu family that many couples in this era married without having met beforehand, a reality of the Minghui continent. In such moments, Xiling often questioned his origins, feeling that some of his perceptions and thoughts differed markedly from those of the majority around him. He shook his head, absently plucking a few leaves and rubbing them in his hands, troubled by his thoughts. What would the Yu family think if he were to decline this marriage proposal? Sigh. A soft sigh suddenly drifted into Xiling's ears. He looked up and noticed a petite, charming figure standing under a large tree not far away. Murmuring to herself, recognizing her from behind, he realized it was the shy girl, Xiaohui. For reasons unknown, Xiling felt an urge to listen to her musings, and he instinctively focused his energy on enhancing his hearing. At present, the spiritual cultivation of Xiling has ascended to the 6th level of the soul-capturing technique, allowing for a more rapid integration of spiritual energy and true essence than ever before. Almost with a mere thought, his spiritual force seamlessly melds into the flow of true essence, significantly enhancing his auditory perception. The soft murmurs of Xiaohui, though faint, are distinctly audible to Xiling. He hears her whisper, "Celestial tree, I beseech you to bless their union, binding their hearts eternally." A celestial tree? Xiling is somewhat perplexed. From where does this celestial tree originate? The large tree before Xiaohui appears to be merely a slightly larger pine, seemingly devoid of any extraordinary characteristics. Why then does Xiaohui refer to it as a celestial tree? Her fervent demeanor as she silently makes her wishes towards this tree raises questions. Could it truly possess divine powers? How is that even conceivable? Furthermore, the them for whom Xiaohui repeatedly implores the celestial tree's blessing, who might they be? Could it possibly refer to? As Xiling's thoughts swirl, he swiftly and silently positions himself behind Xiaohui. Chapter 27. A sudden heartbeat. After finishing her prayer, Xiaohui slowly opened her eyes. She stood dazed for a moment before turning around, nearly colliding with the figure of Xiling, who stood behind her. She gasped, and upon realizing it was Xiling, her cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. Xiling gazed at her with a gentle smile and softly inquired, "Xiaohui, I believe I heard you mention something about a celestial tree. Does this tree possess the ability to manifest?" Xiaohui was taken aback and exclaimed, You heard what I said? How could you eavesdrop on my words?" Her delicate face blushed even deeper, observing her embarrassment. Xiling felt a twinge of guilt and replied awkwardly, "I saw you murmuring to this tree, and out of curiosity, I leaned in to listen. I meant no offense. I apologize." Xiaohui, perhaps realizing her earlier tone was somewhat harsh, stammered, "Gongzi, I am not upset with you. It's just, I didn't expect you to suddenly approach me from behind and startle me so. I am but a mere maid. You need not apologize to me." Did you hear everything I said?" As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a near whisper, barely audible. It was only due to Xiling's keen hearing that he could discern her meaning. Xiling scratched his head, a silly grin on his face, and said, "I only caught the part where you were asking the celestial tree to bless them with a harmonious union. Beyond that, I did not hear anything else." Xiaohui was instantly overwhelmed with embarrassment. Lowering her head, she attempted to leave quickly, but in her haste, she stumbled over something and lurched forward, landing right in Scherziling's embrace. He swiftly reached out to steady her, his hands encircling her petite, plump form. As he gazed at her flushed face, her ears tinged with crimson, and heard her rapid breathing, an inexplicable stirring welled up within him, compelling him to lean down and gently kiss her cherry lips. Shall we? Having accidentally fallen into Scherziling's arms, felt her entire being ignite with warmth, her body weakening as if her heart were about to leap from her chest. As she realized Scherziling was steadying her, she slightly lifted her head to express her gratitude. However, to her astonishment, she saw Scherziling leaning in to kiss her. In that fleeting moment, she was struck by both surprise and shyness, wanting to evade him but finding herself utterly weak and unable to muster any strength. She surrendered to Scherziling's soft kiss, feeling a rush of heat flood through her, causing her world to spin. With her eyes tightly shut, she completely forgot her surroundings. Scherziling gently pressed his lips against hers, savoring the warmth and softness of her mouth. He enveloped her petite, curvaceous form in his arms, and an overwhelming passion surged within him. Xiaohui's body trembled slightly, her eyes still closed, and with a soft sigh, her lips parted ever so slightly, intertwining with Scherziling's in a tender embrace. In an ephemeral moment, it seemed as if the world had ceased to exist. The two were utterly lost in an endless sea of tender affection. Time slipped away unnoticed until Scherzling lifted his gaze to observe the tranquil surroundings. The morning garden was serene, with only the flora and trees silently witnessing their intimacy. Xiaohui nestled deeply in Scherzling's embrace, remaining motionless for an extended period. He gently patted her fragrant shoulder and softly said, "Niu Lao and Yue are awaiting my response to their proposal in my chamber. I promised to provide them with an answer." Xiaohui lifted her head, her face flushed with shyness, and trembled as she inquired, "My lord, will you accept this marriage proposal?" "Indeed, should the Yu family consent to allow both you and Miss Yulan to wed me, I shall acquiesce. What do you think?" Scherzling replied earnestly, with a soft sigh. Xiaohui buried her head once more in his embrace. After a considerable time, she looked up at him and said, "Xiaohui is but a humble maid. If I could serve you and the lady for a lifetime, I would be utterly content, desiring nothing more." With that, she shyly nestled back into Scherzling's arms. Scherzling felt a surge of emotion, gently lifting her delicate face for another profound kiss. Xiaohui responded with fervor, but just as their passion intensified, distant voices broke the spell. Startled, Xiaohui hastily extricated herself from Scherzling's hold. She quickly adjusted her hair and said, "I must return to the ladies' quarters." As she departed, she cast a lingering glance at Scherzling, conveying a myriad of unspoken sentiments. He gazed longingly at her retreating figure, exhaling deeply as he relished the lingering sweetness of their earlier intimacy, his mind enveloped in a dreamy haze. The spontaneity of their kiss had taken him by surprise. He could hardly fathom how it had transpired. In recent times, Scherzling had encountered several remarkable beauties, by Qing Shuang, Huang Ying, Yu Zhenzhen, and Yu Yulan, each possessing exquisite beauty and charm. Yet, before Xiaohui's bashful demeanor, he found himself utterly captivated and forgetful of all else. Though the events had unfolded only moments ago, they felt surreal, like a fleeting dream. Yet the fragrant, tender essence lingered on his lips, a reminder that this was not mere fantasy, but an undeniable reality. Could it be that the practice of soul-capturing technique was to blame? Meanwhile, Niu Zhengying and Yue waited anxiously in Scherzling's room, growing increasingly impatient as he remained absent. Yue, in particular, was eager to search for Scherzling in the garden, but was repeatedly halted by Niu Zhengying. "Old Niu, do you think Scherzling's prolonged absence signifies his desire to decline this proposal? Alas, I cannot comprehend his thoughts. Where else could he find such a wonderful bride? I suspect his amnesia is at play, as he often exhibits peculiar behavior. At times, he seems lost in thought, muttering to himself, and when questioned, he remains silent. His condition must have worsened. We ought to seek a physician to treat him properly. It is truly exasperating." Niu Zhengying too felt a tinge of impatience, as this marriage proposal bore significant implications for the future of the Yu family. Although he does not bear the surname Yu, having lived with the Yu family for several decades, he has long regarded himself as a member of that household. Nevertheless, Niu Zhengying does not perceive any signs of exacerbation in Scherzling's amnesia. From his daily interactions with Scherzling, Niu Zhengying senses that, aside from his inability to recall the past, Scherzling's cognitive functions and routines are remarkably akin to those of an ordinary person. As for Scherzling's peculiar behaviors, Niu Zhengying cannot be certain. But based on his decades of experience, he conjectures that they resemble someone immersed in a mysterious martial art. The specifics of this practice remain unknown. Niu Jingying is now acutely aware that his own cultivation level is considerably distant from Shisling's. He would not waste effort on futile endeavors. Regarding whether Shizling would consent to the proposed marriage, Niu Jingying feels uncertain. After all, this enigmatic young man is shrouded in many unresolved mysteries. Questions abound, such as where he hails from, how he possesses such formidable abilities at a young age, and why he suffers from amnesia. Nevertheless, Niu Jingying firmly believes that facilitating this union would be a significant boon for the Yu family, Miss Yulan, and Shizling himself, which is why he proposed it in the first place. Just as they were in a state of anxious anticipation, Shizling finally returned to his room. Upon entering, Yue rushed over, grasping his arm eagerly, and inquired, "So, have you decided? Miss Yulan is undoubtedly a worthy choice, right? You would regret missing this opportunity for a lifetime." Disregarding Yue, Shizling turned directly to Niu Jingying and asked, "Old Niu, may I inquire if it is possible for me to marry both Xiaowei and Miss Yulan?" Niu Jingying was momentarily taken aback, then elatedly replied, "Xiaowei is Yulan's personal maid, and they have grown up together like sisters. When Miss Yulan marries you, Xiaowei is meant to accompany her." "Ah, is she the one you fancy? Then let us give her an official status as a concubine. I believe both Miaojing and Yulan would have no objections." "Splendid. I was worried you might refuse." "This is truly wonderful, haha." Yue, equally thrilled, exclaimed, "Oh, when did you start to fancy Xiaowei? I had no idea at all. You're not being a good friend. All this time, you were just trying to secure a status for Xiaowei. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Yue's teasing, Shizling playfully punched him on the shoulder, managing a sheepish smile. Yue retaliated, but always missed Shizling. Meanwhile, Niu Jingying watched the playful exchange between the two, stroking his beard and nodding with a broad smile. After their merriment, Niu Jingying and Yue went to report the good news to Yu Jingmiao and Yu Jingtian, while Shizling took Su Songyi's invitation to attend a banquet at the city guard's residence. Chapter 28. An exchange. Although the residence of Lord Su was somewhat distant from the home of Yu Jingmiao, Xiling had already inquired about its precise location. With his swift pace, he soon arrived at the Su residence. After announcing his name, he was ushered inside. Upon reaching the front hall, he was greeted by two young gentlemen. He observed that they seemed somewhat familiar. One, dressed as a scholar and brandishing a folding fan, turned out to be none other than Master Ma, whom he had met at the delightful pavilion in Jinkai Lane just days prior during a game of chance. With a beaming smile, Master Ma clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Greetings, Brother Shi. I am Mayu, and this is Master Su, the son of the city's governor. We crossed paths at the delightful pavilion not long ago. I wonder if you recall?" "Ah, so it is Master Su and Master Ma. My apologies for the oversight." Xiling returned the gesture, recalling indeed that he had seen Master Su in the company of Master Ma during that occasion, though he had not paid much attention at the time. He was surprised to learn that Master Su was the son of the city's governor and that he had taken the initiative to send an invitation to the Yu household for the banquet. As for Master Ma, Xiling had some recollection of him. It appeared both young men were admirers of the enchanting dice goddess, Miss Huang Ying. Master Su was of average stature and roughly the same age as Yu Depeng. He bore none of the arrogance typically associated with the offspring of officials. Instead, he exuded an air of modesty, appearing somewhat reserved, as if he were a man of integrity. After a brief observation of Su Songyi, Xiling formed a favorable impression of him. Following some polite exchanges, Xiling was welcomed into the sitting room, where refreshments were served. The gathering was not particularly large, consisting mostly of young men of similar age, primarily from local noble families. Each individual carried an aura of composure, clearly possessing commendable levels of true essence cultivation. These spirited youths engaged in lively conversation, showing little regard for the presence of Xiling, the newcomer. Only Master Ma remained attentive to Xiling. Noticing that Su Songyi had gone to greet other guests, and with Xiling left somewhat alone, he approached with enthusiasm. "Brother Shi," he began. "Ever since that fortunate encounter at the delightful pavilion, I have eagerly anticipated an opportunity to share a drink with a talent such as yourself. I had not expected that such an occasion would arrive so swiftly, haha." Curiosity lingered in Xiling's mind regarding Master Su's motives for inviting him. However, Master Ma's words suggested that he was also unaware of the reason for Xiling's presence today. Xiling, with a polite smile, responded, "Not at all. I am merely an obscure individual. The true talents here are all of you. It is indeed my honor to meet so many distinguished individuals today." Master Ma lightly waved his folding fan, shaking his head. Not so, not so. In my humble opinion, brother Sure, your renown shall soon eclipse all others. These gentlemen are merely frogs in a well, he remarked, gesturing toward the animated group of young lords engaged in conversation. Noticing Sure Xiling's amused silence, he continued, I have heard that you are currently residing with the Yu family in Pandan County. With your skills, it seems a grave waste for you to remain in such a modest household. Have you considered seeking an official position in Songhu City? My father is one of the city's defenders and is currently recommending talented individuals for the position of deputy general. If brother Sure is interested, I would be more than willing to introduce him. Another deputy general position? Sure Xiling gazed at Mayu, bemused. He had just declined Qin Zhongjian's offer yesterday. And now Mayu came with a similar proposition. Sure Xiling pondered, having recently agreed to a marriage alliance with the Yu family. It seemed unwise to interfere at this juncture. As for competing for the deputy general role, perhaps it would be prudent to first consider the Yu family's sentiments. Mayu appeared less objectionable than Qin Gongao and his son, yet discerning his character solely through his own soul capture technique proved challenging. Thus, it was better to decline for now. Resolute in his decision, Sure Xiling replied, Master Ma, your esteem overwhelms me. I am but an ordinary, nameless pawn, drifting aimlessly in this tumultuous era. The Yu family provided me refuge in my most desperate times, and I find great contentment in that. Regarding the matter of the deputy general in Songhu City, I have indeed heard about it. Leaving aside my qualifications for such a significant role, I believe it is only right to first seek the Yu family's consent before making any determinations. Ma Yu, puzzled, reflected on Sure Xiling's capabilities, which were sufficient to rival Yu Zhenjian, leading one to expect he would hail from a prominent family, even if he had encountered extraordinary circumstances. It was perplexing that he found himself adrift in this chaotic world. It was well known that various factions were actively recruiting, and a talent like Sure Xiling would surely attract attention if he showcased his skills. Even though the Yu family had aided him in his time of need, it seemed insufficient to dictate the future of such a formidable individual. Furthermore, Sure Xiling's mention of having heard about the deputy general's position suggested that he had received the news at yesterday's birthday banquet for Qin Gongzhao, likely from members of the Qin family. It was remarkable that Qin Gongzhao had discerned Sure Xiling's potential so accurately upon their first meeting and extended an olive branch to him. It appeared that the Qin family had seized the opportunity first. Just as Mayu was about to inquire whether Sure Xiling had accepted Qin Gongzhao's offer, young Master Su entered the hall, accompanied by 3 others, prompting everyone to rise and greet them. Upon seeing that Qin Zhongjian, Qin Zhongping, and Qin Zhongda had arrived, Mayu, who was aware of the strained relations between his father, Ma Dai, and Qin Gongzhao, turned away, feigning ignorance of their presence. However, the Qin brothers noticed Sure Xiling's presence and approached him. Qin Zhongjian smiled. I did not expect to find brother Sure here. My third brother returned unexpectedly yesterday, and we were busy reminiscing, which left some introductions lacking. Today, I must toast to you several times to make amends, haha. Oh, and Master Ma is here as well. Allow me to introduce, this is my third brother Zhongda, who has just returned from his travels and studies. I hope you will look after him in the future, haha. Qin Zhongda and Qin Zhongjian exchanged a glance, sharing a sly smile, yet remaining silent as they boldly advanced and extended a hand toward Mayu. Mayu, slightly taken aback, had not previously heard of this younger son of the Qin family. Faced with Qin Zhongda's outstretched hand, he had no choice but to reciprocate. Shi Ling watched with a shake of his head, pondering how absurd Qin Zhongda truly was. Just yesterday, he had challenged Shi Ling, and today, he was confronting Mayu. Immediately resorting to testing the other's prowess upon meeting, such barbarity was astonishing. Though Qin Zhongda's height was comparable to that of his 2 brothers, he was evidently more robust. His long hair cascaded over his shoulders, and a fierce glint sparkled in his eyes, exuding an untamed aura. The moment their hands clasped, Qin Zhongda's formidable true essence surged forth like a tidal wave, invading Mayu's meridians. As a prominent young master from Songhu City, Mayu had always held great confidence in his own abilities. However, he was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming strength of Qin Zhongda's true essence, which struck him with the ferocity of a life-or-death struggle, forcefully penetrating his vital channels. Caught off guard, Mayu felt his San-Yang meridian breached by the opponent's true essence, and panic ensued. He hastily summoned all his strength to counter the assault, but found himself at a disadvantage. Not only had he lost the initiative, but his opponent's prowess was indeed superior. As waves of Qin Zhongda's true essence relentlessly surged into his meridians, it seemed intent on bringing about his immediate demise. He wished to cry out for help, Yet his efforts to fend off the onslaught left him unable to utter a word. In desperation, he squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth to endure, hoping to hold on for just a moment longer. The onlooking young scions, while recognizing that Ma Yu was clearly at a disadvantage in this contest, remained oblivious to the imminent danger he faced. Firstly, their own cultivation levels paled in comparison to Ma Yu's, and secondly, no one could fathom that Qin Zhangda would resort to lethal force in such a setting. Most assumed he merely sought to humiliate Ma Yu amidst their sparring, given the well-known discord between the Chun and Ma families in Songhu City. Furthermore, they all understood Ma Yu's capabilities, believing that even if he were slightly inferior, he would not be in danger of injury. After all, no one among the younger generation had ever gained the upper hand in a contest against Ma Yu. Even Qin Zhangping and Qin Zhangqian shared this perspective, failing to realize that Qin Zhangda had driven Ma Yu to the brink of peril. While they were aware of their younger brother's extensive training and formidable strength, they remained ignorant of the true extent of his power, as well as the overwhelming and bloodthirsty nature of the martial path he had chosen. Chapter 29. The Path of Beasts in Qin Zhangda's Eyes. A cold glimmer flickered as he fixated on Ma Yu, resembling a ferocious wolf stalking its prey, intent on devouring him whole. Had Ma Yu not been resolutely closing his eyes, desperately holding on, the sight of such a savage gaze might have shattered his resolve prematurely. Qin Zhangda's approach was not one of restraint. Rather, he sought to utterly subdue and even obliterate his opponent, embodying the martial philosophy he had cultivated, a primal doctrine of savagery. To Qin Zhangda, there were no distinctions of circumstance or decorum. Having identified his opponent as an adversary rather than a friend, why adhere to the notion of moderation? Was it not preferable to vanquish or annihilate the foe in one fell swoop? As Ma Yu's meridians teetered on the brink of rupture under the weight of Qin Zhangda's true essence, the thrill coursing through him resembled that of a beast sensing blood. What stirred his primal instincts? Was it the distasteful, pretentious demeanor of Ma Yu? Or perhaps the long-standing rivalry between the Ma and Qin families? Or was it some other motive altogether? For Qin Zhangda at this moment, such inquiries held little significance. What mattered was the imminent ecstasy of dismantling his prey, a sensation he had not experienced since his return to Songhu City. Now, with his quarry within reach, a terrifying grin curled at the corners of his mouth. Only two individuals perceived Ma Yu's peril. One was Shi Xiling, and the other, Su Jiro, the sister of Su Sangyi. On that day, Su Jiro had visited the Dei building to see her close friends, Yu Zhenjin and Huang Ying, and had heard tales of someone winning against Huang Ying in a public setting. The ethereal beauty Yu Zhenjin had even made a pact with this newcomer, which piqued Su Jiro's curiosity about Shi Xiling, prompting her brother Su Sangyi to extend an invitation to him. In truth, it was Su Jiro who genuinely wished to meet this remarkable individual who had earned her most esteemed friend's respect as an equal adversary, while inviting other noble youths merely served as a guise. Today, Su Jiro donned male attire, quietly seated in a corner of the parlor sipping tea, refraining from engaging others in conversation. The guests, mostly gathered in small groups, were engrossed in lively discussions, paying her little mind, even when inquiries about her arose. Her brother Su Sangyi, having been forewarned, merely described her as a distant relative. It was only upon Shi Xiling's arrival that Su Jiro began to cast occasional glances in his direction, contemplating how to persuade her brother to introduce her. She was interrupted by the arrival of the Qin brothers. While others may not recognize Qin Zhangda, Su Jiro was quite familiar with him, both hailing from the illustrious Rui Gate and being favored disciples of the esteemed Master Fang. As fellow disciples, despite the stark differences in their martial paths, Su Jiro understood deeply that once Qin Zhangda's feral instincts were unleashed, the consequences could be dire. Although Ma Yu was a standout among the younger generation of Songhu City, he would inevitably pale in comparison to this savage elder brother. As the steam began to rise from Ma Yu's head, the veins on his forehead bulging, Su Jiro felt a surge of anxiety. Should Qin Zhangda unleash his wild nature, it was unlikely that anyone could subdue him, except for his master. Ma Yu was not only a close friend of her elder brother Su Sangyi, but also the sole son of the city guard, Ma Dai. If any misfortune were to befall him within the Su family, it would indeed be dire. Without hesitation, Su Jiro rose, sword in hand, determined to aid Ma Yu. Yet, she was acutely aware that Qin Zhangda's prowess surpassed her own. He had already secured a place among the top 50 of the contemporary elite, being the foremost expert among his youthful peers. The prospect of separating them left Su Jiro with little confidence. Shi Xiling was perplexed. Why would Qin Zhangda, who had come to visit the Su family with his two brothers, choose to challenge Ma Yu, another guest? Even if he relished competition, Once he gained the upper hand and earned his pride, he ought to relent. Why then did he persist in this relentless pursuit? As Ma Yu's meridians threatened to rupture under the tremendous pressure exerted by Chen Zhangda, it was evident that bloodshed and death loomed, rendering even divine intervention futile. This was no mere contest. It was a life-and-death struggle, a blatant act of aggression, especially during a banquet hosted by the son of the city's chief guard. What could possibly be going through this madman's mind? Was he truly insane? Shi Xiling seethed with anger as he observed the surrounding young elites nonchalantly spectating, occasionally whispering amongst themselves, seemingly indifferent to Ma Yu's peril. Could they not see that Ma Yu was on the brink of death? Although Ma Yu's fate had little bearing on his own. Witnessing the brutal assault by this beast-like lunatic unfold right before his eyes left Shi Xiling with a profound sense of injustice. Having been standing not far from Ma Yu, Shi Xiling stepped forward, executing a technique from the 8 forms of the Yu family, striking Ma Yu's right shoulder with his left palm while commanding, "Begone." As his voice resonated, it was as if a thunderclap echoed in Chen Zhangda's ears. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the true energy he had forced into Ma Yu's meridians faced an overwhelming counterattack from a surge of potent energy. This force was not only far more formidable than the previous resistance he had encountered, but it also surged like a fierce blaze, swiftly expelling the energy he had invaded Ma Yu's body with, turning the tide against him. Startled, Chen Zhangda hastily summoned his true energy to retaliate, only to find that the formidable force had vanished. Ma Yu's body was propelled away, and before him stood the imposing figure of Shi Xiling. Regaining his composure, Chen Zhangda felt no unusual shift within his own energy flow, yet the lingering echo of Shi Xiling's command continued to reverberate in his mind, fueling his irritation. Glaring at Shi Xiling, an intense fury ignited in Chen Zhangda's eyes. Though his father, Chen Gongzhao, and 2 elder brothers had praised Shi Xiling as a talent worth recruiting, this individual had audaciously intervened just as he was about to claim victory, proving to be even more detestable than the refined Ma Yu. Enraged, Chen Zhangda failed to consider the immense trouble he would invoke upon his family should he recklessly take the life of Ma Yu within the residence of the city lord. He was consumed by the notion that someone had thwarted his ambitions and dampened his spirits, deserving only of his wrath. At that moment, he was indifferent to the fate of Ma Yu. His singular desire was to rend the figure of Shi Xiling, standing opposite him, into shreds, as he believed this act would assuage his fury. Earlier, in an effort to save Ma Yu, Shi Xiling had employed the technique of purging turbid to retain clear, propelling Ma Yu out of the circle while simultaneously countering the surging assault of Chen Zhangda's true essence. Ma Yu's own true essence, confronted with external force, instinctively retaliated with full vigor, leading Shi Xiling to bear the combined force of both men almost instantaneously to prevent any harm from befalling Ma Yu. At that moment, both Chun and Ma had exerted their utmost, resembling a tightly drawn bowstring poised to unleash. Once met with external pressure, their collective force would erupt. Though Shi Xiling maneuvered skillfully, he could not evade the overwhelming majority of their combined strength in an instant. Fortunately, he had first unleashed his celestial sound of demonic resonance, which momentarily unsettled Chen Zhangda's focus, diminishing the intensity of his true power. Even so, his meridians were violently shaken, and while he appeared to stand unaffected, he was diligently regulating his breath, deliberately ignoring the fury blazing in Chen Zhangda's eyes. Meanwhile, the gathering of young elites, spectators to the unfolding scene, were nearly all struck by a resounding shockwave from Shi Xiling's utterance. Thankfully, this celestial sound was directed solely at Chen Zhangda, intended merely to save a life without causing harm, hence he did not exert his full strength. Nevertheless, this resonant sound left the noble youths feeling disoriented, akin to the effects of inebriation. When they regained their senses, they found that the figure standing before Chen Zhangda had transformed into Shi Xiling, while Ma Yu sat nearby, meditating to recover his energy. A collective sense of confusion enveloped the onlookers. Chapter 30. The bewitching eye. Aside from the confrontation between Chen Zhangda and Shi Xiling, only Su Zhiro clearly grasped the unfolding events in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Ma Yu was on the brink of demise, his meridians about to shatter, while Su Zhiro, sword in hand, hesitated to intervene. She feared that her sudden involvement would provoke a combined attack from Chen and Ma, which would not only fail to save Ma Yu, but also endanger her own life under their formidable assault. As Su Zhiro grappled with her indecision, Shi Xiling struck, sending Ma Yu flying and absorbing much of the energy from their standoff. Although his magical voice momentarily distracted Chen Zhangda, the impact was nonetheless significant. In Su Zhiro's mind, only a handful of masters like her mentor, Fang Zhenren, or Gongsun Dama could accomplish such a feat with such composure. Yet here was Shi Xiling, effortlessly standing tall, showing no signs of injury. The strength of this young man was astonishing, perhaps even beyond that of the leading figures among the new generation of swordsmen, such as Yuzhinjin. Sujiro was utterly astonished. As uncertainty enveloped the gathering, Qin Zhangda erupted. A furious roar escaped his lips. A sound so jarring that it reverberated through the air, causing everyone present to instinctively cover their ears. It was an atrocious noise, resembling the furious growl of a wild beast rather than that of a human. The sheer volume and discordance compelled every onlooker to furrow their brows and cast disdainful glances at Qin Zhangda. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by thunderous footsteps, Qin Zhangda staggered towards Shi Xiling, arms wide open. What was happening? As the host of the gathering, Su Songyi could no longer contain his anger. It was one thing for Qin Zhangda to engage his friend Ma Yu in a contest of true essence, which was common among the elite. However, with Ma Yu now thrown aside and recuperating on the ground, while he and the others were still reeling from Shi Xiling's magical prowess, Su Songyi remained bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Now, this instigator, Qin Zhangda, was approaching Shi Xiling with wild cries, clearly intent on another confrontation. This was exceedingly impolite and a blatant disregard for the host's dignity. Observing the swaying figure of Qin Zhangda, resembling a clumsy bear, even the usually good-natured Su Songyi felt irritation rising within him. He intended to step forward to intervene but was halted by his sister, Sujiro. Aware of her esteemed lineage and martial prowess surpassing his own, Su Songyi recognized her reasoning and reluctantly refrained from advancing, choosing instead to watch the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Qin Zhongda's brothers, Qin Zhongping and Qin Zhongjian, sensed the tension and rushed to intervene, realizing their younger brother was about to cause a scene in the lord's estate. Unexpectedly, as the two brothers drew near, they were struck back repeatedly by the formidable aura generated by the confrontation between Qin Zhangda and Shi Xiling. Both were taken aback, their hearts filled with regret for bringing along their wild and unruly third brother to the Su residence. In Shi Xiling's eyes, the swaying figure of Qin Zhongda advancing towards him no longer resembled a human. He seemed more akin to an enraged beast, specifically a furious bear. Qin Zhongda's gait appeared heavy and clumsy, yet it concealed a certain finesse. His arms were widely spread, enveloping the space within 5 feet around him with layers of palpable energy. It seemed that regardless of the direction one might attempt to escape, one would inevitably collide with his bear-like embrace. What would happen if one were to encounter such an embrace? Shi Xiling shuddered at the thought, resolutely refusing to entertain the idea of being ensnared by such a madman. Even if it were not a life-or-death struggle, a mere friendly hug would be out of the question. This individual was simply not normal. Being embraced by Qin Zhangda would likely be more perilous than being caught in the grasp of an actual bear. It was evident to all that Qin Zhongda's embrace held an infinite potential for lethality. To evade, it seemed to leave only the option of retreat. However, retreating at this moment would signify the loss of the initiative. In a contest between masters, every fleeting opportunity was vital. Once one fell behind, unless the disparity in strength was vast, it would be exceedingly difficult to turn the tide. Thus, if retreat was not an option, a direct confrontation was the only recourse. Though Shi Xiling's meridians were still vibrating from the earlier shock, his mental acuity remained intact. He made a swift decision, elevating his soul-capturing technique to the 6th tier. Raising his right fist to the heavens and grounding his left palm, effectively blocking Qin Zhongda's bear-like embrace. At the same time, he fixed his gaze with penetrating intensity on Qin Zhongda's large, coppery eyes and repeatedly called out, "Qin Zhongda! Qin Zhongda!" Enraged, Qin Zhongda unleashed one of the 4 deadly techniques from his years of rigorous training in the way of the beast, the bear hug kill. Aiming to clash with Shi Xiling's vital energy, aware that Shi Xiling's meridians had been disturbed when he had intervened to aid Ma Yu, Qin Zhongda, having briefly sparred with Shi Xiling at yesterday's birthday banquet, felt confident that his own vital energy surpassed that of Shi Xiling. He prided himself on his innate strength and believed that once Shi Xiling fell into his embrace, he would surely be crushed into pulp. As their arms intertwined in silence, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing the onlookers to involuntarily step back several paces. Thankfully, the spaciousness of the room allowed everyone to maintain their footing despite being compelled to retreat. Yet, each individual was astounded by the sheer intensity of the aura emanating from the two combatants. It was noteworthy that nearly all present were young masters from Songhu City, each usually proud and self-assured. They had never anticipated that the formidable presence of these two individuals could render even standing normally a challenging endeavor. The astonishment within their hearts was truly profound. Chun Zhongda observed Shi Ling employing the uplifting heaven and supporting earth technique to confront him directly, which played right into his hands. He surmised that the opponent's meridians must be unsettled and would not stabilize quickly. Consequently, he exerted all his strength to push his true essence forward, aiming for a swift resolution to overpower his adversary. However, Shi Ling, while desperately resisting, inexplicably kept calling out his name, Chenjiangda, Chenjiangda, Chenjiangda. The tone of these repeated calls was remarkably flat. To the onlookers, it made little sense, but to Chenjiangda's ears, each utterance was jarringly intrusive, making it exceedingly difficult for him to concentrate all his spirit and energy on the attack. Frustration welled within Chun Zhongda as he continually summoned his full might. Yet he felt perpetually distracted by the echoes of his name. This only fueled his ire further, leaving him to ponder what Shi Ling's incessant calling could signify. Was he seeking to surrender or plead for mercy? Just as he contemplated hurling some scathing retort, he found himself too engrossed in executing his full strength to spare a moment for words. Instead, he fixed a fierce glare upon Shi Ling, silently vowing that today he would undoubtedly reduce him to a mere pulp. As Chun Zhongda scanned the surroundings, his gaze locked onto the glimmer in Shi Ling's eyes, which suddenly seemed as boundless as the vast ocean. In an instant, it expanded infinitely, rendering Shi Ling's figure utterly invisible. Meanwhile, the calls intensified. But this time they were not Shi Ling's. Instead, they were the gentle admonitions of his most revered master, the real person Rui, Chun Zhongda. Zhongda, Zhongda, why are you causing such a ruckus again? Withdraw immediately. Withdraw, master. I would never act foolishly. I merely... The one thing Chun Zhongda feared most in life was the stern reprimand of his master, Fang Zhenren. Upon hearing the master's admonition, he lost all composure. Just as he prepared to defend himself, he suddenly found his hand empty. The true essence he had been fiercely contending against from Shi Ling abruptly withdrew. A sense of foreboding gripped Chun Zhongda's heart, and as he focused his gaze, he felt a sharp pain in his ribcage at the chi high point, causing all his energy to dissipate, and the master's voice faded from his ears. Regaining his composure, he beheld Shi Ling standing before him, hand forming a sword gesture directed at his chi high point. The chi high point is a critical vulnerability for most martial artists. Once breached, all their power would be lost in an instant. Chun Zhongda's heart was a tumult of anger and confusion. Unable to fathom how the advantageous situation had deteriorated so swiftly, his arms remained half-raised in a bear hug posture, yet with his chi high sealed. He could muster no strength. In a moment of despair, he cried out, "Master!" Shi Ling, harboring a cold smirk within, recalled how mere moments ago, Chun Zhongda had held an absolute advantage in their struggle. Earlier, Shi Ling's meridians had been violently shaken, causing his internal energy to become chaotic, hindering the full flow of his true essence. Although he had momentarily withstood Chun Zhongda's bear hug technique, his inner energy was waning, unable to withstand the relentless waves of Chun Zhongda's onslaught. As Chun Zhongda's bear hug tightened inexorably, it became evident that once ensnared by this brute, even if Shi Ling's true essence were to be restored, he would likely be mercilessly crushed by sheer force. Fortunately, Shi Ling had summoned his mental fortitude to its utmost limit, persistently invoking the name of his adversary with the demonic sound from beyond to disrupt his concentration. He concentrated all his mental energy into the bewitching eye, aspiring to deliver a surprising blow. It could be said that Shi Ling had pushed the soul-capturing technique to its zenith, surpassing the confines of his current mental prowess. On several occasions, as Chun Zhongda seemed poised for victory, he was momentarily distracted by the haunting demonic calls echoing in his ears, granting Shi Ling precious opportunities to breathe. After a prolonged stalemate, as Shi Ling perceived that his disordered true essence could no longer withstand the impending onslaught, in a moment of despair, Chun Zhongda's gaze was finally ensnared by the bewitching eye, leading to a fleeting illusion. The pressure on Shi Ling's shoulders suddenly lessened, and in his elation, he swiftly retreated, temporarily escaping the confines of Chun Zhongda's embrace. Seizing the moment, he propelled his true essence forward with great urgency, and just as Chun Zhongda was on the verge of awakening, he executed a deft maneuver, retreating while simultaneously advancing, his fingers transforming into a sword that pierced into the vulnerable area beneath Chun Zhongda's ribcage. However, this retreat and advance utterly depleted Shi Ling's already dwindling true essence, leaving his meridians in a state of chaos. Most critically, the repeated use of the soul-capturing technique, especially the simultaneous application of the demonic sound and bewitching eye, had far exceeded the limits of his mental reserves. A profound wave of drowsiness washed over him, reminiscent of the debilitating exhaustion he felt after the fierce battle with Shinto. Shizling lamented inwardly, recognizing that he had significantly overextended his mental power, leaving his already tumultuous true essence nearly exhausted. Though he had sealed Chen Zhongda's vital point, Shizling remained apprehensive about any residual strength his opponent might possess, noting Chen Zhongda's wide-open eyes, which suggested he had regained consciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, Shizling strained to muster the remnants of his true essence, fingers forming the sword gesture aimed directly at Chen Zhongda's sea of qi, hoping for a decisive strike to incapacitate the loathsome beast. Yet, in his current state, Shizling was akin to a spent arrow, his movements sluggish, perhaps even inferior to an amateur. In that moment of sluggishness, a longsword lunged toward him. Even before the blade arrived, a chilling aura of sword energy targeted Shizling's chest, revealing the wielder's astonishing mastery of the swordsmanship. Despite his diminished power, Shizling's perception remained sharp. He discerned that the newcomer's strength was not vastly different from his own or Chen Zhongda's. A wave of helplessness surged within him, for he recognized that he was on the brink of exhaustion, and even if he were to withstand the incoming strike, he would likely have no further opportunity to strike at Chen Zhongda's sea of qi. Resigned to his fate, Shizling withdrew his sword gesture, standing his ground as the longsword charged directly toward his chest. Chapter 31. Unconsciousness. The one who emerged to rescue Chen Zhongda was none other than Su Jiro, the sister of young Master Su. Although their relationship was rather ordinary, they shared the bond of being fellow disciples. Moreover, in the Su residence, it was intolerable for an outsider to publicly incapacitate her senior brother in her presence. At the moment Chen Zhongda unleashed his bear hug kill, Sujiro had been quite optimistic about her senior brother. Their master, the enigmatic Fang Wuming, was a martial arts prodigy renowned throughout the realm, having founded the Rui sect and imparted his teachings to many disciples. Years ago, he was already ranked among the top 10 martial artists of his time. However, Fang Wuming's temperament was eccentric, embodying both righteousness and wickedness, and his martial arts encompassed both orthodox yin-yang and five elements techniques, as well as a significant study of the unorthodox path of beasts. Sujiro inherited the orthodox yin-yang and five elements techniques, while Chen Zhongda, possessing a wild nature and innate strength, naturally embraced the teachings of Fang Wuming's beastly path. Under the tutelage of their esteemed master, both exhibited remarkable skills. Though their techniques were closely matched, Chen Zhongda's innate talent was notably superior, resulting in a deeper cultivation. Once Chen Zhongda perfected his ultimate technique, the bear hug kill, he had never known defeat. Although Shi Ling had executed a spectacular maneuver to fend off Mayu moments ago, Sujiro speculated that, even without injury, Shi Ling would inevitably suffer from the shock to his meridians. Unexpectedly, instead of retreating at the onset of Chen Zhongda's assault, Shi Ling chose to confront him head-on. Much to Sujiro's astonishment, she was well aware of her senior brother's prowess, although he too hailed from a prominent family. His astonishing talent allowed him to dominate his peers since he began training under Fang Wuming, making him unmatched in the depth of true essence among the disciples of the Rui sect. Furthermore, the beastly path he practiced complemented his innate strength. Under the execution of his bear hug kill, even if someone could contend with his true essence, they would ultimately succumb to his overwhelming power. As the contest between Chen Zhongda and Shi Ling unfolded, it indeed aligned with Sujiro's expectations. Under the relentless onslaught of Chen Zhongda, Shi Ling clearly exhibited signs of faltering. Strangely, just as victory seemed assured for Chen Zhongda, he suddenly appeared dazed and lost, allowing Shi Ling to break free from the bear hug and strike again with ease, successfully targeting his Chiman acupoint. Upon witnessing Shi Ling forming a sword gesture aimed at Chen Zhongda's Qi acupoint, Sujiro could not remain passive, despite her senior brother's boorishness being irksome. The bond of discipleship was not to be disregarded. Without hesitation, Sujiro drew her sword and lunged at Shi Ling, hoping to compel him to evade and thus alleviate Chen Zhongda's peril. Meanwhile, she heard Chen Zhongda cry out for their master, leaving her perplexed. Their master was miles away. How could he possibly appear here? This beastly senior brother was truly baffling, not only losing in such a peculiar manner, but also exhibiting a chaotic temperament. She resolved that, should the opportunity arise, she would certainly report this incident to their master, urging him to reprimand this unsatisfactory senior brother. As the sword energy in Shi Ling's hand drew perilously close to his chest, he suddenly halted his sword technique, neither evading nor attacking Chen Zhongda. Sujiro, perplexed, noted that while Shi Ling had triumphed over Chen Zhongda, he was clearly at a disadvantage in the present circumstances. In her estimation, Shi Ling's true prowess should not differ greatly from that of Qin Zhangda. His unexpected victory must have stemmed from the magical techniques of sound and vision mentioned by Yi Zhenjin and Huang Ying. Although Su Zhirou's strength was slightly inferior to Qin Zhangda's, it was primarily due to the depth of her true essence, and few dared to confront her sword unarmed. She wondered why Shi Ling had the audacity to disregard her sword energy. Fortunately, she did not harbor ill feelings towards him, having reached a level of mastery in the sword arts where she could control her energy with ease. She firmly steadied her stance and stepped forward to stand before Shi Ling. Master Shi, this brother Qin has grown up in the wilderness and is unfamiliar with worldly etiquette. I kindly ask for your understanding regarding any offense he may have caused. For the sake of the Su family, let us not hold it against him, she said, bowing respectfully to Shi Ling. Before Shi Ling could respond, Qin Zhangjian and Qin Zhangping rushed forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of Qin Zhangda. The two brothers, having witnessed the unfolding confrontation, regretted bringing their unruly third brother to the Su residence. Their earlier misstep had nearly harmed Mayu, leaving them unable to explain to Master Su, and now, witnessing Qin Zhangda's fierce intent to take Shi Ling's life, they felt a sense of urgency to intervene. However, the disparity in strength left them powerless to act, and they could only desperately signal their apologies to Su Songyi standing nearby. Despite Su Songyi's usual good temperament, he could hardly tolerate the reckless behavior of their beastly third brother, who had chosen to provoke violence upon arriving as a guest. Did he not regard the esteemed heir of a city guardian? Naturally, Su Songyi would not offer the Qin brothers any favor. Had it not been for his sister Su Zhirou's intervention, he would have chastised the unruly ruffian mercilessly. Nevertheless, both Su Songyi and the other young scions present understood that the two combatants were beyond their capabilities. Even though they could not intervene, they collectively hoped for Shi Ling to vanquish the detestable Qin Zhangda. Regrettably, the situation on the field unfolded contrary to their wishes, as Shi Ling began to falter under Qin Zhangda's relentless advance. Just as defeat seemed imminent, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Qin Zhangda suddenly appeared dazed, as if possessed, allowing Shi Ling to effortlessly escape his deadly embrace and, in a swift maneuver, seal his vital gate. When Shi Ling aimed to strike Qin Zhangda's energy sea, Qin Zhangjian and Qin Zhangping hurried forward to obstruct him, but Su Zhirou was quicker, intercepting Shi Ling before he could act. As Shi Ling sensed that he could no longer contend with Qin Zhangda, the weariness that had enveloped him surged forth, overwhelming his spirit and leaving him in a state of utter exhaustion. His meridians felt clouded and chaotic, rendering him incapable of facing even a practitioner of Su Zhirou's caliber. Any random passerby would likely pose an insurmountable challenge at this juncture. Before him, Su Zhirou referred to Qin Zhangda as her senior brother, imploring him to consider the Su family's reputation and seek a peaceful resolution. Her strikingly refined appearance suggested a status of considerable significance. However, any curiosity that Shi Ling might have harbored had dissipated entirely. He merely desired to depart this place swiftly and find a secure haven to rest. Taking a deep breath, Shi Ling reached into his bosom to clutch the extraordinary Deathly Night token. A chilling sensation coursed through his hand, and simultaneously, a warm current seemed to arise within him, flowing toward his palm, intertwining with the token's coldness. Instantly, he felt invigorated. The flow of his meridians appeared to ease somewhat. He pondered that in this unfamiliar territory, with the Qin brothers watching him like hawks, and the intentions of others uncertain, it would be prudent to seize this moment of newfound clarity to concoct an excuse and make a hasty exit. With a stern expression, Shi Ling addressed Su Zhirou. I am unfamiliar with the esteemed members of the Su family, and, as a mere nameless newcomer to Songhu City, would never dare to slight the family of the city guard. Yet, your brother Qin has been exceedingly aggressive. He clearly intended to take my life earlier. Had I not fortuitously prevailed in a single exchange, I might now be a lifeless corpse. Today, I was invited to the Su residence for a banquet, hoping to witness the remarkable talents of the youth in Songhu City, yet I find myself embroiled in this unwarranted unpleasantness. As a person of humble standing, I cannot be compared to a scion of a prestigious family such as Chun. Thus, I shall take my leave, so as not to disrupt your merriment. I apologize for any offense taken. With that, Shi Ling bowed to the assembly and turned to depart, disregarding the pleas of the Su siblings behind him. He grasped the Deathly Night token tightly within his left hand and quickened his pace, striding out of the Su residence with urgency. Having traversed merely 2 streets away, Shi Ling felt he could bear no longer. He staggered into a secluded alley, only to find the world spinning around him, faintly hearing the distant sound of a carriage approaching from behind. Attempting to evade, his body succumbed to weakness, and he could only hold tightly to the deathly night token. Surrendering to unconsciousness, a carriage soon came to a halt before him, and the driver dismounted to investigate. Upon seeing Xiling lying unconscious on the ground, the driver was taken aback. He inspected Xiling closely, noting his upright demeanor, and though his attire was simple, it was clean and tidy, clearly indicating he was not a beggar. Though his complexion appeared somewhat pale, he did not seem to be severely ill. The coachman surveyed his surroundings, finding the street completely deserted. As he hesitated on what to do next, a young maid peered out from the carriage and inquired, "Uncle Li, what has happened?" The coachman, surnamed Li, replied, "A young man has collapsed in the middle of the road. I am uncertain whether he is intoxicated or unwell, and I do not know how to proceed." After a brief consultation with those inside the carriage, the young maid descended and approached the unconscious figure of Xiling. After examining him, she returned to confer with her companions once more. Together with the coachman, they carefully assisted Xiling onto the carriage. Inside, the carriage was quite spacious, featuring 2 rows of seats. A captivating woman lounged within. Upon noticing that they had brought Xiling aboard, she instructed them to place him on the seat opposite her, where she sat alongside the maid. Subsequently, she commanded the coachman to set off for home. Throughout the journey, Xiling leaned back and dozed off, his left hand firmly clutching the deathly night token hidden within his bosom. The 2 young women across from him couldn't help but stifle their laughter at the peculiar sleeping posture of the handsome young man. They engaged in playful speculation about Xiling's identity and the circumstances that led to his collapse in the street, exchanging light-hearted banter along the way. Chapter 32. The Ma family in an inconspicuous room typically reserved for carriage drivers and miscellaneous tasks. Xiling had been in a deep slumber for a full 7 days and nights. His posture remained unchanged, lying supine with his left hand firmly clutching the ominous death command token, impervious to any attempts to pry it from his grasp. The young maid who had rescued him on the road visited him twice. Each time, she found him soundly asleep. Aside from her inability to detach his hand from his chest, there was nothing else amiss, prompting her to shake her head and return to her own affairs. The reason for Xiling's prolonged unconsciousness lay in the tremendous depletion of his mental energy, far exceeding his thresholds of endurance. The soul-capturing technique is an enigmatic practice that unearths the spiritual powers within the human body. For an ordinary individual, even one with exceptional talent, it may take years, if not decades, to amass sufficient mental strength to influence others. Even someone like Cato Eagle, a master in his own right, would only achieve mastery of the soul-capturing technique in his later years after extensive study within the dark arts. Although Xiling possessed extraordinary energy within him, significantly enhancing his physique, and his sudden amnesia allowed for remarkable progress in his mental cultivation, his foundational skills remained relatively shallow. His adversary, Qin Zhangda, was even more formidable than the previous opponent, Shen Tugong. Just before their confrontation, Xiling's meridians were violently shaken by the combined force of Qin and Ma, preventing his inner true energy from gathering and circulating properly. In a moment of desperation, Xiling barely managed to employ the 7th level of the soul-capturing technique. Still in an immature state, while he miraculously triumphed in one exchange, it resulted in a severe depletion of his mental energy. Under different circumstances, even if one survives such an ordeal, they would likely succumb to madness, rendering them powerless. Fortunately, in that critical moment, Xiling clung tightly to the extraordinary death command token, utilizing its mystical powers in conjunction with a fragment of his true energy to sustain the vital connection between his spiritual and true energies. For Xiling, these 7 days and nights represented a harrowing cycle of death and rebirth. If he could endure and emerge unscathed, not only would he be reborn, but his mental and true energies would ascend to new heights. However, any external disturbance could lead him to madness, potentially imprisoning him in eternal slumber. Fortunately, the location where Xiling was rescued was one where everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs. Even the 2 women who had saved him had forgotten about him in their pursuit of livelihood. Had he been at the Su family estate or elsewhere, the presence of skilled practitioners or renowned physicians attempting to diagnose and treat him might have plunged him into an irretrievable abyss, not to mention the peril of encountering enemies. During these 7 days, the city of Songhu was also rife with undercurrents. Just the day after young Master Su had hosted a banquet for Xiling, anxiety rippled through the Yu family as they noticed his absence. As they contemplated sending someone to inquire about his whereabouts, Ma Dai, son of the esteemed Ma Dai, visited the Yu residence to express his gratitude for Xiling's life-saving intervention. Although Yu Jingmiao had been managing the family business in Songhu City and had no dealings with the Ma family, he was quite taken aback when he learned that Ma Yu had brought numerous gifts. He hurriedly went out to greet him. Ma Yu had narrowly escaped death in his battle against Chen Zhongda the previous day, and he felt immense gratitude towards Shi Ling. Thus, he came early in the morning, laden with lavish gifts to express his thanks. After a round of pleasantries, Ma Yu inquired directly about Shi Ling, hoping to convey his gratitude in person. Yu Jingmiao had no choice but to inform him that Shi Ling had not returned since attending a banquet at the Su residence the day before, and they were contemplating sending someone out to gather news. Upon hearing this, Ma Yu was astonished. Shi Ling had pushed him away just before his meridians were about to explode, enduring the combined force of both him and Chen Zhongda. After which Ma Yu had retreated to a corner to meditate. Fortunately, he was uninjured and quickly regained his composure. Subsequently, Chen Zhongda had cornered Shi Ling with his bear hug technique, pushing him to the brink of defeat. Ma Yu, feeling inadequate and unable to assist due to his own shortcomings, was relieved when Chen Zhongda suddenly appeared dazed and distracted, allowing Shi Ling to turn the tide and emerge victorious. Although Ma Yu could not discern the intricacies of the situation, he felt genuinely happy for Shi Ling afterward. Shi Ling, visibly displeased, turned on his heel and left, disregarding the Su siblings' attempts to persuade him to stay. The remaining guests found the evening rather dull, as a splendid banquet had been disrupted by Chen Zhongda's chaotic antics. Chen Zhongjian and Chen Zhongping, realizing their brother had incurred the wrath of the guests, repeatedly apologized, while Chen Zhongda, despite being freed from his stupor by Su Jiro, still appeared somewhat disoriented, occasionally calling out for his master, leaving everyone baffled. Concerned for their brother, his two elder siblings offered further apologies to Su Songyi before departing with Chen Zhongda. After this commotion, the guests felt disenchanted and soon bid farewell to the host. Returning to their respective homes, Su Jiro was particularly disappointed. She had hoped to seize the opportunity to become acquainted with the suddenly prominent and enigmatic Shi Ling, only to be thwarted by her long-lost wild brother's antics, which nearly led to disaster. Although the situation ended without serious consequence, Shi Ling's abrupt departure left Su Jiro taken aback, prompting her to mutter under her breath, "What a petty person." Su Songyi, understanding his sister's feelings, sheepishly remarked, "It's all Chen Zhongda's fault. It's utterly perplexing." No wonder young Master Shi was angered. However, his departure did seem somewhat petty, wasting a splendid feast, haha. By the way, did you just refer to that wild man as your senior brother? Is he also a disciple of your Rui Gate? I've never heard you mention it before. Su Jiro shot her brother an exasperated glance and replied, "What is there to mention? What is so great about this senior brother? The next time I see my master, I shall certainly lodge a complaint about him. It infuriates me." Upon returning home after leaving the Su residence, Ma Yu recounted the events of the day to his father, Ma Dai. In the city of Songhu, Ma Dai held a position comparable to that of Chen Gongzhao, both serving as defenders and acting as the right-hand men to the esteemed city guardian, Su Biren. Notably, Ma Dai ranked one place higher than Chen Gongzhao on the prestigious list of the top 100. However, it was an open secret that Ma Dai and Chen Gongzhao had long been at odds, yet they maintained a facade of civility in public. It came as a shock when Chen Gongzhao's son audaciously attacked Ma Yu within the Su residence. Ma Dai had many daughters, but only one son, Ma Yu, whom he cherished deeply since childhood. Upon learning of his son's misfortune, Ma Dai's fury surged, compelling him to confront Chen Gongzhao, only to be restrained by Ma Yu's pleas. Ma Yu reasoned that Chen Zhongda's prowess likely surpassed that of Chen Gongzhao, implying that Ma Dai might not even be his match. Although Chen Zhongda had recently suffered defeat at the hands of Shi Xiling, he still maintained the upper hand in terms of influence. Moreover, the Chen family's brazen demeanor likely stemmed from deeper motives. Reports from the Duanmu clan suggested that the Chen family had been clandestinely engaging with the Western Li Yuan and the Northern Xiahou clan, hinting at ulterior ambitions. After contemplating Ma Yu's insights, Ma Dai's anger began to subside, leading him to strategize with his son. Ma Dai proposed, "Should we not inform Lord Su about Chen Gongzhao's secret dealings with these two powerful families, alongside the incident involving his son bullying you?" Ma Yu, gently shaking his folding fan, replied, "There is no need for haste. The realm is in turmoil, and various factions are rapidly amassing forces, particularly the five great families. Even if Lord Su were to learn of Chen Gongzhao's collusion with Li Yuan and Xiahou Yuan, what would it matter? The current court is teetering on the brink of collapse, with many local officials pursuing their own agendas and secretly cultivating their power. The five great families are wealthy and influential, making them prime allies. I suspect that even if Lord Su were aware, he would not take significant action against Qin Gongzhou. As for Lord Su's future intentions, we cannot yet ascertain, but his options appear to be limited to establishing his own power or pledging unwavering loyalty to the court. Regardless of the path he chooses, it is unlikely that he would easily relinquish Qin Gongzhou's influence. Therefore, I believe filing a complaint would be unnecessary. Furthermore, while Qin Gongzhou displayed superior strength today, I perceive him merely as a brash individual, especially given the disadvantage he faced due to Shi Ziling's intervention. Had it not been for Su Jiro's timely assistance, Qin Gongzhou might have suffered irreparable harm to his abilities. On another note, I have always maintained a good rapport with Su Songyi, who informed me that his sister is a favored disciple of the Rui sect. Today, Su Jiro referred to Qin Gongzhou as senior brother, indicating that he too hails from the same esteemed lineage, which explains his formidable capabilities. With a calm demeanor, Ma Yu continued to articulate his thoughts. Upon hearing that Qin Gongzhou was a disciple of the esteemed Rui Zhenren, Ma Dai was taken aback. In this era of burgeoning heroes, although the five prominent families, the Duanmu clan of the east, the Xiahou clan of the north, the Nangong clan of the south, the Li Yuan of the west, and the Tang family of the central region, boasted formidable strength, the individual prowess did not solely reside with the heads of these illustrious lineages. Only Li Yuan, the master of Tog Tian in the west, ranked third on the illustrious list of the 100 strongest, while the heads and elders of the other families, despite their remarkable abilities, failed to secure a place among the top 5, with some not even making it into the top 10. Among the elite 5, aside from the venerable Yuan Shi Tianzuan and the sword master Gongsun Danyang, stood the enigmatic Rui Zhenren, Fang Wuming. Legend spoke of Fang Wuming as a prodigious talent, not only proficient in the orthodox arts of yin-yang and the 5 elements but also versed in the esoteric path of beasts. His eccentric character oscillated between righteousness and malevolence, and he referred to himself as the nameless wanderer, often acting in unpredictable and whimsical ways. Years ago, he had already secured a position among the top 10 in the universe, and for nearly a decade, he had steadfastly remained within the top 5. After founding Rui Men, he generously accepted disciples, many of whom hailed from distinguished families. Though the quality of his disciples varied, many young prodigies emerged from his tutelage. Upon learning that Qin Gongzhou was a disciple of Rui Min and likely to inherit Fang Wuming's teachings on the path of beasts, Ma Dai felt a twinge of concern. While he held no apprehension towards Qin Gongzhou, the formidable reputation of someone like Fang Wuming commanded considerable respect. Provoking such a capricious master could indeed lead to significant troubles. Ma Dai could not help but furrow his brow. Ma Yu, well aware of his father's sentiments, deliberated with him, and they resolved to inform the local Duanmu clan of the situation. Additionally, they aimed to secure the allegiance of the newly emerged young talent, Shi Ziling. Shi Ziling's ability to defeat Qin Gongzhou, despite the seemingly fortuitous victory, was indicative of his strength. Moreover, someone of such caliber was likely to hail from a prestigious lineage, making it imperative to win Shi Ziling over. Recently, the Ma clan had been in discussions with the Duanmu family regarding suitable candidates to recommend for the position of deputy general. The mention of Shi Ziling by Ma Yu upon returning from Dei Tower had piqued everyone's interest. It was rare for someone of the younger generation to be regarded as a rival by Yu Zhenjin, suggesting that Shi Ziling possessed unique merits. Indeed, today, Shi Ziling had showcased his prowess at a critical moment, decisively overcoming the ferocious Qin Gongzhou, reaffirming Yu Zhenjin's discerning eye. Although Shi Ziling had not accepted the Ma family's recommendation for the deputy general position, he had not outright declined either, merely stating he would consider the Yu family's stance. By intervening to assist Ma Yu today, Shi Ziling had evidently incurred Qin Gongzhou's ire, thereby also antagonizing the Qin family on behalf of the Yu family. The Yu family, being merely a minor gentry in Panning County, wielded no power or influence, and aside from Shi Ziling, lacked any notable experts. The repercussions of offending the Qin family could be dire. While they had Shi Ziling, it seemed he was only marginally superior to Qin Gongzhou. In every conceivable aspect, the Yu family finds itself incapable of contending with the Qin family. Consequently, it is reasonable to surmise that, in their quest for self-preservation, the Yu family might willingly align themselves with the Ma family. Thus, Yu's agreement for Shizling to represent the Ma family in the competition for the vice-general position is entirely justifiable. After deliberation, the father and son of the Ma family resolved that the following day, Ma Yu would pay a visit to the Yu family bearing a generous gift. This gesture not only serves to express gratitude for Shizling's life-saving intervention but also aims to elucidate the advantages and disadvantages to the Yu family. urging them to recognize the prevailing circumstances and forge an alliance with the Ma family to confront their common adversary, Qin Gongzhao. Hence, Ma Yu arrived at Yu Zhengmiao's residence early this morning, only to discover that Shizling had not returned since the previous day. Chapter 33. In the same camp at this moment, Ma Yu gently tapped his folding fan, recounting the events that transpired the previous day at the Su residence. The Yu family members were taken aback, astonished that Shi Xiling had found himself embroiled in a life-and-death struggle with Qian Zhangda while attending a banquet. Following Shi Xiling's agreement to marry Yu Yulan, the atmosphere in the Yu household had been jubilant, with everyone eagerly anticipating his return to finalize the wedding date and celebrate accordingly. However, when Shi Xiling failed to return that night, concern began to creep in. They speculated that perhaps he had indulged too much at the Su residence, but they never imagined that he had ended up in a fierce confrontation with Qin Zhangda. Yet, the question remained, where had Shi Xiling gone after leaving the Su residence? He was alone in Songhu City, with no acquaintances to turn to, which made his prolonged absence all the more puzzling. If he were safe and sound, it was only reasonable for him to return to the Yu family and provide an explanation, especially since he was now considered a prospective son-in-law. Yu Wei, known for his straightforwardness, suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Could it be that Xiling has succumbed to his old ailment and is hiding away in slumber?" His words sent a chill through Yu Zhengtian and Yu Zhengying, who were visibly shaken. They had accompanied Shi Xiling from Pan'an County and were still haunted by the memory of his peculiar condition following his fierce battle with Shintugang, where he had inexplicably fallen into a deep sleep. Yu Wei's suggestion sparked a troubling realization that Shi Xiling might indeed be suffering from a relapse after such a fierce confrontation. Anxiously, the group began to worry. If Shi Xiling were to encounter someone from the Qin family while in such a vulnerable state, the consequences would be dire. Noticing the somber expressions on the faces of the Yu family, Ma Yu, sensing their distress, pressed for clarity about the situation. The Yu family exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. They understood that if Shi Xiling were truly in a comatose state, any leakage of this information could gravely endanger his safety. A person who could sleep for days on end would be vulnerable not only to skilled opponents, but even to commoners who might unwittingly bring about his demise. Seeing the silence among them, Ma Yu felt a growing urgency and stated earnestly, "Esteemed members of the Yu family, I am aware that your family is distantly related to the Qin family. However, it is crucial to acknowledge that Shi Xiling publicly vanquished Qin Zhangda yesterday, nearly incapacitating him. Henceforth, the Qin family will undoubtedly regard him as a thorn in their side, and they may view the Yu family with newfound scrutiny. You have likely heard of the long-standing discord between the Ma and Qin families. Often, the enemies of the Qin family are our allies. Furthermore, Shi Xiling is my benefactor, and out of loyalty and reason, the Ma family will resolutely stand by his side. If there is any assistance we can offer, please do not hesitate to ask. The Ma family still possesses some influence in Songhu City, and we are willing to extend our support to Shi Xiling in any way possible." As Yu Zhengtian and Yu Zhengmiao remained indecisive, Niu Zhengying cleared his throat and rose to his feet. He clasped his fist towards Ma Yu and said, "The old man Niu Zhengying believes that young Master Ma harbors no ill intentions towards Xiling. However, this matter is rather peculiar and concerns Xiling's safety. So might I request young Master Ma to assure us that he will not divulge any information?" Yu Zhengtian and Yu Zhengmiao nodded in agreement. All eyes turned to Ma Yu, awaiting his response. "Rest assured, I, Ma Yu, am willing to swear that I shall not reveal a single detail to unrelated parties." With that, Ma Yu instructed his attendants to withdraw. The Yu family held a brief discussion and concluded that searching for Shi Xiling's whereabouts with their limited manpower in the bustling Songhu City was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The Ma family, being influential and powerful within the city, presented a greater chance of success, especially since Shi Xiling was Ma Yu's savior. And the Ma family held a long-standing rivalry with Qin Gongzhao. If the Ma family were to send someone to gather information, the likelihood of finding Shi Xiling would indeed increase significantly. Moreover, since Shi Xiling had already pledged to marry Yu Yulan, it was unlikely he would disregard the Yu family's interests in the future, even if he were to serve the Ma family or oppose the Qin family. Once the group reached an agreement, they relayed to Ma Yu the incident of Shi Xiling falling into a deep sleep for 3 days and nights after a fierce battle with Shintugang on his way to Songhu City. Omitting any mention of his amnesia, Ma Yu was understandably taken aback. 3 days and nights of unconsciousness? What could have happened? Was he injured internally or poisoned? From Shi Gongzi's condition during yesterday's battle, that does not seem likely. As a martial arts expert himself, Ma Yu had never encountered such a phenomenon, prompting his astonishment. Alas, we too have inquired of Xiling, yet he himself cannot elucidate the reason for his condition, Niu Jingying replied with a wry smile. During those days of slumber, I checked his pulse multiple times. It was steady, and his complexion was normal, indicating no internal injuries or poisoning. Of that, I am certain. Fortunately, Xiling awoke after 3 days, and all seemed well. His spirit appeared even more robust than before, which put us at ease. Mayu furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The situation described by the Yu family was indeed too bizarre and caught him off guard. He had never heard of a master of Xiling's caliber suddenly collapsing into an unresponsive state after a fierce battle, only to recover fully days later. However, given their earnestness, it was evident that they genuinely cared for Xiling. If what they said was true, it was entirely possible that Xiling was still in a deep slumber somewhere. From the events of yesterday, it was clear that Qun Zhongda's strength was formidable. Despite being at a disadvantage, Xiling had miraculously turned the tide at the last moment, suggesting he had exerted himself to the utmost. When Xiling departed yesterday, he indeed appeared fatigued, and in retrospect, his abrupt exit, disregarding the sincere pleas of the Su siblings, might have been due to his awareness of his own limits, prompting him to return to the Yu family sooner. Yet, for a master of Xiling's caliber, if he were fatigued or injured, could he not simply rest and recuperate? How could he fall into an unconscious state, oblivious to everything around him? After a prolonged contemplation, Mayu found himself at a loss for understanding. In frustration, he forcefully snapped his folding fan and addressed the Yu family, regardless of the circumstances. I shall promptly dispatch individuals to search the entire city for the whereabouts of young Master Shi. By the way, does young Master Shi have any relatives or friends in the city where he might find refuge? His parents are but a distant memory. He has no recollection of them, let alone any relatives or friends. Yu Wei's words had scarcely left his lips when he caught sight of the furious glares from Yu Jingtian and Niu Jingying. Instantly, he realized his indiscretion and chastised himself, embarrassment flooding his features. What do you mean by that? The more Mayu listened, the more perplexed he became. Yu Wei's audacity was astonishing, prompting Mayu to urgently inquire further about the matter. Yu Wei, realizing he had spoken too freely, regretted his words. As Mayu pressed for clarification, he bit his lip and shook his head vigorously, resolutely refusing to divulge any details. With a sigh, Yu Jingtian shot a resentful glare at Yu Wei before confessing to Mayu. To be candid, Xiling, alas, he suffers from amnesia and has completely forgotten his lineage and origins. Recognizing the urgency of enlisting the Ma family's assistance in locating Xiling, Yu Jingtian decided it was best to reveal the truth. The sooner they found Xiling, the safer he would be as the Yu family's prospective son-in-law. Given Yu Wei's inadvertent revelation, there was no point in concealing the matter further, lest Mayu think the Yu family was deliberately deceiving him. The Yu family had likely already offended the narrow-minded Chen Gongzhao, and regardless of whether Xiling would return safely, it seemed imperative to align themselves with the Ma family. Thus, Yu Jingtian recounted how Xiling had come to the Yu family in Panning County and the details of his amnesia. Mayu listened in astonishment, repeatedly exclaiming, "Remarkable. Truly remarkable. How curious." The notion that this extraordinary young adept, Xiling, could suffer from amnesia was utterly baffling. How could a master afflicted by amnesia have vanquished the formidable underworld figure, Shin Tu Gang, and his 6 subordinates? How could such a master have consecutively defeated the prodigies of prestigious sects like Bai Qing Shuang of the Shura Pavilion, Wang Ying of the Cayenne Pavilion, and Qin Zhanda of the Rui Gate? Moreover, how could such a capable individual willingly serve as a guard in the household of a mere country gentleman? The enigma of Xiling deepened. Who was he, and from whence had he emerged? Noticing Mayu's incredulous expression, Yu Wei, anxious for him to believe, grasped Mayu's arm and implored, "Young Master Ma, you must trust us. Everything we say is the absolute truth. Please, send someone to find Xiling. I suspect he is likely fast asleep somewhere. Indeed, we should start our search near the Su family. Last time, he emerged from the dense forest and collapsed into slumber upon seeing me. Shall I accompany you in the search?" I believe. Mayu, overwhelmed by Yu Wei's fervor, considered that even if the Yu family were to concoct a tale, they would hardly fabricate such an outrageous story. Furthermore, the genuine concern exhibited by the Yu family for Xiling was unmistakable and certainly not feigned. Mayu spoke solemnly. Given what everyone has mentioned, it appears that young Master Shi, after exhausting his strength, is prone to a few days of slumber. His current predicament is indeed perilous. Chen Gong outpossesses numerous informants within the city, and it is difficult to guarantee that he remains oblivious to even the slightest whisper. Time is of the essence. I shall return immediately to arrange for personnel to thoroughly search for young Master Shi's whereabouts. Rest assured, young Master Shi is my savior, and I will not allow him to fall into the clutches of malefactors. Upon receiving any news of him, I will promptly inform your esteemed residents. Likewise, should young Master Shi return to your abode first, I kindly ask that you notify me at your earliest convenience. Furthermore, I must confess that I have conferred with my esteemed father and believe that young Master Shi would be a fitting candidate for the newly established deputy general position in our city. I intend to recommend him as our camp's representative to vie for this role. Once young Master Shi safely returns, I hope you will speak favorably of him to facilitate this matter. In the future, our Ma family and your Yu family will stand united as allies, opening a plethora of opportunities for collaboration. The members of the Yu family voiced their unanimous agreement. Given that Shi Xiling had offended Qin Zhongda, it was inevitable that the narrow-minded Qin Gongao would seek to take his ire out on the Yu family. Thus, it would be most fortuitous for the Ma family, capable of contesting with the Qin family, to ally with the Yu family. Chapter 34. The troubles of the Qin family at that moment. Ma Yu took his leave and upon returning, promptly briefed Ma Dai on the situation, leaving him equally astonished. The two resolved to dispatch individuals throughout the city to conduct a thorough search, determined to locate the whereabouts of Shi Xiling as swiftly as possible. Naturally, to avoid alarming the Qin family, this search was to be conducted with utmost discretion. However, several days passed, and despite the Ma family significantly increasing their manpower, they were still unable to uncover Shi Xiling's location. Nonetheless, the Ma family's spies had gathered another piece of information, revealing that Qin Zhongdao had caused quite a commotion at the Su residence and had since secluded himself, reportedly afflicted by some strange illness. The Qin family had even summoned renowned physicians to treat him, yet it seemed to yield little effect. Qin Gongzhao was quite troubled by this, surmising that he would momentarily lack the capacity to tend to other matters. Meanwhile, the Yu family had dispatched nearly all their personnel in search of Shi Xiling, with Yue tirelessly circling the Su residence countless times. However, amid the vast sea of people, locating a single individual in the sprawling Songhu city proved exceedingly challenging. The Yu family members were in a state of anxious despair, and upon hearing the news, Yu Yulan and Xiao Hui quietly wept in sorrow. In recent days, Qin Gongzhao had been somewhat perturbed. On the day of his 50th birthday, he had been genuinely pleased by the return of Qin Zhongda, who had completed his training at the Rui sect after many years. Qin Gongzhao had long recognized his youngest son's extraordinary talent, and years prior, had made considerable efforts to enroll him in the Rui sect, placing him under the tutelage of the remarkable Rui Zhenren. He had visited Qin Zhongda several times during his training, each visit leaving him increasingly astonished by his son's progress. Upon his return, Qin Zhongda informed his father that he had become the strongest among the younger generation at the Rui sect, with sufficient confidence to place within the top 50 of the illustrious rankings. Qin Gongzhao was, of course, overjoyed. After years of cultivation, he had only managed to secure the 77th position in the rankings with the family's martial arts legacy. And to think that Qin Zhongda could achieve a place among the top 50 at such a young age confirmed that sending him to the Rui sect had indeed been a wise decision. On that day, the Qin family had intended to cultivate a connection with the rising talent Shi Xiling. But Qin Zhongda's return had somewhat diminished Qin Gongzhao's eagerness to recruit him. In his view, with the esteemed disciple of the formidable Rui Zhenren back, the question of whether Shi Xiling would ally with the Qin family became less significant. Although Shi Xiling was exceptional, he paled in comparison to the illustrious protege of the Rui Zhenren, especially considering that this protege was his own son. The following day, the son of the city guard, Su Songyi, hosted a banquet for a gathering of the city's noble youths, to which the Qin family's young master was invited. Qin Gongao encouraged Qin Zhongda to accompany his two elder brothers to the feast, both to help him make new acquaintances and to showcase his prowess, thereby enhancing the Qin family's prestige. While most noble youths in Songhu City possessed commendable skills, they were generally inferior to Qin Zhongping and Qin Zhongjian. It was anticipated that if Qin Zhongdao were to seize an opportunity to demonstrate his abilities, he would surely captivate the entire assembly, positioning him as a potential leader among the younger generation in Songhu City. Unexpectedly, although Qin Zhongdao's way of the beasts was remarkably domineering, he completely disregarded worldly etiquette in his interactions with others, often striving to eliminate his opponent swiftly during confrontations. By chance, he encountered Ma Yu, the son of the Ma family, with whom the Qin family had long-standing grievances. In a moment of impulsiveness, Chen Zhongda attempted to dispatch Ma Yu on the spot. This provoked Shi Xiling to intervene, further igniting Chen Zhongda's ferocity. In a fit of wild abandon, Chen Zhongda entirely neglected the decorum expected within the residence of the city lord and unleashed his lethal technique known as the bear hug kill. However, his efforts fell short. Despite holding the advantage, he was suddenly struck by Shi Xiling's pressure point. Had it not been for Su Jiro's timely intervention, he would have almost had his martial prowess completely incapacitated. Upon returning home and recounting the incident to Chen Gongyao, he was filled with astonishment and fury. He never anticipated that his son, after years of training and apprenticeship, would have so thoroughly abandoned the decorum befitting a scion of a prestigious family, causing a ruckus at Su's residence. What was even more shocking was that with Chen Zhongda's extraordinary prowess, placing him among the top 50 of the renowned power rankings, he had nonetheless been defeated by the emerging Shi Xiling and nearly had his martial abilities rendered useless. Chen Gongzhao hastily prepared generous gifts to seek forgiveness at Su Daren's abode. Fortunately, Su Byron, recognizing Chen Gongzhao as a longtime ally and considering that Chen Zhongdao was Su Jiro's senior apprentice, did not hold him in contempt. Instead, he merely urged him to properly discipline Chen Zhongdao upon his return home. After arriving, Chen Zhongdao appeared somewhat dazed, occasionally calling out for his master. Entirely devoid of the vigorous spirit he had previously exhibited, the Chen family summoned several renowned physicians from the city to examine him, but none could ascertain the cause of his condition. After thorough examinations, it was concluded that Chen Zhongda did not exhibit any physical ailments or signs of poisoning. The doctors merely advised him to rest and recuperate, offering no further remedies. Chen Gongzhao, both angered and anxious, harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Shi Xiling. In desperation, he penned a letter seeking assistance from the esteemed Master Fong of the Rui Gate, dispatching it with haste to the distant Tianqi Rui Gate in the extreme north. Fortunately, after several days, Chen Zhongda gradually began to regain his vitality and ceased his erratic calls for his master. Strangely, he found that he had forgotten much of what transpired on the day at the Su residence, retaining only a vague recollection of contending with Ma Yu, unable to recall whether he had won or lost. As for the fierce battle with Shi Xiling, those memories had completely faded, and he could not even remember calling out for his master during his days of confusion, nor could he recollect Shi Xiling at all. Chen Zhongda inquired of his two elder brothers, "Why do you ask me about what happened that day? Wasn't I with you both? I recall returning home alongside you. Did something occur that I am unaware of? I lack any memory of it. I only remember feeling rather unwell these past few days, as if I had not fully awakened, though I cannot fathom why. However, I am feeling much better now. What is it? Why do you look at me so strangely? Have I said something amiss?" Chen Zhongjian and Chen Zhongping noticed their younger brother had visibly regained his vigor after several days of rest, which greatly eased their worries. However, they found it peculiar that he had no recollection of his fierce battle with Shi Xiling. Though puzzled, they hesitated to probe further, fearing it might reopen his wounds. After some deliberation, Chen Zhongping cautiously inquired, "Third brother, during your recent distress, you often cried out for master. Do you not remember that at all, master? When did I ever call for him?" Chen Zhongda scoffed, his expression turning irritable. "He's perfectly fine at Tianqi in the northern frontier. What would bring him to Songhu City? Besides, every time he sees me these days, he scowls and lectures me about not causing trouble or not acting recklessly. It's utterly exasperating. As if I ever cause trouble or act recklessly." He seemed thoroughly displeased with his master. "Honestly, I only came down the mountain under the pretext of Father's 50th birthday celebration to escape his nagging. Now, at last, I can enjoy peace and do as I please." He burst into laughter. Chen Zhongjian and Chen Zhongping exchanged uneasy glances, forcing a few polite chuckles. They suspected his defeat at Shi Xiling's hands had left him deeply unsettled, leading to his earlier mental disarray. Since he now appeared much improved, they decided it best not to provoke him further. When Chen Gongao learned of Chen Zhongda's condition, he too advised against mentioning the loss to Shi Xiling for the time being. He instructed the entire household to refrain from discussing Chen Zhongda's recent illness. One afternoon after lunch, as Chen Zhongjian was heading to his study, Chen Zhongda abruptly seized his arm. Vibrant and brimming with his usual untamed energy, Chen Zhongda declared, "Second brother, I feel exceptionally spirited today. Staying cooped up at home is unbearable. I want to go out. It's been so long since I last roamed Songhu City that I've forgotten where the interesting spots are. Take me around. Want to you?" Without waiting for a reply, he dragged Chen Zhongjian outside. Though they had been apart for years, Chen Zhongjian knew his younger brother's temperament well. Considering his rare return to high spirits and having no pressing matters himself, he agreed to accompany him. They wandered aimlessly through the city. Qin Zhangdao gazing around with keen interest, clearly delighted by the sights after his long absence. Qin Zhangjian, however, soon grew weary and suggested visiting the famed Diyue Tower for a rest. Qin Zhongda clapped his hands in excitement. Even in the remote northern frontier, I've heard of Diyue Tower's renown, and especially of Ayest Su Xiaoxiao, the unparalleled beauty whose fame reaches even Tianqi. He laughed heartily. They say a life without stepping into Diyue Tower is a life of regret, but to lay eyes on Su Xiaoxiao, then one could die without remorse. Ha ha.